Chapter 1. Year 1506 of the Oceanic calendar, East Sea. The tranquil and serene life of the small town was effortlessly shattered by a band of outsiders. Docked at the harbor was a battered, multi-masted ship flying a skull and crossbones flag. Cloaked in the shadows of night, the pirate vessel bobbed upon the waves like a living sea monster, its silent gaze fixed upon the small town, rife with bloodshed and tumultuous cries, as if it were merely an observer, perhaps long accustomed to the chaos. The outskirts of the town bore the scars of pirate incursions, scattered flickers of fire ignited by the battles illuminating the streets, as a group of pirates hurriedly made their way through. They paused in front of an open tavern, where one among them suddenly halted, prompting the others, led by him, to stop as well. The leading pirates took a few steps forward, sensing something amiss, and turned to inquire, "What's the matter?" The first to stop was a youth of 16 or 17, with golden hair and striking blue eyes, his high nose and deep-set features betraying a hint of boyishness. Like his fellow pirates, he appeared somewhat disheveled and weary from the lack of rest. His expression darkened, yet unlike the seasoned pirates, whose faces were alight with the thrill of impending plunder, there was not a trace of joy upon his visage. "I wish to remain here," the boy remarked, casting a glance at the tavern. "Our supplies on the ship are running low, and I need to fetch some wine before everything here is ravaged." In contrast to the disinterested youth, the leading pirates grew increasingly impatient, their senses heightened by the sounds of their comrades rummaging through belongings and the faint cries for help from women. A moment of reflection crossed the mind of the foremost pirate. The town's resistance had been thoroughly dismantled, and there was no need for them to stick together any longer. Thus he chuckled inwardly at the boy's words, giving a thumbs up. "William, you're quite something. But it seems you don't require our assistance, so we shall take our leave." Without waiting for a response from the lad named William, he nodded to his companions, who rushed eagerly into the heart of the town. Muffled jeers wafted on the breeze, reaching the ears of those remaining outside the tavern. "What a fool! A complete novice who knows nothing." The remaining pirates scowled at the taunts, yet William remained unfazed. Perhaps due to the fundamental difference between him and these brigands, he was a traveler from another world, harboring a disdain for their actions. In the 21st century on Earth, he was known as Sun Bo, a white-collar worker on the cusp of becoming a CEO, destined to marry a wealthy beauty and ascend to the pinnacle of success. However, fate took a cruel turn, delivering a sudden blow to his plans, leading to his tragic transformation. With no warning or explanation, after a brief repose in his office, he found himself transported to a realm where he had unwittingly joined the ranks of pirates, an occupation deemed hopeless by anyone grounded in a stable society. Yet, Sun Bo was not a man prone to self-pity. The phenomenon of transmigration offered no customer service for grievances, no legal recourse, and was beyond the control of ordinary will. He had no choice but to accept reality, refusing to squander time and energy on futile lamentations. The customs and habits of this world were starkly different from those of Earth, and even the distribution of races was peculiar. The body he now inhabited bore a striking resemblance to that of the Germanic people, while the diverse pirates aboard the ship hailed from Mediterranean and East Asian backgrounds, yet all spoke a common tongue. This bizarre environment instilled a deep caution within Sun Bo, now William, preventing him from revealing his status as a traveler. Who could say how the locals might react upon discovering his true nature? They might bind him to a stake and burn him alive. Fortuitously, he had absorbed the inherent memories of his new body, such as language and mannerisms, while the remaining memories felt like a chaotic jumble of photographs, disorganized and emotionally distant. However, this did not hinder William from adopting the name Morgan William. Morgan as his surname and William as his given name, he had little inclination to ponder why his name bore resemblance to English names from his previous life, yet followed the Eastern naming customs. There were more pressing matters at hand as he adapted to life as a pirate. As a commoner raised in a peaceful society, it took William several months to establish himself aboard the pirate ship, during which he garnered the loyalty of 3 peers, forming a tightly knit faction led by himself. At that moment, one of the pirates, trailing William, a gaunt and dark-skinned figure, raised an eyebrow upon hearing the jeers from the older pirates. Without a second thought, he seized a solid iron rod from his waist, ready to pursue them. William swiftly caught hold of him, whispering, "Ignore them, Akin." Akin, though of similar age to William, bore the appearance of a man in his 30s, his skin dark and gaunt, with sunken eyes and bluish lips, resembling a specter of illness. William had once saved Akin during a naval battle, pulling him from the jaws of death, and Akin had since embraced a code of gratitude, becoming one of William's most obedient allies. Thus, when Akin heard William's request to let it go, he simmered with anger but ultimately halted his advance, casting a glare at the departing pirates, muttering, "A pack of old dogs." William patted Akin on the shoulder and led the way into the tavern, with the other three following suit. Inside, the tavern appeared in disarray, with overturned tables and chairs strewn about, evidence of a hasty departure by patrons. It seemed that earlier pirates had ravaged the place, leaving a trail of broken bottles and spilled liquor, as the pungent aroma of alcohol assaulted their senses upon entry. William surveyed the room, noting its modest size. Apart from the front and back doors, there was only a wooden door behind the bar, presumably leading to other chambers. He instructed Akin and another pirate to guard the entrances while he motioned for a young pirate named Alamis to accompany him cautiously toward the bar. Alamis was of average height, with slightly curly black hair clinging tightly to his head and a cherubic face that radiated innocence, often adorned with a smile that revealed dimples and prominent canine teeth. The two crept stealthily to the door, where William drew a loaded flintlock pistol from his coat, aiming it at the wooden door. He nodded to Alamis, who promptly delivered a kick, flinging the door open. Beyond the door lay an empty space, and Alamis shrugged at William, saying, "Given the state of this tavern, it's likely no one remains." "Better safe than sorry," William replied, feeling a semblance of relief not from fear of enemies, but rather from the dread of encountering civilians. Lowering his gun, William stepped into the corridor beyond the door. Alamis rummaged through the chaotic bar, discovering nothing of value aside from a ledger dampened by spilled liquor, indicating that the previous pirates had likely made off with the establishment's coin. Alamis tossed the ledger aside and hurried to catch up with William, his tone tinged with irritation. "William, you're not even an officer aboard the ship. Why concern yourself with supplies? When a captain organizes a crew to haul the wine back to the ship, you will have your share. After all this time ashore, instead of seeking something valuable, you're just fetching wine. I never knew you had such a fondness for drink." William shot him a sidelong glance. "What good is hoarding wealth when we're on the brink of death?" Alamis paused in surprise. "What do you mean?" "The Navy." William's expression darkened, burdened by the misfortune of having transmigrated as a fugitive, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Do those fools, whose intellect barely surpasses that of a goldfish, not find it curious that even if our ship were intact, they would still pursue us with their warship? Now, with one of our masts broken, how is it that we can elude a nearly undamaged naval vessel?" Alamis' face flushed, yet he pressed on. "Are you suggesting we haven't shaken those damn Navy men? Perhaps it's possible that the Navy has encountered misfortune while we have been fortuitous. They may have chanced upon a maritime disaster, or perhaps they lack navigational charts, inadvertently steering us toward this small island." William mused, pushing open the door to a bedroom and casually searching for valuables. Finding none, he seized a pillow and exited, continuing, "Yet I suspect the captain shares similar concerns. Have you not noticed? The captain, the navigator, and the other officers, along with their trusted confidants, have refrained from venturing deep into the town. They linger near the ship's periphery, while only a few reckless fools excitedly head toward the town's center, leaving the more astute old pirates wary of straying too far from the vessel." William spat disdainfully. Those fools running around like sheep would never make it to their ships if they ever spotted the Navy. Aramis, not one to be easily swayed, pondered for a moment and realized that William's assertion held some truth. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "Yet, you have mentioned that it is not entirely impossible for us to successfully evade the Navy." "Perhaps," William sighed in return, yet reiterated, "but caution begets no harm." Aramis nodded gravely, but soon noticed that William had stopped advancing and was instead turning to regard him. Confused, he inquired, "What is it?" William gave him an irritated shove, commanding, "Lead the way. Find the wine cellar." Once we locate it, let us haul a few barrels back to the ship. If the Navy truly arrives, we need not worry about being left behind. I will be curious to see who among those old dogs feels more foolish when they're captured by the Navy and hanged. Aramis hailed from a family that once operated a tavern, but after their bankruptcy led to his parents' demise at the hands of debt collectors, he took to the seas as a pirate. Thus, he possessed a deeper understanding of taverns regardless of how concealed the wine cellar might be. He could likely find it, and his literacy and numeracy skills, albeit rudimentary, were valuable in an era of scarce education. In contrast, the other members of William's motley crew had varied backgrounds. Akin was originally a fisherman, extorted by a gang akin to fishing tyrants. After a violent altercation resulted in a fatality, he opted to join the pirates. Despite lacking formal education, Akin could still recognize some written words, making him a semi-literate individual. The final member, a 17-year-old lad named Valen, was a farmer by trade and was wholly illiterate. Thus, in every situation, there are both adverse and favorable aspects. If one fixates solely on the latter, they may become overly optimistic, yet if one dwells only on the former, they risk becoming despondent and losing confidence. During the early days of his new life, William, echoing the resourcefulness of Robinson Crusoe who had been stranded on a deserted island, compiled a list in his mind, weighing both the good and the bad, intending to uplift his spirits and regain his resolve to survive. At the very least, this body is youthful and healthy, unlike the one he had in his previous life, ravaged by years of vice. Moreover, from his memories, he recalled having received a solid education and even some training in swordsmanship. Although the original owner of this body appeared somewhat lackadaisical and had not exerted much effort, this foundational knowledge enabled William to stand out aboard the pirate ship, a significant factor in his ascent to leadership within the small band. Starting from scratch, he was familiar with the process, having done so in his previous life. Now, though the challenges were greater, the potential for advancement was also more substantial. Aramis briefly surveyed the room before leading William to a courtyard behind the tavern. He crouched to examine the soil's markings and, after a moment, clapped his hands to capture William's attention, exclaiming with a hint of pride, "I found it." Aramis approached a grapevine trellis in the courtyard, brushed aside some debris, and lifted a small wooden plank obscured by weeds. The entrance to the cellar had been cleverly disguised, nestled in the shadows beneath the grapevines, easily overlooked by the untrained eye. Once the plank was removed, a narrow passageway emerged, shrouded in darkness. William hesitated before entering, shielding his eyes with his hand and squinting into the gloom. He remained in this position for several minutes, and, as Aramis grew impatient, William finally tossed a pillow down the passage into the inky cellar. As anticipated, the sudden intrusion of an unknown object sparked a commotion within the cellar. A loud bang echoed from within, startling Aramis, who then saw William beckoning him before boldly entering the cellar himself. William's earlier actions had been motivated by concern that someone might be hiding within the cellar. The passage was too narrow for more than one person to pass through, leaving no room for evasion. If someone lurked inside with a gun, they could easily target anyone who entered. He had deliberately waited several moments to heighten the tension, allowing any hidden occupant to become anxious, ultimately causing them to fire when the pillow was thrown in. The firearms employed in the EC were antiquated flintlock pistols, requiring considerable effort to reload. Upon hearing the gunshot, William wasted no time allowing the occupant to reload, swiftly crouching and plunging into the darkness of the cellar. The entrance was a narrow staircase, and in the blink of an eye, William dashed down, landing on solid ground. Just then, a figure emerged from behind a wooden beam beside the staircase, attempting to ambush him while he was still off balance. However, William had anticipated such a move, although the cellar was engulfed in darkness. He had prepared his eyes to adapt to the low light. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the assailant's weapon, and in a flash, his left hand shot out, grasping the assailant's wrist and pulling them towards him, thereby clearing the narrow staircase of the cellar. The light streaming in from the cellar door illuminated the assailant's face, allowing William to discern his features. The youth, no older than 14 or 15, appeared fierce and contorted, his expression one of desperation as he struggled to free himself from William's iron grip on his wrist. Without hesitation, William struck decisively with a blade to the youth's temple, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, and at that moment, Aramis swiftly followed suit, darting into the cellar through the space created by William. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of a middle-aged woman, her expression frozen in shock, brandishing a handgun aimed at the stairway leading down. The woman appeared momentarily paralyzed by fear, maintaining her stance with the weapon, from which tendrils of smoke still wafted, indicating it had recently been discharged. Recognizing the imminent threat, Aramis barked a sharp command and surged forward, deftly swatting the gun from her grasp with one hand while his other seized her by the throat. With a firm exertion of strength, he unceremoniously hurled her to the ground. Paying no heed to the disoriented woman, Aramis turned his attention to the surroundings, seeking any remaining adversaries. However, as his gaze fell upon a corner adorned with barrels of wine, a complex expression crossed his face, and he called out, "William!" William hurried over and followed Aramis's gaze, discovering a little girl hiding in the corner. She appeared to be around 10 years old, with a single, greasy braid, dressed in a flimsy dress in the damp and chilly cellar. Crouching on the ground, tears streamed down her face like a continuous line, while she desperately bit her clenched right hand to stifle her cries. Upon noticing William and Aramis, her sobs intensified, her body trembling uncontrollably, yet she remained silent, drawing her form inwards, making herself appear even smaller as if hoping that this would render her invisible to Aramis and William. William and Aramis exchanged a glance, after which Aramis quietly inquired, "What shall we do?" "First, let's bind them all," William replied in a grave tone. Aramis acknowledged with a nod and swiftly produced a length of rope from his pocket, securing the struggling woman to a wooden beam in the cellar. The woman, slender and possessing a certain allure, unwittingly became the object of Aramis's youthful indiscretion as he tied her up, a fact that went unnoticed by William. He turned his gaze towards the cellar door, where a series of footsteps approached. As the light dimmed, a vigilant Akin crouched and entered. Upon entering the cellar, Akin exchanged a glance with William, and together they asked in unison, "What happened?" William inquired of Akin whether something had transpired outside, while Akin, perplexed, wondered about the situation within the cellar. After a brief pause, Akin responded, "I just heard gunfire." "Nothing to worry about," William remarked, observing Aramis approaching the little girl, who was merely hiding a few individuals inside. At that moment, the girl, pretending to be an ostrich, could no longer maintain her facade. She cried out loudly, attempting to flee, yet Aramis swiftly captured her and bound her tightly. "Mama! Mama!" The girl's desperate cries echoed painfully within the confined cellar. The woman, hearing her pleas, sobbed quietly, but alas, her mouth was silenced by Aramis, leaving her to weep helplessly. Akin remained unfazed by the scene unfolding before him. In this world, the ocean, aside from its capricious weather that instilled fear in those who made their living upon its waters, was also home to various sea creatures, unknown and unseen by William in his previous life, lurking and poised to attack any living being on the surface. To William, Akin's former life resembled that of a fisherman in a horror film filled with man-eating sharks and piranhas, a reckless existence indeed, more than mere folly. It was akin to courting death. Encounters with pirates allowed for some semblance of communication among kindred spirits, yet facing ferocious sea beasts offered no chance for mercy. Since childhood, Akin had endured the hardships of life aboard a rudimentary wooden boat, bravely navigating the treacherous seas. His very essence bore the mark of a tenacity that disregarded the sanctity of his own life, thus he was not one to show mercy. Though Akin's expression remained unchanged, William furrowed his brow. Having spent some time with Akin, he had gleaned enough of his temperament to sense his unease. Akin, lowering his voice, cautioned, "William, if you cannot bear to see them fall into the hands of others, then perhaps—" He gestured with his hand across his throat, the implication unmistakable. William remained silent. Over the past few months of his piratical existence, he had participated in several naval battles, though these skirmishes were either against fellow pirates or the Navy. The brutality of combat on the battlefield starkly contrasted with the heinous act of murdering innocents in its aftermath. Before his transmigration, William was an ordinary man, not a serial killer. However, he found it difficult to hand these individuals over to other pirates, having spent a considerable time living among them. He was acutely aware of their moral fabric. Perhaps within the ranks of this world's pirates, there exist noble brigands or altruistic heroes, yet fundamentally, piracy is predominantly comprised of lawless rogues. When they choose to wager their lives upon the unpredictable seas, embracing a life where today may be their last, the constraints of societal law and morality diminish significantly. The ability to exercise self-restraint and refrain from indiscriminate slaughter is a rare virtue among pirates. Indeed, the rarity of such a trait cannot be overstated. No one would overestimate the ethical standards of those who survive by plundering. William was acutely aware that among the crew aboard this vessel, apart from a few young pirates, including himself, who had recently embarked and still harbored a semblance of moral integrity, the seasoned pirates who had tasted the thrill of plunder were, if not utterly depraved, certainly not far removed from it. Their captain, the one-eyed Danton, exemplified this moral decay even more profoundly. According to the tales told by the older pirates on board, Danton had set out to sea at a young age, much like William. However, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Captured by rival pirates, he had been relentlessly interrogated about the whereabouts of his comrades, yet he had refused to yield, enduring unspeakable torment that culminated in the loss of one eye. Upon his eventual escape, he discovered that he had been forsaken by his fellow pirates. From that moment on, Danton's approach to enemies and captives grew increasingly ruthless. Regardless of age or gender, those who fell into his grasp faced a death that was the most merciful of fates. This instilled a mixture of reverence and fear among the crew, who admired his indomitable spirit in the face of suffering while simultaneously dreading his merciless methods. Danton was not one to shy away from employing brutality to instill fear among the pirates, nor did he concern himself with the potential repercussions of such leadership tactics. Thus, should a woman, a youth, or a young girl find themselves at his mercy, it was likely that only the youth might be spared for some utilitarian purpose, while the other two would face a grim and agonizing demise. William cast a glance at the little girl, her mouth silenced and her body bound by Aramis. Ultimately, he approached the struggling woman, crouching before her. Initially, William let his eyelids droop slightly, as if observing the ground. However, he soon lifted his gaze, locking his eyes with the woman's, and coldly declared, "If you wish to spare both your life and your daughter's, remain silent and listen to my words." William was uncertain which of his threats had taken effect or if they all bore weight. Nonetheless, the woman soon fell silent, her fearful gaze fixed upon him. "I harbor no desire to harm women and children, yet I cannot assure you that others outside will adhere to my principles. If we remove the liquor from this place, we shall not return. You must remain hidden here, and no other pirates will come. Once we depart, you will be safe." After William concluded his statement, the woman exhibited no reaction, seemingly unable to believe that fortune might favor her so greatly. "Do you comprehend what I have conveyed?" William inquired as he rose. The woman's gaze remained locked on his face, her head instinctively tilting upward. Upon hearing his question, she unconsciously nodded. William tore away the cloth stuffed in the woman's mouth and turned his gaze toward the youth, who had previously been struck unconscious by him and remained in slumber. "Now bound alongside Aramis," he remarked, "once he awakens, it would be prudent for you to clarify matters with him. My intention is not to take your lives, however. Should you attract other pirates and place me in a compromising position, I shall not hesitate to act." The woman, already paralyzed with fear, dared not utter a sound, lest she incur William's wrath. Instead, she paled and nodded incessantly. William was unable to discern whether his threats were merely verbal or if he would truly resort to violence when the moment arrived. It is often said that one must uphold their moral principles, and the choice of the word uphold suggests that such principles are not easily maintained with a moment's lapse. They can be easily shattered by external forces or by oneself. Pirates, for the most part, are a band of bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. And within their worldview, compassion is equated with weakness. William was reluctant to reveal his empathy in the presence of such individuals. William ceased all communication with the woman in the cellar, gesturing for Aramis and Akin to join him in removing the wine from the underground chamber. The three of them exited the cellar, and William did not mention unbinding the few civilians left behind. His earlier words were primarily a precaution against their potential attempts to escape their bindings. He was not so naive as to believe that releasing them would ensure they would remain obedient in the cellar. Upon reaching the courtyard, Aramis suddenly addressed William, saying, "Even if you do this, they will not express gratitude once they are rescued. You, being so astute, should comprehend this. William, I truly fail to understand you." William did not disguise the disdain on his face as he replied, "I have no need for their gratitude. I merely detest this locust-like existence. We are truly a source of loathing for all." Akin, who had remained silent until now, remarked, "Such is the nature of pirates." Aramis offered no words, merely shrugging his shoulders in a gesture of agreement. William remained silent. Agin and Aramis, constrained by their limited perspective, continued to adhere to the simplistic notion that soldiers are soldiers and pirates are pirates. Naval forces ought to perform their designated duties, while pirates should engage in their own pursuits. However, William understood that these were merely labels, subject to change based on actions rather than the other way around. Such labels should never confine one's potential. The external designations and perceptions will inevitably evolve with the shifting tides of circumstance. William harbored a subtle suspicion that the naval commander pursuing their band of pirates was an astute individual, adept at navigating complexities. Upon the trio's return to the tavern, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene that awaited them. The individual they had left to keep watch, Valen, a stout young man just 18 years of age, bore a conspicuous bald head that seemed to glisten under the sun's rays. At that moment, he appeared troubled as he restrained the wrists of a woman who was struggling vigorously against him. The woman, whose hands were bound behind her back by Valen, was disheveled and poorly dressed. William surmised that she was a young and attractive lady, though he could only speculate based on the half of her face that was visible. One cheek was swollen, bearing a distinct handprint, while her right eye was completely swollen shut, revealing merely a narrow slit. Blood oozed from her nose and the corner of her mouth, staining her surroundings. This gruesome sight made it difficult for William to discern her original beauty. Her finely crafted garments had evidently been torn apart by brute force, and her exposed skin was marred with bruises and bite marks, creating a rather distressing spectacle. Valen, accustomed to laboring in the fields and possessing considerable strength, found the girl's futile struggles to be increasingly feeble, her arms merely flailing in vain. William furrowed his brow once more, setting down the barrel of wine as he approached Valen and inquired, "What is the matter?" Upon speaking, he noticed a blood-stained dagger discarded on the ground, presumably taken from the kitchen, and he further questioned Valen, "Are you injured?" "No," Valen replied honestly, shaking his head. The woman suddenly burst in wielding the knife, and it was already smeared with blood at that moment. Observing William scrutinizing the marks on the girl's face, Valen added, as if to justify himself, "She was like this when she entered. I did not harm her. She appeared terrified upon seeing me and seemed intent on taking her own life with the knife, so I subdued her." William uttered a low curse, and at that moment, Aramis and Akin set down their barrels and approached. Aramis, possessing a sharp intellect and having spent the longest time aboard the pirate ship among them, quickly grasped the situation. Much like William, with a hint of irritation, he remarked to Valen, "Fool, you should have allowed her to take her own life." Valen, oblivious to the reproach in Aramis's tone, replied earnestly, "I didn't have time to stop her initially. If she were capable of taking that step, she would have already done so." Upon hearing Valen's words, the girl struggled even more fiercely, her face a mixture of regret and fear. "Where did she run off to?" "I believe I just saw her dash into the tavern." William had yet to devise a means to deal with the girl when an uproar erupted outside the tavern, drawing ever closer. Moments later, the tavern door was violently kicked open. After enduring a day of misfortunes, the door could no longer withstand the humiliation and fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Several heavy boots trampled over it without a hint of courtesy, and under the guidance of a leader, a group of imposing pirates filed in. Almost simultaneously with the door's collapse, William sprang to his feet. Seizing the opportunity while the other three pirates were distracted, he swiftly approached the woman. William, Valen, who was closest, reacted the quickest. But before he could voice his confusion, he witnessed William draw his knife and plunge it into the girl's body. The swordsmanship he had inherited from the memories of the body's original owner had never felt so lucid. The blade pierced the girl's vital points with precision and swiftness, and he had minimized her suffering to the greatest extent possible. Aramis gasped, and the newly entered pirates caught sight of this scene, erupting into furious shouts. William vaguely heard one voice command them to halt, but all his focus remained on the girl, watching as her expression shifted from terror to bewilderment. She blinked her uninjured left eye, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. William blinked in response, yet nothing emerged from his own eyes. The sound of slicing air grew nearer. William exerted force to withdraw his blade, which was now stained with blood, and raised it to block a descending cut from a pirate's sword. The attacker was the leader of the intruding pirates, bare-chested, showcasing a physique of solid muscle, with a shallow knife wound on his chest that bled profusely. Unfazed, he glared at William with gritted teeth, wielding his weapon in one hand. After William parried his attack, he did not continue to assault but seized the girl's shoulder, which Valen had instinctively released, and tossed her towards his companions. Several pirates clumsily caught her, one inspecting her condition before angrily addressing the pirate confronting William, second mate. This girl is dead. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? The pirate known as second mate, Barnard, glared furiously, his eyes aflame. He had chased them from another street, driven by an insatiable desire for the beautiful lady, only to find her slain by William's hand, igniting his wrath. What's wrong, second mate? Have you developed a taste for conversing with the deceased? William retorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Barnard. Do you dare speak back to me, William? Barnard sneered, his rage morphing into mockery. Do you think that by clinging to a bunch of inexperienced brats, you've become significant aboard the ship? The pirates behind Barnard, equally consumed by anger, began to draw their weapons, gradually encircling William and his companions with malicious intent. Aramis, Akin, and Valen raised their weapons, their expressions betraying a vigilant awareness of their former allies' treachery. Hey, let us talk this out, second mate. Aramis attempted to ease the tension, but Barnard dismissed him entirely. Now you fear. Barnard grinned cruelly, preparing to command his men to slaughter William's group when a synchronized shout interrupted him. The roar drowned out the screams of women, the clamor of overturned furniture, and the hurried footsteps echoing through the streets. The navy is coming. The common folk are sheep. The pirates are wolves, but now a cry rang out. Hunters bearing firearms have arrived. The sudden shout caused all the pirates within the tavern to freeze. The two factions, once poised for battle, exchanged glances, and then as if in unison, they turned and fled outside. At this juncture, William no longer considered the issue of supplies. What good was drink when one's life was at stake? The streets were teeming with pirates. The experienced ones reacted swiftly, racing towards the docks, while the slower novices wore expressions of confusion. Barnard's earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by a palpable panic, yet William had no time to gloat. He was too focused on running for his life. The Denton pirate crew, to which William belonged, had never stood a chance against the pursuing navy. Now, with their vessel damaged and supplies dwindling, they found themselves cornered at the dock during a plunder. The pirates, disheartened and lacking the strength to fight, clearly understood their dire predicament. Their captain, Denton, had previously been seen lingering near the docks on the outskirts of the town, likely contemplating a retreat as the situation grew precarious. Any other pirates who could not make it aboard would undoubtedly be left behind. Fortunately, William had prepared for this eventuality. He and his companions, Akin, Aramis, and Veron, were not far from the dock. After a brief sprint, they spotted the dock and the pirate ship setting sail. "Damn it!" exclaimed Barmond and Aramis in unison. Luckily, the multi-masted ship required time and manpower to set in motion, and with the crew currently sparse, the tattered vessel, resembling a legendary ghost ship, only began to move once William and Barmond's groups had boarded. Some recently arrived pirates stood on the shore, pleading loudly for the ship to halt, while a few even leaped into the water, desperately swimming towards the pirate vessel, yet it was evident they would never catch up. Under the command of the navigator, William and his fellow pirates manipulated the ropes and adjusted the sails. Captain Danton was also present on deck, yet he remained oblivious to the faint cries for help carried by the wind. Those cast adrift had little hope of escaping the relentless pursuit of the navy. On this unfamiliar island, they were like fish in a barrel. As the pirate ship departed the dock, the navy's warships came into sight, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over the pirates aboard. There was no way they could evade the navy's pursuit in this dilapidated vessel. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the navy did not pursue them but merely fired a few symbolic cannon shots before heading towards the island. In the town, the remaining pirates had been eradicated, yet the survivors showed no signs of relief. They gathered at the dock, watching as Navy soldiers, dressed in sailor uniforms and blue neckerchiefs, transported various supplies and valuables ashore. The Navy's commander, though of short stature, exuded authority, clad in a white coat adorned with golden tassels, casually puffing on a cigar while seated on an inconspicuous sofa. Observing the soldiers as they busily carried goods in and out of the town, contentedly exhaling smoke rings. Among the cargo were spoils taken from various places by the pirates, but far more had just been seized from this very town. Clearly, the diminutive commander had no intention of returning anything to the local residents. The townsfolk had just endured a brutal looting, their spirits shaken, and they dared not voice their grievances. After a considerable time, the surviving mayor, amid the crowd's nudging, mustered the courage to approach the short commander. The mayor, with his graying hair and frail frame, stood tall but hunched over, worried about provoking the commander. He spoke cautiously. "Commander, the townspeople are immensely grateful for your assistance in driving away the pirates, and we would like to invite you and your soldiers to the tavern for a drink as a token of our appreciation." The little commander raised an eyebrow at the mayor's suggestion, considering it. "That sounds agreeable. Once we have attended to matters here, we shall visit," he replied. The mayor, rubbing his hands nervously, ventured, "Since you have just defeated the pirates, it would be wise for you to rest. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with the inventory of goods. The residents can retrieve their belongings." As the mayor spoke, the atmosphere grew tense. An officer recording the accounts paused, glancing over, while several nearby soldiers turned their attention towards the mayor, their expressions not particularly friendly, causing him to hunch even lower. The little commander waved his hand, instructing the officer to continue with his notes, then addressed the mayor with a sardonic smile. "These items are the pirates' plunder, and we have recorded them for public restitution. But these goods were just taken from the town." The mayor attempted to interject, but the commander brusquely interrupted him. Jabbing a finger into his shoulder, "Can you assert that all of these are indeed your town's possessions?" The mayor instinctively shook his head. "In that case, we must take these spoils with us. We cannot simply take your word for it. Once we have thoroughly investigated, we shall return what belongs to your town." The mayor opened his mouth, but he dared not voice his disbelief that the commander would return anything. The commander, losing interest in the discussion, ordered 2 burly soldiers to seize the mayor and remove him from his presence. At that moment, an officer approached the little commander, reporting in hushed tones, "We have searched everywhere. No pirate possesses a nautical chart, indicating that there are no navigators among them." The little commander chuckled. "I suspected as much. It seems those pirates are not entirely foolish. They must have realized we are driving them away. Should we allow them to continue pillaging the villages?" "We'll decide on that when we reach the next village," the little commander replied, gazing at the growing mound of goods at the dock, proudly stating, "Let these ruffians gather more spoils for us. We might as well make the most of their efforts before their inevitable demise." As William had thought, in an environment devoid of order, who could claim that pirates were destined solely for destruction and plunder, or that the Navy would inevitably protect the innocent? On board the Danton pirate ship, the crew finally distanced themselves from the Navy and the ravaged town. After tirelessly working on deck, William finally had a moment to rest. However, as fate would have it, while walking through the ship's corridor, he encountered the second mate, Barnard, who, clearly recognizing him, rudely bumped shoulders with William, emanating a sense of provocation. Yet, both Barnard and William understood that this was not the time for conflict. Should a skirmish arise, not only would the pursuing Navy intervene, but the captain would undoubtedly take a dim view of their actions. Thus, Barnard refrained from further confrontation, and seeing William's lack of reaction, he smirked triumphantly, as if he had achieved a great victory, before continuing on his way. William stood still for a moment, observing the receding figure of Beaumont, and let out a derisive smile. William returned to his cabin to rest, for many pirates had been cast aside. The room, originally occupied by 5, now housed only him and Wallen, who had long succumbed to slumber, emitting loud snores. Exhausted from a day's toil, William collapsed onto his hammock and soon fell into a deep sleep. It is uncertain how much time passed, but gradually, William's consciousness began to stir. He opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, with only a faint source of light ahead. Approaching the illumination, he discovered it to be an intersection, indistinguishable from a typical country path. The most notable difference was the absence of lanterns or torches in this pitch-black environment. The origin of the light remained a mystery. Directly opposite to where William had come from stood 3 wooden signboards, each leading to a different path, extending in 3 distinct directions without convergence. William did not appear overly surprised. This peculiar place had manifested in his dreams on the first night of the naval pursuit against his pirate crew, the Denton pirates. Initially, he had dismissed it, attributing it to the worries that plagued his mind during the day, believing it to be merely a product of his anxieties regarding the naval chase and his identity as a time traveler. However, when William found himself in this identical location once more the following night, he finally recognized that this was not an ordinary dream. There was no reason for him to inexplicably visit the same place 2 nights in a row, especially with a lucid awareness that allowed him to vividly recall the details of his nocturnal visions the next morning. William was not an exceedingly optimistic individual. Quite the contrary. He was a person of heightened vigilance. He not only recognized at once that this was a secret he must steadfastly guard, akin to his identity as a time traveler, but he also scrutinized with meticulous care the purpose of this intersection that had manifested solely within his dreams. The emergence of this enigmatic place was as perplexing as his sudden transition, devoid of any guides or introductory assistance. Were there a system for user reviews? He would undoubtedly assign it the lowest rating and lodge a complaint. Regrettably, the reality dictated that he must navigate this locale by piecing together his experiences post-transformation and the clues hinted at through the content of the notice board. Embarking on a journey of conjecture and exploration, William approached the first notice board on his left, and as he drew near, he could discern that the path behind the board was obscured by a thin mist. It was difficult to notice from a distance, but he had previously attempted to pass through it, and knew that while the mist appeared as if a mere breath could disperse it, one had to fulfill the conditions inscribed upon the notice board. Otherwise, no amount of effort would suffice to penetrate it. The wooden board still bore the marks of craftsmanship, suggesting it had recently been made, and it was engraved with a series of small characters. In the face of despair, a true warrior knows no fear. You choose to unite the Danton pirate crew, becoming the new captain, leading the remnants to defeat the pursuing navy and embark upon the path of a pirate noble. Requirements: 30 fragile threads of fate, 20 resilient threads of fate, 1 unique thread of fate. Reward: robustness, heroic aura. William had perused the contents of the first notice board multiple times, his gaze fleetingly skimming over the path and the seemingly profound words of reward, but ultimately fixating upon the critical requirements. This was undoubtedly the criterion for traversing the mist. Having experimented with it several times before, he adeptly raised his right hand and placed it upon the notice board. He observed 6 delicate threads materializing from the void, one end converging at the back of his hand while the other extended into the darkness. Among them, 3 silver threads appeared exceedingly fragile. A mere flick of his wrist caused them to snap, only to gradually reconnect under an unseen force. These were the fragile threads of fate mentioned on the board. Additionally, there was 1 golden thread and 2 silver threads that were considerably sturdier. When he gently plucked them with his left index finger, they produced a resonant sound akin to a stringed instrument. The golden thread, apart from its strength, shimmered with a subtle golden hue, making it quite conspicuous. These represented the resilient and unique threads of fate. Each thread of fate presumably symbolized an individual's destiny. As they drew closer to William, their fates intertwined with his, the degree of connection determined by familiarity and recognition. The 3 exceptionally robust and resilient threads evidently represented Akin, Aramis, and Valen, who were closely bound to William, forming a tight-knit group aboard the vessel, sharing in each other's fortunes. The 3 fragile threads, on the other hand, likely corresponded to those he had interacted with during his time aboard, individuals who had shown a modicum of recognition and closeness to him. Yet such bonds were tenuous and could easily dissipate. William sighed, recalling that during his last exploration, there had been 5 fragile threads. He wondered if the disappearance of 2 was due to the abandonment of 2 individuals at the dock or some other cause, ultimately resulting in the loss of those 2 fragile threads. The threads of fate gradually faded as William's right hand withdrew from the notice board, and he proceeded to the second board. Enduring hardship and nurturing ambition, life is never a smooth journey. You choose to relinquish futile resistance and surrender to the Navy. Perhaps in prison, you may encounter unexpected adventures, embarking upon an uncertain path. Requirements: find and eliminate a person possessing a unique thread of fate. Reward: supporting role aura. The content of this notice board served as a pivotal testament to William's conjecture regarding the connection between the threads of fate and individuals. Although William had only intermittently watched a few episodes of One Piece during his school days, and the details had faded from memory, the subsequent explosion of information in the digital age, coupled with his fragmented recollections and the bombardment of mobile game advertisements, allowed him to grasp certain distinctive elements of this fantastical world. After a period of observation following his transmigration, he ultimately discerned his current location, the world of One Piece. Reminiscent of the age of exploration, the individual possessing a unique thread of fate was likely a character of significance within the original narrative, prominently featured throughout the storyline. specifically akin. William recalled seeing a character with similar physical traits in the animation, also named akin, and the luminous thread connecting him now evidently belonged to him. William then turned his gaze towards the final notice board, escaping from the jaws of the tiger. The wise tread with greater caution. You chose to distance yourself from the pirate crew, charting a new course after evading the relentless pursuit of the Danton pirates and the Navy. Requirements: 1 strand of resilient fate thread, 1 strand of unique fate thread. Reward: lightning reflection. William stood before the final notice board for an extended period, as this was a newly emerged board, corroborating his previously nebulous suspicions. These so-called paths were likely manifesting in accordance with the vague thoughts and notions swirling in his mind, serving as more concrete choices presented to him. The segment concerning the wine cellar was merely a delightful Easter egg for seasoned readers, and it is unlikely to reappear in subsequent chapters, so there is no need to fret over it. The existence of a system is intended to provide the protagonist with a means to acquire talents through effort. I understand that some readers may harbor reservations about the system. However, in my design, the system merely assists William, an ordinary person in his past life, in breaking through his limitations without becoming a mindless powerhouse. For instance, consider the concept of conqueror's hockey. It is either predetermined by birth or reliant on parental influence, or it can be counterbalanced by a system-like entity. Weighing these options, I chose the latter. The 3 paths before William were all thoughts and ideas that had subtly emerged in his mind. The first, a counterattack in dire straits, likely stemmed from William's imaginative spirit, influenced by films and novels he had encountered in his previous life. The narratives often depict protagonists overcoming insurmountable challenges, inspiring his unconscious fantasies. Regrettably, these were mere figments of imagination. Upon rational reflection, he recognized their impracticality. Even if he was not well versed in the intricacies of One Piece, he at least understood it to be a fantasy-themed shonen manga, where significant characters often undertake perilous missions alone, capable of toppling formidable structures. While he was unsure of the extent of the characters' martial prowess, he was certain they far surpassed anything he had known in his past existence. William was merely a white-collar worker, occasionally visiting the gym. He was neither an assassin nor a special forces operative. He lacked knowledge on how to train himself to become an anonymous savior in this foreign world. His ability to maintain his footing on the pirate ship relied on the original owner's foundational swordsmanship. However, from the memories he painstakingly sifted through, it appeared that the original owner had not been particularly diligent in their training, resulting in William's current prowess being merely that of a lowly fish among the masses. If this mysterious and enigmatic space truly represented the manifestation of life's choices, a bifurcation of his destiny, then it must not be regarded superficially as a mere golden opportunity for his transmigration. He should not fixate on the dubious rewards whose effects remained unverified, allowing himself to be led astray by something whose efficacy was yet to be proven. To become the new captain, he would need to defeat or even kill Danton, subsequently confronting the Navy. Inevitably, William would find himself on the Navy's wanted list, leading a life indistinguishable from that of ordinary East Blue pirate crews, one devoid of time and leisure for study and cultivation, perpetually evading the Navy's pursuit, and gradually accumulating a bounty through relentless plundering, ultimately facing an insurmountable foe, leading to his demise. Whether a true warrior can indeed be fearless remains uncertain to William. However, he is certain that true foolishness also embodies a lack of fear. The first notice board and the paths it concealed, despite being the only one with 2 so-called rewards, could likely represent the most unfavorable outcome. In this light, the requirements listed on the notice board serve as a protective measure for William, preventing him from acting foolishly. The 20 strands of resilient fate and 30 strands of fragile fate represent his need for 20 subordinates loyal to him and 30 fence-sitters inclined toward his cause. It is crucial to note that the ship harbors fewer than 100 souls, and given the current challenges, that number dwindles further. Meeting these requirements would indicate that at least half the crew stood with William, providing a foundation for him to usurp authority and achieve his initial objective. Without this framework, William, being impulsive, might have recklessly pursued power against the Navy alone, likely ending up captured by his fellow pirates and delivered to Danton, where he would be reduced to a mere pulp. Not only would he fail to accomplish his task and claim the rewards, but he might also lose his life in the process. William pondered silently, contemplating that, in this light. The second path of enduring hardship and waiting for opportunity was not viable. This course seemed to stem from a confession reminiscent of his past life, however. The Navy in this realm was evidently not akin to the police of his former existence, as the principles of order and law diverged significantly. Who could predict the circumstances that might arise from a genuine confession? Moreover, the prerequisites entailed the elimination of an individual possessing a unique thread of fate, which clearly referred to a kin who had already aligned himself with William. How could he possibly choose to sever his own arm? Thus, the third path of escaping from peril emerged as the most congruous with William's perspective. In times past, extricating oneself from a pirate crew would have posed significant challenges. Pirate ships are not leisurely vessels one can simply board or disembark at whim, particularly with the current crew led by Captain Denton, a ruthless and seasoned pirate. William felt acutely aware that he was no match for him. Even in the event of an escape, he would likely find himself ensnared. Yet, the atmosphere aboard the ship was fraught with anxiety, as each member harbored their own clandestine thoughts, presenting an unexpected opportunity. As an obscure member of a lesser-known pirate crew, William was overlooked by both the world government and the Navy, and thus would not attract any bounties, should he succeed in his escape. He would also have the chance to amass knowledge for the future. The original owner of William's body, with only a superficial understanding of swordsmanship acquired through hasty study, was able to establish a foothold on the pirate ship, barely making a name for himself. This underscores the significance of cultivation and learning, yet such endeavors require time. William placed his hand upon the third notice board, and the threads of fate reemerged. The prerequisites for escaping the jaws of the tiger consisted of one unique thread of destiny and one sturdy thread of fate, both of which William had already secured. As he moved, the thin mist at the crossroads gradually dissipated, revealing the path to the unknown in its entirety before him. William inhaled deeply and slowly stepped onto the path he had chosen, suddenly sensing something. He glanced back and noticed that the darkness had reclaimed the area he had just vacated, swiftly enveloping the small clearing and the 3 notice boards within it. A flicker of curiosity struck him. What would happen if he chose not to act in accordance with the directives on the boards? Yet, William dared not experiment recklessly. No one could predict whether this enigmatic space might encounter a glitch, potentially leading to a catastrophic collapse akin to a malfunctioning game, the consequences of which were unfathomable. On board the Denton pirate cruise ship, at Aramis's soft call, William gradually opened his eyes. The frantic rush through the dreamscape had not hindered his restoration of energy, though initially disoriented. His gaze quickly regained its sharpness. "Where's Akin?" William inquired after rising from his hammock. "Just as you instructed upon boarding," he asked, watching the small boat. Aramis replied with a yawn. Observing Valen still lost in slumber, he could not help but irritably slap the top of his bald head, producing a crisp sound. "Wake up. It's your turn to keep watch." Valen groaned and sluggishly rose, still half dreaming and mumbling to himself. Ignoring his companion, who was only half aware, Aramis turned to William and proposed. "With just 4 of us, dividing the watch into 2 shifts seems excessively burdensome. We won't last long like this. What if we split into 4 shifts instead?" "Absolutely not." William firmly rejected the notion. "In a matter of days, no matter how arduous it becomes, we must endure. Do you wish to share the fate of this ship?" Aramis acquiesced, then leaned in conspiratorially, adopting the tone of someone exchanging clandestine information. "William, do you truly believe the captain intends to abandon us? After our encounter with the naval ship, even the dimmest among us can discern the truth. They are likely rushing us to plunder villages and seize our spoils. The Navy isn't in a hurry to eradicate us, yet they cannot overlook us either. A pirate ship with a crew of rogues is a significant target, while the Navy has yet to solidify its resolve. The only chance to evade their gaze lies in departing from this vessel," William explained, shrugging his shoulders. "You witnessed the captain's demeanor at the dock. Do you think he is oblivious to all this? Can he truly harden his heart? I cannot ascertain how many he would take with him. I worry about leaving you all to keep watch alone. Should trouble arise, we would struggle to respond," William said, patting Aramis on the shoulder. Noticing the weariness etched on Aramis's face, he added, "You should rest here for now. I will summon Akin to join you shortly." Aramis nodded, yawning, and promptly collapsed onto William's hammock, while William gently led Valen out of the room. A sense of unease permeated the Denton pirate cruise ship, exacerbated by a lack of supplies. Water and food had been rationed, and ironically, those traversing this vast ocean felt as if they were stranded in the heart of a desert, with cracked lips and haggard faces. However, perhaps it was precisely this dire situation that kept the ill-tempered pirates from quarreling and brawling each day. The mere task of managing the heavy sails and ropes drained their dwindling energy. William and his companions were not much different from the rest. Supplies posed a significant dilemma for everyone aboard, which was precisely why he refrained from seizing the opportunity to depart. The small boat was unsuitable for long voyages and could carry only a limited amount of provisions. Moreover, to avoid alarming other pirates, The resources that William and his crew could transport were further restricted, without a clear destination or knowledge of where they could replenish their supplies. Venturing into the vast ocean aboard an under-resourced vessel was nothing short of a reckless gamble with their lives. Navigational logs, which contained invaluable information about maritime routes and island locations, were typically entrusted to those in positions of authority, such as the captain. Ever since their last encounter with the Navy, William had observed Captain Denton periodically inspecting the small boat, understanding that the captain sought to ensure the safety of this sole escape route. However, he had not anticipated Denton's remarkable composure. Nearly 2 weeks had passed without any action. On this particular night, while keeping watch alongside Valen, William's hopes were ignited as he spotted the figures he had longed to see, 3 tall men stealthily approaching under the cover of darkness, carefully placing items onto the small boat. Fatigued, William's reaction was sluggish. It took him a moment to regain his senses. He hastily nudged the somewhat dazed Valen, urging him to wake Akin and Aramis. Once Valen hurried off, William cleared his throat softly and stepped out from the shadows. In the stillness of the night, his unexpected cough startled the 3 busy figures, freezing them in place as if struck by a spell. They turned to face William, and upon recognizing him, one of them could not suppress a low growl, exclaiming, "You again!" William squinted as he observed the scene. The dim light had obscured his vision, and he had not recognized the figure before him until now. To his surprise, it was none other than his acquaintance, the second mate, Barnard, with whom he had recently clashed. Alongside Barnard stood another familiar face, the ship's navigator, Gore. Barnard, filled with animosity towards William for disrupting his plans twice, instinctively reached for his weapon upon seeing him, only to be restrained by Denton, who placed a firm hand upon his shoulder. Denton, wearing a half-smile, assessed the fearless demeanor of William, who stood unperturbed in the presence of the 3 men. He understood that William was aware of their intentions and that they could not afford to create a commotion. Doing so would rouse the other pirates aboard, leaving all 3 of them with no means of escape. "What brings you here, William?" Denton inquired, maintaining his grip on Barnard's shoulder. "Isn't it your shift to keep watch tonight? I noticed that the captain hasn't assigned anyone to the night watch these past few days. Fearing you might have forgotten amidst your myriad worries, I took the liberty of standing guard," William replied with a slight chuckle. "It seems you haven't forgotten. It was a deliberate choice." The situation was clear, apart from the obstinate Barnard. The astute Denton and Gore had quickly deduced that William was likely aware of their scheme and had positioned himself accordingly. Thus, when the navigator Gore spoke, his words dripped with sardonic amusement. "I never realized you were such a perceptive individual. Captain, shall we depart?" William, ignoring Gore's taunt, felt a faint sound of approaching footsteps and smiled wider, addressing Denton. "What do you say we all leave together?" At that moment, Valen appeared from around the corridor, his head glistening, followed closely by Akin and Aramis, weapons at the ready. The 4 young pirates stood defiantly against Denton and his seasoned companions. Denton, a pirate captain, bore the marks of a life spent at sea, his face weathered and worn, with a stubbled jaw and graying hair tousled by the sea breeze. At first glance, he resembled an ordinary fisherman, but his right eye was a cold, lifeless prosthetic. As Denton's lone functional eye fixed on William, its icy gaze was so penetrating that one might question which eye was real and which was false. The air grew tense, silence enveloping them as Denton pondered William's proposition, which was, in truth, a veiled threat. Just as William's vigilance heightened with the expectation of an imminent confrontation, Denton finally spoke. "Very well, I shall take you with us." "Captain," Barnard protested, his voice laced with discontent. "I am in charge here." Denton shot Barnard a fierce glare, whispering just low enough for his 2 companions to hear. "We will deal with matters once we are ashore." Simultaneously, William lowered his voice, discreetly instructing Akin, Aramis, and Valen, "Wait for my signal before you act." The small wooden boats that had once been part of the pirate ship had suffered severe damage in a previous naval battle, leaving only 2 intact. Denton's original plan had been for the 3 of them to take one boat while sinking the other, preventing the remaining pirates from following suit and forcing them to divert the Navy's attention. Now, however, he had to abandon that notion, opting to have the 4 of them split into 2 boats, with himself and Barnard in one, while William, Akin, and Valen took the other. Once aboard, they rowed swiftly, distancing themselves from the larger vessel. William surveyed their small boat and noticed that Denton and the others had not brought many supplies, prompting him to inquire, "Is there enough food and water, Captain?" Denton seemed amused by William's continued formality, chuckling as he replied, "The provisions aboard were already scarce. I couldn't bear to take too much, lest I leave those remaining without means. The island we seek is less than a 2-day journey away. We should have sufficient supplies for the sea leg. However, what we find once we reach the island is uncertain. Akin scoffed at Denton's pretense, dismissing him with a derisive snort. Denton's single eye shifted to Akin, a mischievous glint in it. What is it, young man? Unable to accept reality? I recall you were once a fisherman. Surely you understand the frustration of laboring tirelessly only to find your nets torn and inadequate for repair. You must realize that the strength gained from a life at sea is of little use when faced with tax collectors and rival fishermen. It merely makes it easier for you to fall into crime. Did you think all pirates venture out to sea for some lofty dream of becoming the pirate king? Who knows if that notion was birthed from madness on his deathbed? We are the despised pirates, hunted by the Navy, and forced to clash with our peers. The Navy calls us rats and wild dogs, surviving in the cracks of society. Denton spat into the sea, continuing, those damned seagulls speak the truth. I chose to be a pirate to survive. And let me tell you, after years of existing in a suffocating crevice like I have, you will learn that humans can be far more terrifying than rats or wild dogs. To survive, one will stop at nothing. I have left them ample supplies. That is already an act of mercy. Akin, at a loss for words, found Denton's rhetoric distasteful, but struggled to formulate a response. William, upon hearing this, chuckled knowingly and remarked, Captain, you are merely fearful of depleting the supplies too much. Leaving the crew in a desperate predicament, aimlessly circling without continuing the voyage, thus failing to attract the attention of the Navy. After Denton and his companions had taken the last lifeboat from the ship, the remaining pirates were left with but two options, either to embrace a notion of mutual destruction, seeking out Denton and his crew to exact revenge on their forsaken captain, or to adhere to the sole seemingly viable path, continuing their journey to find another refuge. Denton had deliberately taken only the second mate, Bermond, while leaving the first mate, who possessed a modicum of navigational knowledge, behind to prevent the pirates from fragmenting into disarray, thus providing a semblance of leadership to sustain their voyage and evade the Navy. After a moment of silence, Denton, his voice slightly hoarse, spoke. The situation aboard merely presents us with the choice of dying together. Do you truly believe that if we all remain, we could overpower the Navy? You are a wise man, William. In the East China Sea, there has never been a shortage of those driven to desperation, forced to take risks. As long as you continue to follow me, we can easily rally our forces once again, perhaps even to greater heights than before. If need be, we shall seek out this band of Navy men later to avenge those left behind. William's gaze flickered, as if he were genuinely contemplating Denton's proposal. Upon hearing this, Barman remained silent, merely spitting into the sea, his dissatisfaction evident. The crew aboard the vessel exchanged little conversation thereafter, taking turns to row as they sailed toward their destination under the guidance of the navigator. Although Denton had attempted to recruit William, both parties continued to regard each other with suspicion. Thus, another day and night passed, and on that morning, the weary William and Denton finally spotted a small island in the distance. Excitement surged through them, revitalizing their spirits and quickening their rowing pace. However, taking advantage of Denton and Barman's momentary distraction, William signaled to Akin. When their vessel was still a few hundred meters from the island, William suddenly sprang into action from the stern, first whistling, then drawing his curved blade and striking Barman's shoulder with a swift blow. Barman, taken by surprise, let out a cry of pain and fell backward. Unfortunately for William, his hasty attack lacked the necessary force due to the constraints of the small boat and his own fatigue. Although Barman was wounded, he did not lose his fighting spirit. Leveraging his fall, he created distance and seized his own blade, striking fiercely toward William's midsection without even drawing its sheath. William, you truly possess courage. On the other side, as soon as William made his move, Akin swiftly brandished a dagger and lunged at Denton. However, Denton's reflexes and vigilance far surpassed Barman's, allowing him to evade Akin's assault. With a feral roar, he bellowed, you dare to rebel with a mere handful of lackeys. Denton easily repelled Akin and took a step back to the bow of the small boat, retrieving a preloaded flintlock pistol from his coat and aiming it at Akin. Akin, having previously conferred with William, reacted quickly. Seeing his ambush thwarted and Denton draw his weapon, he unhesitatingly leaped into the sea. Realizing he had lost his target, Denton redirected his aim toward William, only to see him mirroring Akin's actions, nimbly diving into the water. Cursing under his breath, Denton turned his attention to another small boat where Valen and Alamus, having heard William's whistle, launched their assault on the navigator, Gore. Despite their 2-on-1 advantage and stealth, they were unable to subdue Gore immediately due to their inferior strength. Denton aimed his gun at Alamus, but unexpectedly, the boat jolted violently, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the sea. Caught off guard, Denton gulped down a mouthful of salty seawater. But what startled him more was the agile silhouette of Akin swimming toward him. As a pirate captain accustomed to life at sea, Denton's swimming skills were not poor. However, they paled in comparison to Akin, who had grown up by the shore, fishing daily. Denton's years of pirating had not been in vain. His combat experience and physical prowess surpassed those of William and Akin. Thus, from the outset, William had planned to exploit his strengths against Denton's weaknesses. In William's eyes, the outdated flintlock pistol was useless in the water. Denton intended to hurl it at Akin as he swam closer. Yet in the water, the weapon lacked force, allowing Akin to evade it effortlessly. Akin swiftly reached Denton's side, skillfully dodging Denton's grasp, and positioned himself behind him. One hand grasped Denton's neck, while the other sought to pry at his singular eye. In a moment of panic, Denton attempted to shield his face from Akin's grasping hand, struggling fiercely, yet he remained oblivious to William, who had also submerged, silently approaching with a dagger clenched in his teeth. William grasped the dagger and thrust it into Denton's abdomen. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly parted the water, slicing through layers of fat and muscle, ravaging the frail organs of the human body. Blood gushed from the wound, instantly staining the surrounding seawater crimson. Denton opened his mouth in a futile attempt to scream, but only a few bubbles escaped. Seizing the moment, Akin pushed aside Denton's shielding hand and forcefully plunged his fingers into the socket of his solitary eye, mercilessly gouging it out, ultimately dislodging the entire eyeball. William drew forth his dagger and swiftly slashed 2 gashes across Denton's struggling arm, causing his flailing limbs to fall limply. With Denton subdued, Akin lifted his gaze to assess the position of the small boat and began dragging the half-conscious Denton toward the ocean's surface. However, just as he emerged beside the vessel, a glimmering blade sliced through the water towards him, compelling him to retreat beneath the surface once more. On the small boat, Bamman gritted his teeth, fixated on the water's surface, prepared to strike should Akin dare to surface again, intent on preventing his return aboard. Yet, Akin appeared undeterred, persistently bobbing up and down in the waves. Just as Bamman prepared to swing his weapon once more, William suddenly erupted from the depths behind him, seizing the boat's edge and nimbly vaulting onto the vessel, continuing his momentum to collide with the startled Bamman, who had turned at the sound. Bamman attempted to slash at William, but the latter skillfully pinned his arm, and the bloody dagger was thrust forward once more, plunging deeply into Bamman's shoulder. With a final surge of strength, Bamman relinquished his grip on the weapon, allowing William to seize it. "Did you think that by becoming Denton's lapdog, you could elevate your status aboard?" William retorted, forcibly twisting Bamman's body and delivering a fierce kick that sent him sprawling. Yet Bamman, undeterred in his ferocity, defiantly challenged, "If you dare, then kill me." Before he could finish his statement, William had already plunged his blade into Bamman's chest. Locking eyes with him as he coldly echoed the unfinished words, "Kill you?" William vigorously stirred the oar before withdrawing it. Subsequently, Akin's head emerged from the surface of the sea. Noticing that only William stood aboard the vessel, he deduced that Barman had been dealt with. He beckoned to his companion to assist in hoisting Denton onto the ship. William first glanced at the commotion on another vessel and, upon seeing that the battle there had concluded, noticed Valen repeatedly waving at him. He then exhaled slowly and proceeded to assist Akin. William and Akin, together with their companions, secured the small wooden boat and dragged both Gore's lifeless body and the groaning Denton onto the shore. Although Akin and William faced Denton and Bamman in the 2 small boats without sustaining any injuries, it was the duo of Aramis and Valen, outnumbering their opponents, who suffered due to their lack of skill, resulting in Aramis sustaining a grievous wound to the chest from Gore's fatal strike. William examined the injury and found it to be not too severe, so he hastily bandaged it and then instructed him to rest nearby. In his memory, One Piece was a quintessential fantasy-themed, passionate anime, which meant that the characters within were largely formidable beings capable of thriving in the underworld, effortlessly performing feats such as breaking bricks with their bare hands or shattering stones with their chests. Perhaps the fierce battle that had just left William, a mere office worker in his past life, breathless, was merely a skirmish of little significance in the original narrative. This realization further solidified his resolve to find a place to learn and hone his skills. "Am I going to succumb to infection and die?" Alamis's lament interrupted William's contemplation. "This place is desolate. Be quiet." Akin shot him an annoyed glance. I often tell you and Valen to learn self-defense from me and William. Yet you two just laze about. You couldn't even handle gore by yourselves and ended up getting hurt. Beside them, Valen rubbed his bald head, looking aggrieved as he whispered, I haven't been slacking off. Indeed, Valen is rather dim-witted. No matter how much I teach, he simply cannot grasp it. Alamiz dismissed Akin's remarks nonchalantly, baring his small, sharp canines. Besides, a clever person knows how to work smart, not hard. You still count as a clever person. Let us not dwell on that for now. Akin frowned, ready to retort further, but was halted by William's gesture. He approached Gore's lifeless body, rummaging through it until he produced a diary, tossing it to Alamiz. The only one among them who could be considered somewhat educated. See if there are any records of routes or islands within. I doubt there is much likelihood. Alamiz replied habitually, yet obediently began to peruse the diary. The wealth acquired by pirates is often difficult to convert into legitimate channels for safekeeping. Moreover, these lawless marauders would never feel secure depositing their ill-gotten gains in a bank. Consequently, a popular practice among pirates is to seek out an uninhabited, off-the-beaten-path island, concealing their treasures in secretive locations. Tales of fortunate souls stumbling upon treasure maps are largely the result of unfortunate pirate crews meeting their demise, with information about the treasure being passed on by their captains or navigators. Pirates regard deserted islands as oversized safes, while the details of the islands and routes function as the combination and key to these vaults. The Danton pirate crew, though merely a third-rate band even in the waning days of pirate power in the East Sea, must have accumulated a considerable fortune over the years. William, of course, yearned to seize it, convinced that Danton would not leave such riches to a crew destined for annihilation, only to have it fall into the hands of the Navy that relentlessly pursued them. He was certain they would keep it close, waiting for the opportune moment to rise once again with this wealth. William approached Danton, who had lost his sight and could only discern the sounds around him. Upon sensing someone beside him, he rasped, "William, is that you?" "Captain," William replied as he crouched down, gazing with a complex expression at the former pirate chief lying on the cold ground, his condition utterly pitiable. While one could argue that Danton deserved his fate, William had witnessed his cruelty over recent days, which extended not only to the innocent but also to the pirates on his ship. To declare that he entirely deserved his plight, however, would be overly simplistic. As Danton himself had remarked, he was once merely an ordinary fisherman. Yet, when society forces an individual into a corner, the seemingly straightforward path that remains often leads to crime. In the aftermath of the pirate King Roger's demise, the era of great pirates dawned, prompting a myriad of characters, both notable and obscure, to set sail. The sudden surge in pirate numbers compelled the Navy to retract its forces from the four seas, redirecting more resources to the perilous Grand Line, a prime target for piracy. This shift provided a breeding ground for lesser pirates, who, too timid to venture into the Grand Line, ravaged one locale after another, creating throngs of destitute individuals. Among them, there may have been some steadfast in their convictions, ultimately joining the Navy to combat piracy. Yet, it remains uncertain how many, under the weight of survival, would choose to risk everything and become part of the very group they once abhorred. William's thoughts were not filled with pity for Danton, nor did he suddenly develop an affection for this newly acquainted world. Rather, it was the realization that the very reason the original owner of this body had been usurped by him could be attributed to the prevailing circumstances, whether directly or indirectly, making it impossible for him to remain indifferent. Unaware of William's contemplations, Danton felt a surge of anxiety at the sudden silence. "William, given my current state, you need not fear any retaliation from me in the future. Please grant me mercy and allow me to live. After all, you are a person of significance. You endured torment and even had your eyes gouged out without begging for mercy. Why persist in this manner now?" The once formidable pirate captain, who had commanded respect aboard the ship, now faced death with no more dignity than the innocent civilians he had slaughtered. He continued in a mournful tone, "My eyes were removed by a doctor during my childhood illness. The stories are mere fabrications of my own creation, spread to instill fear. Now, I am but a wild dog, with my paws broken by you. Please, let me go home. I have family waiting for me, and a child to care for." William glanced at Danton's injuries before turning to survey the desolate surroundings. Aramis's description of this place as devoid of life was indeed apartment. "I do not wish to deceive you," William said, looking down at the man before him, who had abandoned even the last remnants of dignity, evoking both discomfort and an involuntary sense of pity. You cannot possibly survive with these wounds on this island. All I can offer is a merciful end. Should you reveal to me the location of the treasure map and notes? Have you hidden them? And if so, where? Aramis, having overheard William's inquiry about the treasure map, sauntered over, his attention fixed on Denton, ears perked in anticipation of a response. Upon hearing William's candid words, he couldn't help but purse his lips in disapproval, a gesture that did not escape William's notice. Denton fell into silence upon hearing William pronounce his fate as hopeless, offering no reply. William lifted his head and smiled at Aramis, then casually picked up a stone from the ground, seemingly indifferent as he began to prod at the wound on Denton's arm. Gradually, he applied more pressure, using the rough stone to widen the edges of the injury. Denton's body jolted sharply in response to William's actions, and he let out a low, anguished cry. Aramis, feeling a twinge of discomfort, glanced down at his own chest wound before hastily turning away. Denton did not lie, at least not about fabricating stories. In this day and age, even pirates understood the art of self-presentation. William required little effort to extract the truth from Denton, whose bones were not as resilient as the rumors suggested. He recalled that the treasure map and notes were concealed within the cover of Gore's diary. After William inspected them, he swiftly concluded Denton's fate. As night fell, a bonfire flickered to life on a desolate island that had not seen human presence for countless years. Akin, eager to showcase his skills, returned to his old profession and caught several fish from the sea. The four rough men, lacking culinary knowledge, ineptly prepared the catch and placed it over the fire. The taste was certainly not exquisite, but it sufficed to quell their hunger. William decided to conserve the ship's supplies for the time being. According to Gore's notes, this small island was not situated along major shipping routes. Only a few small merchant vessels, transporting goods to remote villages, would pass by once or twice a month. William had to be prepared for the possibility of missing these vessels due to unforeseen circumstances or for them to bypass this location altogether. William grasped a branch, furrowing his brow as he scribbled on the ground, contemplating the forthcoming events. Having navigated the complexities of society, he understood the importance of preparation and contingency plans. The notions of burning one's boats and taking desperate chances sound appealing and grand, yet it is only when one is confronted by unforeseen circumstances, having put all their eggs in one basket, that the unreliability of such actions becomes evident. In his previous life, although he had not faced the dire consequences of failure that could lead to death, the pangs of hunger were undeniably unpleasant, especially when in a leadership position. Lacking preparation not only left him hungry but could also leave a group dependent on him in the same plight, a situation that was particularly intolerable for someone like William, who held a certain regard for his reputation. What shall we do next? Akin inquired, fiddling with the campfire. Aramis and Vallon turned their gaze to William, awaiting his decision, as their futures were intertwined with his. This trust and reliance had bestowed both prestige and responsibility upon him. Now presented with a fortuitous opportunity, William realized that as long as he was not yet pursued by the Navy, he had the time and energy to acquire new skills. He turned to Aramis. I recall you mentioning a dojo of some repute. What was its name? Frostmoon Village, One Heart Dojo, Aramis replied. Coming from a merchant family, he was the most informed among them regarding local affairs. However, he clearly disagreed with William's suggestion. We have already dealt with Danton and obtained a treasure map. Why should we subject ourselves to a dilapidated dojo? What is there to learn? William casually wiped the ground beneath him, inscribing in a script only he could comprehend the phrases about power arising from the barrel of a gun, and that with soldiers one could become a king of the grass. He then discarded the branch and surveyed the three individuals before him. I ask you, he began, are any of you inclined to return to a mundane existence? We have yet to draw the attention of the Navy. Perhaps it is not too late to withdraw. The three shook their heads in unison, though they had not savored the thrill of plunder like seasoned pirates. Witnessing the impotence of common folk in the face of brutality had instilled in Akin, Aramis, and Vallon an awareness that the seemingly tranquil lives during the age of piracy were akin to the picturesque scenes within a snow globe, beautiful yet fragile, easily shattered. Among them, Akin had been coerced onto the pirate ship by collusion between tax officials and fishing overlords. Aramis, driven by bankruptcy and harassment from creditors, and Vallon, whose parents had taken their own lives due to crop failures and insurmountable taxes, had chosen the life of a pirate. It could be said that a subtle enmity and distrust towards the so-called stable life lingered within each of them. Although the pirate's existence was not as glamorous or joyous as adventure tales suggested, wielding weapons and having autonomy over their lives offered a peculiar sense of security compared to the shackled existence they had previously endured. Perhaps the Navy could serve as an alternative, but William hailed from a well-ordered society of the 21st century, where it was already extraordinary for a criminal with serious charges to enlist, let alone aspire to high office. Initial political scrutiny might not even favor him. Thus, joining the Navy had never crossed his mind, while Akin and the others harbored an instinctive aversion towards the Navy that relentlessly pursued them post their piracy. Are we then to continue as pirates? William turned to Aramis, his expression grave, gradually intensifying his tone. You inquire why I seek knowledge as a safeguard? I too wish to know why there exist numerous professions more leisurely and secure than piracy. Why do we opt for this perilous path? To live a life of uncertainty? To indulge in the thrill of playing hide and seek with the Navy? To exist in a state of precariousness? Perhaps with fortune after a successful raid. We may share a fine drink and claim our share of the spoils, albeit diminished. Yet, in misfortune, one might find themselves mourning fallen comrades, only to discover that the ship they seized is laden with worthless refuse. Meanwhile, they would have to contend with a wrathful pirate captain, ever ready to unleash his fury upon them. You may wish to save some money, but what if you meet your end tomorrow, leaving your hard-earned savings to others? And if you do not save, the fate is even grimmer, surviving into old age with no savings and a body full of scars. Life may become unbearable. Now tell me, Aramis, do you wish to live such a life? Aramis bowed his head at William's words, and William then turned his gaze to Akin and Vallon. Even in business, one anticipates returns, investing a certain amount to reap an equivalent reward. As pirates, we invest the only life we possess, and this is the return we aspire to? William spat in disdain. Damn it, are you content with this? I, for one, am not. Akin asked earnestly, what then do you intend to do? William's eyes glimmered faintly. Whether it was the reflection of the flames or the burgeoning of ambition, it was unclear. We shall establish our own fleet, if we are willing to stake our lives. Then why should we resign ourselves to being mere insignificant henchmen? Why can't we become formidable pirates? The East Sea is known to be the region where pirate influence is weakest among the four seas. Since GOLD, Roger, no extraordinary pirate has emerged. Even Roger's execution in the East Sea was regarded as a disgrace by the world. How many pirates in the East Sea harbor a silent yearning for themselves or others to reclaim the honor of the East Sea people, much like the Pirate King did? You are East Sea people as well. Now you tell me, do you not wish to become such remarkable pirates? The three men gazed at William as if seeing him for the first time. They had previously followed him perhaps merely due to his superior strength compared to theirs and his more contemplative nature relative to his peers. Yet this time, William revealed an impassioned fervor that belied his age and status. Vallon found himself at a loss to describe William's current demeanor. He simply felt that. In contrast to William's usual meticulousness and calmness, the man before him now exuded a compelling aura that was both intimidating and captivating. You are right, William. And I too do not wish to endure the past any longer, Akin spoke solemnly. In the past, I could bear it until I could bear it no longer. But now I fear I cannot endure even a moment longer. If I were to return to those times, I would undoubtedly shatter the skulls of those scoundrels with an iron rod at the first opportunity. Aramis and Vallon remained silent. Yet their expressions conveyed a strong agreement with Akin's words. Once the taboo against killing was broken, they found themselves less fearful of the heavy existing order and laws that had once weighed down upon their shoulders. William smiled faintly and pointed to a slightly raised mound of earth in the distance where the bodies of Denton, Gore, and Bammon lay buried. The simple-minded Wallen had even kindly placed a rudimentary cross made of branches beside the mound, so laughably crude in its design. I believe you now understand why I advocate for learning something at the dojo. I refuse to live like those insignificant pirates, chased by the Navy like a homeless stray dog. Life is already arduous enough. I do not wish to live in such disgrace. Therefore, if we are to set sail, we must ensure that we can stand firm upon the waves, lest we be driven back to shore once more. William once again found himself in that enigmatic and unpredictable realm during his slumber. However, this time was markedly different from the previous days. Having successfully escaped the clutches of the Denton pirate crew, the space finally underwent a transformation. Previously monotonous and tedious, with nothing but a narrow path shrouded in darkness, William occasionally questioned the peculiarity of his stagnant surroundings. The darkness seemed to recede like the tide, revealing a stone archway at the end of the once invisible path, beyond which a small square appeared to materialize, faintly discernible. William hastily quickened his pace, traversing beneath the archway. The path, shrouded in darkness akin to the initial intersection, had vanished from sight. He found little interest in further contemplation and instead directed his attention to the quaint square in which he now found himself. In stark contrast to the first intersection, the elevation of his current surroundings was palpably evident. The soil beneath his feet had transformed into a rocky pavement, and the expanse was considerably greater than before. In the southeastern corner of the square rested an antiquated wooden chest, and with a sense of anticipation, William opened it. Before he could peer inside, a mirror abruptly sprang forth, floating before him and startling him in the process. He took 2 steps back, fixating on the tall mirror, then glanced at the chest, which was clearly only as high as his calves, pondering the vastness of its interior. Yet, the reflection within the mirror did not depict the present William, but rather his physical form. In reality, the youth lost in slumber beside the campfire. A sudden flicker of light illuminated the mirror's surface, prompting William to look again. He noticed that while his pose remained unchanged, his body had undergone a significant transformation. Both his skin and garments had become translucent. Intrigued, he moved closer for a clearer view, yet the mirror seemed to anticipate his intent, gradually magnifying the image until it loomed near his real body. Countless luminous points emerged from the void, steadily enveloping his form, particularly concentrating around his brain and spine. As the points hurriedly merged into him, the mirror appeared merely to serve as a display for William, before he could delve deeper. It retreated back into the confines of the chest. William lunged beside the chest, peering inside, only to discover that its interior was not, as he had previously imagined, a portal to another realm, but rather akin to an ordinary wooden box, devoid of the enchanting mirror he had anticipated. Still enveloped in the reverberations of his earlier revelations, he was abruptly drawn to the center of the small square, which erupted with a thunderous sound. Turning his gaze, he beheld a towering stone pedestal rising from the ground, the entire spectacle unfolding in a mere 3 to 4 seconds. Upon this pedestal stood 2 life-sized human statues. William was taken aback. Although the figures were crafted from commonplace stone and bore a somewhat crude appearance with indistinct facial features, their actions were unmistakable. One figure grasped a dagger, plunging it into the abdomen of another, who writhed in futile struggle. Was this not reminiscent of his own fierce battle with Denon upon the waves? Before the pedestal, a few lines of text seemed to be inscribed, prompting William to approach and scrutinize them closely. Morgan. William. The unsung year 1490 of the Oceanic Era. Place of birth. EC. Kingdom of Scandinavia. Skill proficiency. Basic swordsmanship. Special proficiency. Lightning reflexes. Achievement proficiency. Overcoming the superior. William cast a fleeting glance at the phrase silent and obscure before redirecting his focus to his specialties. It seemed that the stone pedestal sensed his gaze, as a line of small text gradually emerged behind the 3 specialties. Beginner swordsmanship. You are a novice in swordplay. No longer wielding a sword like a layman brandishing a firewood stick to strike at foes. In this realm, you have barely made an entry. Lightning reflexes. Your reflexes are extraordinary, granting you an exceptional reaction speed. Overcoming authority. Task reward. Your wolfish ambition cannot tolerate others sitting above you, whether through reputation, position, or strength. Such oppression does not intimidate you. William pondered the specialty of overcoming authority for a considerable time, surprised to discover that slaying Denton yielded a reward akin to an achievement. He quickly grasped the meanings of both beginner swordsmanship and lightning reflexes. The former, along with its associated skills, merely indicated his knowledge and techniques, skills that could be accumulated through diligent effort, independent of spatial rewards. In contrast, the latter, a unique specialty, referred to innate qualities that are challenging to alter through later effort. Lightning reflexes pertain to his reflexive nerves, which, albeit difficult to control, had discernible pathways for acquisition. However, William was uncertain about the specific criteria for this achievement specialty. Skill specialties clearly required time and accumulation, while unique specialties likely depended on the enigmatic space itself for attainment. It was only this achievement specialty that appeared to be something he could cunningly acquire, and he was eager to unravel the underlying rules. As William pondered, he glanced around the square, noticing the absence of any diverging paths. He was not surprised. Previously, the roads had been similarly limited, intricately tied to his thoughts and intentions. After eliminating Danton, his immediate objectives remained undefined. Training in swordsmanship at the dojo was a tentative goal, yet achieving it would be deceptively simple. The 4 of them bore no bounties and were not financially constrained. Even if they could not reach the One Heart dojo mentioned by Aramis, alternatives were plentiful. It seemed that the paths arranged by fate would not be easily traversed. The contract has arrived. The status should change in the next couple of days. I just received a message. This book has successfully been contracted. A double update serves as a celebration. Don't ask why I have ample time to write today. William was awakened by a kin, finding himself in an unfamiliar environment. The group maintained a degree of vigilance, thus taking turns to keep watch throughout the night. Upon awakening, William remained composed and cautiously inquired of Akin, "Did you notice anything unusual last night?" Seeing Akin shake his head in denial, William breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Akin was oblivious to the peculiarities he had observed within the spatial mirror, such as the inexplicable points of light. The bonfire that rose in the night sky attracted numerous phototropic insects, which flitted around, some even plunging directly into the flames. A particularly swift insect darted towards William, who deftly extended his index finger and thumb to gently pinch and capture the unfortunate creature before it could reach the fire. William's gaze flickered momentarily. Upon awakening, he realized that what he was about to express was not significantly different from before. Nevertheless, the instinctive action he had just performed made it evident that that enigmatic realm had indeed left an imprint on his physical being. William raised his right hand, bringing the struggling insect before his eyes. In the past, he could effortlessly capture such creatures with focused attention. Yet achieving this level of control with such nonchalance was rather challenging. Although he had not yet undergone a complete transformation, William felt a sense of satisfaction. Ample training had indeed enhanced his reflexes, and the elevation of his potential would enable him to progressively shatter the ceilings above him. In Japanese anime, protagonists and significant characters are often depicted as descendants of renowned and powerful figures. Though William had not indulged in much anime, he was somewhat aware of this trope. However, this characterization is not entirely accurate. It is more precise to state that within the mainstream genre of fantasy-themed, action-packed anime, it is rather commonplace for protagonists to be portrayed as second-generation heirs. This tendency arises from the common flaw in such narratives, where, upon transitioning to a new arc, the strength of newly introduced adversaries is dramatically escalated, in pursuit of excitement and impact. It almost seems that the minions of the new arc surpass the former bosses in power. Under these circumstances, it becomes exceedingly convenient for the audience to accept that the protagonist can continue to evolve in this format. Hence, assigning them a formidable lineage becomes the simplest method to justify their potential. For a transmigrator, this can be rather disheartening. In his past life on Earth, despite the disparities in physical capabilities among ordinary individuals, the differences were never exaggerated to the point of rendering them nearly distinct species. However, the realm of fantasy manga diverges significantly. William harbored concerns that even if he exerted every ounce of effort, squeezing every bit of potential from his very cells, he might still be limited to the level of a minor boss in the early stages of a manga, rendering many of his strategies futile. Fortunately, the mysterious realm within his mind did not disappoint him. After vanquishing Denton, it seemed that fortune had shifted in his favor. Initially, William had been apprehensive about what to do if they could not find a ship to carry them away, but to his surprise, they encountered a passing merchant vessel just 3 days into their stay on the island. William, Aramis, Aegon, and Valen, for young men with a past as pirates, found themselves in a pivotal role at this moment. Despite some reservations regarding their possession of weapons, it must be acknowledged that in these times of rampant lawlessness, not all armed individuals are malevolent. Denton, having loaded his small vessel with supplies, which included not only provisions but also a substantial sum of money, generously compensated the kind shipowner before departing with his 3 companions from the merchant ship. They made landfall on an island situated along the main shipping route, bustling with activity, and after several transfers, finally arrived at the renowned swordsmanship dojo spoken of by Aramis, the One Heart Dojo, located in Frostmoon Village. Frostmoon Village lies within the primary trade route, frequented by numerous vessels and bustling with people, resulting in a swifter dissemination of information compared to the remote, impoverished regions off the beaten path. This means that whether peculiar news from the outside world or intriguing local stories arise, they easily circulate among the diverse travelers at the docks, becoming topics of lively conversation. In a society plagued by piracy, a locally established martial institution offers a semblance of security, and given that the dojo's master is a person of genuine skill and knowledge, the One Heart Dojo enjoys considerable renown within Frostmoon Village. William, ever the astute observer, meandered through the docks and local taverns, gleaning a wealth of information regarding the One Heart Dojo and its proprietor, Gung Siling. Inside the tavern, Jean watched as William, with a cheerful demeanor, engaged in conversation with a scruffy, inebriated sailor for a while before returning to his companions at the table. As soon as he took his seat, he eagerly inquired, "What did you find out?" William, in pursuit of information, indulged in some alcohol. This body, evidently less accustomed to the rigors of intoxication than his previous life, displayed a slight flush upon his cheeks. However, his mind remained remarkably clear. After suppressing his smile, he remarked, "The master of this dojo must possess genuine skill. This village is situated along a primary shipping route, yet there are no naval bases in the vicinity. The absence of any pirate activity suggests either that the pirates are blind, or that some formidable presence deters them from venturing here." Aki and the others exchanged faint smiles. Yet William did not appear particularly relaxed. Initially, he had harbored concerns that the Ishin dojo and its master lacked true prowess, fearing they would squander time and resources without gaining any knowledge. However, upon gathering further information, new apprehensions arose. The dojo's master, Gungshiro, enjoyed a stellar reputation in the area, not only for his role in keeping pirates at bay but also for the modest fees he charged his students. For those from impoverished families unable to afford even the low tuition, he would often personally finance their meals and lodging, provided they showed dedication to their swordsmanship. Moreover, the Ishin dojo served as a substantial landholder, with extensive rice paddies under its auspices, ensuring that it could comfortably sustain its students. Yet, William had learned that, despite the dojo's ample agricultural output, it frequently resorted to purchasing grain. This combination of factors led him to suspect that Gungshiro harbored ulterior motives in his efforts to win the hearts of the people. Upon hearing William's analysis, Valen, brooding in silence, remarked, "Perhaps he is using the surplus to appease the corrupt officials. You see, some bureaucrats disdain the fragmented plots of smallholders and prefer to deal directly with large landowners to avoid complications. They then delegate the collection of taxes to these influential figures. According to local opinion, the master of this dojo is of good character. Perhaps he is shouldering the tax burden himself. Then where does he acquire the funds?" William countered. Valen, stroking his bald head, fell silent. Observing this, Aramis leaned in and whispered, "William, we are pirates. Why concern yourself with his intentions or any illicit activities he may engage in? If he truly harbors nefarious designs, wouldn't that work to our advantage? Even if we were to inadvertently expose ourselves as pirates, we need not worry about him alerting the Navy or withholding instruction from us." William reconsidered and found Aramis's words to possess a degree of validity. This chapter serves to elucidate the author's rationale for endowing the protagonist with a system. Initially, regarding this pivotal juncture of fate, I had intended to grant the protagonist a rather mundane devil fruit, specifically the kilogram fruit belonging to Miss Valentine's Day from the original work, as a means to accentuate that his growing strength stemmed from his own efforts. Even if he were to consume a devil fruit, it would be his own prowess that rendered the fruit significant, rather than the fruit bestowing greatness upon him. In other words, beyond mere ability, his capital would be non-existent. Upon re-evaluating the work, I realized I had been somewhat narrow-minded. In a fantasy setting where the character's strength escalates with the narrative, it is essential to provide readers with a credible rationale for the protagonist's continuous growth. Simply asserting that beyond ability, capital is zero is somewhat self-deceptive. In truth, one must either possess extraordinary talent, common examples being the typical tropes found in mainstream Japanese anime, where a powerful lineage is often invoked, or risk rendering the protagonist's concealed attributes moot upon their introduction. Thus, I opted to offer the protagonist a pathway to acquire talent through diligence. Taking the example of Conqueror's Haki from One Piece, this ability is unattainable by ordinary individuals regardless of their efforts. This is the very reason for the existence of the pivotal juncture of fate, to afford a protagonist, originally devoid of Conqueror's Haki, an opportunity for growth. I am aware that some readers may harbor reservations about the system, but in my conception, the pivotal juncture of fate merely serves as a catalyst for the formerly ordinary William to shatter the ceiling of his potential. It will not act as a crutch that renders him utterly dependent on the system. Recently, while researching, I delved into Zen master Zhengan Zhongping's incomparable wisdom, which provided a profound purification of my spirit, transforming sorrow and indignation into motivation, and consequently, I penned another chapter. Truly, I am a magnificent solitary soul. The One Heart Dojo is nestled amidst the terraced rice fields outside Frostmoon Village, featuring a courtyard adorned with blue bricks and white tiles, which, from a distance, exudes an aura of elegance. The courtyard, reminiscent of a Japanese aesthetic, is encircled by a sturdy wall, from within which can be faintly heard the synchronized chants of discipline. William and his companions were not the first young aspirants drawn to learn the art of swordsmanship. nor would they likely be the last. The four of them honestly presented their intentions and, under the guidance of a middle-aged man clad in a kimono and sporting a full beard, made their way into the largest structure within the courtyard. This spacious hall was occupied by over a dozen children dressed in training attire, wielding bamboo swords, diligently repeating the fundamental movements of swordplay under the command of the sole elder present. However, as is often the case with children, their focus wavered. Upon entering the hall after removing their shoes, the arrival of four outsiders momentarily distracted the previously industrious young trainees. Ever since entering the courtyard, Aramis had been keenly observing his surroundings, and upon seeing the unattractive green training uniforms worn by the dojo students, he couldn't help but click his tongue in dissatisfaction. The instructor overseeing the children's training was the dojo's master, Gungshiro. He was quite tall, dressed in a simple kimono that, while loose-fitting, made his physique appear somewhat frail. With round glasses perched on his nose and his long black hair tied back in a ponytail, he resembled more of an intellectual than a swordsmanship teacher. Gungshiro did not express anger towards the distracted children. Instead, after the bearded man clarified William's group's purpose, he instructed the children to take a break. At the mention of a break, the boisterous children, who had been casting curious glances at William and his friends, erupted in cheers and swiftly vacated the hall, leaving only two inquisitive ones peering through the doorway. Gungshiro paid them no mind, instead scrutinizing William and his companions closely, who were likewise observing him in silence. Gungshiro appeared amiable, a smile ever present on his face, and perhaps due to his nearsightedness, his eyes were habitually squinted. Yet, influenced by his earlier judgments, William sensed that there was more to him than met the eye. Nevertheless, no matter how astute Gungshiro might be, he could not perceive the essence of William as a time traveler, nor would he treat him with any special regard or deference. He merely took note of the calluses on their hands and inquired whether William and his companions possessed any foundational knowledge of swordsmanship. Akin to street fighters, Aramis and Valen had relied on their practical combat experience, gathering around William to learn some basic techniques related to swordplay, yet they could hardly be considered proficient. William had indeed received some formal instruction in swordsmanship. However, the original owner had not taken it seriously, which only laid a rudimentary foundation, allowing him to avoid starting anew in his sword training. If Gungshiro were a master of the sword, such nuances could not be concealed. If he were merely an ordinary individual, there would be no need for concealment. Thus, William spoke candidly. And Gungshiro did not appear to be one who valued social distinctions. His inquiries were merely aimed at determining where William and his companions should begin their studies. Gungshiro then engaged in conversation with the four youths, seeking to understand their current circumstances. Upon learning they were from afar, he kindly offered them the option to stay at the dojo, which William politely declined. The four anticipated a prolonged period of study and training, and William perceived that Gungshiro was not as uncomplicated as he seemed. Residing at the dojo would mean their every action would unfold under Gungshiro's watchful gaze, which would be quite inconvenient. Gungshiro made a suggestion but ultimately acquiesced. Under the guidance of the bearded leader, William and his companions paid their tuition, acquired their training attire, and were informed along the way about the dojo's daily training schedule and various considerations. As the evening approached, they took their leave, needing to find a place to stay. Once they were in the courtyard and alone, Valen finally voiced the question he had been pondering. Is that the dojo's owner? Gungshiro? He doesn't seem to fit the image. He struggled to find the precise adjective to describe him, until Aramis interjected. He resembles a scholar. Valen clapped in agreement, only to notice that William, and even Aramis wore expressions of disagreement. Aramis pointed out, did you not notice the calluses on his hands? One does not acquire those merely from reading books. Valen fell silent, and the four discussed their accommodation. Aramis believed that their training days at the dojo might be arduous, hence a comfortable place to stay was essential. However, Akin argued that resources should be judiciously spent, as none of them knew the extent of Denton's treasure. Ultimately, Valen, lacking a strong opinion, yielded to William's decision for a compromise. William himself was a seasoned individual, well-versed in the intricacies of society, while Aramis, the son of a merchant, shared a similar background. In the village, they effortlessly assumed the roles akin to real estate agents. After agreeing to inspect the residence the following day, they sought refuge in a tavern that appeared relatively orderly. On the morrow, William and his companions did not rush to the dojo. Having already discussed their quest for accommodation with the bearded man the previous day, the quartet spent the morning meandering with the agent. Ultimately, They settled on a quaint little courtyard on the outskirts of the village. This secluded abode, distanced from the bustling harbor area, was reasonably priced, yet conveniently close to the One Heart Dojo, making it an ideal choice for the group. William was a person who had little inclination to engage in such tedious matters, and without much haggling, he simply spent the money to make the purchase. By the time they had navigated through a plethora of paperwork, securing the small courtyard for the four of them, the afternoon had already arrived. Aramis, who had initially sought an excuse to avoid training at the dojo after a long day, was silenced by a glare from William. The group made their way to the dojo, and from a distance, they spotted a red-haired youth of similar age, stretching his neck as if he were a stone gazing out for his beloved, peering intently at the main road ahead. William initially believed that the other party was waiting for someone else. To his surprise, as they approached, the red-haired youth remained still, yet his head followed the four figures, turning almost a full circle, which was quite amusing. The red-haired youth widened his eyes, remaining silent until William and his companions were about to pass him to enter the gate, at which point he deliberately cleared his throat loudly. William's mind whirled with understanding, and with a bemused expression, he turned around and extended his right hand. "I am William. I presume it is Master Gung Siling who instructed you to wait for us here?" The red-haired youth broke into a broad smile and stepped forward to grasp William's hand. "Edmund," he replied, "you are quite perceptive. The teacher has tasked me with assisting you in learning some foundational swordsmanship for the time being. Are you newcomers from afar? By the way, are you pirates?" The atmosphere abruptly shifted. That indescribably arduous period is finally past. How bittersweet. I was quite generous yesterday, watching you all. Yet to this moment, I have not asked for anything. Likes, collections, recommendations, or even a morsel of dog food. Just a little, please. Are you pirates? As soon as the words left Edmund's lips, the mood became distinctly tense. The previously distracted Aramis suddenly grew serious, instinctively straightening his posture. His right hand resting on the hilt of his curved dagger, his gaze fixed intently on Edmund, flickering with unease. Akin and Valen mirrored the shift, their expressions and demeanor altering in response to Edmund's inquiry. For the four of them, their identity as pirates was a closely guarded secret, unexpectedly revealed by a stranger's casual remark. The stirring speech William had given by the campfire lingered in their minds. A rousing call for the impetuous youth filled with dreams of the future, a grand vision, where any attempt to obstruct their path would be met with resistance. The initial step of William's plan was meticulously crafted. It involved seizing the opportunity presented by their unexposed identities to cultivate themselves and enhance their abilities in preparation for future endeavors at sea. Should their identities as pirates be revealed now, it would undoubtedly complicate the plans of the group. However, the three remained poised, awaiting William's directives. In truth, after Edmund's inquiry, William experienced a moment of surprise, yet he maintained his composure, offering a subtle smile as he retorted, "Certainly not. Otherwise, how could Master Gung Shirlang have permitted us to enter the dojo for our studies?" Edmund, appearing somewhat disheartened, sighed and remarked, "I had heard you were from out of town, and I had hoped you might be pirates or something of the sort." William cheerfully walked with Edmund into the dojo, inquiring, "Do you really question every newcomer from afar?" Edmund, with an air of nonchalance, nodded and replied, "However, there are not many visitors from outside, and many find the rigors of swordsmanship too arduous. They often leave after just 10 days or half a month." After a moment of relief, Aramis rolled his eyes behind them, while the usually composed Akin could not help but smirk. The dojo sprawled extensively, and Edmund led the four, gradually introducing the surroundings while engaging in casual conversation. Yet, after a while, Edmund abruptly returned to the earlier topic discussed at the dojo's entrance. With a hint of encouragement and anticipation in his voice, he asked the four, "Why do you not inquire why I am so eager for you to be pirates?" Aramis and Akin dismissed him, but Valen, with his earnest demeanor, asked, "Indeed, why do you wish for us to be pirates?" Upon hearing this, Edmund ostentatiously cleared his throat, puffed out his chest, and feigned a serious tone, as if sharing a secret. He said, "In truth, I am also a pirate." As soon as he finished, he noticed that William and the others did not show any change in expression. Unbeknownst to him, the four before him were genuine pirates, prompting his curiosity as he exclaimed, "Why are none of you astonished?" "Astonished?" Aramis grinned mockingly. "We are so astonished that we cannot react. Even more surprising is that this dojo accommodates pirates. Has Master Jengsiro expelled you?" Edmund was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "Well, actually, I haven't set sail yet. Is one considered a pirate without having sailed? You are merely a bandit at best." Edmund turned away from Aramis, yet his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and his ears betrayed a subtle hue of red. William gestured to Aramis, urging him to cease his banter with Edmund. Aramis shrugged indifferently, and with his back turned to both Edmund and William. He extended his index finger to his temple, silently making a face at Akin and Valen, his lips forming a word that seemed to imply fool, though the shape of his mouth distinctly articulated Valen. Infuriated, Valen glared fiercely at Aramis, who remained unfazed. Meanwhile, William attempted to ease the tension, saying, "In our homeland, numerous adventurous tales of pirates abound. Many of my peers yearn to become pirates themselves." Upon hearing William mention the pirate adventures, Edmund inexplicably shivered, instantly dismissing his earlier displeasure, leaving William at a loss for words to describe him. "Perhaps carefree? The stories you've heard are likely mere fabrications," Edmund said with a hint of pride. "My father is a true pirate. He has recounted many thrilling adventures to me and even authored a book detailing his experiences." With that, Edmund's expression grew exceedingly grave, adopting a dramatically solemn tone as he continued, "I am, after all, the son of a pirate." William's expression appeared somewhat rigid as he turned his head and politely inquired, "Is your father still a pirate? What is his name? I wonder if we have heard of him." "You probably haven't," Edmund replied after a brief pause. "He hasn't been in touch for several years." Aramis's smile faded slightly, and the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. "Perhaps he has ventured to the Grand Line." "Many pirates from adventurous tales aspire to explore that realm," William remarked, though for some reason, his mind conjured the image of the pleading Danton. "Perhaps." Edmund managed a faint smile. As the group arrived at the training ground, they encountered a middle-aged man named Patterson, who had previously introduced them to Gungshiro. He was organizing students and practicing swordsmanship and frowned upon seeing William and his companions. "Why are you so late?" he exclaimed, then turned to Edmund and reproached him curtly. "Are you regaling the newcomers with your widely known pirate identity again?" A ripple of laughter echoed around them. Edmund lifted his chin, seemingly dismissive of Patterson's demeanor. Yet William noticed his ears turning red from behind. Aramis, who had previously mocked Edmund, now felt a surge of irritation. Though he dared not confront Patterson directly, he adopted a scowling expression, casting a disapproving glare at the students enjoying the spectacle. Fortunately, Patterson refrained from further remarks. He proceeded to explain and demonstrate the foundational techniques of swordsmanship, a process designed for new students to learn and for seasoned ones to review. After a period of repetitive practice, Gungshiro arrived at the training ground. After supervising for a while, he divided the crowd into smaller groups, assigning the more experienced students to teach and provide detailed guidance. He and Patterson then patrolled the training area, both to oversee the playful young ones and to ensure that the instructing students were not imparting incorrect techniques or principles. William, Aramis, Akin, and Valen naturally formed a group, with Edmund responsible for instructing them in the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Although his previous performance had been rather unreliable, he approached sword training with great seriousness and dedication. Articulating his thoughts with clarity, he began by demonstrating the proper grip of the sword, the correct body posture, the footwork during combat, and the assessment of distance, among other techniques. He also elaborated on the essentials of breath control. Once Akin, Aramis, and Valen grasped the general concepts, he patiently broke down each movement for them, providing detailed explanations. William, despite possessing a certain level of foundation, was eager to engage in an interactive validation of the knowledge residing in his mind. As for the update time, it is set to occur daily at 6 o'clock in the morning, with a margin of error not exceeding half an hour, allowing everyone to see it upon waking. William's physical prowess in this life far surpasses that of his former existence. Human reflexes are orchestrated through a complex interplay of components, including but not limited to the spine, brain, and muscular nerves. The enigmatic realm has bestowed upon him a unique aptitude for lightning-fast reflexes, enhancing not only his instantaneous reaction capabilities but also his coordination, making the pursuit of swordsmanship remarkably efficient. Many sword techniques and principles can be flawlessly executed by William after merely a single observation. While rote memorization is something he believes he could have mastered in his previous life, and many quick-witted individuals might also achieve similar results, the true challenge lies in the near-perfect execution of movements, wherein the visual, mental, and physical aspects seamlessly converge. This innate talent rivals, if not surpasses, that of some professional athletes from his past life. However, akin to his previous existence, the most elite athletes rely not solely on their innate gifts but also on relentless daily training. Indeed, it is through diligent practice that an athlete's potential can be fully realized. Although swordsmanship is influenced by natural talent, the path to improvement offers few shortcuts. Even in a fantastical world, The essence of enhancing physical capabilities remains rooted in extensive, high-intensity mechanical training. The monotonous and tedious repetition of movements may lack excitement, serving as a test not only of physical endurance, but also of willpower, particularly for youthful spirits and children. A significant advantage for William lies in the fact that he harbors the soul of an adult within him. As night falls and William drifts into slumber, he finds himself once more in the dreamscape he refers to as the Square of Destiny. After days of fervent wandering, the square has transformed. A path has finally emerged at one end. Unlike the initial appearance of the square, this new path presents itself with distinct characteristics. The dirt road has been replaced by a stone pathway, and wooden signposts have given way to stone tablets, flanking the road or railings, which William deems largely ineffective, as the low wooden barriers barely reach his thighs and could be easily vaulted. The true deterrent remains the dense, impenetrable darkness that envelopes the surroundings. At the entrance of the path, a seemingly thin but insurmountable mist continues to impede William's progress. William approached the stone tablet, curious about the newly unveiled task details. A master of swordsmanship, the path to greatness requires not only diligent effort but also innate talent. There are various avenues to pursue power, having chosen the path of swordsmanship. He was instructed to complete his promotion by mastering the skill of introductory swordsmanship during his training at the dojo. Requirements included skill specialization in introductory swordsmanship and a background specialization as an apprentice of the One Heart Dojo. Reward: a unique specialization in Zen swordsmanship. The task's requirements deviated from the fateful line, surprising William. He pondered whether this was an isolated instance or if all tasks might vary based on circumstances. He had already acquired the skill specialization, yet the sudden emergence of the background specialization left him perplexed, uncertain of how to obtain it. However, this task aligned perfectly with his plans to spend time learning swordsmanship at the dojo, leading him to favor this path without further exploration of alternative tasks. He resolved to discover a method to acquire the background specialization or await the emergence of other tasks to consider. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since William and his companions commenced their studies at the One Heart Dojo. During this period, besides honing his sword skills, William had also procured numerous books on navigation, seizing opportunities to delve into the art of sailing. In this world, education was far less accessible than in William's previous life. Among his small group of 4, only William and Alamas were not illiterate before encountering adversity, while the recently integrated Edmund was nearly illiterate, struggling with common words and often making errors. His situation was somewhat mitigated by his residence at the dojo. Otherwise, given his mother's early demise and his father's disappearance at sea, education would have been a distant hope. From William's observations, the absence of a mandatory education policy meant that only families focused on meeting basic needs considered providing their children with foundational education. Only those from middle-class or affluent families, with the financial means and parental insight, would likely invest time, energy, and resources into learning specialized knowledge such as navigation or medicine. Apart from that, education was primarily passed down through familial lines among related professionals. Typically, individuals from such backgrounds would not aspire to become pirates. Even in William's former life, navigators were skilled professionals, in high demand in a world bustling with maritime trade, easily finding work aboard merchant vessels, some of which belonged to their families. They formed a crucial component of contemporary maritime commerce, while the number of navigators willing to embrace piracy was significantly lower, making encounters with exceptional navigators even rarer. Understanding this context clarified why William devoted himself to the arduous practice of swordsmanship while also immersing himself in the study of navigation. In ancient times, navigators responsible for guiding fleets held a prestigious status, often second only to the captain, particularly in a period devoid of advanced science. The seemingly enigmatic art of navigation imbued navigators with an air of mystery, allowing them to occasionally assume roles akin to priests or psychologists, soothing the sailors' troubled spirits. Whether through their indispensable navigational skills or their comforting presence, navigators wielded considerable influence among the crew. A captain's authority was greatly bolstered by their support. Although this world allowed for one to take on hundreds, unlike William's previous Earth where a captain's strength could command an entire crew, the prestige of navigators was comparatively lower. Nevertheless, their role remained crucial. Amidst the vast ocean, regardless of one's combat prowess, the absence of sustenance would lead to inevitable demise. Armed with navigation skills, William would find it significantly easier to either establish his own pirate crew or join another, enhancing his prospects on the high seas. With swordsmanship fortifying his physical capabilities and navigation enriching his intellect, he could better secure his footing in the treacherous waters. In the cutthroat realm of piracy, where survival demanded utmost diligence, there was no room for complacency. In the year 1507 of the sea calendar, a momentous event unfolded at myriad, shocking the world. A fishman named Fisher Tiger infiltrated the residence of the world nobles, the celestial dragons, liberating thousands of enslaved individuals of various races held captive there, aiding them in reclaiming their freedom. The world government swiftly categorized this incident as the myriad attack and issued a substantial bounty for the capture of Fisher Tiger. Newspapers fervently disseminated news and updates about the event, dominating headlines for an entire month. Even the East Blue, situated a considerable distance away, was not exempt from this news frenzy. The media in the East Blue cared little for the safety of the celestial dragons. They likely even hoped for more severe repercussions against them, driven by the nature of news reporting and the pursuit of sensational stories. At the One Heart Dojo in Frostmoon Village in the East Blue, William, Elemis, Akin, Valen, and Edmund gathered behind a rockery in the dojo's courtyard, engrossed in a newspaper detailing the monumental event. The reason for their choice of reading location was straightforward, as the leader, William, burdened with his own responsibilities of sword practice and navigation study, could not allow his subordinates to languish in comfort. Thus, he assigned Alamas the task of teaching the semi-literate Akin and the illiterate Valen how to read and calculate. He took on the supervisory role, ensuring that the two took turns reading the newspaper to him each afternoon while he practiced swordsmanship, enabling them to stay informed about the outside world while monitoring their educational progress. As for Edmund, he had merely gravitated toward them. The small group led by William was undoubtedly an anomaly among their peers at the dojo. Having prior experience as pirates, they often regarded their contemporaries as immature, exuding an air of superiority. Additionally, the financial independence of these 17 or 18-year-olds, evident in their purchases of houses and new swords, evoked admiration and envy from those younger or of similar age at the dojo. In their daily training, the quartet must exert themselves more diligently than other practitioners in the dojo. Typically, Aramis, Akin, and Valen are constantly gathered around William, akin to stars revolving around the moon, displaying remarkable obedience and discipline whenever William issues commands. In essence, one can observe in these 16 or 17-year-olds the same traits of maturity, purposefulness, economic foundation, and methodical conduct that one would expect from adults. Such qualities render them particularly distinctive among their peers and for individuals of their age. Being unconventional is an admirable and enviable trait. Their contemporaries, constrained by their limited experiences, can only affix a superficial and cool label to William and his companions, failing to grasp the profound significance behind their actions. Of course, the influence of the quartet is largely attributed to William's apprehension towards Kungshiro, as he refrains from recruiting followers in the dojo to avoid drawing attention from him. Consequently, many dojo disciples who wish to integrate into this small group ultimately abandon their efforts. Only Edmund, self-proclaimed son of a pirate, mistakenly believes himself to be a cool kid. Surrounded for years by conservative minds, his lofty aspirations have rendered him a figure of ridicule within the dojo. However, as he gradually interacts more with William's group over time, he feels a sense of belonging, persistently ingratiating himself and leveraging his prior experience in assisting them with swordsmanship to integrate into the fold, often found mingling with them. Humans are inherently social creatures, inevitably influenced by the judgments of others, whether actively or passively, as a reference for their own choices. Aramis, Akin, and Valen exhibit almost unquestioning compliance towards William. Coupled with William's remarkable self-discipline during sword training and his mature, meticulous demeanor, Edmund naturally positions himself alongside Akin and the others. Were William to appear as though he were in his 30s, or had Akin, Aramis, and Valen not formed the initial core group, it is unlikely that Edmund would have made such a swift decision. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Valen exclaimed, gesturing at the newspaper, struggling to tally the figures. This is over 200 million in bounty. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed poised to express his thoughts, but his tongue faltered, resulting in a mere so much money. Edmund snatched the newspaper, nearly pressing his nose against it, his gaze flitting back and forth across the bounty line. Half envious, half resentful, he remarked. It's not that much, and there's some exaggeration. If they hadn't attacked the celestial dragon's residence, such a bounty would be impossible. Aramis cast a sidelong glance at Edmund before returning his gaze. After more than 6 months of acquaintance, he had gained some understanding of Edmund's idiosyncrasies, recognizing that his thought processes diverged from the norm. To Edmund, the accumulation of pirate bounties did not signify the Navy's intensified pursuit. Rather, It represented a dazzling halo that could blind onlookers. After all, he was a peculiar individual who readily proclaimed himself a pirate, yet had lived so long without being mistaken for a genuine pirate and imprisoned by the Navy, which could only be attributed to sheer luck. Is it really just that they attacked a celestial dragon's residence and received such a bounty? Akin inquired. William replied with a weighty tone. If you were to disturb a farmer's chicken coop, causing chaos and allowing the livestock to escape, the farmer would hold you accountable. What do you think would happen with someone of such prominence as a celestial dragon if you let their livestock loose? Do you believe they would simply demand a small compensation like a rural farmer? Livestock? Edmund glanced again at the newspaper, struggling to comprehend. These are human lives. Thousands of them. They are thousands of slaves, William corrected. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, they are akin to livestock, perhaps even less valuable than a farmer's poultry. As farmers rely on their livestock for sustenance, while the celestial dragons keep theirs merely for amusement. The four young men found this difficult to accept, and naturally, they would not think to inquire of William why he possessed such knowledge. William took the newspaper from Edmund's hands, gazing at the image of the burning Holy Land on the cover, clicking his tongue in a moment of schadenfreude that quietly surfaced in his heart. This sentiment did not stem from Sunbow's memories, but rather from those of the original owner. Had he not successfully fled in advance, Morgan William would have undoubtedly been among the thousands of liberated slaves, provided he had not met his demise at the hands of his original master, Tordos Saint. Alas, reality offers no what-ifs. The dead are another matter entirely, and William let out a cold laugh. The words uttered by the Pirate King, Roger, before his demise set off a chain reaction that sent all manner of creatures scurrying to the seas. Among them were ambitious individuals, fervently aspiring to become the next Pirate King, alongside those who merely followed the tide for fleeting indulgence, and even those crushed by harsh realities, succumbing to despair. This situation left the Navy in a precarious position, struggling to capture the influx of pirates, while simultaneously intensifying competition within the piratical trade. If everyone sought to become a pirate, what would happen to merchant vessels and flourishing towns? What would they have to plunder? In nature, when the number of predators greatly exceeds the food supply, predators either starve to death or continuously eliminate the weak until balance is restored, or they adapt their feeding habits, seeking alternative means of survival. Humans, being more astute than animals, do not simply await their demise. A significant number of pirates swiftly acquired the skill of slave trading. What an apt occupation for pirates! When they vanquished a fellow pirate with a hefty bounty from the Navy, but found it challenging to receive rewards due to their piratical status, they could instead choose to enslave their peers and sell them to those in need. Given the chaotic nature of piracy, they could not limit their trade to fellow pirates. Before the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, slavery existed. Yet it was only after this era began that the slave trade, especially the trafficking of humans, reached unprecedented heights in a remarkably short span. As previously mentioned, William's original owner was a victim of this environment. At the tender age of 12, he and his mother encountered pirates aboard their vessel. In despair, his mother took her own life, while he, due to his youth and striking appearance, was fortunate enough to survive, only to be sold as a slave and, after several harrowing months, finally ended up in the hands of the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons, a lineage steeped in tradition, continue to uphold a culture of slavery and take pleasure in breeding slaves from various races, including humans. As part of this culture, those enslaved by the Celestial Dragons bear a mark known as the Tread of the Celestial Dragon, signifying their status as inferior humans. Regardless of one's race or previous social standing, be it a criminal, a merchant, or even a prince, once branded by the Celestial Dragons, one is irrevocably reduced to the singular identity of a slave. The original owner of William had contemplated escape or seeking help, yet even asserting that he had been illegally sold by pirates proved futile. On the contrary, such actions only exacerbated the disdain of his master, the celestial dragon Tordos Saint. Thus, during one particular banquet, Tordos Saint suggested finding amusement in the form of a slave. He proposed a performance involving another celestial dragon who possessed a young slave of William's age to pass the time and seek diversion. William was confined in a cage with another boy of his age, engaging in fierce combat reminiscent of cockfighting or dogfighting, as if they were wild beasts attacking each other. Ultimately, William triumphed, drawing upon his early training in swordsmanship. However, this harrowing experience undoubtedly planted the seeds of fear within his tender heart, leading him to exhibit remarkable obedience in the days that followed. His demeanor did not go unnoticed. He quickly earned the trust of Saint Tordos, who believed he had successfully tamed him. In a bid to showcase his prowess in animal training, St. Tordos boasted on numerous occasions before other celestial dragons, even removing the collar that restricted William's movements in secure locations, such as aboard ships or in his residence, to further demonstrate this supposed mastery. In such instances, St. Tordos felt no apprehension regarding William's escape, for William himself understood the futility of such an attempt. He was merely biding his time for the right opportunity. That opportunity soon presented itself in the year 1505 of the sea calendar, 2 years prior, when St. Tordos, as a representative of the world's aristocracy, visited the East Sea, the region with the weakest pirate influence, to affirm the efforts of the Navy. Naturally, he brought along his obedient slave, Morgan William, who hails from the East Sea. Throughout this voyage, William remained vigilant, waiting for the right moment until a fierce storm struck. He perceived this chaos as his chance, and, seizing the opportunity, dragged St. Tordos into the tumultuous waters. Without a second thought, William ended St. Tordos's life amidst the waves and climbed aboard a small boat he had secretly untied, which had fallen into the sea. Miraculously, this tiny vessel, buoyed by William's prayers, did not capsize amidst the raging waters. Unfortunately, he soon encountered a pirate ship, where he was coerced into joining their ranks. However, shortly after boarding, he succumbed to a fever due to the storm, drenched and terrified. The pirates initially intended to cast him back into the sea to fend for himself. But to their surprise, he quickly recovered, a process during which Sunbow occupied William's body. Although William's hatred for the celestial dragons was not as profound as that of his original self, whose body and spirit had endured severe torment, it did not prevent him from positioning the celestial dragons as adversaries. This sentiment stemmed not only from the modern perspective of an ordinary person, but also from the original owner's experience of having killed a celestial dragon during his escape. The privileges enjoyed by the celestial dragons are numerous, yet one of the most recognized and indicative of their status is the establishment of protective measures for their safety. Any offense against them prompts even the highest-ranking admirals of the Navy to intervene. While it was fortunate that the chaotic circumstances aboard the ship led no one to care about the fate of a mere slave, no one could have fathomed that someone would dare to kill a celestial dragon. To this day, both the media that reported the incident and the world government involved in the search efforts merely believe that the powerless celestial dragon had met a tragic fate, either blown away by the tempest or swept away by the waves, resulting in his disappearance. Perhaps even a watery grave. Nobody suspected that a lowly slave had committed such an act of regicide. A few young individuals engaged in a discussion about the contents of the newspaper, venting their frustrations regarding the privileged class of celestial dragons. However, whether it was the notorious bounty of 200 million berries, the Grand Line, or the celestial dragons in their sacred land, all remained far beyond their reach. Prompting a return to the main topic at hand, William neatly folded the newspaper, which had been perused by several individuals, and tucked it into his pocket. He had established a study in the courtyard specifically for storing newspapers, where he meticulously organized and synthesized the myriad pieces of external information contained within. Whenever he discerned something of value, he would promptly inscribe it in his notebook. After securing the newspapers, he turned to Edmund, who was idly biting his nails in boredom, and inquired, "How have you progressed with the task I assigned you?" Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to Edmund, who, with a grimace, replied, "I wasn't particularly well acquainted with that group before, so I am still in the process of establishing contact. It wouldn't be prudent to demand a meeting with their leader upon our first encounter. Such an approach would surely be met with dismissal." William disregarded his complaints, stood up, and brushed off the dust clinging to his clothes, casually instructing, "Hasten your pace over there." Edmund nodded obediently. In truth, this task was not particularly challenging, or else William would not have entrusted him to handle it alone. He originally resided in a village on the same island as Frostmoon Village, and William had tasked him with inviting the local influential figure from that village to engage in a business discussion with him. In the early days of the Tokugawa shogunate in Japan, the Zen master Zan Sh composed the Incomparable Wisdom, elucidating the concept of the unity of mind and sword in the way of the sword, blending Zen principles with martial skills, repeatedly emphasizing the central role of martial strategy and swordsmanship. The renowned sword Saint Miyamoto Musashi, in his seminal work The Book of Five Rings, also stressed that beyond the physical techniques of swordplay, the mental aspect of adjustment is equally critical. It can be said that historical masters of swordsmanship were not only adept in their techniques but also well-versed in Zen philosophy, often engaging in meditation to cultivate both body and spirit. This was still in William's past life, where he lacked extraordinary powers. In this world, the cultivation of the mind and spirit is of even greater significance. The dojo of Gungshiro, known as the One Heart Dojo, adheres to the One Heart school of swordsmanship, placing a higher emphasis on the training of the heart compared to other sword styles. The persistent drizzle cast a delicate veil over the courtyard of the One Heart Dojo, transforming the once bustling space into a serene environment. Until the central hall showed signs of life, where a group of young disciples congregated, engaged in light-hearted banter that quickly escalated into playful roughhousing and laughter. The previously tranquil hall erupted into a cacophony until Gungshiro entered through a side door, at which point, with a commanding shout from Patterson, the disciples promptly settled into their designated positions. Due to the rain, Gungshiro decided to gather all the disciples in the hall for a lesson, a format that had been employed multiple times, including for William. However, unlike William, who possessed the soul of an adult, the other young disciples were not particularly fond of the abstract sword principles that seemed shrouded in mystery. They preferred to wield their swords in practice. Gungshiro held the dojo's renowned sword, the Wado Ikemanji, which, like Gungshiro himself, appeared deceptively ordinary at first glance. It only revealed its formidable sharpness upon being drawn from its simple sheath. Edmund's gaze fixated intensely on the Wado Ikemanji, akin to a lecherous man ogling an exquisite beauty. This fixation occurred every time Gungshiro unsheathed the sword, leading William to suspect Edmund might harbor a peculiar obsession. The group of disciples, exhibiting a sense of camaraderie, clustered together even during the lesson. At this moment, Aramis leaned in to whisper to William, "Are we not discussing those grand principles today? Why is Teacher Gung still holding his sword?" "How should I know?" William replied, without turning his head. Fortunately, after elaborating on swordsmanship theory, Gungshiro finally clarified Aramis's confusion. He unsheathed the Wado Ikemanji, revealing the gleaming blade inch by inch from its unadorned sheath, causing Edmund's expression to become even more entranced. It seemed Gungshiro sensed Edmund's gaze, turning toward him with a smile and beckoning him forward. As the boisterous Edmund approached, Gungshiro presented the Wado Ikemanji to him, maintaining his signature smile as he asked, "Do you like it?" Edmund nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice, and then Gungshiro encouraged him further by bringing the sword closer, saying, "Pick it up." Edmund, in disbelief, grasped the renowned blade, which remained celebrated even beyond the East China Sea, and after a moment of silly grinning, he turned to Gungshiro, awaiting his next instruction. The dojo possessed numerous bundles of bamboo mats tied together for the disciples' practice, which constituted one of the most consumed resources in the dojo. Several such bundles were arranged in the hall at that moment. "Go and cut that bundle of bamboo mats," Gungshiro instructed Edmund, who suppressed his excitement and hurried to the mats. Although typically carefree, Edmund understood the gravity of the situation and restrained his grin. After a swift and precise downward slash, he effortlessly severed the bamboo mats in two. While this technique may have been impressive in William's past life, it was not regarded as extraordinary within the One Heart Dojo. Moreover, given that he wielded a renowned sword, the other disciples did not perceive it as particularly remarkable. Only Edmund, having wielded the blade himself, deeply appreciated the prowess of the Wado Ikemanji, realizing why it had earned such a distinguished reputation. He felt no resistance during the cut, as if slicing through warm butter. This experience intensified his admiration for the sword. Gungshiro acknowledged Edmund's performance with a nod, having observed the form and power behind Edmund's strike, recognizing that his fundamentals were solid. However, he soon retrieved the Wado Ikemanji from Edmund's hands, gently sheathing it and placing it on the ground. Then produced another sword, one even more unassuming than the Wado Ikemanji, and handed it to Edmund. He then pointed once again at the bamboo mats, reiterating the same command, "Go and cut that bundle of bamboo mats." Edmund first drew the new sword, inspecting it, but upon seeing its condition, his expression soured even further. The other disciples also recognized the state of the blade, which elicited hushed laughter. It was an exceedingly worn sword, its age unknown, lacking care and maintenance, with nicks and even rust on the blade. If this sword were to be seen by Gungshiro or Patterson, it would surely invite reprimand. Nonetheless, this did not deter Edmund. Approaching the bamboo mats once more, he inhaled deeply, then executed the same motion, a precise downward slash. The bamboo mats were again neatly sliced in half, but unlike before, both Gungshiro and the onlookers noticed a discernible difference. When using the Wado Ikemanji, the action had felt akin to practicing in the air, devoid of any external resistance. In contrast, during the second attempt with the dull blade, the physical feedback was apparent, and Edmund, wary of the blade's integrity, exhibited a slight awkwardness in his movements. Many of the students speculated that Gungshiro intended for them to grasp the importance of a sword's sharpness and to remind them to care for their weapons. Aramis pouted. I think I understand why Edmund is so enamored with the Wado Ikamanji. It's not that simple. As soon as William's words fell, he noticed Gung Silang turning his head, pointing at the bamboo mat, and with the same tone and words, commanding, "You go and cut that bundle of bamboo mat." The hall fell into a slight silence, for this time Gung Silang was not addressing Edmund, but rather the solitary he Dao Yuwenzi placed on the ground, as if the latter were a being endowed with life. To prevent any misunderstanding, it should be noted that Gung Silang's reference to he Dao Yuwenzi using he is intentional, not a typographical error. The disciples of the dojo exchanged glances, and after Gung Silang made his pronouncement, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face still adorned with a smile. The young disciples, brimming with imaginative thoughts, were inevitably filled with suspicion at his demeanor. They patiently waited for a while, yet no miracle occurred. Hidao Yuwenzi did not leap up to slice the bamboo mat as they had anticipated. Master? A somewhat juvenile voice, tinged with confusion, echoed within the hall. Finally, Gung Silang made a move. He drew Hidao Yuwenzi from its sheath once more, the blade facing upward, placing it on the ground. And then he seized a bundle of bamboo mats and tossed it atop. Hidao Yuwenzi was a formidable blade, not a divine weapon of a sword immortal. Its edge was indeed extraordinarily sharp, yet it lacked any mystical, self-generating sword chi. With no external force applied, although the bundle of bamboo mats settled upon it, embedding itself into the blade, it did not, after rolling twice, split into two as its counterparts had before. Gung Silang smiled as he retrieved the bamboo mats and Hidao Yuwenzi, addressing the assembly. The sword is of immense importance to a swordsman, indeed crucial. But it is not the essence of a swordsman. The stature of a swordsman is determined not by how sharp your sword is, but by the caliber of your character. He gestured towards Edmund, who stood holding a rusted blade. For a swordsman, talent is fundamental. Even without a prized sword, a rusted blade can still fulfill the role of a swordsman. However, if the blade is devoid of a wielder, what good is its sharpness? It cannot even move. After delivering this discourse, Gung Silang paused, looking at the disciples with a hint of anticipation. Do you understand? The response was a synchronized shaking of heads. Among the disciples present in the hall, the eldest was hardly 18 or 19, with many being merely 11 or 12 years old, and even some as young as 8 or 9. Such a nuanced lesson was not easily grasped by them. Valen shook his head like a bobblehead, eliciting chuckles from Aramis. If he were to engage in arduous training to achieve something through sheer effort and will, he would undoubtedly excel, but this particular lesson was undeniably his greatest weakness. William, however, did not shake his head. His heart was profoundly stirred, not by the lecture delivered by Gung Silang. While the lesson was captivating and intriguing for someone with a mature soul like him, it did not reach the level of astonishment. What truly astonished William was the sudden emergence of an image in his mind immediately after Gung Silang concluded his lecture. It was the inscription on the stone platform of Destiny Square, which now bore additional lines of text. Background expertise. Apprentice of Isin Dojo. Your swordsmanship is inherited from the Isin Dojo in Frostmoon Village of the East Sea. During your formative years honing your sword skills, the teachings of the dojo's master, Gung Silang, have greatly benefited you, a fact well known to all. This was the first instance where William felt the influence of Destiny Square outside of his dreams. Reflecting on the changes in Destiny Square after traversing the first path, William could not help but ponder whether the extent of his journey would amplify the power and influence of Destiny Square as he continued along his paths. As night fell, William eagerly succumbed to slumber, arriving at Destiny Square, which appeared largely unchanged, save for the addition of a new path named Pursuer of Profit, related to his forthcoming plans. Though he did not intend to embark upon this road, before the path of the swordsmanship prodigy, the stele recorded the prerequisites of basic swordsmanship expertise and the background of being an apprentice of Isin Dojo. William had already met these requirements, and the mist that once obstructed him finally began to dissipate with each step he took forward. William did not glance back at the square behind him. Instead, he pressed forward with an intensified curiosity about what the next square might become and whether it would offer any enhancements that could validate his thoughts. Casting aside the square destined to be engulfed by darkness, he strode purposefully ahead. For reasons unknown, he sensed an unsettling stir in the shadows flanking the path, as if they were poised to surge forth like a furious tide, ready to consume both the path and himself. A golden thread emerged first, accompanied by several silvery strands, suddenly springing forth from William's wrist. After a brief tremor in the air, it extended toward the horizon, reaching far beyond the limits of his vision, showing no signs of cessation. The special thread of fate representing a kin swayed gently alongside the resilient threads of destiny belonging to Aramis, Valen, Edmund, and others. An invisible ripple emanated from them, causing the darkness along the path to seethe momentarily before settling back into an eerie calm. William gazed at the thread of fate, which sought to assist him along the path of destiny, a flicker of extraordinary brilliance shimmering in his eyes. William remained oblivious to the profound intricacies of swordsmanship in this world. Even at this moment, he had yet to grasp the elusive edge that would elevate his skills, despite the fact that his current prowess far surpassed what it had been a year ago, by no less than tenfold. A semblance of solace came from the progress made on the tasks he had entrusted to Edmund. Throughout the past year, William diligently perused various newspapers, gathering intelligence from local, regional, and global sources. His aim was not merely to stay abreast of current events, but also to seek a sustainable method for financial gain, aware that even mountains of gold could be depleted over time. Most importantly, he sought to establish a local network, ensuring future channels of influence and connections. What distinguishes one pirate from another? Drawing parallels from his previous life on Earth, figures like Henry Morgan and Francis Drake, notorious marauders in the Atlantic and Caribbean, were despicable slave traders condemned to hell. Yet upon returning to England, they were celebrated as heroes, even ascending to positions of nobility. They plundered overseas, sold their spoils in British-controlled territories, procured valuable resources, and garnered intelligence support from allies. This starkly contrasts with the traditional image of pirates, who merely drift aimlessly across the vast ocean, waiting for a stroke of luck to encounter merchant vessels. In reality, Spanish treasure ships might have just departed the docks, yet intelligence regarding their routes, layover points, and docking times would be swiftly relayed to them, placed conveniently before them. The influence of these great pirates was never confined to the seas nor merely their decks. They wielded connections and power across various domains. Such resources enabled them to maintain formidable fleets and ample manpower, allowing for recovery even after minor setbacks, with safe havens to nurse their wounds. If we liken the vast ocean to a sprawling plain, then pirates like Henry Morgan and Francis Drake could be regarded as wolves, equipped with acute senses and formidable tracking abilities. From the moment their prey departed its lair, the scent of opportunity would lead them to incorporate it into their own feast. Conversely, the Denton pirate crew, despite their keen eyes, were akin to blind men upon the sea, robbing whatever they encountered, their ill-gotten gains merely accumulating on deserted islands, awaiting decay, unable to be exchanged for cash or essential supplies. A modern individual from the 21st century, thrust into a world far inferior in living conditions, facing perilous challenges, merely to become a headless fly pursued by the Navy, was a venture William found utterly beneath him. While William immersed himself in the art of swordsmanship at the One Heart Dojo, the world outside continued its relentless march, unaffected by his discreet endeavors. In the East Sea, the capital of the Kingdom of Scandinavia, Kalmar, had transformed into a veritable sea of revelry. The president of the Shining Gold Merchant Association, Caesarion, found himself bewildered by the scene. The streets and alleys brimmed with locals clutching bottles, intoxicated and lost in merriment. Many staggered through the thoroughfares, thrusting various alcoholic beverages into the arms of strangers, exclaiming, "The final revelry, my friend." As Caesarion walked, he was presented with a bottle of gin. And although the name of the association lacked subtlety, he, as its president, was a middle-aged gentleman of refined appearance and demeanor. He attempted to pay, but the offer was brusquely declined, and the individual stumbled away in a haze of inebriation. A drunken man pushing a baby carriage passed by, and Caesarion instinctively glanced inside, only to discover it was filled entirely with bottles of alcohol. Before he could fully digest this revelation, the commotion at the corner escalated as a group approached, hoisting a wooden coffin adorned with floral wreaths, laughing and joking. A large, exaggerated bottle was ceremoniously placed within the coffin, with a small inscription reading, "Safe travels onward." In stark contrast to the bustling districts populated by common folk, the residences of Kalmar's nobility were notably more serene. Within a lavish hall, an assembly of individuals of considerable status prepared to listen to a speaker. An emaciated elder ascended the podium, clad in a well-tailored black tailcoat, his graying hair neatly combed back, and his meticulously trimmed mustache lending him an air of vitality befitting a man who had traversed much of life's journey. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "many years ago, In this very city, there existed a fortunate old man. He once believed himself the luckiest in the world, blessed with a harmonious family and dutiful children. For one whose hair had begun to silver, nothing could offer greater comfort than these cherished bonds. Until one fateful day, he received devastating news. The elder paused, blinking as if grappling with the weight of his recollection. His innocent daughter, pure as an angel, had been murdered. Gasps of exaggerated shock rippled through the audience, but the elder continued undeterred. The perpetrator was a drunken sailor from the docks. In agony, he vowed to seek justice for his daughter, to punish the killer. Yet, upon seeing that ordinary man, now filled with regret and standing before you today, I pondered, was he the sole culprit? With growing intensity, the elder declared, no. The true culprit was alcohol. This drink is the companion of thieves, the friend of vice. It numbs the mind and easily dismantles the moral barriers constructed by reason, spreading its corruption ever more widely. How many families have been torn apart by a husband's alcoholism? How many children have endured wretched childhoods because of it, ultimately choosing the path of piracy? Associating with a band of drunken scoundrels upon the sea? The elder raised a glass of juice towards the palace. Fortunately, we have a wise king who loves his nation and cares for his people, unwilling to see them poisoned by alcohol. He has agreed to issue a prohibition edict 3 days hence, freeing our country from the grip of this insidious poison. Regardless of their sincerity, the audience rose in fervent applause, not necessarily for the content of the speech, but rather for the distinguished status of the speaker, the Minister of Finance of the Kingdom of Scandinavia, Count Arcadio of the Venerable Binda family. With a smile, Arcadio descended from the podium, where his son, Aureliano, approached him and, in a hushed tone meant for only their ears, inquired, how could a lowly dockhand possibly come into contact with Remedios? Arcadio shot him a sidelong glance. Do not let the truth tarnish a good story, you foolish boy. Instead of chasing after women, you would do better to engage with the families of other ministers. Fine wine is akin to gold. This is not a realization I alone possess. The small island where William currently resides is home to 2 villages, Frostmoon Village, which is in proximity to the One Heart Dojo, and Maple Leaf Village, where Edmund once lived. The dense forests and hills create a barrier that hinders direct communication between the 2 villages. Their awkward distance renders maritime trade inefficient, and to this day, neither village has contemplated the idea of collaborating to construct a road. In the woods outside Frostmoon Village, Edmund bites his nails, deeply engrossed in a book titled The Journey to Glassbead Island. This tome has been perused countless times, its pages now frayed, and its cover somewhat tattered. William had already realized that this was a novel penned by Edmund's father, along with another titled The Island of Rare Beasts, both of which had been coerced into publication by means of threats, rendering them unique editions. William had perused them as well, and found them to resemble children's literature. He could still immerse himself in the journey through the island of glass beads, yet the narrative of the island of rare beasts struck him as excessively fantastical, leading him to harbor doubts about the story's authenticity. Nevertheless, it was a novel written by his own father, and it was remarkable that Edmund, having turned 18, could still find such delight in its pages after reading it numerous times. Even more astonishing was the fact that Valen also enjoyed reading it at that moment. He was craning his neck from behind Edmund, peering over his shoulder, equally engrossed in the novel. After a brief interval, the trio heard voices approaching from the edge of the woods. Edmund attempted to put away the book, but Valen seized it, plunging back into his solitary reading with fervor. William inclined his ear, faintly perceiving a voice chastising another, whose responses were submissive. Soon, the source of the sound emerged from the thicket, coming into view of the trio. There were 3 individuals, all appearing to be youths. The leader, approximately 23 or 24 years of age, sported a tousled mane of black curls that clung to his head. Though not particularly tall, he possessed a robust physique. His eyes bore the weight of fatigue, accentuated by slight dark circles, and a prominent hook nose, evidently broken at some point, was slightly crooked, complemented by a diagonal scar that bisected his left brow, causing a habitual twitch at the corner of his left eye. His mouth, often turned downwards, rendered him an image of defiance. Behind the scarred man trailed 2 burly figures, evidently his subordinates. One, similarly adorned with slightly wavy black hair, was shorter and stocky, characterized by a prominent nose and small eyes, exuding a sturdy presence. The other, tall and sleek, boasted neatly styled black hair, glistening under the sun due to the wax he had applied, creating a stark contrast with his less handsome companions. The scarred man, seemingly displeased with the tall man's good looks, berated him until they approached William and the others, at which point he ceased his tirade. Tony, the scarred man, glared at his tall companion Manny before addressing Edmund with a hint of irritation, claiming that Manny's vanity and time spent on grooming had delayed him. We haven't waited long, William interjected with a smile. Tony's gaze shifted to William, his eyes scanning the blade at William's waist before he nonchalantly adjusted his coat, hands on his hips, revealing a flintlock pistol at his side. As everyone is aware, Beast Island is infamous, home to a plethora of bizarre creatures. Mirable Island, known for the hypnotic prowess of the Black Cat pirates, was once visited by Zango, who engaged in a dance-off with Iron Fist Hoppity, ultimately forging a bond that led them both to join the Navy. Furthermore, the renowned clothing brand Dosco Panda has its flagship store here, where a single t-shirt commands an extravagant price of 10,000 berries. This island clearly thrives, evidenced by the grand dance competitions and the presence of high-end fashion brands. Are you William? Tony inquired, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he scrutinized William. Edmund has spoken of you. I have long been curious about what makes you so remarkable. Today, I finally have the chance to see for myself. Edmund typically resided at the dojo but maintained a rented house in Maple Leaf Village, which served as a source of living expenses and tuition. Thus, he often returned to the village. With Edmund's brash demeanor, self-identifying as a pirate, he tended to stir up trouble, particularly after acquiring swordsmanship. Although not a bully preying on the innocent, he was far from a model citizen, occasionally confronting unruly tenants neglecting rent or drunken sailors misbehaving. And he had a knack for righting wrongs, even if it meant dealing with fellow diners who attempted to dine and dash. Overall, Edmund held a certain degree of notoriety in Maple Leaf Village. Tony, on the other hand, was a local strongman. His uncle served as the village chief, marking him as a privileged youth of sorts. Yet, his penchant for brawling led him to amass a group of idle ruffians, forming a vibrant local organization that extorted protection fees and engaged in smuggling at the docks. Tony had heard of Edmund's rebellious reputation, yet their paths rarely crossed, each wary of the other. Naturally, Edmund would never admit to being intimidated by Tony. When William urged him to reach out to Tony, he hesitated, feeling that doing so would imply submission to someone he had previously seen as a rival. After a few attempts, Tony ultimately acquiesced, agreeing to meet William, driven by curiosity about the person capable of compelling Edmund to run errands on his behalf. Tony's interest lay in assessing William, especially since Edmund had often been compared to him in the village. Despite contemplating recruiting Edmund into his gang, he had failed. In the world of petty criminals, reputation was paramount. Thus, Tony felt a strange sense of being overshadowed by William, leading him to adopt a posturing demeanor, akin to a dog baring its teeth when confronted with a stranger, seeking to assert his dominance through words laced with provocation. Valen glanced at Tony, whose tone and demeanor exuded a sense of casual disdain, before slowly tucking the novel into his embrace. William maintained his smile, curiosity evident as he inquired, "Oh, what are your thoughts upon seeing me?" "Just the usual." Tony casually waved his hand dismissively. "Let us refrain from such trivialities. Edmund mentioned you possess a lucrative idea, which is why I have ventured to this wretched place to meet you. I cannot fathom your cowardice. Why must you speak in hushed tones on my territory?" Edmund frowned, admonishing, "Tony, mind your words." Tony grinned broadly, leaning back with an exaggerated laugh directed at William. "I must admit, I now regard you with a newfound respect. How did you manage to ensnare him so thoroughly? He seems quite eager to please you." Fury ignited within Edmund, yet William restrained him by the shoulder. Tony's two subordinates, initially on edge at the sight of Edmund's agitation, instinctively placed their hands on their gun holsters, mirroring Tony's posture. Only when William held Edmund's shoulder did Tony withdraw his hand, his gaze flickering as he gauged William's intentions. "It seems you are rather reluctant to meet and discuss matters with me," William remarked, having calmed Edmund for the moment, as he flashed a seemingly amicable smile at Tony. Tony spat dismissively, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Do you take me for a simpleton like the man beside you, easily deceived? You expect me to come out and converse with you? The fact that you sent someone to seek me out indicates that you have a favor to ask. Those in need should know how to present themselves properly. What is your plan? Present it now. If I find it feasible, I shall consider collaboration. But I demand a significant share of the profits. If it is not viable, let us part ways swiftly. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing his words, William turned to Valen and Edmund beside him, whispering, "Akin's words ring true. These petty thugs are indeed cowards who prey on the weak. Could you speak a bit louder? Tony interjected, frowning. William remained silent, extending his palm towards the treetops with a slight bend. A whistle echoed above the heads of Tony and his companions. Just as the stout and short henchman, Angie, turned his gaze upwards, he witnessed a silhouette leap from the towering branches. Before he could even raise a hand, the figure landed squarely upon him. With a thud, Angie collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his outstretched arm contorted in an unnatural arc. Manny, tall and handsome, reacted with a fraction more speed, leaping back to evade the descending Askin. However, this merely postponed his inevitable fall by a few seconds. Askin slightly bent his knees to absorb the impact and took a giant step towards Manny, who was attempting to draw his weapon. With a fierce thrust, Askin's blade struck him squarely in the xiphoid process. The xiphoid cartilage serves to shield the heart, and the sudden assault compressed it violently. Among the group, Askin's natural talent was second only to William's. He lacked the clumsiness of Valen and the erratic nature of Aramis. He spoke little and trained diligently, and the past year had seen his skills advance rapidly. Had he not held back, he might have fractured Manny's xiphoid cartilage, potentially piercing his heart. Nonetheless, the imposing Manny soon found himself gasping for air, collapsing to the ground, his vision blurring. In his struggle, he felt a cold pressure at his throat. Askin had pressed his blade against it. As Askin subdued Manny, Aramis, having knocked Angie to the ground, charged once more towards Tony. Yet, Tony, as the gang leader, was not easily caught off guard. Aramis, having just landed and still unsteady, found his hasty attack effortlessly dodged. Unfortunately, the situation was not a mere one-on-one duel. Valen had surged forward like a meteor, closing in on Tony with unrelenting momentum. With a slight pivot and his shoulder acting as a battering ram, he crashed into Tony. Tony was sent flying, flailing as he collided with a large tree before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, lying motionless. William strode overconfidently to where Tony lay, only to witness Tony suddenly prop himself up, revealing that his right hand had inexplicably drawn a firearm, aimed directly at him. However, William had anticipated this move. As soon as Tony began to lift himself, William raised his foot, and, just as Tony's gun-bearing hand emerged from beneath him, he forcefully brought his foot down, precisely onto Tony's gun-wielding hand. The gun discharged with a loud bang, the bullet soaring off into the unknown, while Tony let out a low, anguished cry. His fingers still gripping the trigger, the pressure of William's foot intensifying his agony. "You are correct. Previously, I was indeed in need of your assistance. But now the tables have turned, and it is you who requires my aid," William remarked, maintaining a smile as he pressed down firmly with his foot. After all, despite the Denton pirate crew's lack of renown, life on the tumultuous seas was fraught with peril, where cannonballs flew and bullets whizzed. A reality far removed from the petty squabbles of a land-bound thug like Tony. In terms of threat level, William had never regarded Tony and his cohorts as a serious concern. Thus, from the very beginning, regardless of Tony's demeanor, William remained unfazed. "What?" Tony gritted through clenched teeth. William kicked away the handgun and, with one hand, lifted Tony, declaring, "Now, it is you who must plead for your life. In your dreams." Tony, exuding a certain audacity reminiscent of a street tough, still sought to retaliate. Out of nowhere, he produced a dagger and attempted to stab William. The outcome was, of course, predictable. William swiftly seized the dagger, then forcefully pinned Tony against the large tree behind him by his throat. William exerted tremendous force, causing the massive tree embraced by the two to tremble. Tony, disoriented, leaned against the tree. A few leaves dislodged by the tremor fell upon Tony's head, and William, like an old friend, gently brushed them away. "Your life is now in my hands, which means you are the one in need. Thus, we should engage in a proper conversation. If you have the courage, go ahead and make your move," Tony retorted, glaring at William. William furrowed his brow in confusion and remarked, "Why is it that individuals like you always resort to such bluster when your lives rest in the hands of others? Do you think I am like you, merely a petty thug who threatens but refrains from murder?" Without waiting for Tony's response, he turned to Akin, who was nearby, and commanded, "Eliminate the one named Manny." Without a word, Akin seized Manny's body, forcing him down onto the ground. As Manny attempted to scream, Akin clamped his iron-like hand over his mouth, stifling his cries. Akin pressed down on Manny with one knee, and under Tony's horrified gaze, he plunged a gleaming blade into Manny's lower back, slowly pushing it deeper. Tears streamed down Manny's face as his struggles transformed into convulsions. Tony watched in a cold sweat, particularly unnerved by Akin's habitual indifference, which suggested a man well-versed in the act of killing. Tony trembled, pleading, "Stop, please." Akin continued his grim task until William finally ordered him to cease. He withdrew the blade, and blood gushed from the wound, quickly saturating the earth beneath them. Manny gasped weakly, his breaths becoming increasingly labored. Tony's complexion turned ashen, drenched in sweat, while Edmund wore a similarly distressed expression. In stark contrast, William, Akin, Aramis, and others remained unfazed. Even the usually unassuming Valen did not blink. After all, Edmund was merely a self-proclaimed pirate, whereas William and his companions were genuine marauders. Manny was close to death. William shifted his gaze from Manny and retrieved a handkerchief to wipe Tony's cold sweat, speaking slowly. "Once he perishes, your other subordinate will be next, followed by you. Your time is running out." Tony, with a parched throat, asked, "What exactly do you intend to do?" At that moment, Aramis dragged the unconscious body of Angie by her hair, nonchalantly presenting her to William. "There is no need for lengthy discussions with him," he declared. "These weaklings should be eliminated first. Then we can hasten to Red Leaf Village, eliminate those underlings, and seize control of his gang. Do you think a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak would dare to resist? Please, don't kill me," Tony implored urgently. "My uncle is the village chief. If you kill me, it will not be concealed, and you cannot possibly control my influence in Red Leaf Village." William waved his hand at Aramis, dismissing the deliberately intimidating figure, and then turned to Tony, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I would not resort to such desperate measures if you are willing to cooperate." "I will cooperate. I will cooperate," Tony nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Help him staunch the bleeding," William called out loudly to Akin before addressing Tony. "You can trust me. My intention in seeking you out this time is indeed a lucrative business opportunity. However, I wish to leverage your connections and your uncle's influence within the local community." William casually fiddled with the dagger he had seized from Tony, offering a disdainful smile. "Not like those toys suited for mere scouts." He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from Tony's upper pocket, lighting one for him before inquiring, "Can you read? Do you often peruse the newspapers?" Tony's complexion remained somewhat pallid. He first nodded, then shook his head in response. William extracted several newspapers from his pocket, upon which he had circled numerous news items and headlines with a red marker, "Wise or foolish. King Norton I proclaims a ban on alcohol. If this news proves to be true, then the kingdom of Navia shall henceforth possess no public venue for the consumption of spirits." The chancellor delivered a speech declaring, "Alcohol is the root of all crime." William surmised that Tony might not fully grasp the subject, so he elucidated. "It is said that King Norton I of the Scandinavian kingdom has harbored a disdain for alcoholic beverages since his childhood." William pointed at a section of the newspaper encircled in red, which provided an introduction to the kingdom of Navia and King Norton I. He too abstains from alcohol and, since ascending the throne, has imposed heavy taxes on the trade of alcoholic beverages, with the ultimate aim of eradicating it entirely from his realm. With a faint smile, he continued, "Of course, unlike those foolish individuals who have been pampered in palaces since childhood, believing themselves to be the very center of the universe, we both understand that prohibition will only inflate the price of alcohol tenfold or more, without yielding any tax revenue." Tony, possessing a modicum of intelligence, quickly grasped William's point and interjected, "Are you suggesting we smuggle alcohol into the kingdom of Navia?" After a moment's contemplation, Tony recognized the potential profitability of such an endeavor, albeit acknowledging the considerable challenges involved. "Naturally, if it were that simple, I would handle it alone and wouldn't require your collaboration," William chuckled, patting Tony on the shoulder and gazing intently into his eyes. "Since you have agreed to partner with me, do you have any suggestions regarding our impending business venture?" Tony glanced at William's utterly unsmiling eyes and then at his two woeful subordinates, gritting his teeth as if making a resolute decision. "I believe we should bring another person into the fold." "Who?" William inquired. "The only son of the president of the Golden Flash Trading Association, Sherlock," Tony replied, suppressing the pain as he flicked the ash from his cigarette. William inquired with a beaming smile, "Is he the one who usually assists you in handling smuggled goods?" Tony felt a twinge of unease. He cast a fleeting glance at the smiling William and replied in a hushed tone, "Typically, my dealings with him involve minor transactions. However, if we intend to transport wine to the kingdom of Navia, we require a bridge." Tony's gaze swiftly swept over William and the others. Even if you are all formidable and capable of managing the perils of the sea, lacking the necessary channels renders your efforts futile. Sherlock has consistently refrained from interfering in the affairs of the Shanjin Merchants Association, and his father disapproves of his business philosophy, leading him to contemplate establishing his own venture. Yet, despite his inability to meddle in the association's operations, his status allows him to facilitate matters in numerous ways. After all, his father cannot sever ties with him completely, thus establishing and connecting sales channels remains feasible. William nodded as he listened. Having long suspected that Tony had a partner aiding him in the disposal of stolen goods, he was merely waiting for Tony to reveal the accomplice. William possesses little in the way of local connections or networks, while Tony, despite having such resources at his disposal, finds that they do not extend beyond the borders of their own vicinity. Moreover, the kingdom of Navia, though not far removed from them, remains an independent nation altogether. William seeks to recruit Tony, aspiring to establish his own local brewery. It is imperative for Tony, a local figure, to facilitate the production process, as neither he nor William possesses the acumen to deftly navigate the crucial sales aspect. The perilous leap from commodity to currency, as articulated by Marx, ultimately hinges on the involvement of another individual to accomplish this task. William was merely testing Tony. If, under his subtle persuasion, Tony revealed the singularly significant relationship that lay hidden, it would indicate that William's coercion and temptation had succeeded. Conversely, if Tony remained reticent throughout, attempting to evade the matter, it would likely suggest that he intended to return and seek assistance from this individual named Sherlock for vengeance. William has always been cautious in his endeavors, leaving a contingency in every plan. If Tony truly believes that he is so easily deceived, choosing not to mention the name Sherlock, he would have no choice but to heed Aramis's counsel. William instructed Edmund to escort Tony and the others back to Maple Leaf Village, confident that Edmund, being a local, would deter any thoughts of revenge from Tony's group. Once they departed, William turned to Akin and said, "The day after tomorrow, take Valen out to sea to retrieve Denton's treasure. You may not be able to bring everything back, so prioritize items that are easy to sell, preferably cash." Valen responded affirmatively, while Akin nodded with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing that they were to set sail, Aramis's eyes sparkled with excitement. His year-long stay in Frostmoon Village had left him feeling stifled. "I want to go too," he exclaimed. "You shall stay behind." William shot him a stern glance. Akin was mature and steadfast, and Valen was earnest and unpretentious. Although William did not doubt Aramis's loyalty, he recognized his impulsive nature and propensity for trouble due to his loquaciousness. The sea was fraught with a myriad of characters and unpredictable occurrences. Thus, for the sake of prudence, William resolved not to include him in the expedition. As they walked back to their residence, Akin inquired in a low voice, "How much should we aim to recover?" "As much as you can conveniently carry. The more, the better," William replied, rubbing his temples with an air of restlessness. In his past life, he had been an inveterate smoker, and though he no longer craved cigarettes in this incarnation, he found himself yearning for the sensation after witnessing Tony smoke. Yet, being in training and aware of the health risks associated with smoking, he could only suppress the urge. "Will we truly need that much money?" Aramis asked. "I intend to establish a distillery in Maple Leaf Village and maintain control over production. Reliance on others is not a sustainable strategy," William explained slowly. "Moreover, the son of that merchant association president, Sherlock, is not like Tony. He's no local thug, and his stronghold lies beyond our influence, making coercion impossible. Genuine collaboration necessitates a substantial investment." "How tedious," Valen remarked, uncharacteristically voicing his discontent. "Even if it is tedious, it must be done. Without a solid foundation, one cannot erect a tall building. If you bypass the essential tasks of washing and chopping vegetables, can you expect a delicious dish to emerge from merely tossing them into the pot? Do you truly believe that a fine meal can magically materialize this way?" William said, casting a sidelong glance at Aramis. Aramis scratched his cheek, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "That was just one time I didn't wash or chop the vegetables. Must you dwell on it?" he retorted. "You fool, you nearly shattered the pot by tossing in whole vegetables," William exclaimed, his irritation rising as he playfully slapped the back of Aramis's head. Aramis recoiled slightly, chuckling. In truth, he had acted deliberately, and since that incident, the others had refrained from allowing him to cook again. William resumed the previous discussion. stating that the smuggling network built around liquor would provide substantial assistance once they established their pirate crew at sea. The plundered goods could be laundered through this network, while any lacking supplies could be replenished. As their pirate crew grew stronger, they would also be able to safeguard maritime trade, thereby mutually reinforcing each other. However, William omitted to mention that this trade network served as his foothold on land, although the ocean is far more expansive than the land. The latter's significance is equally paramount for both the Navy and pirates, as seafaring vessels ultimately rely on shores for resupply, depending on various resources available on land. For pirates, who find themselves at a disadvantage against the might of the world government and the Navy, it is imperative to possess the readiness and mindset of guerrilla fighters. If they wish to avoid a dismal fate of gradual extermination while nurturing ambitions of expansion, they must cultivate a broad base of support. Only with people can there be recruits, intelligence, and resources to sustain combat. Notably, the Ottoman pirates would even wrap supplies in their Jolly Roger and toss them onto the docks for the civilians they protected. William, being astute, would certainly be aware of such insights. Articulating these notions, however, could dampen morale, which is why William refrained from sharing them with Akin and others. After escorting Manny and Angie to the doctor, Tony dismissed his subordinates, who were incessantly inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the injuries. He approached his desk, retrieving an ornate little box from the drawer. Upon opening it, a telephone bug, voraciously gnawing on a leaf, was revealed. Tony cruelly snatched the leaf from the bug's mouth. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed a number. The bug chirped for a while until it was finally answered on the other end. A youthful voice emerged from the tiny apparatus. "Hello? Is this Sherlock? It's Tony. What can I do for you? I have a friend." At this point, Tony's cheek twitched. He has a significant business proposition he wishes to discuss with you. A narrative lacking substantial detail about the story and characters is rather pallid. Although crafting these details is mentally taxing and laborious, and may seem uninteresting in the present moment, they are essential for future reference. This chapter is not included in any updates. It is merely a token of gratitude for everyone's support last week. Despite being entirely unfamiliar with the situation, you all managed to help rank the new book prominently on the charts. Thank you. In his early years, Sherlock regarded his father as the most remarkable man in the world. He adeptly forged alliances in the region, establishing a chamber of commerce to promote local products to distant royal capitals, earning the admiration of local merchants. However, as Sherlock entered adolescence, perhaps driven by the innate male desire to acquire greater social resources, he began to harbor a rebellious sentiment against the dominant male figure within his family. Alternatively, it could merely have been a realization, through broader interactions, that the once great man of his childhood also had moments of subservience. This realization instigated feelings of anger and shame, leading him into a rebellious phase, which could be likened to the term chinibu often referenced in William's past life online discussions. If considering his age of 18, one might begrudgingly categorize it as late-onset chinibu. Once Sherlock distanced himself from his father's protective embrace and plunged into the thorny jungle of society, enduring painful experiences, he might gradually revert to his childhood admiration for his father. Unfortunately, his privileged upbringing has yet to lead him to that day. His mind is still preoccupied with opposing thoughts against his father. His father, Caesarion, is cautious and conservative, exemplifying the meticulous and amicable traits of a businessman to their fullest extent. In contrast, Sherlock is filled with bold ideas. Believing that the pursuit of profit is the essence of a merchant's nature, adhering to the philosophy akin to William's past adage, the bolder the person, the greater the yield. After conversing with Tony and learning about William's credentials and proposals, Sherlock became intrigued. That very night, he scoured through newspapers regarding the Kingdom of Navia and the prohibition on alcohol, reading until dawn. The next morning, with dark circles under his eyes, he called Tony to arrange a meeting with William. He kept the smuggling venture confidential, not disclosing it to anyone around him. 5 days later, he had his family arrange a boat to send him to Red Leaf Village. Although he was the only son of the Chamber's president, Sherlock was not overly pampered. He took pride in his identity as a merchant, valuing efficiency and eschewing unnecessary displays. He brought only a male secretary to assist with his luggage, and the boat arranged by his family was merely a small vessel passing through. From these arrangements, his choices appeared sound. However, upon boarding and approaching the cabin, he couldn't help but smile ruefully. Several rugged, menacing figures were indeed glaring at him from within the cabin. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Sherlock stiffened as his secretary, who had just stepped closer to the cabin, was shot in the forehead. A gaping hole marred the center of the secretary's brow, and he collapsed, astonished, to the floor. Blood and brain matter spilling forth, filling the cramped space with a nauseating stench. Sherlock had sensed something was amiss upon boarding. The deck was sparsely populated aside from the brawny sailors. Logically, the inspectors sent by the merchant houses should have been bustling about, urging their subordinates to expedite their work. Now, Sherlock comprehended that these sailors were not law-abiding citizens laboring at the dock, but rather a band of pirates. As for the ship's owner or their appointed inspector, they were either dead like his unfortunate secretary or imprisoned by the pirates. In the worst-case scenario, the original crew and captain of the ship were complicit with the pirates. Sherlock's mind raced, and he suddenly felt a jolt. His heart sank. The ship had set sail. Were the others on board still alive? Sherlock pondered, realizing he must speak up to avoid sharing his secretary's grim fate. In a brief moment, he deduced that the pirates had not immediately slain him for a reason. The cabin was dimly lit, but Sherlock managed to discern the faces of 3 men standing or sitting across from him. 2 bore wild hairstyles, one with a large mouth and the other with a pockmarked visage. The one in the middle appeared to be the leader, with dark skin and dreadlocks. Upon hearing Sherlock's words, the leader with dreadlocks laughed. "You still have the presence of mind to concern yourself with others? Since you gentlemen have refrained from killing me, I trust there must be a reason. Thus, I should be in no immediate danger," Sherlock replied, forcing a smile. "The people aboard are members of my family's Chamber of Commerce. As the president's son, I must inquire about their safety." The pockmarked man produced a length of rope, approaching Sherlock to bind his hands behind his back, mocking, "So, you're a wealthy man. Unfortunately, you miscalculated. The further we are from shore, the closer to death you become. Those aboard will likely perish long before you do. Does that mean you want to kill me right away?" Sherlock's complexion paled, but he strove to maintain composure. "What about the others on board? If that is the case, gentlemen, could we negotiate a ransom for the members of my Chamber of Commerce?" The bandits exchanged incredulous glances before bursting into laughter, finding the proposition of a captive discussing ransom absurd. 50,000 belly for those with rolls, 20,000 for the others, and 100,000 for the captain. Several individuals no longer laughed, for Bailey had become the world's unifying currency, roughly equivalent to the yen of William's previous life. Viewed in this light, the sum offered by Sherlock appeared modest. However, when multiplied by the number of hostages held by these brigands, it amounted to a considerable fortune. What was paramount was that this was an unexpected windfall, astonishing in its very nature. For Sherlock, the most critical realization was the confirmation gleaned from the expressions of the group. Those aboard the ship were not allied with this band of pirates. Observing the bandits contemplating his proposition, Sherlock lowered his gaze slightly and ventured, "Pray forgive my impertinence, but may I inquire as to why you intend to take my life? I hold no recollection of you, and I have always cherished the company of distinguished individuals. Had we crossed paths, I surely would remember and would not have dared to offend you." The leader hesitated momentarily, yet Sherlock's flattery struck a chord. Thus, he replied, "Someone has hired us to kill you," while simultaneously arranging the scene to mimic a pirate raid. One of the pirates behind Sherlock interjected casually, displaying little concern for how much the soon-to-be deceased might know, instead relishing the game of cat and mouse. Understanding the situation, Sherlock nodded and asked, "Might I pose one final question before my demise? How much were you paid for this task?" The men exchanged glances, and it was the leader who responded, 10 million Baileys. Feigning incredulity, Sherlock let out a derisive laugh, prompting the pirate behind him to shove him roughly, causing him to stumble and half-kneel on the ground. Though anger simmered within, he maintained an apologetic facade, stating, "I beg your pardon. It merely struck me as an insult, not only to myself, but to you as well. Is my worth as the sole heir of the Flashing Gold Trading Company truly a mere 10 million Baileys? Such a notion is laughable. Moreover, the individual who hired you to stage this scene as a pirate attack likely requires more than just my demise. Considerable effort will be needed." Sherlock's composure grew steadier. The Flashing Gold Trading Company? The leader, a man with dreadlocks, appeared perplexed, evidently unfamiliar with the trading company. However, the burly man beside him reacted with a shift in demeanor and whispered an explanation, after which the leader's expression changed to one of realization. "I see. Have you heard of my company, sir?" Sherlock smiled at the burly man, sensing that the employer of these brigands was a miser, fearful of divulging his identity to avoid a price increase. Before the leader could respond, Sherlock continued, "Let us negotiate. I shall offer 3 times the amount, 30 million Baileys. You need not deign to kill anyone or undertake further actions. Simply allow me to leave, and this 30 million Baileys, along with the ransom for my fellow trading company members, shall be yours. As a note, the flashing gold trading company and Sherlock are derived from an older version of character threads, and if fitting characters and factions appear, they are utilized. From the current descriptions, it is evident that he is a mere mortal, albeit a bold merchant, daring enough to conspire with William in smuggling. All characters, regardless of their original overpowered attributes, become ordinary individuals in my hands, each possessing distinct personalities, and these diverse individuals are united by William toward a singular goal. In closing, a plea for recommendations. For the astute, weapons are never solely fists or blades. Words and intellect are equally paramount in moments of necessity. Sherlock adeptly persuaded the band of pirates, for he owed gratitude to their employer, who, perhaps fearful of attracting undue attention, had chosen to hire these uninformed third-rate pirates, enabling Sherlock to sway their decision with his silver tongue, transforming robbery and murder into abduction and extortion, albeit a newly ventured enterprise for them. The pirates displayed a commendable spirit of professionalism, treating Sherlock with somewhat less hostility. Nevertheless, they maintained a modicum of caution after the ship had sailed for a considerable time. The pirate leader finally handed Sherlock a din mushy, allowing him to negotiate the ransom with his relatives. As Sherlock hesitated, he felt the wary gazes of the surrounding pirates upon him, yet he ultimately dialed Tony's number. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Tony, seemingly emerging from the shadows, greeted him with renewed vigor. Hello. Who is this? Tony, it's Sherlock. Tony's voice bore an unexpected note of surprise. Sherlock, what a coincidence. I am currently noticing the change in the expression of the pirates. Sherlock swiftly interrupted. We can discuss other matters later. At present, I am being held captive by a band of pirates. Please prepare a ransom of 40 million Baileys. The din mushy mimicked Tony's flustered reaction upon hearing the grim news. Seizing the moment, Sherlock explained to the pirates. I understand your suspicion as to why I do not call my father. As the president of the trading company, he is under constant scrutiny. If I were to contact him, it might attract unwanted attention. I am a businessman. Having promised you a ransom, I will not go back on my word. You too. Rely on your own skills in maritime commerce, and I have no desire to gamble with my life. Hence, I shall have my friend raise the ransom, allowing you to rest assured that no complications will arise. I take great pleasure in making friends. The extra funds shall serve as my greeting gift to you. Currently, Sherlock found himself aboard a small merchant vessel, with the original crew numbering no more than 20, and at most 5 or 6 with designated roles. It was evident that the ransom would not require even 1,000 Baileys. The pirates exchanged glances, finding credence in Sherlock's words, and their demeanor toward him softened considerably. Continuing his conversation with Tony, Sherlock stated, 40 million Baileys. Remember this. Do not notify the Navy or any outsiders. You may allow the individual you mentioned a few days ago to handle the payment. I shall call you again in an hour. Should that person lack the courage to come, before Sherlock could finish, a composed voice interrupted. I am the one Tony mentioned a few days ago. William, Mr. Sherlock. Taken aback, Sherlock listened as William continued. I will personally deliver the required funds. The pirate leader snatched the din mushy back, glaring menacingly. Do not play tricks. We are the Shark Pirate crew. If you act rashly, you may never see your friend again. William chuckled lightly. When the time comes, I shall come to meet you alone on a single vessel, empty-handed save for my wealth. Surely, this arrangement will suffice. Do you still harbor fears? The pirate leader scoffed, tossing the transponder snail back to Sherlock. Sherlock, a man of audacity, would not have dared to sway a cold-blooded pirate with mere words, transforming the act of killing for a reward into a scheme of abduction for ransom. Remarkably, Sherlock addressed William through the transponder snail, stating, This 40 million berries will be considered as my debt to you. However, I am incurring such a significant cost solely to negotiate our collaboration. Hence I shall retain controlling interest in that transaction. William paused for a moment before he burst into a hearty laugh, saying, Ultimately, this matter stems from me. So I shall bear the costs. As for the collaboration, we shall settle that separately and discuss it later. Sherlock wished to say more, but the impatient pirate captain seized the telephone bug and hung up. The ship had not yet drifted too far from the shore, and the rendezvous time and location could be arranged afterwards. He needed to consult with the other officers of the pirate crew first. Meanwhile, in an office within a quaint 2-story tavern in Honya village, William returned the telephone bug to Tony. Akin and Edmund were also present in the room. William had initially brought the two of them to seek Tony's assistance regarding the establishment of a workshop in Maple Leaf Village, while simultaneously inquiring about information concerning Sherlock. To his surprise, they encountered an unexpected situation. Tony furrowed his brow tightly, stating, "I can only gather a few million Bailey in cash. It is impossible for me to procure any more. How much do you have?" Tony was merely a small-time gang leader. Maple Leaf Village could hardly be considered prosperous, especially when compared to Frost Moon Village. Furthermore, he was burdened by a group of idle ruffians who relied on him for their livelihood, resulting in meager earnings. This was one of the reasons that compelled him to entertain William's proposal. 17 million Bailey, William replied, and even that amount in cash would be somewhat less. Upon hearing this, Tony uneasily rose from behind his desk, pacing back and forth. "That totals merely around 20 million Bailey, which is only half of what we need. How could Sherlock expect us to assist in raising the ransom? Why doesn't he approach his father for the money?" Tony lamented to himself. His father was the president of a trading company, a position typically held by respected figures in the community, under constant scrutiny by numerous eyes. If he were to call for ransom funds, it would likely be impossible to keep it hidden from those around him. With so many tongues wagging, the news could easily spread, potentially attracting the attention of the Navy or other official forces. William discerned the underlying truth immediately, adding, "Moreover, judging by your description of him, this son of the illustrious Gold Flash Trading Company would hardly wish to trouble his father unless absolutely necessary." William extracted a cigarette from the pack on his desk. Inhaling its scent with a sense of nostalgia, he placed it between his lips but refrained from lighting it, continuing to speak leisurely. "Of course. The most significant aspect is that he deliberately mentioned me during the call. I suspect he is attempting to gauge my resources for a potential collaboration. If that does not materialize, he might be considering approaching his father instead." William chuckled at this, finding the individual named Sherlock quite intriguing. In his previous life, he was considered a bold person both in daily life and in the business realm. However, if he were to put himself in a different perspective, imagine being kidnapped by a group of ruthless Somali pirates. His foremost concern would undoubtedly be to ensure his own safety. Unlike this individual, who, despite having his life in the hands of others, remained fixated on business matters and even engaged in a battle of wits over the phone. William was uncertain whether to declare that Sherlock valued money over life, yet he had spent a considerable amount of time in this world. Through fragmented memories from the original owner that lingered in his mind and his daily observations and reflections, he had gleaned an understanding of the prevailing ethos of this realm and the reasons behind its formation. In stark contrast to the environment William had inhabited in his previous life, it was indisputable that this world was thoroughly depraved, worthy of comparison only to the most tumultuous regions of Earth, such as Africa. On one hand, the governmental institutions of this world were bloated, inefficient, and rife with corruption. The privileges enjoyed by the founders, the celestial dragons, along with their culture of slavery, revealed an unmistakable air of semi-colonialism permeating the very fabric of this government. On another front, one of the most emblematic forces of the world government was the Navy. Due to the rampant piracy and the obstacles posed by the Calm Belt, communication between various regions was severely hampered. With the onset of the Age of Pirates, the Navy redirected its focus to the Grand Line, consequently granting greater authority to local base commanders, including but not limited to the power of conscription. Coupled with an unscientific management approach and infrequent personnel rotations, these base commanders could easily assume the role of warlords, wielding power locally with impunity. Moreover, the nations primarily maintained a feudal dynasty structure, marked by a stark divide between the aristocracy and the lower populace, which continued to grow increasingly bloated. The notion of lineage prevailed, and the nobility's rule was considered sacrosanct, while opportunities for the lower classes to ascend were few and far between. Corruption and bureaucratic issues were even more severe than those seen within the world government. Only after this did the havoc wreaked by the locust-like pirates come into play. The adage "frozen inches do not form in a day" aptly describes this grotesque world, which also featured individuals endowed with extraordinary might. One significant constraint on the powerful was moral restraint. Yet how substantial could such morality be, especially in this chaotic environment? For many, whether they be pirates, naval officers, agents of the world government, unrestrained strongmen, or aristocrats, the potential existed for their lives, once stable and tranquil, to be easily obliterated. The specter of death, wielding its scythe, lurked everywhere. In this milieu, the overwhelming majority of individuals were unable to evade death and were compelled to acclimate to its inevitability, inevitably fostering a disdain for death, or even a longing for it. This gave rise to a multitude of extraordinary individuals who focused solely on realizing their unique value. For they understood that since death was inescapable, they fervently wished to accomplish extraordinary deeds during their existence that would etch their names into the annals of history. William sighed, acknowledging the undeniable truth that this era was both profoundly dismal and yet filled with remarkable heroes and captivating events. However, Tony's words abruptly drew him back to reality. "But we cannot gather the ransom," Tony exclaimed. "You cannot manage it either. Sherlock has overestimated your capabilities. Unlike him, you are not the son of a Chamber of Commerce president. 40 million Baileys, how many possess the capital to produce such a sum without a moment's hesitation?" In the same room, Akin, disdainful of Tony's despondent complaints, scoffed, "Capital encompasses more than mere currency." William laughed heartily and clapped his hands, saying, "Ah, my good brother understands me." "What does that mean?" Tony inquired. William countered with a question, "Are you familiar with the shark pirates?" Tony scoffed, "In the East Sea. I am only aware of the Redbeard pirates and the Chef pirates. This third-rate crew that seemingly emerged from nowhere? I have never even heard of them." Upon witnessing this, William remarked, "Since it is an unknown pirate crew, that simplifies matters." Tony's expression shifted dramatically, as if he comprehended William's implication. The individual named Sherlock was equally astute. In this world, capital has never solely pertained to money alone. William's fingers lightly tapped the hilt of the sword at his waist. "For he would not have emphasized the need for me to pay the ransom otherwise. This individual truly does not regard his own life with much seriousness." Several nautical miles away from Maple Leaf Village, a small two-masted merchant vessel quietly lingered in place. Atop the mast, a pirate with a black cloth wrapped around his head was peering through a spyglass towards the direction of the village. Below him, several comrades on the deck, nearer to the village, were also scanning the surroundings. After a moment, the pirate finally spotted a small boat slowly approaching through the lens of his telescope. Under the vigilant gaze of the pirates, the small boat carrying William drew nearer to the merchant vessel. He stowed away the only sail on his boat, lightly tapped the side of the vessel with his right foot, producing two distinct sounds, before leaping onto the deck of the merchant ship, carrying two large leather trunks and the rope securing his small boat, landing as gracefully as a hawk. Several pirates, armed and positioned in a semicircle, surrounded William. Whether considering William's audacity to venture alone into the lion's den or his recent agile display, it was evident that he was no coward devoid of strength. The group of pirates, mere novices in the abduction business, could not afford to be careless for their inaugural endeavor. William indeed bore no weapon, and his gray shirt and black trousers concealed nothing of significance. He raised the leather case in his hand towards the pirate crew, who appeared on high alert, and then boldly opened one of the compartments, revealing bundles of neatly tied berries. He remarked, "I have merely brought money. There is no need for you to be so apprehensive." The sight of 20 million berries was undeniably striking, particularly for this band of second-rate pirates, whose existence was characterized by hardship and uncertainty. A pirate, full of greed, attempted to snatch the leather suitcase from William's grasp, only to be deftly evaded by him. "Do you not understand the rules? Where is Sherlock?" "I must first ensure his safety," William remarked, furrowing his brow as he secured the suitcase once more. A band of pirates, momentarily captivated by the prospect of cash, discarded any semblance of professional ethics as they glared at William with malevolent intent. The pirate who had reached for the suitcase, thwarted by William's sidestep, flared his nostrils and stepped forward with his blade drawn, only to be halted by another pirate sporting a frizzy hairstyle and a visage marked by scars. This latter individual had previously interacted directly with Sherlock in the ship's cabin. Through his silver tongue, Sherlock had not only persuaded them to reconsider their intentions but had also garnered a favorable impression from several of them, thus allowing William the opportunity to meet Sherlock. The pirates had indeed contemplated betraying William after he delivered the ransom, planning to feast upon one party before turning on the other, ultimately intending to eliminate Sherlock and his companions for another bounty. However, the implications of Sherlock's words were unmistakably clear. The pirate captains understood that as the sole heir of a local merchant association, should he meet his demise, especially alongside the innocent lives lost in the guise of piracy, Sherlock's father would not take such a transgression lightly, resulting in significant repercussions. The bounty on their heads would undoubtedly escalate dramatically. Most lower-tier pirates, unlike the eccentric Edmund, did not wish for their bounties to rise. They lacked the strength and influence to handle the relentless pursuit that would ensue if their notoriety became too pronounced. In contrast, the ramifications of kidnapping were considerably less severe. Moreover, in a self-deceptive manner, they perceived their treatment of Sherlock as rather amicable. The pirate leader, his face a tapestry of scars, guided William toward the captain's quarters. Flanked by 4 burly pirates wielding swords, ensuring that he would not cause any disturbance along the way, William obediently followed the other into the captain's cabin. As he entered, he was pushed slightly by a pirate, yet he paid it no heed. Inside the cabin, there were only 2 individuals. One, a burly man with a face full of scars and dreadlocks, was unmistakably a pirate. Thus, William quickly dismissed him from his gaze and focused on the singular figure that matched the description of Sherlock provided by Tony. This was their first encounter. Sherlock, akin in age to William, appeared considerably paler in complexion compared to the darker, more robust visage of William, who bore the marks of a life at sea and had trained in the art of swordsmanship. While William exuded a certain gallantry, Sherlock's stature seemed somewhat frail. His short black hair appeared disheveled, possibly a result of his abduction. Despite the high quality of his suit, which was evident from the fabric, he carelessly left his coat unbuttoned and rolled up his sleeves, resulting in a rather wrinkled appearance. As William scrutinized Sherlock, the latter was also assessing him in return. Sherlock's countenance displayed a palpable tension, which elicited a faint smile from William. Seated behind the captain's desk, the pirate leader, who was either accompanying or more precisely, monitoring Sherlock, rose to his feet. Once the group entered the room, he straightforwardly inquired, "Where is the money?" William's lips curled into a smirk as he lifted the suitcase. "You have seen the person." The man with the pockmarked face glanced at the unscathed Sherlock before shooting a glare at William. He then reached out, attempting to snatch the suitcase containing the money from William's grasp. Unbeknownst to him, William acted swiftly, tossing both suitcases onto the captain's desk in quick succession. Thud, thud. The 2 large suitcases, filled to the brim with a fortune, landed atop one another on the desk, producing a resonant sound. The suitcase previously showcased by William now rested atop, positioned before the pirate chief. The pirate chief, momentarily exhilarated, reached out to touch his dirty dreadlocks before eagerly opening the top suitcase. Inside, bundles of berries were tightly packed, the sight reflecting a glimmer of gold in his eyes. A mere illusion he recognized yet could not resist. He whistled in delight, casually grabbing a few bundles to examine before moving the first suitcase aside to unveil the next one. Like a spellbinding charm, the pirates in the captain's cabin were captivated by the sight of the stacks of berries. As the pirate chief's hands descended upon the second suitcase, William's hands simultaneously clasped the wrist of the pirate who had previously pushed him. The pirate chief's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he opened the suitcase. But instead of the expected bundles of berries, he was met with sheets of newspaper, still bearing the scent of fresh ink. Stunned for a moment, he quickly erupted in fury, realizing he had been deceived. With a fierce grip, he slammed the open suitcase back down, bellowing, "Kill him." Meanwhile, seizing the distraction of the pirates, William had already positioned his hands on the wrist of the nearby armed pirate. Swiftly, he executed a masterful disarm maneuver against the startled pirate. Bang! That was the sound of the suitcase being forcefully slammed shut by the pirate chief. Thud! That was the sound of the pirate being thrown to the ground by William. The dazed pirate lay sprawled on the floor, his curved dagger having magically found its way into William's possession. William cast a disdainful glance at the pirate sprawled on the ground, scoffing at the thought of someone incapable of wielding a sword daring to call themselves a pirate. At that moment, the furious roar of the pirate leader reached his ears, prompting the 3 pirates beside William to react in unison, brandishing their blades towards him. With lightning reflexes, William's reaction speed was astonishingly swift. Coupled with the techniques he had diligently mastered at the One Heart Dojo, the movements of these 3 pirates appeared to him in excruciatingly slow motion, fraught with countless openings and glaring flaws in their execution. The trio, akin to novices in swordsmanship, relied solely on the strength of their arms, managing to exert a mere fraction of their potential. Seizing the opportunity, William deftly sidestepped, raising his blade in a decisive maneuver, effortlessly parrying the 3 curved swords that came at him. In a realm where individual prowess transcends the ordinary, the knowledge and skills imparted by the One Heart School, akin to the military strategies of William's previous life, positioned him in an overwhelming advantage against these pirates. It was as if a modern army armed with aircraft and artillery were to engage in battle with tribesmen unfamiliar with the basic principles of warfare. The outcome was predestined from the very outset. William turned sideways, releasing his strength before skillfully harnessing it. Thanks to a year of rigorous training and the practical experience gained from encounters with pirates, he executed a series of movements in a seamless flow. Utilizing the very force of the 3 pirates, he deftly redirected their blades away, leaving himself vulnerable. This act heralded their demise. With minimal movement, William's curved dagger performed a series of thrusts, slashes, and cuts, causing the three pirates to tremble. One suffered a puncture to the left side of his chest. Another was struck beneath the chin, and the last had his throat slit, each drawing forth a stream of crimson. Even if Gung Sailang were present, he would likely applaud William's fluidity. It wasn't merely the prowess of William that astonished, but the grace with which he executed his maneuvers. The strength of swordsmanship can only be cultivated through gradual training. It has never been about reckless aggression, for such individuals are better suited to wielding a club. What William exemplifies at this moment is a remarkable skill in conserving every ounce of unnecessary energy. This not only attests to his diligent practice and daily training, but also reveals another truth. William's hands were steady, and his heart even steadier. With a slight bend of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the pirate captain. It was only at the moment of his departure that three pirates collapsed to the ground. At that instant, the pirate officer, whose face was marred with scars and had been guiding William, clumsily drew his sword. William merely cast a fleeting glance at him as he dashed past. He feigned a thrust with his curved blade. In the moment the officer attempted to block, William deftly altered his attack, plunging the weapon into a vital spot. The scarred officer lacked even the capacity to delay William for a heartbeat. The pirate captain was struck with terror, witnessing his four subordinates incapacitated in an instant, as if trapped in a nightmarish dream. As William advanced towards him, the captain hastily hurled a box filled with newspapers from the table, retreating 2 steps while drawing a flintlock pistol from his coat. With a flash of steel, William cleaved the box, along with its contents, into 2 halves, sending the papers swirling around him like ethereal leaves, while the captain seized the opportunity to aim for William's forehead. The extraordinary reflexes William possessed were a testament to his potential. Although his reaction speed had become remarkably swift, it still paled in comparison to that of a bullet. Even if his reflexes were honed to exceed the speed of a bullet, his body required ample time to develop a comparable velocity. Yet, who said evading bullets necessitated being faster than them? From the moment the captain's finger tightened on the trigger to the spring propelling the flint, culminating in the spark igniting the gunpowder, what was a fleeting instant for others stretched into an eternity for William, granting him the opportunity to evade. Time seemed to slow. The captain's finger moved in what appeared to be slow motion, while William's pupils subtly shifted. Upon discerning the direction of the gun's muzzle, he ever so slightly tilted his head. Soon, time resumed its normal pace. Bang! Snap! The first sound was that of the bullet discharging, akin to the popping of beans, while the second was the bullet whizzing past William's ear, striking the wooden wall with a sharp crack. William did not outrun the bullet, yet Sherlock, the pirate captain, and his crew were utterly oblivious to this fact. To their eyes, William's reaction appeared swifter than the very bullet itself. Sherlock gaped in astonishment, while the pirate captain's eyes widened in terror, and at that moment, William had already surged forward, closing the distance between them with great strides. William's feet struck the wooden floor with a series of muffled thuds, contrasting sharply with the immense force he exerted. The curved blade effortlessly sliced through the pirate captain's fragile skin and muscle, piercing through his left chest and emerging from his back. William pressed on relentlessly, bearing the cries of the pirate captain, and with a fierce command, he summoned his strength to pin the captain's feet against the wall. "Wait, do not kill him." It was only then that Sherlock weakly called out. William released his grip from the hilt of the knife, his gaze shifting from the lifeless pirate leader to Sherlock. A faint smile graced his lips, though the blood smudged across his face, coupled with the grim atmosphere of the slaughterhouse-like room, rendered the moment far from tranquil. "You spoke too slowly," he remarked. Sherlock offered a wry smile in return. "You acted far too swiftly," he countered before extending his hand. "I am Sherlock." "William." "A pleasure to make your acquaintance," he replied, also extending his hand for a brief shake. "Quite an impression," Sherlock commented as he surveyed the scattered corpses strewn across the room. William's actions unfolded with astonishing swiftness, akin to a rabbit's leap or a falcon's dive. Several pirates scarcely had time to use Sherlock as a hostage for intimidation before they found themselves embarking on their journey to the underworld, destined to join the ranks of pirates once more. William approached the corpse of the pirate officer, whose face was marred by countless scars, and spoke with a sardonic tone. "I presume this is precisely what you desired, is it not? Mere wealth on these treacherous seas amounts to nothing more than a succulent morsel, tempting all who dare to take a bite. You summoned me here to ascertain whether I possess the prowess that Tony spoke of to safeguard future ventures, correct? Therefore, do you now consent to collaborate with me?" As he spoke, William bent down to retrieve a flintlock pistol from the waist of the deceased pirate officer, a weapon that had scarcely been utilized. While inspecting the pistol for ammunition, a foul stench suddenly assailed his nostrils. Drawing his gaze to the source emanating from the groin of the earlier pirate henchman, from whom he had snatched the blade, this individual was desperately feigning death. Though initially disoriented by William's assault, he had narrowly escaped the clutches of demise. Regrettably, upon furtively glancing at William, who was now handling the firearm, he mistakenly believed himself discovered. The memory of William's swift and lethal swordsmanship, coupled with his seemingly bullet-dodging agility, had instilled a profound terror within him. Trembling uncontrollably, he lost all composure, and in a moment of utter despair, he wet his trousers. William gently kicked him and said with a hint of indifference, "If you wish to avoid death, then brace the door for me." On the other side, Sherlock tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I presume, since you dared to come unarmed as you claimed over the phone, and given that both of us are still alive, your predicament is self-evident." The gunshot that had just echoed from the captain's cabin startled the other pirates, and the sound of footsteps on the deck and in the passageway gradually approached. However, William paid little heed. As the terrified pirate clumsily got up to brace the door, he had already arrived at the only small window in the room. Under the bewildered gaze of Sherlock and the pirate, William shattered the window and casually fired a shot into the outside world. The crack of the gunfire reverberated across the vast sea, and William tossed the emptied flintlock pistol onto the table before turning to Sherlock with a smile. "All right, matters will be resolved shortly. To avoid wasting our time, since we have reached a preliminary agreement, let us discuss the forthcoming business, particularly the crucial point of who shall take the lead." Here, Sherlock produced a handkerchief scented with perfume to cover his nose, wrinkling his brow in distaste. "What is there to object?" William chuckled dismissively. He was intent on negotiating in this room reeking of blood. Business negotiations are, after all, a battlefield where no tactic is spared, and the power in the realm of commerce is never solely represented by wealth. It necessitates other forces for protection. In a peaceful and stable society, this power typically refers to governmental and official authority, providing policy support that ensures investments do not go awry due to inexplicable circumstances. Yet in these turbulent times, it does not only pertain to official and governmental might, it also encompasses tangible military strength capable of deterring and resisting various pirate threats. Without the safeguarding presence of armed force, conducting business upon the ocean renders one's investments perilously vulnerable to being squandered. William's negotiations here were akin to finding an office adorned with photographs of governmental leaders' visits in a previous life, where the lifeless body hanging on the wall served as a testament to his formidable power. Ever since the gunfire erupted, the cacophony outside intensified, with vague shouts of battle filtering through the shattered windows. Although Sherlock possessed immense courage, his bravery was confined to commercial matters. Unlike William, who had once danced on the knife's edge as a pirate, he was compelled to stifle his discomfort. Covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief to mask the foul odor, and muttered in a hushed tone, "Your idea is commendable. Yet I must bear the critical and perilous responsibilities of transporting goods and selling them locally. Establishing a sales network from scratch is no trivial endeavor. Thus I must retain control." Before Sherlock could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the shouts of battle echoing from nearby. The sound seemingly emanating from just outside the door, prompting him to cast a wary glance toward it. The shouts came swiftly and faded just as quickly, soon replaced by a gentle knock at the door of the captain's cabin. The pirate lackey, pale-faced, gazed apprehensively at William, who smiled wider, first glancing at the uncertain Sherlock before gesturing for the lackey to step aside. "Come in," William called out loudly to the outside. The door to the captain's cabin swung open, revealing a slick head smeared with blood peeking in. After surveying the room, the figure confidently stepped inside. This individual was, of course, Valen, whose head was smeared with blood, yet his body bore no visible injuries, indicating that the blood was not his own. "Has the enemy outside been dealt with?" William inquired. Valen casually wiped the blood from his head and replied, "They should all be taken care of. Akin, Aramis, and Edmund are checking the cabin one by one for any stragglers." William nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards Sherlock, whose lips were tightly pressed together. "Is local sales the most perilous aspect? Just how dangerous is it? Are we to be extorted by local officials? We both know that after our collaboration, it will be my men watching over the ship to safeguard the cargo, facing ruthless sea marauders who would kill without a second thought. The most treacherous part is, in fact, managed by me and my associates. Mr. Sherlock, while my companions and I may not hail from illustrious backgrounds, our lives are not so insignificant." William leaned forward, his hands resting on the desk, fixing Sherlock with an imposing stare as he articulated each word with precision. You merely provide the funds, while we risk our lives. Therefore, in this venture, it is undoubtedly I who holds the final say. William straightened his posture once more and remarked, moreover, we are not merely risking our lives. We are also investing our finances. As for you, unless you seek assistance from your father, you will struggle to find a candidate suitably qualified to collaborate with you in the short term. If you find my terms unsatisfactory, you are free to decline my partnership. However, I feel compelled to offer you a word of caution. His tone was ambiguous as he continued, possessing a ship and cargo in this vast ocean is merely a means for the capable to serve as custodians for the transportation of goods. Once William concluded his statement, silence enveloped the room. Valen cast a wary glance at William before observing the pensive Sherlock, concerned that Sherlock's youthful impetuosity might lead him to react with anger to William's subtly threatening words. To their surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Sherlock merely blinked and replied, "Desperado? I find that appealing." He rose to his feet and declared, "The higher the risk, the greater the reward. I am drawn to audacious individuals who dare to engage in ventures that others shy away from, such as the path to earning wealth beyond the common imagination. You wish to take the lead? Very well, but as a merchant, I seek profit. Can you meet my expectations?" Their hands clasped firmly together, one hand rough and calloused, the other slender and elegant. "No problem," he affirmed. Akin and his companions had been concealed within the small wooden vessel that William occupied. Initially, William had lightly kicked the boat's side to alert those hidden in the boat's dark compartment to heed his signal. As the other pirates became distracted by the commotion emanating from the captain's quarters, the group shed their disguises and stormed the merchant ship. Due to Sherlock's lack of self-defense capabilities, it was only after Akin arrived in the captain's quarters to report that all pirates on board had been neutralized that William escorted Sherlock to the ship's deck. Once they had departed, only Aramis remained, grinning at the fortunate pirate who had survived. Shortly thereafter, the group heard a blood-curdling scream emanating from the captain's quarters. Akin turned to glance at Aramis, who had exited the room and rejoined the group, nonchalantly shrugging, "I merely broke both his hands." William engaged in casual conversation with Sherlock, inquiring, "From what you've said, was this kidnapping premeditated? Should I spare the leader's life? Do you require my assistance?" "No need, truly," Sherlock replied, shaking his head. "I can somewhat deduce who is responsible without your questioning. Could it be a feud among the affluent?" William mused, observing Sherlock's expression and admitting his ignorance regarding the intricate rivalries of the elite families. "In my household, wealth is a recent inheritance, spanning no more than 2 generations. My great-grandfather was merely an apprentice in a grocery store, and it was only with my grandfather that we owned a modest shop, hardly the hallmark of nobility." Sherlock chuckled lightly, yet every family inevitably harbors a few inept relatives. Those with limited vision often confine themselves to their immediate circumstances, lacking the capacity to expand their own enterprises, thus fixating on the modest inheritance they possess, perhaps out of fear of future destitution. "When you achieve prosperity, I suspect you will encounter similar relatives," Sherlock teased. "However, knowing your disposition, you would swiftly deal with them. As for myself, I fall a little short, after all. I am merely a businessman, lacking your decisiveness." Despite being a privileged gentleman who had recently endured a series of harrowing events that would terrify an ordinary person, Sherlock appeared remarkably untroubled, with not a hint of gloom on his countenance, at least as far as William could discern. Just as Sherlock had elevated his regard for William from the moment he rescued him, William found himself admiring Sherlock's remarkable composure in the face of adversity. The group navigated their vessel back to Maple Leaf Village. After reassuring the crew of the merchant ship and allowing them to depart, Sherlock joined Tony for a welcoming banquet held in his honor. Although termed a banquet, it comprised only a few attendees: Tony, his uncle the village elder, Sherlock, William, Akin, Aramis, Valen, and Edmund, who occupied the tavern's second floor, indulging in food and drink while discussing the various stages of future smuggling operations. Edmund harbored doubts regarding the viability of the illicit liquor trade, questioning, "How can we sell a few hundred Baileys worth of liquor for several thousand, even tens of thousands? Is there truly a market for it?" Before William could respond, Tony's uncle, Omar, the village elder, grinned broadly. How could there not be buyers? He raised his glass, a sly smile playing on his lips. Those men, having labored for days, will undoubtedly be willing to pay for a drink during their respite. Displeased by Omar's demeanor, Edmund refrained from further engagement and turned to converse quietly with Valen. Since learning to read, Valen had developed a passion for literature, particularly adventure novels. Beneath his seemingly simple exterior lay a yearning for the grand tales of adventure that resonated deeply with him, mirroring Edmund's own aspirations. The two naive young men from William's little gang soon became inseparable, which, however, irked Aramis. He had always relished teasing and mocking Valen. But once Valen began to spend all his time with Edmund, jealousy took root in his heart. William was indifferent to the antics of the three jesters. He advised Sherlock, "If possible, I suggest you initially register some pharmacies at local sales points. We shall produce alcohol solely in Maple Village and subsequently transport it to these pharmacies. Even if local officials were to discover it, we could easily pass it off as medicinal alcohol." The ruse of using pharmacies to clandestinely sell alcoholic beverages was inspired by an American from my previous life. The protagonist of The Great Gatsby employed a similar tactic. "Surely, the taste would be rather poor?" Tony inquired. "The low-end market is where the real profit lies." Sherlock wiped his mouth, "and this would also save on transportation costs. As for premium alcoholic products, it would be more beneficial to use them to bribe local officials. The prohibition is indeed a boon, allowing us to save a substantial amount on bribes." Please mark this chapter. In the year 1508 of the Sea-Round calendar, within the conference room of a newspaper in the East Sea, a tall, balding middle-aged man stood before a blackboard, bellowing, "News! News! I demand exclusive news. Our sales have plummeted below the critical line. If this continues, the newspaper will collapse, and I shall deal with each of you personally before turning the gun on myself." His eyes were bloodshot, and his tie was carelessly loosened, presenting an image akin to a giant vulture, fierce and menacing, perhaps intimidated by the editor-in-chief's fearsome demeanor. One editor timidly raised his hand like a dutiful student. "Speak." The vulture-like editor commanded with a wave of his hand. "The maritime train of the Grand Route has recently been completed," the timid editor began, but before he could finish, the editor-in-chief hurled chalk at him. "Next." The president of Shipbuilding Company No. 4 in the Water City suffered a tragic incident, leading to the demise of 50 individuals due to a lack of materials while purchasing timber, resulting in the closure of the shipyard. The editor-in-chief regarded the speaking editor with inscrutable expression and inquired, "What is the name of our newspaper?" "The East Sea Daily." The editor-in-chief's face darkened, and he threw another piece of chalk, followed by several more, cursing, "You know it's the East Sea Daily, yet you continue to provide news on the Grand Route. I demand news on the East Sea. Exclusive news. I want our readers to be so captivated by the very first word of the headline that they cannot tear themselves away." After the editor-in-chief had finished berating the editor with a head injury from the chalk, he exclaimed, "Or perhaps something like last year's Mary Geos attack incident. A story with universal appeal that resonates with the readers." The occurrence of last year's Mary Geos attack was indeed a blessing for those in the news industry, especially for local media like the East Sea Daily. The public found immense satisfaction in witnessing the downfall of the celestial dragons, and their curiosity about the rare fishmen in the East Sea was piqued. Although the East Sea Daily bore a respectable name, it was, in reality, a sensationalist gossip rag that, during that time, managed to boost its sales by exploiting the editor's fabrications about the fishmen to attract attention. Unfortunately, such unexpected windfalls were absent this year. The participating editors, confronted with the editor-in-chief's imposing presence, had no choice but to lower their already modest heads. Jacita smirked slightly, feeling a sense of pride, as he had prepared for this meeting in advance. "I have received word that the prohibition in the Kingdom of Navia has, in practice, become a mere formality over the past year." Jacita tapped his pencil against his notebook to draw the attention of his colleagues, including the editor-in-chief, and confidently stated, "From my intelligence, aside from the capital Kalmar, where supervision remains relatively strict, the underground black market for alcoholic beverages throughout the kingdom has remained uninterrupted." Still insufficient. The vulture-like editor-in-chief, recovering from his previous rage, supported his chin with one hand, murmuring to himself. He then fixed his gaze on Jacita and asked, "Is there any more specific information?" Jacita hesitantly replied, "It is rumored that there exists a complete network for the production, transportation, and sale of these goods, with individuals facilitating the smuggling of alcohol." "Of course," the editor-in-chief retorted bluntly, "it is obvious that such a network exists. I want a scoop. The staggering profits from smuggling? Local officials colluding?" An editor promptly proposed. The editor-in-chief paced back and forth, realizing they could concoct a series of articles from this information, yet he still felt unsatisfied. "Can we extend the narrative to include the king of the Kingdom of Navia?" Jacita, having previously been deprived of the opportunity to speak, expressed his reluctance. The editor-in-chief clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Yes, we can serialize this," gradually packaging him as a sensational figure. A jester. He scanned the room, asking, "What is the general impression of the populace regarding him?" "Fool." An editor with a nose reddened by drink declared without hesitation. "Harsh," another added. "He must be a devout believer, right? His ideas are quite detached from reality." As the editor-in-chief listened to the comments, he jotted down words on the blackboard. Harsh, believer. Detached from reality. He dropped the chalk, scrutinizing the blackboard's contents, lost in thought, while the other editors gathered around, eagerly offering their suggestions. What about portraying him as a pious believer? Too positive. Readers won't buy it. What about a fanatical believer? Not quite right. The editor-in-chief snapped back to reality, proclaiming loudly, "Religious fanatic. From this moment on, in our writings, he shall be depicted as a religious fanatic. A king who enforces prohibition like a religious zealot." The room fell silent for a moment before a single dissenting voice timidly remarked, "But isn't it true that strict support for prohibition is only held by certain sects within Protestantism? It seems to have not spread throughout the kingdom of Navia." The conference room fell silent again, and after a lengthy pause, someone quipped sarcastically, "People like you will eventually find themselves gnawing on tree bark. Who cares about such trivialities?" The editor-in-chief nodded appreciatively at Jacida, stating, "Your information is excellent. Is there anything else we can unearth for news material?" The others in the room glared at Jacida with envy, which swelled his ego somewhat. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "There is one piece of information, but it is merely hearsay with no substantial evidence. It is said that the individuals establishing the local trade smuggling network are merely a group of youngsters barely in their 20s. Jacida's hesitation stemmed from the dubious authenticity of the news, which paled in comparison to the rumors surrounding Norton I, all of which were mere hearsay, lacking any substantial foundation. However, the editor-in-chief of the Vulture was invigorated, realizing that intrigue and novelty were paramount in captivating readers. He wielded his chalk, inscribing bold characters on the blackboard, "Religious fanatic and young patriarch," encircling the word young, indifferent to whether the individual in question still qualified as such. Within the royal palace of Kalmar, the capital of the kingdom of Navia, the morning court had concluded as it always did. As Arcadio stepped out of the palace, he shed his humble demeanor, regaining his spirited confidence. What significance did it hold to govern vast territories and seas when a king, born and raised within the confines of the palace, could only perceive and engage with the affairs of the immediate realm? Other matters were relegated to his ministers for description. And in this regard, Arcadio, as the Minister of Finance, exhibited considerable caution. Norton I certainly was not the kind of fictional character the editor of the Eastern Sea Daily would soon fabricate, a religious fanatic. He was merely overly fanciful, yet genuinely concerned for his nation and people. It was Arcadio who, in his detachment from reality, ultimately resorted to the ludicrous measure of imposing a prohibition on alcohol as a means of caring for the nation and its citizens. Those who linger on the fringes of politics, yearning for entry into the political center but failing to do so, often profit by trading and policy gossip. In contrast, a true minister of state like Arcadio would opt to drive policy initiatives for profit. Out of prudence, even after successfully implementing the alcohol ban, Arcadio refrained from immediately engaging in the premeditated smuggling trade. He waited a full year, allowing the availability of alcohol in the royal city to dwindle almost entirely. This was not only to cultivate demand among the clientele of Kalmar, the kingdom's largest market, but also to thoroughly deceive Norton IS informants, leading them to believe that the ban he had enacted was indeed effective, thus diverting his attention away from the matter. Now, it was time for Arcadio to reap the abundant rewards of his labor. At the dock of Red Leaf Village, a group of weathered and rough-handed dockworkers and sailors surrounded William, either squatting or sitting, as they listened to his rendition of a pirated version of Water Margin. This rogue had altered character names and backgrounds, transforming it into a tale of a pirate captain and his 108 seafaring companions, inevitably embellishing the narrative to depict the kingdom's aristocracy and the world government as oppressors of the virtuous, forcing the good into a life of crime. The smuggling enterprise had entered a stable phase, with a crew in Red Leaf Village producing alcohol and alcoholic beverages. Sherlock leveraged his connections within the Shining Gold Consortium to facilitate transport by ship, sometimes directly aligning with the consortium, ultimately delivering goods to local apothecaries. Meanwhile, he utilized wealth in the inflated prices of high-end liquor, resulting from the prohibition, to bribe local officials, who were thoroughly unperturbed by the corruption wrought by alcohol and money. This allowed the group to establish a trade network within the locality. As the goods traversed the seas, William, Aramis, Akin, Valen, and Edmund took turns escorting the cargo ships, guarding against pirate attacks and the offensives of rival competitors. At this juncture, William was never idle. He was an affable individual who, coupled with his status, effortlessly mingled with the diverse array of people aboard the ship and at the docks. From the captain to the dock workers and sailors, he was well acquainted with nearly everyone, and he kept a mental ledger of those who could be nurtured into allies. This process was William's cultivation of his network. The profits from his smuggling ventures had amassed a considerable fortune, and with the connections he had forged over the past year, he could readily assemble a crew and procure a large vessel to set sail. However, he intended to continue his swordsmanship training at the dojo, seeking to further enhance his prowess. Among the ship and dock personnel, the stevedores and sailors held a particular fondness for William, for he was not only highly skilled and of elevated standing but also devoid of pretension. Unlike the captains and wealthy merchants who typically sequestered themselves in their designated cabins, he often engaged in casual conversations and shared cigarettes with them. William did not hail from a family of wealth and privilege in his previous life, which allowed him to easily connect with this group of laborers from the lower strata of society. These dockworkers and ordinary sailors, most of whom had received little education and possessed a rather low cultural literacy, included many who were illiterate. They were particularly fond of gathering around William to listen to his tales, sharing experiences and anecdotes that were foreign to them, thus broadening their horizons. Their fascination was driven not only by the novelty of his stories but also by a certain cunning desire to leave a lasting impression on their employer. After William narrated the adapted tale of Lin Chong's midnight escape, a chorus of comments erupted from the audience below. One sailor, his face etched with displeasure, exclaimed, "That naval officer named Wood is utterly pathetic. He couldn't even protect his own wife. If it weren't for sheer coincidence overhearing that secret conversation, he would still be dreaming of a fresh start." Yet, a companion beside him retorted, "Spare us your sarcasm. He is a celestial dragon. If he stood before you, you would likely tremble in fear and bow down." The initial speaker defended himself. "I am but an ordinary person, while he is a vice admiral, the chief instructor of the Navy, undoubtedly formidable. Were I as powerful as he, I would first shatter that so-called celestial dragon with a single blow, then escape from the Navy headquarters to become a pirate who avenges wrongs." The bystanders dismissed his grandiose fantasies with scornful scoffs. Another sailor pondered aloud, "Given the tremendous power of the celestial dragons, what if the Navy hero Garp inadvertently crossed paths with one? Would he meet the same fate as Wood?" A heated debate ensued among the crowd, while William chose not to engage, for he had already spotted the figures of Akin and others emerging from the far end of the dock. "Why are you late?" William called out to Akin as he rose from atop a cargo crate. The ship's cargo had been fully unloaded. Had they not been waiting for the individuals to press the ship, they would not have lingered so long, and William would not have had the leisure to share tales with the crowd. As Akin and the others approached, William quickly understood the reason for their tardiness. A small girl with neatly cropped black hair was being carried on Valen's back. The girl, merely 10 years old and somewhat frail, clutched a blade far too long for her petite frame. Upon spotting William, she lifted her head, her demeanor fierce as she shouted, "William, Guena, what brings you here?" William initially smiled warmly, but as his gaze fell upon the blade in the girl's hands, his brow furrowed involuntarily, and his tone turned somewhat stern. "Why on earth did you bring Wado Ikamanji out?" Guena was the daughter of the dojo master, Gungshiro. However, Gungshiro treated his only child with no special favor, providing equal training and guidance. Although Wado Ikamanji was Gunshiro's possession, it would logically become Guena's one day, allowing her to wield it freely. Nevertheless, the distance between Hongye village and Shuangyue village was not negligible, and a 10-year-old carrying such a precious sword was at risk of theft or robbery. William understood this well, as he recognized the sword's significance to a swordsman. "I've come to challenge you," Guena declared, struggling to leap down from Valen's back. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she cried out in pain and collapsed. Akin explained, "Guena twisted her ankle on the way here. I intended to take her back to the dojo, but she threw a fit, and Valen, being too soft-hearted, carried her over." Guena retorted, "Akin is a bad guy. Valen is not soft-hearted, he is kind." Valen, feeling bashful, scratched the back of his head, attempting to help Guena up, but she rebuffed him. Determinedly, Guena steadied herself with her sword, her small face taut as she declared to William, "Today, I shall challenge you once more. If I defeat you, I will be the strongest disciple of the dojo. Nonsense. William shook his head. Goenna, unyielding, responded, I brought Wado Ikamanji specifically to win against you. Before she could finish her sentence, William swiftly drew his blade from his waist and struck her sword, which she was using as a crutch. Caught off guard and lacking the strength to match William, Wado Ikamanji was knocked from her grasp, and she fell heavily onto the solid dock surface. However, despite being a mere 10-year-old, Goenna was far stronger than her peers. Though her arms and knees were scraped, she paid it no mind and glared at William, exclaiming, You attacked me unexpectedly. In the heat of battle, do you expect your adversary to heed your long-winded speeches? William tilted his head. And do you know what this is called? Overestimating oneself. You were never my match to begin with. Now, injured and in an incomplete state, you still wish to challenge me? If I were a true enemy, what you are doing would be akin to suicide. If you were not my junior apprentice, I would have dealt you a sound beating first, and then taken Wado Ikamanji from you. Let us see how you explain that to your teacher. William threatened with a fierce expression. He picked up Wado Ikamanji and sheathed it alongside his own sword before lifting Goenna into his arms. I am quite busy, so if you wish to challenge me, at the very least, you must first defeat Alamis and the others. Being cradled like a princess, Goenna appeared slightly bashful, gently pushing against William's chest, but to no avail. Upon hearing his words, she cast aside her shyness and retorted defiantly, They merely follow you around, obeying your every command. Defeating them holds no significance. To win, I must conquer the strongest. If I can prevail against you, it would be tantamount to defeating them. Alamis, feeling slighted by a little girl, was incensed. He bared his teeth at Goenna and raised his hand threateningly. If you weren't Gungshiro's daughter, Goenna shot a glance at Alamis and deliberately leaned closer. What would you do? Alamis grasped his wrist, turning away in silence. William chuckled at the sight of the two bickering. He entrusted Goenna to Akin's care and instructed, Take her to see a doctor to ascertain whether any bones have been injured. William, apprehensive that Goenna might be disobedient, said to her, Once you have recovered, I shall accompany you in play. What kind of play? Goenna pouted her little face, indignantly protesting to William. Very well, a challenge, William replied with a smile. Casting a knowing glance at Akin, who understood immediately and took Goenna away in his arms. William tends to care for Goenna, partly out of respect for his father, Gungshiro, and partly due to his elder mentality, which naturally inclines him to dote on someone as young as Goenna. Additionally, there may be an element of compassion towards her. Goenna's fierce determination to surpass William can be largely attributed to the pressures imposed by Gungshiro. Through his past experiences and newfound insights in this world, William recognizes that, regardless of one's willingness to accept it, there exists an inherent disparity in talent among individuals. In terms of swordsmanship and combat, if we consider the members of William's small circle, it is evident that with the assistance of the Fate Square, he and Akin possessed the most remarkable talents, followed by Edmund, Aramis, and finally Valen. Absent the support of the Fate Square, William's innate abilities would actually be overshadowed by Akin's, as his initial strength stemmed from formal education and systematic training in combat knowledge, whereas Akin relied solely on self-discovery. Once they all commenced their training at the dojo, Akin's progress accelerated rapidly. Without the aid of the Fate Square, William's position as the most formidable member of his group could be jeopardized. Although Akin remains fiercely loyal, as the team expands with diverse personalities, the potential for negative influences inevitably increases. William is acutely aware of the inherent disparities that exist between individuals. How could the seasoned instructor Gung Sailang not grasp such an obvious truth after years of mentorship? Goenna, being a woman, is constrained by the limitations of her innate abilities. While her initial progress in swordsmanship may have been rapid, as she advances, the ceiling above her becomes increasingly unyielding. Gung Sailang's treatment of Goenna reveals that he has never entertained the notion of her becoming a preeminent swordsman. After all, Goenna is his own child. And even to avoid the taint of criticism, he would not be so unfeeling as to regard her with the same detachment as his other disciples. To put it charitably, he treats her equally. To put it less charitably, it is a neglect akin to laissez-faire. The perceptive Goenna has also begun to sense this, which is why she relentlessly strives for the title of the strongest disciple in the dojo, constantly aiming to surpass William, whom Gung Sailang holds in high regard. In a bid to prove her father wrong, William collected his thoughts, for due to the responsibility of caring for Goenna, he had already delayed their departure in anticipation of the other ships. He briefly instructed Edmund and Valen before allowing them to board the vessel. Among William, Akin, Edmund, Aramis, and Valen, William possesses the greatest strength, which is why he usually navigates the ship alone. Among the remaining four, Akin demonstrates the highest talent, exhibiting maturity and diligence in his training, thus making him the second strongest. Following him is Edmund, who, despite having a commendable talent and the longest experience in swordsmanship, has also undergone several trials in combat. Next, there are Aramis, who possesses some talent but is rather frivolous in temperament, and Valen, who, despite having mediocre talent, shows considerable effort in his endeavors. William divided them into two groups. Initially, he intended to assign Edmund and the astute Aramis to one group, while the composed Akin and Valen would be together. However, due to the discord between Aramis and Edmund, he had no choice but to separate them, pairing Akin with Aramis and Edmund with Valen, who would take turns guarding the cargo aboard the ship. Throughout the past year, they had encountered no significant events. The few skirmishes at sea were not a match for William and his companions. Suddenly, a drop of rain fell upon William's face. The rain arrived unexpectedly, also splattering on Aramis, who voiced his discontent. William squinted at the horizon, where a thick mass of dark clouds had gathered, seemingly heralding a downpour. "It looks like a storm is brewing," he murmured to himself. In the noble district of Kalmar, within the residence of the Chancellor of Finance, the butler, Eaton, observed the gloomy weather and echoed a similar sentiment before regaining his focus. He personally carried a tray laden with tea and snacks into the reception room. The master of the estate, Count Alcacio, was listening to a report from his commercial secretary. According to the intelligence, the local market had been nearly monopolized, and the opposing strategy was astutely devised. Even with your esteemed reputation assisting us in establishing a foothold, gradually penetrating these fragmented markets to claim space would demand considerable time and effort. Eden attentively poured the tea, feigning indifference to the secretary's words. Having served Alcacio for many years and knowing well that he despised subordinates who displayed overt cleverness, Alcacio, blowing on the steam rising from his cup of black tea, casually remarked, "Are the merchants complaining about me? Have I not prevented you from engaging in the smuggling of spirits this past year, even at the local level?" The secretary, a respectable figure often mingling in high society, suddenly knelt, perspiration beading on his forehead, and implored, "My lord, the very foundation of the commercial enterprise is you. Its success today is solely due to your guidance. Everyone in the company is acutely aware of this. Who would dare voice a single complaint against you?" Alcacio responded with a non-committal HM, and after the secretary had sufficiently composed himself, he added, "Rise." Once the secretary stood, Alcacio continued, "I trust you are not entirely devoid of gratitude, yet I understand there may be some lingering doubts. Hence, I shall clarify. My indifference to the local fragmented market stems not from negligence, but from an unwillingness to exert unnecessary effort. With those who presume to be clever assisting us in establishing a ready-made network, why should we squander our energy?" The secretary, wiping his brow with a handkerchief, assumed an expression of feigned confusion to appease the vanity of the eminent figure before him. "What do you mean?" he inquired. "What is the name of that merchant association?" Alcacio pondered momentarily. The secretary delicately reminded him, "The Shining Gold Association." Alcacio chuckled, a hint of disdain in his demeanor. A mere gathering of provincial upstarts seeking warmth in numbers. The greatest utility of these presumptuous individuals lies in their labor, paving the way for their superiors, thus alleviating our burdens when we depart. I shall allow these inconsequential characters, suited only for trivial tasks, to scurry about the region, establishing a trade network that we can then effortlessly harvest the ripe fruits of their labor. The secretary internally cursed Alcacio's cunning while outwardly exclaiming, "Your foresight is truly commendable. My lord, as a key minister of the state, your perspective has always transcended that of the mundane individuals who can only languish in the provinces." He then asked, "So, will you engage with the members of the association, directing them to serve as our auxiliaries henceforth?" Alcacio raised an eyebrow. "What do you think nobility entails? When the need arises, one merely instructs others to act on their behalf. It is the lesser individuals who scurry about handling menial affairs that do not embody true nobility." Meanwhile, in the dock area of Kalmar, Caesarion was inspecting goods within the warehouse rented by his association, accompanied by board members. The city's production capacity was insufficient to meet the burgeoning populace's demands, rendering it a colossal beast consuming vast supplies shipped from various locales daily. The Shining Gold Association, comprised of merchants from the region, encompassed a diverse array of industries, their shared ambition being to sell their products, aligning perfectly with Kalmar's market needs. Under Caesarion's persuasion, The merchants had agreed to unite and collectively penetrate the capital's expansive market, a strategy that now appeared fruitful, just as Caesarion felt a sense of satisfaction. A tremendous crash echoed through the warehouse as a contingent of fully armed soldiers burst through the doors. The merchants attempted to approach for inquiries but were roughly shoved aside by a leading officer who surveyed the surroundings before bellowing, "Who is the owner of this warehouse?" Having dealt with bureaucratic tendencies for years, Caesarion assumed the officer sought a bribe. He exchanged a glance with a nearby board member before cautiously stepping forward. "I am." Before he could finish his sentence, the officer interrupted, scrutinizing Caesarion. "You are the president of the Shining Gold Association, Caesarion?" The officer's tone was unsettling, causing Caesarion to apprehensively consider his next words. Just as he prepared to offer further conciliatory remarks, the officer signaled his fierce soldiers, exclaiming, "Arrest this tax-evading rogue." In an instant, the rain cascaded down in torrents. In Alcatio's chamber, the commercial secretary and Eaton had departed, only to be replaced by a new influx of guests. Alcacio sipped his tea leisurely and addressed the individuals seated across from him. "Merely capturing a president is insufficient. I intend to inflict pain upon them. Taming them is akin to breaking a dog. Unless they are made to feel the sting of true power, they will remain oblivious to who holds dominion." "What do you propose?" one inquired. "I have heard that there are notable figures aboard their vessels who have repelled some minor pirates, ensuring their transport has faced no issues. In the Eastern Sea, commerce is inextricably linked to ships in the ocean. I wish to convey to them that as long as I do not consent, they will not dare to let their goods leave the dock." At this moment, Eaton was approaching the room once more, a stack of documents in hand. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck outside, illuminating the room with a sudden flash, casting a stark light upon the individuals seated opposite Arcadio, rendering their complexions ghostly white and startling Eaton. It was no wonder that Eaton reacted this way. The two men seated across from Arcadio were utterly incongruous with the opulence of the room and the grandeur of its host. One of the men, positioned further from the door, was as imposing as a brown bear, clad in a slightly yellowed white shirt topped with a snug black vest. The buttons of his shirt were only partially fastened, revealing a chest thickly covered in hair. He wore a black tricorn hat that appeared too small for his large head, with unruly red hair spilling out beneath it. His red beard, while disheveled, was surprisingly well-groomed, gleaming as it cascaded down to his chest. His visage bore witness to past violence, marred by multiple scars, and an eye patch covered his left eye. His left hand was replaced by a silver prosthetic ending in a metal hook. The combination of the tricorn hat, eye patch, hook hand, and bushy beard rendered him a living embodiment of the pirate captains from Eaton's childhood tales. Next to this fearsome pirate captain sat another man, equally formidable yet more corpulent. His attire was as unkempt as that of his companion, with a discolored shirt half-buttoned, failing to conceal his rotund belly, which was abundantly hairy. His face was marred by severe burn scars that nearly obscured half of it, creating a jarring contrast with his wild red hair on one side and his bald, pockmarked head on the other. The sparse beard on the burnt side was twisted into a shape that vaguely resembled a goatee. This terrifying figure grinned at Eaton upon his entrance, revealing a mouthful of jagged yellow teeth that could instill fear in anyone. Although Eaton had encountered these two men before, he felt an unsettling trepidation each time. Damn pirates! He cursed inwardly, careful not to display any sign of his discomfort, for behind Arcadio stood several armed guards, two of whom bore weapons imbued with sea prism stone. These guards had not been present during Arcadio's meeting with the guild secretary, indicating that even Arcadio harbored some apprehension towards the two men opposite him. Eaton concealed his recent panic and bowed to the man in the tricorn hat, addressing him as Mr. Barbarossa, then inclined his head towards the scarred, portly man, saying, "Mr. Haredin." The two men acknowledged him with casual nods. Barbarossa was the captain of the Redbeard pirate crew, with a bounty of 19 million berries, a staggering sum that positioned him among the most notorious pirates of the East Sea. Only a handful of infamous pirates, such as the chef-turned-captain, Redfoot Zepp, could rival his notoriety in these waters. Haredin served as the navigator for the Redbeard crew, a trusted confidant and cousin of Barbarossa, alongside another pirate named Reese. Eaton presented the documents to Arcadio, who casually perused them before passing them to Barbarossa. The papers contained a schedule detailing the comings and goings of their ships at various docks, as well as their regular routes. Arcadio spoke with composure. "I want you to seize their cargo and eliminate their crew." Barbarossa remained silent, prompting Arcadio to dismissively chuckle. "Your bounty has recently increased. However, I managed to suppress it and shift the case onto other pirates. While 19 million berries is considerable, it pales in comparison to a bounty starting at 20 million. But once this task is completed, won't the bounty increase anyway? What does it matter? Barbarossa retorted dismissively. As long as you keep this affair confined within the waters controlled by the Kingdom of Navia, it will remain under wraps. And your bounty will not rise as a result. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the air, cold and ominous. When will this rain cease? The source was a short naval officer, whose stature belied the authority he commanded. Dressed in a white coat characteristic of a naval officer adorned with golden epaulets, he sported a hefty cigar between his lips. Those familiar with the past, like William and Akin, would recognize him as the naval commander who once pursued the Dinton pirate crew with fervor. Barbarossa and Heron simultaneously frowned, while Arcadio greeted the officer with enthusiasm, Lieutenant Roy. Following him was a young man in naval uniform, whose shifty appearance prompted him to interject, "It's Colonel Roy." "Silence, mouse." Colonel Roy raised a hand to halt the naval lieutenant's words. "The Count is an old friend. Show him respect." Arcadio, displeased with Mouse's rudeness, masked his irritation with a smile, exclaiming, "This is the most delightful news I've heard today." Colonel Roy commanded the 16th Division of the Navy, his jurisdiction encompassing the waters surrounding the Kingdom of Navia, and he and Arcadio were well acquainted. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Roy settled onto the sofa, facing Arcadio, Barbarossa, and Herdin, effectively gathering the kingdom's influential nobility, the highest-ranking naval officer, and a renowned pirate of the East Sea in one room. With power, influence, and military might coalescing in this space, they formed a web that could easily ensnare the ordinary folk of the East Sea and the Kingdom of Navia. Just as predators in the wild do not hold back when hunting for sustenance, regardless of whether their prey is a fox, a rabbit, or a wolf. When will this rain ever stop? Valen bellowed amidst the tempest. The torrential downpour had persisted for 3 consecutive days, showing no signs of abating. The cargo ship under Valen and Edmund's watch was rendered akin to a mere toy vessel, precariously bobbing in the face of nature's wrath. Edmund was struggling to manage the sails, his voice barely audible over the howling wind and pouring rain. "Why do you care when it stops? Are you planning to wait around for death?" Valen fell silent, wiping the rain from his face, stealing a glance around, only to spot a sailor at the ship's rear, wildly gesticulating with a spyglass and calling out something. However, with everyone preoccupied with maneuvering the vessel amidst the storm, his voice barely carried, and for a moment, no one noticed him. "Edmund," Valen called out. Edmund, having just saved a sailor from slipping overboard, replied with barely concealed irritation, "What now?" "It seems there is something over there." Valen pointed at the sailor at the stern of the ship. At that moment, several crew members nearby also noticed the sailor's gestures. Edmund and Valen hurried over, and upon reaching the animated sailor, they heard his frantic cries, "A ship! It appears to be a pirate ship. I see a black flag." Edmund pulled a monocular from his pocket and gazed in the direction indicated by the sailor. Indeed, through the curtain of rain, a 3-masted vessel was approaching them with ill intentions. Although the downpour hampered visibility, the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the black flag flying from the enemy's mast. Another band of reckless scoundrels. Edmund scoffed. However, the sailor who had relayed the warning now raised his own binoculars, exclaiming, "It's the Redbeard pirate crew." The Redbeard pirate crew. Coincidentally, the first mate, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, also reacted with alarm upon hearing this name, his expression mirroring that of Edmund and Valen. Barbarossa, who had long enjoyed protection and evaded the Navy's pursuit, along with his notorious Redbeard pirate crew, had roamed the East China Sea for many years, earning a fearsome reputation among the local populace. Countless legends and rumors surrounded him. Some claimed he was impervious to blades and bullets, while others insisted he had made a pact with a sea demon, trading his soul for magical powers to vanquish his foes. It was said that enemies captured by Redbeard were sacrificed to the demon. "Throw the cargo overboard. We can still escape." The first mate calculated the distance between the 2 ships. They were sailing a merchant vessel, slower than their adversary, but thanks to the storm, if they jettisoned their ballast to increase speed, they might be able to temporarily evade the 3-masted pirate ship amidst the torrential rain, where visibility was severely limited, making pursuit challenging. No, Edmund rejected the proposal almost instinctively. In this weather, discarding our ballast could capsize the ship. In truth, capsizing was not as straightforward as Edmund suggested. It was more about his pride. In the past, when other crew members had been in charge of the ship, they had never resorted to abandoning cargo in haste. He would feel humiliated if he were to do so now. What is this Redbeard nonsense, with contracts involving demons? Edmund rallied the crew's spirits. "Valen, I suspect he is no more than a fabrication, much like that pirate you told me about. What was his name, Danton? If he were truly an exceptional pirate, he would have ventured to the Grand Line long ago. Those who lingered here for so long must be the dregs of the sea. This past year, we have encountered countless such pirates. They are nothing but cowardly bullies against innocent civilians. Edmund smiled at the still worried Valen. I recall you telling me about your heist of Danton's treasure map. This time, I shall emulate you and seize a greater pirate's treasure, though merely a merchant vessel. It was not entirely defenseless against the rampant piracy of the seas. Boom. The rear of the merchant ship commanded by Edmund and Valen boasted several small cannons. As the Redbeard pirate cruise ship entered firing range, they unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. The pirate ship responded with bursts of orange flames, indicating they too had opened fire. However, in such treacherous weather, hitting a moving target at sea with artillery was largely a matter of luck. The fearsome reputation of the Redbeard crew instilled terror among the merchant sailors, who, despite brandishing their weapons in an attempt to resist, trembled in fear. The captain and others desperately urged Edmund to abandon his reckless course of action, further aggravating him. As the two ships drew alarmingly close, the captain prepared to disregard Edmund's objections and issue orders for the crew to discard their cargo and flee. Suddenly, a swarm of grappling hooks soared from the pirate ship and latched onto the merchant vessel's railing. On the other side, the pirates of the Redbeard crew, clutching the grappling ropes, braced themselves against their ship's railing, straining to pull the two vessels closer together. Edmund realized that a brutal clash was imminent and hastily instructed Valen to move to the bow while he remained at the stern. Just as Valen reached the passageway, the two ships collided violently, and the pirates with the grappling hooks secured their ropes to their own mast, effectively binding the two vessels together, making separation impossible in the short term. The cannons on both sides fell silent due to overheating and distance, ushering in a brief moment of calm between the ships. However, this tranquility was shattered by a sudden cannon blast from the pirate vessel. Unlike the ragtag crews of lesser pirates, the Redbeard crew did not make do with commandeered merchant vessels. Their ship was a genuinely formidable warship, nearly 30 meters in length, with an upper deck that spanned a third of its length. The forecastle and stern rose high, allowing easy access for boarding. Moreover, cannons were mounted not only on the sides, but also on the upper deck, and it was these versatile cannons that had just fired, as if signaling an all-out assault. The moment the cannons on the pirate ship discharged, a flurry of ranged attacks erupted between the two vessels. Knives, hatchets, and bullets were hurled through the air, and Edmund and Valen quickly crouched down. Yet, the inexperienced sailors on both ships, unaware of how to evade, fell like wheat before the scythe, suffering far greater casualties than during the cannon exchanges. As the barrage began to wane, a horde of fierce pirates leaped aboard. Edmund brandished his blade, and although the initial assailants displayed great bravado, they were no match for him and fell one after another. However, the sheer number of pirates was overwhelming, and the overall skill level of the merchant sailors could not compete, allowing more and more pirates to board. After dispatching yet another foe, Edmund was about to rally the crew's spirits when a giant figure suddenly lunged at him. Edmund deftly leaped back, creating distance, just as the deck where he had stood moments earlier was shattered by a spiked club. "First Mate Reese!" Several pirates shouted, retreating from the battle. Edmund gripped his saber tightly, recognizing he faced a formidable opponent of significant stature within the enemy ranks. He knew that if he could quickly defeat this adversary, it would surely demoralize the pirate crew. Valen, who had not moved far, was eager to assist but found himself ensnared by the throng of pirates. As both Edmund and Valen focused entirely on the pirate known as the First Mate, the latter merely smiled at Edmund and gestured toward the direction of the pirate ship's upper deck. In a flash, Edmund's thoughts raced, and he instinctively sidestepped. At that very moment, a cannon blast erupted from the pirate ship's upper deck. Boom! The cannonball struck directly at Edmund's feet, the violent impact and splintering deck causing him to lose his balance. Several wooden splinters shot up and pierced him, while at that moment, the pirate first mate, Reyes, swung his spiked club towards him. Years of training saved Edmund's life. Despite the ringing in his ears and the dizziness clouding his mind, he instinctively moved his sword to block the path of the club. However, the spiked club was a heavy weapon, and to clash with it using a sword required extraordinary skill, which Edmund lacked in his current state. A sharp pain shot through his hand, and the sword was knocked from his grasp by the force of the blow. The club, though slightly weakened, still struck him, sending him flying across the deck. Edmund's instinct for survival kicked in. allowing him to roll away like a tumbleweed, evading Reyes's follow-up attack. Reyes laughed heartily, poised to continue his pursuit when Valen arrived, drawing his pistol and firing a shot that forced Reyes to dodge. Seizing the moment, Valen grabbed Edmund and retreated down the passage towards the bow of the ship. By the time Reyes dispatched a few crew members in his way, the two had vanished from sight. Valen brought Edmund to the bow, only to find the situation there was no better than at the stern. The pirates had nearly overrun the entire front of the ship, and the corpulent pirate, Hilding, was laboriously bending over, mercilessly stabbing the fallen sailors, the sound of steel piercing flesh echoing in his ears like the sweetest melody, drawing a delighted smile from him. Without the presence of a formidable fighter like Edmund, there were hardly any defenders left standing at the bow. With their striking appearances, Edmund with his fiery red hair and Valen with his bald head, they became easy targets. Hilding, noticing them emerge from the passage, paused momentarily before cackling and charging towards them. Edmund, pale and bleeding profusely from his wounds, gritted his teeth, realizing the ship could not withstand much longer. "I will hold him off, Valen." But before he could finish, Valen tossed him onto the small lifeboat at the side of the ship. Edmund landed hard on the wooden boat with a muffled groan, but Valen, peering over the side, wiped the rain from his smooth head and flashed a goofy grin. "You go first. I'll be right behind you." Edmund's expression shifted, but Valen did not give him a chance to protest. With a swift motion, he severed the ropes securing the lifeboat, sending it tumbling into the sea. When he turned back, Hilding had closed the distance. But this rotund sailor was clearly not as skilled as his cousin Reyes, making him no match for Valen. After a brief skirmish, Hilding was caught off guard and struck in the shoulder by Valen. Just as Valen prepared to press the attack, he suddenly felt a shadow loom overhead and looked up to see a massive red-haired figure hurtling towards him like a cannonball. The lightning flickered against the vibrant mass, reflecting a metallic sheen. Valen hastily retreated, only to see the mass open mid-air, revealing the maniacal laughter of Barbarossa, whose hair, beard, and body hair constituted the source of that bizarre fluff. Barbarossa landed on the deck, shielding Hilding, and tossed his head back, his beard growing uncontrollably into thick, serpentine strands that lunged at Valen, who was then casually asked, "Are you all right?" "One seems to have escaped on a lifeboat." Hilding, grimacing in pain from his wound, snarled, "Once I catch that little bald head, I'll make him pay." Barbarossa glanced at the inclement weather, nonchalantly remarking, "In this weather, if he survives, he must be quite fortunate." Meanwhile, Valen struggled against the serpentine strands of hair. If Barbarossa's abilities had already astounded him, the realization that his sword clashed against the hair, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, only deepened his astonishment. He knew that unless he reached the legendary skill of cleaving metal, as described by Yasher, he stood no chance against this hair. His swordsmanship was the weakest among William's crew, and even William had yet to attain that level of skill, leaving Valen helpless against Barbarossa's hair, which felt as tough as iron. After a while, he faltered, and the hair ensnared his limbs, gradually enveloping him, leaving only his bald head exposed. Barbarossa, controlling the hair, drew Valen closer. Pain flickered across Valen's face as the hair tightened around him like steel wire, inflicting immense agony. Hilding, clutching his bleeding shoulder, observed Valen's suffering with a twisted delight on his scarred face. "Are you afraid?" he jeered. Valen's features twitched, and he spat a mixture of blood and saliva onto Hilding's face, the usually earnest young man showing no fear even now. "Through gritted teeth," he declared. "Someone will avenge me." Hilding paused, slowly wiping the spittle from his face. His expression transformed into a menacing grin as he chuckled. "Such brotherly love. I admire that." Edmund's ears buzzed with a cacophony of sensations. First, he was blasted, then struck by a mace, and finally, he plummeted from the ship alongside a lifeboat. At this moment, his internal organs felt dislocated. Even as he sat in the small boat, the swirling winds and waves still forced him to choke on seawater multiple times. The tiny lifeboat, tossed by the tempest, was on the brink of capsizing. Shadows of sharks prowled around both vessels, these cunning creatures lying in wait for the bodies that would inevitably fall into the water. The lifeboat had drifted a considerable distance from the cargo ship due to the raging sea, and for the moment, Edmund could disregard the lurking sharks. He tilted his head back, anxiously fixating on the cargo ship's deck, his eyes unwavering despite the rain that stung them. Fearless in the face of danger, he found himself, for the first time, imploring the heavens for mercy. Yet, this desperate plea seemed futile as he watched a diminutive figure hurled from the ship's bow into the throng of sharks. A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the sea and revealing the aerial silhouette. The small figure's limbs hung limply, blood gushing forth, and its bald head glistened ominously under the flash. Edmund's expression contorted, tears mingling with the rain as they streamed down his face. Time appeared to freeze at that moment, and the world around him faded into a monochrome blur, filled with a cacophony of disordered sounds. The bloodied figure of Valen plummeted into the shark-infested waters with a resounding splash, instantly staining the sea crimson. Edmund struggled to the edge of the boat, disregarding his injuries, and plunged into the water, desperately swimming towards the sharks. Yet, his wounds hampered him, leaving him powerless to intervene as the sharks fought over the remains of Valen, ultimately dragging the lifeless body into the depths. Edmund's heart burned with fury, and he let out a roar that was swallowed by the sea, producing only a couple of feeble bubbles. Previously, Edmund had failed to comprehend why the adept swordsman and astute thinker, William, could seamlessly integrate with the ordinary sailors, laborers, and fishermen aboard the ship and at the docks, whom he regarded as lacking any remarkable qualities. When William conversed among these individuals, who relied solely on their physical strength, he never exhibited a trace of impatience. It was only in this moment of despair that Edmund began to grasp the significance of William's actions. Due to the collusion of Count Arcadio, Colonel Roy, and Red-Eared Barbarossa, the Scandinavian kingdoms' trade networks were under comprehensive assault, extending beyond the reach of pirate factions to include the naval forces and the Royal Military Police of the 16th Division. The Navy and Royal Military Police may not have had photographs of William and his associates, but that did not hinder them from detaining and interrogating suspicious individuals after sealing off the overt supply points. Undoubtedly, Edmund's current appearance was a glaring testament to suspicion. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his wounds swollen and white from soaking in seawater, and burn marks marred his right ear, his clothing in tatters. As Edmund struggled to reach the shore of a village after the ship's capsizing, a boy, clearly of impoverished background, was the first to notice his frail state. However, instead of seeking out officials or the Navy, the boy quietly carried him home to hide him away. The lad, named Oliver, had a simple reason for his actions. Having worked at the docks, he had seen William before and occasionally encountered Edmund, recognizing this desolate figure as a friend of William. As William mingled with the common folk, he simultaneously crafted his own image, deepening his esteem in their hearts. This endeavor would certainly yield rewards in critical moments, despite their apparent lack of talent. These commoners were more than capable of serving as William's eyes and ears. Oliver's choice to risk his own safety to rescue Edmund could hardly be deemed noble. Rather, it stemmed from a simple belief that, compared to surrendering Edmund to the lofty naval officers and officials, entrusting him to the seemingly generous and magnanimous William would ensure that he would not be wronged. Undoubtedly, had William not engaged in those seemingly futile actions in the past, subtly exerting his influence within the chaotic docks and gaining a measure of respect among the struggling populace, Edmund would have surely met his demise. Oliver, audacious as he was, concealed Edmund for several days and, after recounting the events of Edmund's pursuit, consented to his request, hiding him in the secret hold of his fishing vessel to evade the watchful eyes of the Navy and royal troops, ultimately planning to transport him to Maple Leaf Village. Amid the torrential rain, Edmund teetered on the brink of consciousness, sustained solely by a resolute desire to survive. As he curled up within the cramped, lightless hold, listening to the relentless battering of the waves and the soldiers' footsteps on deck, fear gripped him, not of death, but of the dread that he might fail to avenge the tragic fate of Valen. As the sound of the soldiers' movements gradually faded, Valen's innocent smile inexplicably materialized in his mind. In the enveloping darkness, Edmund's bloodshot eyes widened as he murmured, "I will avenge you, Valen." Finally, the small boat carrying Edmund and Oliver reached the docks of Maple Leaf Village unscathed. Seizing what he believed to be a pivotal opportunity, Oliver remained steadfast, refusing to speak to anyone other than Tony's men, insisting on personally escorting Edmund to meet William. With no alternative, Tony's men reluctantly brought Oliver and Edmund before William and Tony, who was currently wandering the village. Uneasy as Edmund and Valen's cargo ship had not arrived within the expected time frame. Therefore, he lingered at Tony's tavern, awaiting news. Upon seeing William, Edmund's long-held anxiety and worry began to dissipate, and tears welled in his eyes as he exclaimed, "William, our ship was attacked by the Red-Beard pirates." Upon hearing this, both William and Tony's expressions changed simultaneously. Tony hastily inquired, "Where's the cargo?" William inquired solemnly, What has become of the people? Beside him, Oliver glanced at Tony, then at William, before bowing his head in silence. He did not comprehend the hierarchy between inquiring about goods first and asking about people later. Yet the latter undoubtedly made him, someone who had once served William, feel more at ease. Edmund disregarded Tony and, with reddened eyes, addressed William. The people aboard the ship must have perished. Valen has also fallen victim. Upon hearing about the Redbeard pirate crew, Tony was already flustered. The news of the crew's demise and Valen's death sent him into further disarray, murmuring, "What are we to do?" William maintained his composure, pressing his lips together to silence Edmund, who was about to utter more words. He instructed Angie to fetch a few subordinates to escort the feeble Edmund to a physician. Once the group had helped Edmund depart, William retrieved his wallet from his pocket, alongside Tony's wallet, extracting all the money within and gently placing it into Oliver's hands. "Oliver, is it? I remember you. Consider this a personal favor from me. Do not underestimate the amount. Take it for now, wander around the village, and stay here for the night. Tomorrow." Before William could finish his words, Oliver interrupted him, saying, "Sir, I do not seek money. I only desire an opportunity." As he spoke, Oliver pushed William's hand back. William paused momentarily, yet he still placed the money into Oliver's hand. "This sum is unrelated to your saving of Edmund. Have you received an education?" Oliver, secretly coveting the money, refrained from further objections. Upon hearing William's subsequent inquiry, he awkwardly shook his head. "Are you capable of enduring hardship?" William continued to question. Oliver eagerly nodded. "I have grown up alone, supporting myself. I have never feared toil, Mr. William." "Very well," William said, signaling Manny over. He then addressed Oliver. "From this day forth, you shall reside here. I will have Manny arrange for a tutor to instruct you in reading and writing, and you will be sent to a dojo to learn swordsmanship. I will cover your tuition and living expenses. Once you have matured, you may assist me. Should you wish to seek opportunities elsewhere, I shall not hinder you. Do you agree?" Oliver, brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously, observing his enthusiasm. William carefully instructed Manny a few more times in front of him, which filled Manny with gratitude, before departing alongside him. Once the outsiders had left, William's expression gradually darkened. Casting a glance at the despondent Tony, he took out his phone to inform Akin and Alamus, who were far away in Frost Moon Village. In the finest clinic of Red Leaf Village, when solitude was finally granted, William requested Edmund to recount the events in their entirety. Edmund did not shirk responsibility, revealing every detail of his foolish actions without the slightest concealment. William regarded him as a brother. In the absence of outsiders, when he spoke of having caused Valen's death, Edmund's face was etched with remorse and anguish, nearly bringing him to tears once more. William calmed Edmund, urging him to rest and recuperate. After Edmund, having taken his medication, drifted into slumber, William quietly departed from the hospital room. That scoundrel, Edmund. Outside the room where Edmund was recuperating, Akin and Aramis, having just arrived, listened intently to William's detailed account of the events. Aramis, his eyes ablaze with fury, let out a curse and prepared to storm into the room. William seized him forcefully, dragging him out of the clinic. "Do you wish for Edmund to perish as well? He is responsible for Varan's death," Aramis exclaimed, his features contorted with anguish. "Silence." William fixed his gaze upon him and enunciated clearly, "I shall repeat this only once. It was the Redbeard pirates who caused Varan's demise." Fueled by rage, Aramis and William exchanged a brief, intense stare before Aramis turned away, drawing his blade and violently hacking at a small tree in front of the clinic. "What did Sherlock say?" Akins asked hoarsely from the side. The companion with whom he had embarked on the sea and trained in swordsmanship had been slain, and Akins felt little better than Aramis, though he exhibited a degree of maturity that kept his fury from overwhelming his reason. To speak bluntly, from the day they chose the path of piracy, they had anticipated such a day would arrive. The reality of a pirate's life is far from the idyllic tales spun in stories. It resembles a potent spirit, rich and aromatic yet also fiery and bitter. Among true pirates, there exists both laughter and sorrow. I just contacted Sherlock and discovered that his father had been arrested and interrogated under the pretext of tax evasion. Sherlock initially presumed it was due to other reasons, and thus did not share this with us. Like Edmund, he appears more affable, but beneath lies an inherent pride, William remarked, having purchased a pack of cigarettes on his way to the clinic. After lighting one and exhaling slowly, he continued, "In light of Edmund's claims regarding their pursuit, combined with Sherlock's father's arrest, It seems this attack likely involved not only pirates but also the navy and official forces of the Navian kingdom. Akin's expression darkened. Although composed, he was still a youth, unaccustomed to significant setbacks. The smuggling trade had flourished under William's guidance over the past year, filling his pockets and allowing him to walk the docks with a sense of grandeur, often accompanied by admirers. Yet now, a sudden blow had shattered this dream. The Navian kingdom is a member nation of the world government, and the navy directly embodies its will. Most industry practitioners exist within a hierarchical structure resembling a pyramid, with a select few at the pinnacle enjoying abundant glory. Yet beneath this scarce elite lies a vast multitude, often hundreds or thousands in number, representing the lower and middle tiers. It is unrealistic to draw parallels between their plight and that of the elite few. Although William and his companions are no longer as precarious as the lowest-tier pirates, who live day by day without certainty of survival, they have yet to reach the echelon of the formidable pirates at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, who can brazenly disregard the navy and the world government. What shall we do next? Akin inquired. However, in stark contrast to the despondency exhibited by the younger individuals like Akin, William is a seasoned traveler who has weathered numerous storms in his past life. After a brief silence, he crushed the still-burning cigarette into a ball. His expression darkening with intent, his voice devoid of fear or hesitation. We will unearth all the masterminds involved and exact vengeance upon them, one by one, for Wolong. To truly stand tall as a man, one must savor both victory and defeat, endure the bitter trials of evasion, and confront the painful memories that accompany such experiences. Even if it requires shedding tears, one must persevere through this ordeal. Volume 1, The Wolves and the Boars, concluded. Volume 2, The EC Demon. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a hand for a hand, a foot for a foot. The original characters in One Piece are often inspired by historical figures, such as the infamous Blackbeard, Edward Teach, whom Oda greatly admired and whose name he creatively adapted to create the characters of Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, and Marshall D. Teach, the Blackbeard. This delightful incorporation of Easter eggs and distinctive traits is intended to be followed in this book, with important characters also having their own inspirations. Moreover, since these inspirations are akin to Easter eggs, they ought to bring surprises. The prototypes of the important characters in this book are not arbitrarily chosen. Their backgrounds, experiences, and personalities are often intricately intertwined. Astute and observant readers may connect the dots between the narrative's details and the character prototypes, thereby uncovering many clues and reveling in the joy of these hidden gems. The initial trio, Akin, Wolong, and Aramis, essentially represent the three musketeers of the protagonist William. While Akin is a character from the original work, the other two are inspired by characters from the tale of the Three Musketeers. This was previously surmised by the Blackbeard classmate in the group. Wolong, his prototype, is the central character, D'Artagnan, from the Three Musketeers. Loyal and brave, Wolong meets a tragic end when a boulder crushes him while aiding his companions, making him one of the earliest casualties among the protagonists. Aramis, his prototype, is the namesake character from the Three Musketeers, known for his sharp intellect and ruthless demeanor compared to his comrades. Edmond, his prototype, is Edmond Dantes, the protagonist of The Count of Monte Cristo, a tale fundamentally revolving around the theme of revenge. In an earlier version, this character was killed off, leading longtime readers to speculate about his fate. Here lies the Easter egg. This particular character, favored by some old readers, survives, symbolizing vengeance while paving the way for the narrative of the second volume, much like his prototype, growing through adversity and hardship. Tony, inspired by the character from Al Pacino's classic gangster film Scarface. In this narrative, Tony's prototypes, Manny and Angie, are named after Tony's two subordinates in the film. Gazzetta. In the 10th century, the Venetian copper coin was referred to as Gazzetta. As the trade hub of the world at that time, it fostered a thriving commercial environment, providing a fertile ground for the existence of small publications that disseminated commercial information, initially sold sporadically on the streets for a copper coin. This type of publication eventually spread throughout Europe, known as the Venetian Gazzetta. Oliver, the protagonist of Oliver Twist. In an earlier version, Edmund rescued him. In the new version, he returns the favor and saves Edmund. Alcadio and Aureliano. Their prototype backgrounds are characters from 100 Years of Solitude, portraying a family fraught with chaos. The Red-Eared brothers, Barbarossa, Heredin, and Reese, whose names are derived from the historically renowned Arab pirate, Redbeard Barbarossa. Historically, Redbeard was not only a sailor and pirate but also an admiral of the Ottoman Empire. The narrative previously mentioned pirates using their flags to cloak their supplies, referring to the legendary stories of Redbeard. Norton I. Joshua Norton, a true historical figure known as the Emperor of the United States, originally from England. He ventured to the American West during the Gold Rush, only to lose everything overnight and descend into madness, declaring himself the Emperor. He became a mascot for local newspapers and the government to enhance their notoriety, though it is said that aside from his self-proclamation, he behaved quite normally and maintained a semblance of hope, albeit to no avail. Morgan William, the protagonist, is inspired by two notable historical figures. Henry Morgan was one of the most famous pirates plundering the Spanish Caribbean colonies in the 17th century, rising from a mere novice to a notorious pirate leader, governor, and the architect of the Pirate Code, establishing order among pirates. William I, also known as William the Conqueror, was originally the Duke of Normandy, referred to as William the Bastard. After the death of his cousin, King Edward the Confessor, who left no heirs, the noble Harold was crowned. William seized the opportunity, claiming that Edward had promised him the throne, and crossed the sea to invade England, defeating his rivals and declaring himself king, thus earning the title William I, the Conqueror. William the Conqueror extensively employed and granted lands to the Normans, suppressing the Anglo-Saxon nobility and compelling the lords to pledge their allegiance. He meticulously compiled the Doomsday Book, establishing himself as one of the most influential monarchs of medieval Europe, whose impact encompassed changes in governance, the evolution of the English language, and transformations within the upper echelons of society and the church. It is noteworthy that the Normans were, in fact, a lineage descended from the Viking marauders. The Vikings and their progeny had ventured inland along the rivers, seizing Rouen before besieging Paris. Although they could not capture the city, they plundered the agricultural regions to the east of France, ultimately departing with substantial reparations, not returning to Scandinavia, but establishing themselves in Normandy. Subsequently, the King of France acknowledged the status of these marauders in Normandy, bestowing upon them the title of Duke, to which the Vikings reciprocated by recognizing the authority of the French monarchy. Thus, it can be said that William the Conqueror was, in a sense, a king of pirates. In the courtyard, Yoshikazu had planted several cherry trees, and by April, the trees were in full bloom, adorned with exquisite pink blossoms, exuding a delicate and vibrant fragrance. William gazed vacantly at the cherry blossoms, still clad in the somber black suit he had worn to Wallen's funeral, with the body itself having never been recovered. They could only place Wallen's everyday garments into the coffin. Aramis, still harboring resentment towards Edmund, quietly departed alone once the funeral concluded. Meanwhile, Edmund lingered by Wallen's grave for an extended period, engaged in a solitary dialogue with himself, uncertain of the words he wished to express. William yearned for solitude. As the linchpin of the team, he bore the weight of their collective spirit. While Tony could succumb to despair, Akin could wallow in melancholy, Aramis might explode with rage, and Edmund could indulge in self-pity. William found himself in a position where he could not afford such indulgences in this time of adversity. He had to maintain stability, both within and outside the group. Suddenly, two sets of footsteps approached from behind, and William turned to see Gung Silang leading Guina by the hand. William, Guina, having attended Valen's funeral, was clad in a somber dress. Her eyes, swollen from tears shed during the ceremony, caught sight of William standing alone beneath the cherry blossom tree, his expression tinged with sorrow. For reasons unknown, this sight triggered another wave of tears to cascade down her cheeks. Within their small circle, William's emotional maturity surpassed his years. He treated Guina with the tenderness befitting a child. Aramis was harsh, Akin too subdued, and Edmund overly proud. Only Valen possessed a simplicity of heart and a childlike spirit, treating Guina with the utmost kindness, fostering their exceptional bond. Aramis declared his intent to take to the sea in pursuit of vengeance for Valen, prompting Guina to rub her eyes and plead, "Please, do not venture out to sea. I cannot bear the thought of you facing danger too." The melancholy on William's face had subsided as he gazed silently into the void. Observing this, Gung Silang sighed softly and gently patted Guina's head, urging her to fetch the words of Wado Ikamanji. "I can sense the heavy intent to kill that resides within you." Once Guina had departed, Gung Silang spoke in a hushed tone. "You are the most gifted student in the dojo, destined to become an extraordinary swordsman in the future." William interrupted, saying, "Teacher, you must have observed over the years that I am not merely a simple swordsman. While Edmund, Varen, and even Guina might aspire to be pure swordsmen, I shall never be one." A hint of disappointment flickered across Kung Shiro's face, yet he refrained from further persuasion. From the fact that William had risen to become a local smuggling overlord within just a year, it was evident that although he was young, his resolve was unwavering. His objectives clear, and he possessed the capability to achieve them. He was not easily swayed by the opinions of others. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber. After a brief pause, Guena returned holding the Wadikamanji, prompting King Shiro to say, "Since you have decided to set sail, William, allow me to impart some knowledge to you. Anger is a form of power." With the Wadikamanji held before him, King Shiro slowly drew the blade. "However, you must master it, lest it controls you instead." As the blade gradually emerged from its sheath, King Shiro's demeanor turned increasingly austere, the warmth he usually exhibited replaced by a profound steadiness. He then approached the cherry tree, taking a moment to center himself before suddenly striking the trunk with the blade. His strike was both forceful and deft. The cherry tree merely swayed slightly, yet the petals cascaded down like snowflakes. Beneath the flurry of cherry blossoms, King Shiro danced with his sword, slashing, cutting, thrusting, and piercing. His movements accelerated, the rhythm of his footwork transcending the conventional techniques he employed while instructing his students, his swordplay unrestricted and fluid, exuding a unique cadence. As King Shiro's speed intensified, the wind generated by his movements stirred the surrounding cherry blossoms, enveloping him in a swirling dance of petals. Guena gasped in awe, while William gazed intently at King Shiro, now shrouded in cherry blossoms. Gradually, King Shiro's pace slowed, and the blossoms around him began to settle to the ground. Not a single petal remained unscathed. All had been meticulously severed in half by King Shiro's precise strikes, tumbling to the earth and merging with the soil. As the last of the cherry blossoms fell, only a single intact petal floated gently around him, moving in harmony with his deliberate swordplay. Never straying beyond half a foot from the blade of the wad ikamanji, reminiscent of a delicate butterfly dancing around its master. King Shiro's motions remained slow, allowing William to observe how this butterfly occasionally landed on the edge of the blade. Each time, King Shiro skillfully mitigated the force, ensuring that the razor-sharp wad ikamanji appeared incapable of harming the cherry blossom in the slightest. William was no longer the novice he once was upon his arrival. Through years of diligent study, he had developed a profound understanding of swordsmanship, particularly appreciating the remarkable finesse of Gung Silang's technique. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Gung Silang, who moved languidly, practicing his swordplay. Moments later, Gung Silang exhaled gently and ceased his movements. As he did so, the cherry blossoms began to descend, yet unexpectedly, he pinched a blossom between his fingers. Then, to William's astonishment, he blew gently upon the delicate petal, which instantly disintegrated into countless tiny fragments, cascading to the ground. "The heart shapes one's perspective," Gung Silang remarked after regaining his breath, with a casual flick of his blade. Gung Silang's subsequent movements appeared even more relaxed than before. However, as he wielded his sword, a sturdy decorative stone, situated at least 5 meters away from the three individuals, was effortlessly cleaved in two as if it were mere tofu by an invisible wind from the blade. When your spirit is sufficiently robust, you can effortlessly command the sword in your hand. At this juncture, your blade transcends being a mere object. It becomes an extension of your very being. You must regard it as part of your own hands, capable of delivering both the ferocity of a clenched fist and the gentleness of an open palm. The balance of strength and grace lies within the wielder themselves. Gung Silang sheathed his sword, the Wado Ikamanji, and spoke softly. William instinctively glanced at his hands and then at the sword at his waist, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. Just as he was immersed in contemplation of the exquisite swordsmanship and principles of Kenshiro, a voice unexpectedly resonated within his heart. "You have ascended from novice swordsmanship to foundational swordsmanship. The path of destiny for a sword genius has been traversed. You have acquired the special expertise of Zen swordsmanship. You have achieved the remarkable accolade of insightful blessing. A new door of destiny has now been unveiled before you." William felt a jolt within. His previous conjecture had proven accurate. With each pathway traversed, the square of destiny unveiled additional functionalities, and this time, it audibly communicated within his mind. At the terminus of fate's narrow path, a magnificent marble archway materialized unexpectedly. Beyond this arch, the square of destiny transformed as William had anticipated. The rugged stone path had metamorphosed into a resplendent marble walkway, and at the very heart of the square stood a towering marble statue, exceeding 3 meters in height. The entire plaza radiated opulence and grandeur. William approached the marble statue. Gazing upwards, the statue, clad in a suit, rested one hand lightly on the hilt of a sword at its waist. Tilting its head slightly back with a hint of melancholy, mirroring his own stance beneath the cherry blossom tree. "Were you the one speaking earlier?" After observing the statue for a while, William suddenly inquired loudly into the surroundings. Explorer 17,631. You have acquired sufficient energy in the fantasy realm 841205 to awaken the auxiliary program. A chilling voice reverberated through Destiny Square. William furrowed his brow. Realizing that the voice emanated from his own statue, and upon closer attention, he discerned that it bore an uncanny resemblance to his own tone. "Who are you?" With the rare opportunity to engage with a customer service entity, William pressed on with his questions. "Why have I arrived in this world? What is an explorer?" The zero-point universe serves as the foundational soil from which all fantasy realms arise. Thus, only the indigenous inhabitants of the zero-point universe can endure long-term existence in other fantasy worlds. You have been fortuitously selected by a higher civilization to partake in an experimental traversal of the fantasy realms. The subjects of this experiment are designated as explorers, while I am the auxiliary program designed to provide you with initial navigation. This is an illicit experiment. Did you seek my consent? The voice of the statue remained cold and detached. The laws of the universe exist solely among civilizations of equal standing. The only constraints on how a higher civilization may treat lower civilization beings are moral rather than legal. Therefore, conducting experiments upon you does not require your consent. William clenched his teeth and inquired, "Can I leave this place and return to my original world?" "Absolutely not," the statue replied vehemently. William had anticipated this answer. So despite his disappointment, he pressed on with another question. "Are you an intelligent program?" "By the technological standards of the civilization you originate from, the answer is yes. However, by the standards of my own civilization, I am not. I am merely a collection of directives." William pondered for a moment and resolved to refrain from entangling himself in trivial matters, focusing instead on the most significant and pressing questions. Why does the path of destiny manifest? What is the principle behind specialized talents? What does the threat of fate signify? How can I acquire more rewarding abilities? William inquired. The existence of the fantasy realm is born from the imaginings of the indigenous inhabitants of the zero-point universe, governed by predetermined plans and processes. Are you referring to the original narratives of those comics and animations? Indeed, the impressions held by the natives regarding these established processes can exert a formidable influence. The greater the dissemination and resonance among the natives, the stronger and higher the quality of this energy becomes. Thus, what is the significance of the path of destiny? You are akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. After initially creating ripples, the surface will eventually return to calmness. The path of destiny serves as the catalyst that compels you to continuously disturb the lake's surface, generating waves anew. William furrowed his brow even more tightly. If that is the case, does my existence in this world hold any significance? The world remains unchanged. The lake's surface still reflects the same image, yet you need not remain merely a small pebble forever. In time, you may grow stronger, your influence may expand, and you could ultimately evolve into a colossal boulder, perhaps even a mountain capable of leveling the lake's surface. William exhaled softly, pondering the futility of his future endeavors if they were merely ripples on the surface of a lake, ultimately destined to revert to their original course. What significance would his struggles hold then? The statue continued to speak. However, the emergence of the path of destiny necessitates energy. Unlocking additional functions and routes within the square of fate also requires this energy, as does the enhancement of various specialties. What kind of energy? William inquired eagerly. Elasticity, replied the statue. The progression of destiny in the realm of fantasy resembles a spring when compressed by external forces. The resultant restorative force is the energy required by the square of fate. The greater the compression exerted by external forces, the more energy is generated. You may refer to this energy as dark energy. William found himself pacing in place, his gaze lowered as he contemplated the myriad clues presented by the statue. The implication of the statue was unequivocal. The more one altered the narrative of this fantastical realm, the greater the energy derived, which in turn would enhance the Plaza's capabilities and bestow upon William specialized rewards. After a considerable pause, an idea struck him. He lifted his head, squinting at the statue, and tentatively inquired, what if I were to seek out and eliminate the protagonist of this fantasy world? Would the dark energy generated suffice to effect a dramatic transformation in the plaza? Indeed, the statue replied. Yet, before William could further his inquiry, the statue continued, however. The repercussions of fate will be significant. Until you possess adequate strength, I would advise against such actions. Explorer 17631, prior to you, a total of 17. 630 experimental subjects were cast into various fantastical realms, yet up until your arrival, only a handful have managed to survive. Although he was already aware of the answer, William could not help but ask, "What are the other subjects?" "All perished," the statue responded coldly. While the sudden outbreak of a virulent pathogen may yield immediate and substantial effects, such impacts are ultimately uncontrollable and likely to provoke a vehement backlash. In truth, the most successful viruses are not those that are overtly aggressive, but rather latent pathogens. It is their insidious nature that facilitates superior transmission. William nodded gravely, his expression reflecting a deep contemplation. He posed a tentative inquiry, merely hypothesizing, without any genuine intention of harming the protagonist. Besides, even if he harbored such thoughts, he would be at a loss, having forgotten the protagonist's name, recalling only that he hailed from the East Sea. If one were to liken it to a spring, the fantastical realm forged by the popular work One Piece could undoubtedly be described as a robust coil. Any reckless compression could unleash a rebound force potent enough to injure the perpetrator. In this world rife with lawless strongmen, an individual whose power and influence remain inadequate would face reckless consequences akin to traversing a densely trafficked highway, a gamble with fate. If one were fortunate enough to evade a vehicle, all would be well, yet, should they collide with one, it would be the frail party that suffers the dire consequences. Moreover, taking viruses as an example, while a sudden outbreak may instill fear, it swiftly captures humanity's attention, prompting a concerted effort of resources and energy to combat it. Conversely, insidious viruses, which lurk undetected, often fail to incite widespread panic upon discovery, thus evading the relentless pursuit for eradication. William sought to subvert the original narrative and alter a predetermined fate, yet he could not employ drastic measures during his vulnerable early years. Suddenly, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Did he equate himself to a virus? If the established fate were to be perceived as a living entity, then he would be the virus that undermines its ability to restore health. He would be the cancer of destiny. At this juncture, William had already gleaned much understanding, rendering further elucidation from the statue unnecessary. He pondered aloud, so, those threads of fate must be the manifestation of my capacity to exert influence in the amount of dark energy I can generate? Indeed, the threads of fate represent individuals whose paths have been altered by your influence. The narrative is woven from the lives of people. The more threads of fate connect to you, the greater your impact on the story or destiny becomes, and consequently, the more dark energy you shall receive. Only with a sufficient abundance of dark energy can the realm of destiny be upgraded, offering you a wider array of choices. Among these threads, the unique ones symbolize individuals favored by the world, characters of significance in fantastical tales. Their influence over established fate is profound and far-reaching. Whether you choose to unite them or eliminate them, both actions yield substantial and distinctive dark energy. However, the energy derived from their demise is fleeting, while their sustained presence beside you generates enduring influence, which is essential for maintaining both your existence and that of the realm of destiny. The statue continued, moreover, special expertise rewards can only be exchanged through unique threads of fate. Extra rewards for exchange? William finally heard promising news. If I gather more unique threads of fate, could I? Before he could finish, the statue abruptly interjected, dousing his hopes. All energy acquired from the realm of destiny originates from the 841205 fantasy world. It cannot draw power from other realms. Furthermore, since your arrival, the world coordinates have shifted naturally. Even the civilization that brought you here would struggle to locate you again, let alone provide energy. The statue's implication was clear. It was impossible for William to conjure chakra in the world of One Piece or manifest a soul cutter. William remained undaunted. Apart from a singular thread of fate belonging to a kin, he possessed no additional paths. William inquired further and discovered that redeeming special expertise rewards also required numerous prerequisites. One could only exchange for rewards that had previously appeared on the roadside sign. And the number of unique strands of fate required was, astonishingly, cumulative. The first attempt required merely one strand, the next two, and the subsequent attempt four. Continuing in this manner, the further one advanced, the greater the number of strands of fate needed. As he had yet to unlock the ability to preview the contents of the rewards, he was unaware of their specific effects. After a moment of contemplation, William resolved to choose the one that appeared more reliable by name, robustness. Following the statue's guidance, he raised his right hand, and hundreds of strands of fate surged forth from his wrist. The majority were fragile, continuously breaking and reconnecting. However, one particularly sturdy strand, upon emerging, suddenly snapped with a sound reminiscent of steel wire breaking, resonating with a clear and sharp tone. William understood that this was the resilient thread of fate representing Wallen. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp it, only for the thread of destiny to vanish into the void. William pressed his lips together, compelling himself to divert his attention, his gaze settling upon the golden unique fate line that represented a kin. Amidst the inquiries of the statue, he affirmed the option for redemption. The golden unique fate line then detached from William's wrist, twisting momentarily in the air before gradually vanishing. Concurrently, in the southeastern corner of the square, a golden statue abruptly ascended from the ground. William hurried over to examine the statue, which astonishingly resembled a kin. Both the form and height were identical to the real person, capturing even Akin's typically odious expression with remarkable vividness. How intriguing! William circled the statue twice, then approached his own statue in the square, gazing at the inscription beneath it. Morgan William, the young patriarch from the Eastern Sea, swordsmanship prodigy from the Eason Dojo, youthful hero from certain docks, see round calendar 1490, place of birth, Eastern Sea Kingdom of Fails skill proficiencies, basic swordsmanship, introductory navigation special proficiencies, lightning reflexes, Zen swordsmanship, robustness achievement proficiencies, overcoming the odds. Insightful blessings background proficiency, apprentice of the Eason Dojo. Above the skill proficiencies, the previously noted introductory swordsmanship has now transformed into basic swordsmanship. Basic swordsmanship. You are a practitioner of the sword. Your understanding of sword techniques has reached a level of near mastery. In this domain, you have truly entered the realm of expertise. In your homeland, Earth, you are undoubtedly a sword saint. Introductory navigation reflects the results of William's years of study. Introductory navigation. You have learned to observe meteorological patterns and can utilize tools such as compasses and astrolabes. The vast ocean is no longer an enigma cloaked in darkness. In addition to lightning reflexes, the special proficiencies now include Zen swordsmanship and robustness. Zen swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship has begun to embody the principles of Zen while wielding your sword. You can effortlessly cast aside distractions, focus your mind, and maximize your sword skills. Task reward. Robustness. You possess a physique that commands admiration, granting you exceptional strength, endurance, and even a superior immune system. Unique Destiny Line exchange reward. As for the achievement proficiency, William had previously inquired about the statue, learning that such proficiencies are unlocked only when one significantly impacts their predetermined fate. This could entail participating in or even leading a major event with widespread repercussions, or profoundly influencing key characters in the original narrative, thereby altering its trajectory. The appearance of overcoming the odds stemmed from William's decision to leave the Denton pirate crew with a kin, while insightful blessings arose from Gungshiro's demonstration of sword techniques before Kuina, alongside profound insights into sword philosophy. Insightful blessings, through the guidance of a master swordsman. Your understanding of sword philosophy has deepened, significantly enhancing your swordsmanship and making the acquisition of sword techniques markedly more efficient. Reward from Gungshiro's instruction the following day. In Honya village, William, Akin, Aramis, Edmund, and Tony gathered on the second floor of Tony's tavern. Several individuals encircled a table laden with drinks, upon which rested a peculiar creature known as a telephone worm. This odd entity, resembling a snail, appeared extraordinarily large to William, being about the size of a palm. Although unfamiliar with the plot, William understood he was in a fantastical realm and thus remained unfazed by the eccentricities of this world. The telephone worm, while snail-like in appearance, possessed far greater intelligence. One side of its circular shell bore a series of numeric buttons, reminiscent of a rotary phone, and its functions closely mirrored that of a telephone. At that moment, the telephone worm was connected to Sherlock, who was far away. Let us halt our smuggling endeavors, William stated decisively. Given the current situation in the Navia Kingdom, it is unwise to expend manpower and resources unnecessarily. The workshop in Honya village must continue its operations. We cannot abruptly disband the workers, for that would scatter their resolve, making it difficult to regroup. We shall pivot towards producing low-cost liquor for legitimate sales. Is it truly so simple to conduct legitimate business? It may lead to losses, Tony sighed. We have amassed considerable wealth over the past year. We can afford a temporary setback. Once we navigate the pressing issues at hand, we will devise a plan, William replied. The workers, who relied on William for sustenance, were indeed the providers of resilience in the face of fate. The telephone worm, which William had named Watson, then spoke. I am unable to assist further for now. Watson, mimicking Sherlock's demeanor, offered a wry smile. My previous connections through the Shining Gold Chamber have caused misunderstandings regarding our business's affiliation with the chamber. I must first dissociate the chamber from the smuggling operation and find a way to free my father from prison, which limits my ability to gather more intelligence. Prioritize your own matters. Ensuring your father's safety is paramount. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We will manage matters concerning Redbeard, William replied solemnly. Having indulged in drink, Ward and his companions exited the tavern, and Ward wandered alone into an alley to relieve himself. As a pirate, he held no sense of public decency. He boldly unfastened his trousers while humming a tune, swaying as he aimlessly sprayed the wall. At the alley's entrance, someone seemed to peer in. Though the darkness concealed their features, Ward caught a glimpse and turned to bellow, "Get lost," before his words could fully escape. A rush of wind struck the back of his head, and he fell into oblivion. When Ward regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a chair, his limbs restrained. Bewildered, he opened his eyes to see peeling walls surrounding him and two flickering oil lamps casting dim light. Four men stood a short distance away, their features obscured by backlighting. "Who are you?" Ward struggled against the bindings. "Do you have any idea who you're dealing with?" "Oh, who might that be?" The tallest man among them inquired with evident curiosity. "I am a pirate under Redbeard Barbassa." Ward seethed. The tall man approached, and as he drew near, Ward realized he was merely a youth, likely not yet 20. With tousled golden hair and piercing blue eyes, the young man regarded Ward with an amused smile. "Do you think I am lying?" Ward glared back at the blue-eyed youth. "I care not who you are, if you wish to avoid a gruesome fate. You should release me at once." "No, I intend to capture members of the Redbeard pirate crew," the golden-haired youth replied, lightly patting Ward's cheek, producing a sharp sound. Ignoring Ward's rising fury, he continued, "I smile because I have not apprehended the wrong person." Furious, Ward retorted, "You fools are courting death." Before he could finish, another young man with flaming red hair lunged forward, his temperament as fiery as his appearance. He delivered a swift kick to Ward's chest, toppling him along with the chair. The red-haired youth was poised to strike again when the golden-haired youth called out, "Akin, hold him back." The four young men were, in fact, William, Akin, Aramis, and Edmund. Akin stepped forward to restrain the vengeful Edmund, whispering words of comfort to him. William helped Ward, who was still muttering curses, to his feet and gently brushed the dust from the back of his head. "Sir," William paused momentarily and politely inquired, "I apologize, but I do not yet know how to address you. What is your name?" Ward let out a cold laugh, turning his head away and ignoring William's question. William chuckled. A tough nut indeed. After speaking, he nodded towards Aramis and the calmed Edmund. The two exchanged a knowing glance and stepped forward, one on each side, to lift Ward along with the chair beneath him, placing him horizontally atop a large wooden table in the center of the room. This table, seemingly an inferior relic of uncertain origin, had one leg slightly shorter than the others, causing it to tilt precariously. Thus, Ward found himself unceremoniously positioned upside down on the table, suppressing a flicker of fear and feigning indifference as he gazed at William and the others. "You certainly appear to be an old sea dog, adept in the waters," William remarked, extracting a piece of cotton cloth from his pocket and shaking it before Ward. "Therefore, I invite you to partake in a little aquatic-themed game." William placed a piece of cotton cloth over Ward's face, while Akin, unbeknownst to when he had done so, grasped a water jug in his hand and began to pour water slowly onto the cloth. The cool droplets cascaded onto Ward's face, startling him momentarily. But upon realizing it was merely water, he relaxed considerably. At that moment, Edmund extended his hand to secure Ward's head, and sure enough, after a brief interval, Ward began to struggle violently. Edmund, with a fierce expression, held Ward's head firmly in place, while William leisurely retrieved another piece of cotton cloth from his pocket, placing it over Ward's face once more, as Akin continued to pour water into his mouth. This method of punishment was, of course, devised by William. In his previous life, the water torture had persisted since the Middle Ages, right up to his time, never losing its relevance. This seemingly simple yet non-threatening form of torment, which had been employed since the Spanish Inquisition against heretics, right through to the CIA's interrogation of terrorists, could be said to have truly withstood the test of time, allowing the victim to experience the harrowing agony of drowning in the most visceral manner. William calculated the time and then removed the cloth, prompting Akin to cease his actions. As soon as the cloth was lifted, Ward gasped for air, his eyes wide with shock, yet the water lingering in his nasal passages surged into his lungs, causing him to cough violently. The bravado Ward had previously displayed now faded, leaving him utterly weakened. When Edmund released his grip, Ward's head drooped feebly, and he panted heavily. "Can you tell me now?" William inquired. What? What should I tell you?" Ward replied, his face ashen, appearing to have resigned himself to confess. "Wrong answer." Yet William, unfazed by Ward's struggles, covered him with the cloth once more, signaling Akin, who then retrieved a new water jug and resumed pouring. William silently calculated the passage of time, and after a while, he finally removed the cloth. Wade, I am called Wade," he exclaimed eagerly as the cloth was pulled away, allowing him to breathe in the fresh air once more. "Very well," William replied with a satisfied nod. "How long did you remain aboard the Redbeard pirate crew?" 7 months. Wade answered. "Is there any connection between the Redbeard pirate crew and the Kingdom of Navia, the world government, or the Navy officials?" I do not know." Wade hesitated before responding. William raised an eyebrow, and Ward, seeing this, exclaimed in panic, "I truly do not know. I am not deceiving you." William disregarded his pleas for mercy and once again covered him with the cloth, albeit this time the duration before its removal was notably shorter. "Allow me to rephrase. Are you aware of any connections between the red-haired pirates, the Kingdom of Navarre, or officials of the world government, under the looming threat of death?" Ward's mind raced rapidly. "We frequently dock at a private harbor near Kalmar, occasionally venturing into the town for respite, and during our passage, the guards do not impede or interrogate us. Additionally, there is a young man aboard named Chloe." William interrupted Ward abruptly, demanding, "Tell me about your captain. What is his true strength? Where does he hail from?" My train of thought was suddenly derailed, leaving Ward's mind in disarray. He stammered, "I'm not entirely sure." Fearing further punishment, he instinctively blurted out the first piece of information that came to mind. "All I know is that he has consumed a devil fruit." The moment the term devil fruit escaped Ward's lips, William's astonishment was palpable, mirrored by the astonished glances exchanged between Aramis, Akin, and Edmund. William possessed only a cursory understanding of the original work, yet he was aware of the existence of devil fruits and had previously sought information about them. However, the news he uncovered was rather disheartening. These fruits are exceedingly rare and grant extraordinary powers to their consumers, which renders them extraordinarily expensive, each fruit valued at 100 million berries, often available only by chance. In the East Sea, these fruits are even scarcer. Many inhabitants, including those around William such as Aramis, regard them as mere legends, fanciful tales designed to deceive. There are even quite a few who have never heard of such things at all. Given this context, it is no wonder that the expressions of the four changed dramatically. Among them, only William, as a time traveler, was aware of the genuine existence of devil fruits. Arkin, Aramis, and Edmund, being native East Sea residents, had never encountered such fruits or anyone who had consumed a devil fruit, having always believed them to be mere myths. Now, they were confronted with a living embodiment of a devil fruit user, limited by his knowledge of devil fruits and his understanding of the East Sea environment. 2 questions immediately sprang to William's mind. First, what is the ability of Redbeard Barbarossa's devil fruit? Second, where did his devil fruit originate? At this moment, William was particularly intrigued by the latter inquiry. William harbored no aversion towards the devil fruit. Perhaps individuals like Kuina, Gungshir Lang, or Edmund, who aspired to become formidable swordsmen, might hesitate or grapple with such a notion, yet William remained steadfast in his pragmatism. Despite the assistance from the Fate Square and the insights imparted by the statue regarding its myriad secrets, the cautious William was reluctant to cultivate a dependency on the Fate Square. His swordsmanship, alongside his loyal comrades from the Akin group, would continue to hold value, regardless of the Fate Square's existence. In contrast, others might have been swayed by the statue's counsel to eliminate the original protagonist for a substantial energy gain, embarking on a quest to seek out the protagonist with thoughts of countering any subsequent backlash through the resources of the Fate Square. However, William merely posed his inquiries and promptly dismissed them from his mind. He possessed his own strategy and intended to leverage the Fate Square solely as a tool to bolster his plans, rather than sacrificing the essence of his strategy, and indeed his very life, to serve the progression of the Fate Square. In such a scenario, who would be the master and who the servant? Therefore, the prospect of acquiring a devil fruit, which could bestow unique abilities and belong to a realm beyond the Fate Square, naturally piqued William's interest. Where did Barbarossa acquire his devil fruit? William inquired, lowering his gaze. I do not know, Ward replied, trembling with fear. The threat of water torture had already instilled a profound terror within him, rendering further coaxing unnecessary. He divulged all he knew with the candor of a bamboo shoot spilling its contents. All I am aware of is that the captain suffered a devastating defeat. And now only the first mate, Rice, and the navigator, Hale Din, remain. It was during this catastrophic event that he consumed the devil fruit. So aside from Rice and Hale Din, no one aboard possesses knowledge of how the captain obtained his devil fruit. William furrowed his brow, aware that Ward was not lying. He proceeded to inquire about other matters. Do you know who orchestrated the recent hijacking of that cargo ship in the Kingdom of Navia? Which ship? Ward asked, somewhat bewildered. William continued to inquire, and soon discovered that the Red-Beard pirate crew, as one of the most elite pirate factions in the East Sea, was indeed quite busy, frequently traversing various trade routes to plunder merchant vessels. Furthermore, he learned from Ward that an unidentified force provided the Red-Beard pirate crew with detailed intelligence on merchant ships. Such meticulous information that included the precise times each vessel departed from and returned to the dock. This allowed the Red-Beard pirate crew to almost invariably return with a bounty, as they would be poised at the correct locations along the trade routes. The merchant vessel that Edmund and Valen were aboard was, in fact, not particularly unique compared to others that had previously fallen prey to the Red-Beard pirate crew. It too was targeted based on information relayed by others. As Barbarossa issued the command and Ward and his fellow pirates executed the order. It wasn't until William mentioned the prolonged storm that Ward recalled the specific ship in question. Once all inquiries had been made, William, Akin, and Aramis departed the room, leaving Edmund and Ward behind. As the trio closed the door, a pool of blood began to seep from beneath it, extending into the corridor where the three stood, and it was at that moment that Edmund emerged from the chamber. William cast a glance at the seemingly irked Edmund, shook his head, and then lowered his gaze to the newspaper he held in his hands. The group found themselves in a secluded, abandoned workshop, where a few oil lamps flickered along the corridor. Under the dim, yellowish light, William scrutinized the paper for a moment before exclaiming, "What a wretched newspaper!" Arkin, Alamis, and Edmund leaned in to take a look as well, their expressions turning oddly conspiratorial as they furtively glanced at William's face. The newspaper had been procured from Ward, who, after some urging, had finally racked his brain to provide all the peculiar clues surrounding the attack on Valen's and Edmund's cargo ship. This incident, beyond the usual information about the ship's departure, revealed that afterward, the pirates aboard had been handed this very newspaper by their superiors, instructing them to pay heed to the mastermind behind the news. The publication was titled EC Daily, featuring an exclusive report on the teenage godfather of the underground smuggling trade in the Kingdom of Scandinavia. Merely reading the headline made William realize that this self-proclaimed exclusive news outlet was peddling nonsense. He had long since reached adulthood and could hardly be deemed a youth. Indeed, the content that followed the title confirmed William's suspicions, containing a description of his appearance that, apart from the blonde hair and blue eyes aligning with his own, was otherwise a fabrication, evidently concocted to cater to the reader's imagination of the so-called teenage godfather. William flipped through the newspaper and tossed it towards Akin, exclaiming, "It's nothing but rubbish. All fabricated. It claims you have a scar on your face that runs diagonally from your brow to your jaw." Akin buried himself in the news, his expression shifting dramatically as he read. "Every time he gets angry, the scar seems to bleed. Is this really about you? Could there be another smuggling line in the area? Is this referring to someone else?" They took turns reading the articles about William, which were written like fiction. Engaged in illegal activities, William adhered to the cautious habits of his former life, ensuring that no photographs of him circulated. To discern his appearance, one could only rely on first-hand encounters or rely on descriptions from others. The Donghai Daily was never a diligent investigator of news content. Their pursuit was not the integrity of journalism, but rather the sales of their paper. The title Young Godfather was sufficiently captivating, and whether William was indeed young was of little concern to them. Consequently, any depiction of William's appearance or demeanor was crafted purely to attract attention and please readers. In truth, if the newspaper sent some reporters to the docks of the Kingdom of Navia to consult with the laborers there, they might not achieve precise descriptions from the less educated working class, but they would not be so egregiously off the mark. However, it was evident that such inquiries did not pique their interest. "Perhaps I should express my gratitude to these media friends," William mused with a smile. "Perhaps I ought to be more thankful that those scoundrels do not regard us as worthy of their attention," spat Aramis. From what they gathered from Ward and their current observations, it was clear that neither Redbeard Barbarossa nor the masterminds behind the scenes considered them a significant threat. When Barbarossa attacked the cargo ship carrying Wallen and Edmund, he faced little resistance. One fell into the sea while the other perished. This indicated a predictable underestimation of William and his companion's capabilities, for Barbarossa could not have foreseen that William was a time traveler, thus elevating his regard for him. The vastness of the ocean is boundless. Even in the relatively weaker East Sea, numerous pirate factions abound, numbering in the hundreds. Redbeard had dominated these waters for years, having offended countless enemies, both great and small, directly or indirectly. He could not possibly manage them all. Now, it seemed that William's group had been relegated to the category of those whom Barbarossa could not be bothered to oversee. This was fortuitous for William, as he planned to assume a new identity and infiltrate the Redbeard pirate crew to gauge their strengths and weaknesses. Upon hearing William's intention, Akin immediately objected. "It's far too perilous. You heard that pirate, Ward, say that Barbarossa's abilities counter our swordsmanship." According to Ward, Redbeard Barbarossa was the possessor of the devil fruit known as the fluffy fruit, granting him the ability to control the growth of his hair at will and alter its texture. When necessary, he could harden his hair to the toughness of steel, which was how Wallen was easily defeated. Had he possessed a different ability, Wallen might not have fallen so effortlessly. Aramis and Edmund nodded in agreement with Akin's words. Despite the fact that due to a collaborator in the Kingdom of Navia, Barbarossa and his crew would not engage in widespread plundering of villages and docks, instead targeting competitor merchant ships provided by their collaborator, William's smuggling business fundamentally relied on the localities within Navia. The likelihood of encountering those who made a living at the docks and recognized William was slim, yet not entirely absent. We must uncover the identity of the individual providing assistance to Barbarossa from behind the scenes. This person must wield significant influence in the Kingdom of Navia, capable of not only supplying Barbarossa with leads on docked vessels, but also maneuvering capital officials to apprehend the president of a local merchant guild. William lit a cigarette, and as they expressed their concern, he patiently articulated his thoughts. Furthermore, do not forget that when Edmund returned to Red Leaf Village, he encountered a naval inspection. Thus, it is likely that Barbarossa is not supported by just one individual. Naval forces may also be involved. We must ascertain this. For even if we manage to topple the Redbeard pirate crew, it would be of no consequence otherwise. Damn it, those wretched seagulls, Aramis cursed. The navy, or the forces of the kingdom, were far more formidable and troublesome than the illegal armed faction of the Redbeard pirates, instilling greater trepidation in William and his companions. While the pirate crew was an independent entity, Redbeard Barbarossa might indeed possess far superior strength to William, yet the fundamental distinction between man and beast lies in intellect. Lions and tigers may be tenfold stronger and fiercer than humans, but ultimately, it is the former that remains caged and pointed at. If William's sole purpose was to eliminate Redbeard Barbarossa, there would be numerous methods and means at his disposal. The mere act of vanquishing him would effectively dismantle the Redbeard pirate crew, a group largely held together by personal charisma and prestige. In contrast, the official forces represented by the Navy operate differently. Even if a local naval officer pales in comparison to Barbarossa, he remains an integral part of the Navy. The assassination of a major could provoke the ire of a colonel, and the flight of a colonel might well summon the wrath of a rear admiral. Although the local Navy operates with a degree of independence, they still embody the Navy's authority, while the royal forces represent the world government. William was not daunted by the ineptitude of the naval division, but rather by the authority of the Navy and the world government. After elucidating this reasoning to a few, Edmund directly proposed, "In that case, let me go. Redbeard and his crew merely underestimated us. They are not blind. How do you expect to board the ship?" William raised an eyebrow. "Many aboard have seen you. It would be tantamount to courting death." Upon witnessing this exchange, Akin contemplated suggesting that he take the opportunity to board the ship, but William seemed to anticipate his intentions. Before Akin could voice his thoughts, William asserted, "This task must be undertaken by me." He harbored reservations about both Aramis and Edmund handling the matter. Although Akin demonstrated steadiness, he lacked experience and the ability to adapt. Once aboard Redbeard's pirate ship, unforeseen circumstances could arise, and William would have no opportunity to guide Akin in responding to such events. He would have to rely solely on himself, a situation Akin would struggle to navigate. Completing the mission is not merely about infiltrating Redbeard's pirate ship. It necessitates gathering intelligence on those collaborating with Barbarossa, as well as information regarding the devil fruit that piques my interest. William decisively concluded, "You all may assist me from your respective locations. William was acutely aware that his actions would undoubtedly entail risks. However, if he were unwilling to embrace even the slightest peril, what purpose would there be in venturing out to sea? The group deliberated and refined their subsequent plans, after which William instructed Aramis and Edmund to depart first, leaving only Akin behind. As Edmund exited the corridor, he glanced back and observed William imparting instructions to Akin, who listened intently, nodding solemnly in response. William's estimations were rather imprecise. In truth, their lack of recognition stemmed not merely from individuals like Barbarossa deeming them insufficiently formidable, which led to a neglect in gathering comprehensive intelligence. The fundamental reason lay in the fact that the instigator of the attacks, Count Alcacio, had, from the very outset, set his sights on the Shangin Trading Company. More specifically, his objective was the well-established local trade network that lay behind the company, possessing significant power. Alcacio harbored neither the interest nor the inclination to construct a parallel network. Instead, he opted to exploit his authority to seize and plunder. The assaults on Edmund and Vallon were merely misguided attempts to intimidate the trading company, based on his erroneous belief that the smuggling operations were orchestrated by the Shangin Trading Company. In the provincial realm of the Navia Kingdom, a rather prosperous town, Sherlock emerged from the modest headquarters of the Shangin Trading Company, his countenance reflecting discontent. He cast a glance back at the iconic structure, built under the directive of his father, where several figures loomed by the windows, gesturing towards him. With a sigh, Sherlock mounted his family carriage. Should William, or Akin, individuals familiar with him, have been present, they would undoubtedly have been taken aback. Although Sherlock had once hailed from affluence, he was never one to adhere to convention. He paid little mind to his appearance, often seen in fine suits, yet unafraid to roll up his sleeves and share a drink with local ruffians like Tony in taverns. However, he now donned a pair of silver-rimmed spectacles, his hair meticulously groomed and slicked back, and wore a suit devoid of any wrinkles, crafted from superior fabric. William and others were unaware, yet the locals were all too familiar. Sherlock's current appearance mirrored that of his father almost identically. It was not solely William who needed to stabilize the hearts of the people. Sherlock found himself in a similar predicament. Sherlock's father, Caesarion, was not only the president of the Golden Flash Chamber of Commerce, but also the leader of the family enterprise. The loss of a president could be remedied with another election, but the collapse of the family business could spell disaster. Sherlock understood that since Caesarion had been abruptly taken away, the employees of their business had been fraught with anxiety. In such times, they sought not an unconventional heir, but a steady leader who could instill confidence that the successor would restore stability. Thus, Sherlock adopted this appearance, resembling Caesarion closely, despite his previous aversion to it. The Minister of Finance, known as the Chancellor, was arguably one of the most powerful figures in the entire Navian Kingdom. His ambition to seize control of a local chamber of commerce was not something a few merchants could counter. To ensure the subjugation of the Golden Flash Chamber, Arcadio commanded the Redbeard pirate crew to assault merchant vessels and colluded with Navy Colonel Roy to complicate the export of chamber goods, even replacing key officials in the chamber's headquarters with his own confidants. To instill fear among the chamber members, Arcadio selected a scapegoat to showcase his power. The business of Sherlock's family became that scapegoat, and even now, he had yet to rescue his father. Despite his efforts to maintain the business, it continued to languish, beset by relentless harassment from local officials, while the chamber members dared not extend a helping hand, fearing the wrath of Arcadio, who wielded nearly absolute power within the kingdom. Perhaps deep down, Sherlock's imitation of his father was not without the hope of evoking sympathy from the outside world, though his pride prevented him from admitting it. That night, within the villa, after dealing with the local officials who returned for further inquiries, Sherlock lay in bed, restless and tormented. He was consumed with worry for his father Caesarion's safety and feared that the family business, built over generations, would collapse under his stewardship. It was only in this dire situation that he realized how challenging it had been for his father to maintain a humble demeanor in public. For days on end, he had found himself groveling to officials who sought any pretext to criticize, a bitter experience indeed. He had briefly harbored resentment towards William for implicating the family in smuggling. Yet he was not foolish enough to blame others, knowing full well that the decision to engage in such dealings had been his own. After tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity, unable to find solace in sleep, Sherlock finally sighed in resignation, rising from his bed to check the ledgers once more in the study. The majority of the servants had already retired for the night, and he made no effort to disturb anyone as he ventured alone into the study, a space filled with reminders of his father Caesarion. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, Sherlock imagined Caesarion seated at the desk, sipping wine and perusing the ledgers as he had done in the past. Sherlock's eyes grew moist. With the household in turmoil, he wished to shield the servants from witnessing his distress. Rubbing his eyes, he poured himself a glass of red wine, discreetly opened a concealed door disguised as a bookshelf, and entered a narrow chamber. This hidden room had been established by Caesarion specifically for storing crucial ledgers and valuable items. It contained only a table, a chair, and several safes. Lighting the candles within the secret chamber, Sherlock secured the hidden door and retrieved the ledgers from the safe. The flickering candlelight cast shadows across his face, yet he paid it no mind, slowly reviewing the documents while savoring the wine. After an indeterminate span of time, Sherlock was startled by the faint sound of voices outside the door. Frowning slightly, he felt a surge of anger, suspecting that a bold servant, disheartened by the family's decline, had harbored inappropriate thoughts and ventured into the study to pilfer something. Pressing his ear to the door, he discerned the voices of a man and a woman, strikingly familiar to him. It was his stepmother and the local tax officer. His biological mother had passed away years prior, and Caesarion had remarried a young and beautiful woman 2 years later, which had been a source of discord between father and son. The two conversed in hushed tones, evidently wary of being overheard, but due to their distance from the study door, they were inadvertently close to the hidden door, allowing Sherlock to overhear their exchange. The tax officer's gravelly voice penetrated the door. The Earl is of high status and cannot afford to overlook anyone who might threaten his safety. That's Sherlock. I find him rather lackluster. He must be dealt with swiftly. Should he resort to desperate measures, he poses a threat. Even if he doesn't endanger the Earl, it would reflect poorly on me. A languid female voice responded. Sherlock is currently focused on preserving the family business. He is unlikely to take such risks. The tax officer retorted, better to be safe than sorry. Besides, whether he truly would resort to desperate measures is irrelevant. It suffices for the Earl to believe he might. If I can eliminate him, it would leave a favorable impression on the Earl. Furthermore, if Sherlock is not removed, how can you rightfully inherit this estate? I've received word that Caesarion is dead. Dispose of Sherlock, and you become the sole heir to the fortune. As the tax officer spoke, his tone grew increasingly flippant. The stepmother chuckled softly. You are quite generous. How shall I repay you? After exchanging playful banter, the sounds of clothing rustling followed, and the tax officer's breath quickened. Soon, suitors for you, the pretty widow, will line the street. Just don't forget my kindness. Sherlock, concealed behind the door, gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes bloodshot, nearly unable to contain himself from bursting through the door to expose the treacherous duo. However, a flicker of reason held him back. He approached the table, downed the remaining wine, then opened a safe to reveal 2 handguns. The handles of the pistols were crafted from ivory, intricately engraved, resembling works of art more than weapons, indeed. They were collectibles acquired by Caesarion, yet Sherlock understood their potential for lethal use. As the candlelight in the secret chamber waned, casting deeper shadows, Sherlock sat in the dimness, loading the antiquated handguns with bullets and primers. In the study, the couple had already succumbed to their passionate embrace. Although Sherlock's face was flushed due to the influence of alcohol, an eerie calmness enveloped him. It was only after both pistols were fully loaded that he forcefully kicked open the secret door, startling the 2 illicit lovers. Upon entering the study, Sherlock immediately spotted them sprawled across the desk where Caesarion had often worked. The man, upon hearing the commotion, turned around, and their eyes met, his furious gaze clashing with the man's youthful and handsome visage, a stark contrast to the aging, portly Caesarion. It was no wonder that Sherlock's stepmother had chosen to engage with him. Yet the sight only fueled Sherlock's rage further. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Sherlock fired a shot. Though he was no expert marksman, the short distance ensured he would not miss. The bullet lodged itself in the tax officer's chest, failing to deliver an instant death. But its soft composition caused it to tumble and fragment within the body, creating a devastating cavitation effect. The officer crumpled to the ground, howling in agony, while Sherlock's stepmother let out a piercing scream. When she caught sight of Sherlock leveling another gun at her, her voice abruptly faltered as if her throat had been constricted. Naturally, a woman married to the leader of the local commerce guild was quite beautiful, yet in that moment, Sherlock found her exceedingly repugnant. Sherlock, you cannot do this. If you kill him, you will be apprehended. The woman, though terrified, attempted to reason with him, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Without you, the family business will collapse. Has my father wronged you in any way? Sherlock remained silent, his demeanor unyielding. I know you do not truly love my father, but you could simply leave. You understand his character. He would not make things difficult for you. He has treated you well over the years. and the assets he has provided should ensure your comfort for the rest of your life. Is that not sufficient? Perhaps it was the imminent threat of death or a flicker of conscience awakening within her, but Sherlock's stepmother began to weep profusely. I was wrong, Sherlock, but you truly cannot kill me. If you are captured, the Shangine Commercial Society will be finished. Sherlock remained unresponsive for a prolonged moment, and the woman, feeling a glimmer of hope, believed he might relent. Do you think you can manipulate me into preserving the family legacy, leaving me at your mercy? After a long pause, Sherlock sighed softly and inquired, last year's bandits, you were the one who hired them, weren't you? The woman looked up, her face a mask of shock. Bang. This time, Sherlock took his time to aim, striking true and hitting her squarely in the forehead. The bullet exited through the back of her skull, taking a fragment of bone with it. The expression of disbelief lingered on his stepmother's face as she collapsed to the floor, lying in a pool of blood alongside the now lifeless tax officer. Sherlock maintained his shooting stance, motionless, until a sound at the study door prompted him to lift his gun, which had run out of ammunition, in that direction. The butler, arriving at the noise, paled at the sight within the study and called out, "Young master." The scene of death, coupled with Sherlock brandishing a gun, rendered him both terrified and bewildered. Order all the servants to leave the villa immediately. Sherlock's emotionless voice cut through the air. You are all dismissed from this day forward. Depart now, or you shall have no chance to escape. Having taken 2 lives, Sherlock understood that the already watchful officials would not spare him or his family's business. Faced with the gun's muzzle, the butler dared not protest, offering Sherlock a final bow before hastily retreating. Once alone, Sherlock approached the desk and retrieved a small box from the drawer. Upon opening it, he discovered an antique gold coin, a significant heirloom purchased by his great-grandfather from a sailor. The name of the family business, Shangine, derived from this very coin. He placed the box against his chest and poured himself a generous measure of liquor, tilting the bottle back until the liquid spilled from his lips, which he carelessly wiped with his sleeve before raising his arm. Smash! The expensive liquor was sent crashing onto the desk, its rich aroma filling the air. Yet he did not cease. He seized several more bottles from the cabinet, rushing to the secret room to shatter them. He also retrieved important ledgers and documents pertaining to the commercial society from the safe, casting them onto the floor. Only after completing this did he strike a match, hesitating momentarily before tossing it onto the alcohol-soaked ledgers. He would not allow that insufferable count to seize these assets and easily control the guild. Flames roared as the servants fled in panic from the smoke-filled villa. Sherlock gazed at the burning edifice, and at that moment, he could no longer suppress his anguish. Sherlock, always proud and self-assured, never imagined that the legacy painstakingly built by generations of his family would perish at his own hands. The fire had gradually drawn the attention of the nearby inhabitants. Sherlock wiped his eyes and took one last glance at the villa before dashing towards the dock without looking back. He would return, he undoubtedly would. For pirates, the issue of manpower has always been a significant concern. The Navy establishes its roots worldwide, capable of recruiting from a vast pool of talent or mediocrity at any moment, ensuring that they never lack personnel. While pirates are often compared to the Navy, in reality, they are a disorganized assembly, each acting independently, with varying degrees of competence. The majority of pirate crews consist of rootless vagabonds and locusts, lacking the stable recruitment that the Navy enjoys. However, neglecting the recruitment of crew members is not an option. For unless one possesses a protagonist's aura, a pirate crew struggles to avoid casualties in battle. Without timely reinforcements, they become progressively weaker, ultimately leading to their demise. Thus, it is common to find pirate crews populated by rascals, rogues, and drunks, as they have limited options and can only take aboard those willing to join when passing through a location. Unfortunately, the majority of those willing to board are often of poor character. William had witnessed this haphazard and arbitrary recruitment style during his time with the Danton pirate crew, which he had always disapproved of. Yet now, he found himself rather fond of this approach, as it allowed him to easily blend into the ranks of the Redbeard pirate crew. After learning from Ward about the small town where the Redbeard crew frequently docked, William prepared for a while before traveling alone to the tavern in the town. His appearance had changed significantly. His hair was longer, he sported some facial hair, and he had abandoned his previous habit of maintaining a tidy wardrobe. Now, his attire appeared disheveled, with wine stains on the collar and cuffs, and a small hole burned into the hem from a cigarette. Even the sword at his waist had been replaced with a curved blade commonly seen among pirates. Moreover, whether due to his robust physique or some other factor, he had grown taller, now standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. At first glance, it would be difficult to connect him with his former self. In this world, taverns often double as inns, attracting a diverse clientele, with sailors and merchants from various regions mingling within. These establishments are typically the most reliable sources of local gossip. Upon his arrival, the Redbeard crew had not yet appeared, but William had already confirmed the authenticity of Ward's information through the tavern patrons. Consequently, he patiently waited there for nearly half a month. One morning, upon waking in his room, he sensed that the Redbeard crew had likely arrived at the town for a respite. The tavern's soundproofing was inadequate, and given that most patrons came to indulge and drink, it was perpetually noisy, day and night. However, today was different. After a brief tidying up, William exited his room and descended the stairs to the first floor, quickly realizing that his instincts were correct. Near the bar, a group of rugged men exuding a fierce aura were engaged in drinking. One man, nearly 6.5 feet tall and boasting a solidly muscled physique, occupied a bar stool that seemed dwarfed by his hulking frame. His broad shirt clung to him like a second skin. With a face full of coarse features and a thick, bristly red beard, he was clearly the leader of the group. The bartender cautiously prepared a drink for this imposing figure, whose manner of drinking was surprisingly at odds with his rugged appearance. He casually nodded to the bartender and delicately lifted a glass that appeared overly refined for his massive hands, savoring the drink rather than downing it in one gulp. The other patrons, once boisterous and loud, now refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction at his monopolization of the bar, retreating into their corners and lowering their voices. The tavern had transformed from its usual clamor, further confirming William's belief that the Redbeard crew had indeed arrived. William felt a stirring within, as he contemplated the description provided by Ward, leading him to believe that this individual was likely the vice-captain of the Redbeard pirate crew, the undeniable second-in-command, Reyes. Reyes served as a capable assistant to the notorious Barbarossa and possessed a keen intellect that belied his appearance. He was responsible for managing the myriad affairs aboard the ship, effectively acting as Barbarossa's chief steward. Reyes was accompanied by 5 trusted confidants, seasoned pirates who occupied 2 tables near the bar, exuding an air of relaxation. However, their seating arrangement was astutely chosen, allowing each of them to be observed by more than one companion from behind. From the entrance, the tables occupied by these old sea dogs were conveniently obscured by a pillar of the tavern, affording them the opportunity to observe newcomers entering the establishment. Yet, for those who stepped through the door without vigilance, it would be exceedingly difficult to notice their presence at once. Despite their varying heights and builds, all these seasoned pirates shared a common trait, a fierce demeanor, each armed to the teeth, brandishing curved sabers or hand axes, with 2 of them even sporting pistols at their waists, showing no intention of concealment. The tavern owner wore a sycophantic smile, scurrying about like the waitstaff, dutifully attending to the whims of these ruffians. Pirates are, after all, human beings. They prefer not to dwell in desolate locales. Their acts of plunder are motivated by the pursuit of wealth and a desire for a better life. Thus they do not indiscriminately turn any inhabited area into a wasteland. In the quaint town where William currently resides, the Redbeard pirate crew had made their presence known once again. The tavern owner understood that while some financial loss was inevitable, as long as no troubles arose, he would not provoke the seemingly fearsome first mate of the crew. Yet, pirates have always been synonymous with trouble. As 3 burly men pushed open the tavern door and scanned the hall, they made their way towards the bar. The tavern owner wore a distressed expression, but he dared not intervene, for these men exuded an aura of menace, each one eager to draw their cutlass. "Are you Reese, the first mate of the Redbeard pirate crew?" one of the men inquired as they approached the bar, where an older pirate lounged in a chair, lazily blocking their path with his legs. Reese turned his head, appraising the 3 men with a discerning glance before returning to his drink, uttering nonchalantly, "What do you want?" "We wish to board the ship," the leader replied. "We are looking for our crew members at the dock." "Why have we come to you?" The leader gritted his teeth. "The crew at the dock informed us that the ship currently has no shortage of hands. Hence you come seeking me." "The first mate?" Reese finished, draining his glass and smacking his lips in appreciation of the flavor. He gestured for the bartender to prepare another drink, continuing, "Every pirate longs for survival and fortune, and thus desires to join a formidable crew. But the question remains, why should we allow you aboard? My companions and I are skilled. We have taken lives." Reese scoffed at the assertion. "Skilled? Every soul wishing to join our ship claims as much. True skill is demonstrated not by mere words, but by surviving a few naval battles. In my eyes, that is what makes one truly skilled." As for having taken lives, who aboard my ship has not? The leader's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation until Reese declared, "Do not say, I am not offering you a chance. We have just lost a crew member, leaving an opening. If you wish to board, let us determine who is worthy of that position." William had unknowingly approached the trio of burly men, just in time to overhear those words. The man in front, irritated by the earlier mockery from Reyes, turned around with a scowl and barked, "Get lost." Having uttered his disdain, he dismissed William with a careless turn of his head. However, as soon as he pivoted, a sharp pain shot through his scalp. William had seized him by the hair. William exerted force with his left hand, gripping the opponent's hair. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party winced in pain and instinctively shifted their weight backward, he swiftly delivered a kick to the opponent's kneecap, forcing them into a half-kneeling position. With renewed strength in his left hand, he tilted the opponent's head back, while his right hand, clenched into a fist with the index finger protruding, struck decisively at the opponent's Adam's apple. In a mere blink of an eye, William executed a series of swift movements. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the previously menacing brute was clutching his throat, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, collapsing limply to the ground. The two companions in front of him, alerted by the commotion, had just turned around only to witness their ally crumple. They hastily reached for their blades. Yet their efforts proved futile before William's prowess. He deftly seized the sheath of the nearest assailant, who had not fully turned, and as the adversary drew his weapon, William had already lifted the sheath in hand, delivering a powerful strike to the opponent's wrist with impeccable timing. The force with which William wielded his blade was formidable. With a single stroke, the chilling sound of shattering bones echoed, as the unfortunate assailant's wrist bent at an unnatural angle upon being struck by the scabbard. The curved blade slipped from his grasp, only to be deftly seized by William. Meanwhile, the leader, who had been conversing with Reese, launched an attack with his own weapon. As William reached for the fallen curved blade, he pivoted, raising the scabbard of his sword at an angle to deflect the incoming strike. Simultaneously, he adjusted the blade's edge, slicing through the abdomen of the original wielder in one fluid motion. The leader's curved sword cleaved through the wooden scabbard, carving a sharp point in front of it. Yet the force of the block redirected the blade slightly. William tilted his head, narrowly evading the edge. In the blink of an eye, now face to face with the leader once more, William advanced, driving the sharpened remnants of the scabbard into the man's throat. The leader dropped his curved blade, eyes wide with shock as he clutched the gaping wound, staggering backward until he toppled a nearby pirate's table, crashing to the ground with a thud. As the sound of his fall reverberated, William had already plunged the curved blade into the chest of another man, who, writhing in agony from his abdominal wound, continued to scream. He made no effort to withdraw the weapon, watching as two bodies collapsed almost simultaneously, while the curved blade at his waist remained sheathed throughout the encounter. In the swift dance of death, 3 corpses lay strewn upon the ground. The pirates, whether those who had been startled by the overturned table or those who had been languorously seated, now stood on high alert, with 2 of them drawing their guns, the dark muzzles aimed directly at William. Unbeknownst to him, Reese had also turned to face the scene. William flashed a toothy grin, spreading his empty hands before him. "Do I possess the qualifications to occupy that vacant seat?" Reyes cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, then turned his gaze back to William, whose face bore an expression of utter indifference. After draining his glass, he instructed his men, "Put away the guns." 2 pirates promptly stowed their firearms, while several others also relinquished their weapons. Only then did Reyes bestow a warm smile upon William, signaling the bartender for another drink before gesturing toward a nearby high stool. "Come, have a seat." William approached with an air of confidence and took a seat. At that moment, the bartender had already poured the drinks. Reese slid a glass toward William and inquired, "You possess quite the skill. What is your name?" "Stolt," William replied, his demeanor unflustered as he offered a fictitious name. Not content with merely that, he feigned bravado and asked, "Should I now refer to you as first mate?" "Indeed," Reese responded. "I mentioned that there is a position on the ship. By inviting you to join me for a drink, I signify that this position is now yours." Reese clinked glasses with William and then raised his glass, downing its contents in one swift motion. William also assumed an expression of excitement, tilting his head back to drain the cup of wine. The primary reason why Reese accepted William so swiftly was not purely due to his unwavering credibility. Rather, it stemmed from William's recent actions, having dispatched 3 foes in quick succession, akin to a declaration of allegiance to the Shanghai pirate crew. Moreover, the backbone of most pirates consists primarily of bankrupt fishermen, down-and-out sailors, and crew members accustomed to petty theft. once cast off by their ship owners and tarnished by their reputations. They might resort to piracy out of desperation. These individuals are not born warriors, nor have they undergone systematic training. Their skills tend to vary greatly. To echo a saying from William's past life, what is most crucial in the age of pirates? Talent. In a world where the disparity of individual strength can become vast, the issue of aptitude becomes increasingly significant. The Navy boasts a comprehensive training system to identify and cultivate talent, while pirates must rely largely on fortune, encountering those few with both skill and a desire to join their ranks. The Redbeard pirate crew is notorious in the East Sea, yet they cannot claim that every member is a master. From Reese's perspective, William's demonstrated prowess is indeed remarkable aboard his own vessel, prompting him to extend an invitation without hesitation. Having previously lived among the Danton pirate crew, William is acutely aware of the pirate mindset and the survival rules aboard a pirate ship, which informs his conduct. In the worldview of most pirates, strength is a currency more valued than belly and serves as a passport. Reese, appearing to engage in casual conversation, subtly probed for information about William, feigning ignorance, while remaining vigilant in his heart. You possess nautical skills as well? Reese raised an eyebrow. A person like you, with commendable strength and seafaring expertise, would surely find many merchant ships vying for your services, even if you chose not to pursue piracy, wouldn't you? William gestured towards the 3 corpses that had pooled into a crimson lake beneath them. Would an ordinary merchant vessel dare to harbor a murderer? William took another hearty swig of liquor, his face flushed as he glared in the direction of the bartender, gritting his teeth and proclaiming, "Our merchant ship was beset by a tempest, resulting in grievous losses. My mother perished, and my father sustained severe injuries. When we arrived at a small isle to replenish our freshwater supply, the crew, dissatisfied with the compensation my father offered, conspired against him. They deceived me into disembarking and absconded with the ship's cargo, leading to my father's demise at their hands." William's expression transformed into something truly terrifying, causing the bewildered bartender to retreat to the sidelines. Little did Reese and the others know that the most frightening aspect was, in fact, his acting prowess. "I have spent countless days on a desolate island, and at long last, I encountered a merchant ship passing by. They brought me to a small town, where I sought out the leading sailor and exacted my revenge by killing him. Now that I have taken a life, my father, in pursuit of business, has borrowed a substantial amount of money, leaving us in dire straits with insurmountable debts. I cannot repay them, nor do I wish to. Thus, I have no choice but to embrace the life of a pirate." This tale was, of course, a fabrication spun by William, derived from a true event he had heard recounted by Sherlock, though he had cleverly substituted himself as the protagonist. "Oscar owes me a trophy." Tears of emotion glimmered in William's eyes, prompting Reese to mistakenly assume he was reminiscing about the past. Disdainful of his perceived weakness, Reese nonetheless feigned camaraderie by patting his shoulder. "So, you aspire to join our ship?" "Naturally, if one is to become a pirate, one must join the finest pirate crew in the East Sea," William replied, deliberately adopting an air of arrogance. Although Reese was not a fool easily swayed by flattery, he found himself somewhat pleased by William's declaration, grinning widely as he said, "Very well, stay by my side. I shall personally escort you aboard shortly." After indulging in drinks, Reese, accompanied by William and a band of his subordinates, swaggered out of the tavern, while the owner dared not approach to collect payment. The remaining patrons observed the departing group with mixed emotions. Some felt relief, others disgust, and a few harbored envy. In this tumultuous era of piracy, many were aware that not all pirates met a favorable fate. The Navy and the world government relentlessly pursued and even publicly executed notorious pirates. Yet, the allure of the pirate's path remained undeterred as throngs continued to flock to it, each yearning to bask in the glory, however fleeting, of a life filled with adventure and renown. William followed Reese to the dock, which had now transformed into a veritable haven for pirates. The once bustling docks, inhabited by the rough and burly dock workers, the incessantly chattering merchants urging on their laborers, and the raucous sailors, had become a ghostly remnant of its former self. In their place, a band of menacing pirates reveled without restraint, indulging in their libations and idle conversation. Scattered about were extinguished cigarette butts, empty bottles of liquor, and remnants of discarded food littering the ground. The merchant ships that once docked there had long since departed, yet some cargo remained, abandoned in the chaos. The pirates showed no mercy, carelessly tearing into the goods, pocketing anything of value while casting aside what they deemed worthless. Disorder was William's immediate impression. However, having spent some time among the Denton pirate crew, he was well acquainted with the nature of such brigands and felt no surprise at the scene before him. William's attention was predominantly drawn to the pirate ship docked beside the pier. Standing below and gazing upward, the towering prow and stern of the vessel exuded an imposing presence. The cannons, protruding from the side, gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, while several gunners sat nearby on the mooring posts. Animatedly discussing how a single cannon shot could wreak havoc upon the town, their excitement evident as they gestured animatedly. Reyes guided William and the others through the chaos, leading them across a makeshift plank onto their own warship. Some old pirates, passing by, pointed and whispered about William's retreating figure. As soon as they boarded the ship, a young man with round glasses intercepted Reyes. "First mate, it would be prudent to address the dock workers. I intended to catalog the cargo left by those merchant vessels, but the entire dock has descended into disarray, rendering my task impossible," the young man remarked, adjusting his glasses with evident dissatisfaction. William cast a curious glance at the young man, who was of a similar age. The reason for William's interest was simple. The young man's appearance was strikingly incongruous with that of the pirates aboard the ship. Unlike the Navy, which donned a uniform, pirates exhibited a bewildering array of attire. Yet, regardless of their garb, most shared a common trait: dishevelment. This was dictated by their living conditions, as fresh water was a scarce resource, leaving little opportunity for grooming and tidiness. Additionally, due to its longer shelf life compared to fresh water, ships often stocked considerable amounts of alcohol, resulting in the majority of pirates being inebriates. However, this particular man, although William noticed faint traces of sweat in inconspicuous places such as the cuffs and the inner collar, was evidently striving to maintain a semblance of cleanliness, and astonishingly, he was clad in a formal suit. As previously mentioned, the pirate lifestyle, combined with the frequent encounters of battle, meant that most individuals would not opt for such impractical clothing, prompting William, who had experienced life aboard a pirate ship, to observe him with heightened interest. Based on the intelligence provided by Ward, this man was likely the ship's quartermaster, the enigmatic Clo. When Clo made a slightly reproachful remark, Reese furrowed his brow and retorted, "What about the captain?" "The captain is bathing, and Mr. Hale is discussing the forthcoming plans with him." The quartermaster Clo glanced at the unfamiliar William but did not linger on him, redirecting his attention back to Reese. Reese turned to survey the already chaotic dock, dismissively waving his hand. "It's too late to have them stop now. I'll seek out the captain." Clo hesitated, caught between words. He had been selected by Arcadio from his own trading company to serve aboard the pirate ship. Although he was immensely dissatisfied with this decision, he was not yet the formidable pirate of renown in the East China Sea. He was merely a minor figure with some skills and intellect, reliant on the trading house for his livelihood, and thus could not oppose Arcadio's will. His daily responsibilities involved accounting for the supplies, and secretly he served a supervisory role, as a portion of the spoils from the pirate ship was due to Arcadio by agreement. The current batch of goods at the dock could be considered spoils, and allowing the pirates to rummage through the stash without oversight was clearly untenable. Others might overlook the situation, given the limited quantity of goods, in order to avoid offending anyone, but Clo despised the pirate life and clung tightly to Arcadio's favor, always striving to appear diligent in hopes that this would facilitate his escape from his wretched circumstances. However, this very demeanor only served to deepen the pirate's disdain for him. Reese, aware of Clo's identity, understood that he was not aligned with the crew, thus feeling not only disdain but also a sense of distance. Reese did not afford Clo the opportunity to continue speaking, signaling to a few trusted companions to remain while he hastened his departure with William. Before departing, William smiled at Crow, who, in response to his kindness, merely cast an indifferent glance his way before turning back to attend to his own affairs. William was unconcerned as he followed Reyes to the door of the captain's quarters at the stern of the ship. Reyes did not hastily push the door open. Instead, he gently rapped on it. Before long, a high-pitched, somewhat jarring voice emerged from behind the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Reyes, Hilding." Reyes glanced at William and added, "I've brought a newcomer aboard, quite skilled. I thought I'd bring him for the captain to see." "Please wait a moment," came the sharp voice again from behind the door. After a brief interval, the sound of heavy objects being moved could be heard, and William's ears perked up, sensing that many locks were engaged on the other side for reasons unknown. After some time, the weighty wooden door finally creaked open. As William stepped in behind Reyes, he immediately caught sight of a grotesquely stout man standing by the door. "Hilding, At that moment, William recognized the man's identity. This half-mutilated figure was the ship's navigator, known for his capricious and brutal temperament, instilling fear in the hearts of the crew. Upon noticing William's gaze, Halding flashed a grin. But in the dim light of the room, combined with his disfigured visage, the smile exuded an aura of malevolence rather than goodwill. According to Ward, it was this man who had captured Valen, severed his limbs, and cast him into a school of sharks. A murderous intent surged within William. Yet he feigned a semblance of fear, turning his gaze away. Observing this, Haledon's smile grew more triumphant. The captain's quarters of Barbarossa, situated beneath the aft deck of the ship, were poorly lit, with only a few narrow windows allowing slivers of sunlight to penetrate, rendering the space dim even during the day. Nevertheless, as the quarters of a pirate captain, this room was infinitely more spacious and comfortable than the accommodations of ordinary crew members, adorned with a considerable degree of opulence. Upon William's entrance into the chamber, his feet met the plush embrace of a soft carpet. He soon discovered a cabinet brimming with fine spirits, alongside a wooden bed adorned with a sumptuous velvet coverlet. Most astonishing was the presence of an opulent bathtub within the room. The proprietor, Barbarossa, sat behind an expansive desk, while a fearsome brown bear's head loomed ominously upon the wall behind him. This peculiar figure, almost as if he were deliberately donning the guise of a pirate captain, bore a damp beard, clearly indicating he had just emerged from a bath. The lavish arrangement of Barbarossa's quarters, coupled with the fact that Reese had ventured alone to report to him, suggested a formidable grip on authority held by this pirate captain aboard his vessel. Reese guided William to Barbarossa's presence, recounting the events that transpired within the tavern. Barbarossa's reaction to William's displayed prowess was rather lukewarm, revealing a confident self-assurance in his own capabilities. However, upon the mention of William's navigational skills, a grave seriousness enveloped his countenance. William sighed inwardly, realizing that an abundance of skills truly does not weigh one down. One can never tell when they might come in handy. "Do you possess navigational skills?" he inquired, to which Barbarossa responded with a hearty laugh, indicating that henceforth, Hayreddin would no longer need to toil as he had before. He then turned to Hayreddin, who bore a dual expression, and instructed, "Tonight, take him along to navigate. If all goes well, you shall thereafter take turns guiding the vessels." Hayreddin scrutinized William, posing a few straightforward questions regarding navigation. William answered each with ease, prompting Hayreddin to nod in approval. Subsequently, Barbarossa, akin to Reyes, inquired why William had chosen to board a pirate ship. William skillfully recounted the fabricated tale he had previously shared with Reyes, and Barbarossa, none the wiser, summoned an old pirate named Hutchison to accompany Reyes in familiarizing himself with the ship's environment. Meanwhile, Barbarossa, Reyes, and Hayreddin remained in the captain's quarters to deliberate upon matters. As night fell, William navigated the ship alongside Hayreddin. For William, this task was not arduous. Observing William's genuine expertise, Hayreddin excused himself to rest, leaving William alone to tend to the astrolabe. The nocturnal navigation proved rather monotonous. William endured the night until dawn broke, at which point Hayreddin relieved him of his duties. Lacking vitality, William returned to the quarters designated for him and collapsed onto the hammock, succumbing to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he once again found himself in the Square of Fate, a realm that had not undergone significant changes recently, save for the addition of another pathway. William, well acquainted with the path ahead, gazed upon the inscription on the stone tablet. "Avenger, the taste of vengeance is akin to fragrant wine. The flames of hatred in your heart must be extinguished with blood. Conceal your identity, seek out the mastermind who opposes you, and slay them." Mastermind: Redbeard Barbarossa alive. Other masterminds: unknown. Reward: special expertise and heightened vigilance. Although the statute did not explicitly state it, William discerned from the increasing demands of destiny threads required for each expertise reward and the ever-challenging paths that, as the frequency of enhancements rose, the requisite energy would likely escalate as well. Initially, the most arduous task he faced was merely becoming the captain of a small pirate crew. Now, the act of slaying a notorious pirate from the East Sea was but a fragment of his journey. Moreover, the paths of destiny had not merely become more challenging. Those that once materialized with a mere thought now required William to instigate an opportunity in reality for them to emerge. Although the initial protective requirement had vanished, the pursuit of a path aligned with his desires had paradoxically become more arduous. Presently, The opportunity for this path evidently lay in William infiltrating the proximity of one of the masterminds. According to the statue, each path William traversed fortified his own development, entangling him with an ever greater number of people and events, thereby amplifying his influence on predetermined fate. Beyond this current path, there existed another route of self-made beginnings that William had yet to embark upon. This path, appearing broader than those of the past, perhaps symbolized the promising future that awaited him. As he stepped confidently onto the path, darkness enveloped the square once more, awaiting his next ascension. Though the duration of this wait remained uncertain, when William awoke again, it was to the raucous disturbances caused by his cabin mate, Chloe. Upon rising, Chloe busied himself with personal grooming in their cramped quarters, his movements loud and deliberate, making it clear that his actions were intentional. Once enjoying the privilege of a private room, a rare luxury aboard the limited space of a ship, Chloe now found this arrangement disrupted, and his disdain for pirates naturally translated into a frosty demeanor towards William. Unfortunately for Chloe, the persona William had adopted as Stolt was not one inclined to passivity. William casually seized a rather hefty wooden cup and hurled it forcefully at CLO's back. CLO, exhibiting commendable reflexes, managed to evade it at the last moment. Yet the cup still struck the edge of the basin, toppling it and dousing CLO in water. CLO, incensed, spun around, only to find William brandishing the curved dagger that he never parted with, having leapt down from the hammock, his eyes blazing with fury, clearly ready to resort to violence over the slightest provocation. In truth, had William been true to his character, he would not have chosen to act in such a manner under these circumstances. Even if he felt a surge of displeasure, he would typically seek to create trouble in a more discreet manner afterward. However, at this moment, he was playing the role of Stolt, a novice who had just boarded a pirate ship, lacking experience, rather than that of a cunning mastermind. From Ward's descriptions and a day's observation aboard the ship, it was evident that Redbeard Barbarossa disdained and actively discouraged too much interaction between the crew and CLO's influential connections. Last night, in casual conversation with some of the ship's seasoned pirates, William gleaned that CLO was not merely disliked, but held in contempt aboard the vessel. Despite this, William chose to suppress his grievances and feign camaraderie, a situation that was conspicuously suspicious to any observer. Based on his interactions and the information he had gathered, the three brothers of Redbeard, aside from the disfigured and enigmatic Hale-Den, were not dim-witted fools blindly serving their master. Barbarossa, who thrived through alliances with various factions in the East Sea, and Reese, the steward responsible for the ship's affairs, were both shrewd individuals. William, being in enemy territory, needed to tread carefully. You are so fond of cleanliness. Shall I simply toss you into the sea for a bath? William kicked aside the basin and stormed up to CLO, his face contorted in displeasure. CLO stepped back a couple of paces, his expression dark as he glared at William, who defiantly met his gaze. After a tense moment of silent confrontation, CLO finally gritted his teeth, refraining from uttering a word, and stormed out of the room in a huff. It was clear that he was not intimidated by William, and William was aware that CLO was not afraid of him. Rather, it was Barbarossa who instilled fear. Barbarossa was the undisputed king of this lawless territory, and CLO was obliged to submit to his authority. He was merely an outsider. Although Barbarossa may have granted him some privileges due to his sensitive status, when it came to conflicts with his crew, Barbarossa would show him little favoritism. William appeared somewhat dazed, unlike Crow, who was unwilling to become an innocent target of Barbarossa's reprimands. Once Crow departed, the anger on William's face vanished without a trace. He scoffed softly and returned to his hammock to sleep, muttering, "All bark and no bite. He deserves to be in such a predicament." When William awoke once more, Crow had yet to return to the cabin, but he paid it no mind. He sought out the seasoned pirate Hutchison, who had guided him in familiarizing himself with the ship the day before, and together they busied themselves with the ship's tasks. Life at sea was exceedingly monotonous. Maneuvering the sails was a laborious and meticulous endeavor. One had to constantly observe and adjust the sails to harness the capricious winds. Furthermore, to prevent the outbreak of infectious diseases, maintaining adequate hygiene aboard was imperative, making the daily task of washing the deck with seawater essential. While scrubbing the deck, William intentionally recounted the conflict he had with Crow in a boastful manner to Hutchison and several nearby old sea dogs. The reaction from the group confirmed just how poorly Crow was regarded among the crew, as they erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing that Crow had fled in disgrace. After the laughter subsided, Hutchison rubbed his reddened, alcohol-ravaged nose, produced a copper flask from his coat, took a generous swig, and then passed it to a companion nearby. He kindly advised William, "You ought not to be so reckless. You are new aboard and still unfamiliar with many of the ship's affairs." The copper flask circulated among the pirates until it was finally handed to William. Without hesitation, he seized it and, like the others, took a hearty gulp. He wiped the remnants of alcohol from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and, with a casual demeanor, declared, "Rest assured, he is certainly no match for me." An old sea dog chuckled heartily. "Hutchison isn't worried about you losing to him. He's concerned that a conflict might arise between the two of you, and the captain would undoubtedly favor him." William feigned ignorance and inquired, "What do you mean? Is he a trusted confidant of the captain?" "Far from it," another old pirate retorted with a sardonic tone. "He is but the captain's loyal hound, ever vigilant over the crew, ensuring that any spoils are scrutinized and accounted for by him, as if he fears that others might abscond with his master's share." Another pirate interjected, "Yet it is not necessarily the case that he is the captain's pet. He certainly does not enjoy the same trust from the captain as the first mate or Mr. Haredin." William blinked, realizing that not everyone aboard the pirate ship was a fool. Although the true nature of Crow was known only to a select few, such as the Redbeard brothers, there were still those who speculated that Crow might be an informant sent by another faction. However, they remained oblivious to the true identity of Crow's backer. Nevertheless, this did not alter the pirates' attitude towards Crow, which was dictated more by self-interest than by Crow's character or conduct. Every piece of plunder carried the blood of the pirates or their comrades. They were not the protagonists of a youthful adventure, filled with fervor and unrealistic dreams. The majority of pirates lived perilously, pursuing nothing but wealth and treasure. Their perspective was narrow, failing to grasp the significance of intelligence and logistical support, believing it unfair that the fruits of their life-risking endeavors could be seized by others. Enough of this. Hutchison spotted First Mate Reyes approaching from a distance and hurriedly tucked the flask back into his cloak, rallying William and the others to join in their tasks. He cautioned, "Regardless of who S-Dog one might be, the master behind them is not someone we can provoke lightly. Thus, it would be wise to act with restraint in the future." Stolt. In Red Leaf Village, an unremarkable merchant ship slowly docked at the quay. A weary Sherlock disembarked, immediately spotting the waiting Edmund and Aramis. Although the dock was bustling with people, there was an emptiness surrounding the two men. Upon seeing Sherlock, Edmund and Aramis quickly approached him. Sherlock carried a leather suitcase, and noticing his fatigue, Aramis offered to assist him, but was gently declined. Not wishing to insist, Aramis remarked, "I have arranged accommodation with Tony." Sherlock nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for the gesture, though his exhaustion rendered him speechless. After committing murder, Sherlock had swiftly departed the family stronghold. Yet this did not imply he had forsaken all his wealth. The age-old adage of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows held true in a world rife with piracy. Merchants understood this better than anyone. Concentrating all riches in one location risked total loss at the hands of marauding pirates. The Shanjin Trading Company had accumulated considerable wealth over generations, and while most of their business operations lay within the confines of the Nivea Kingdom, Sherlock resolved not to relinquish easily those assets he could transport or conceal, such as cash and antique collections. While time was of the essence, he hastened to relocate his assets, enduring losses along the way. Yet, with urgency overshadowing all else, he pressed on until he could finally unwind and rest. Accompanied by Aramis and Edmund, Sherlock arrived at a modest courtyard that had been prepared in advance. Showing little interest in his surroundings, he entered the bedroom and, upon sighting the inviting bed, succumbed to fatigue and collapsed onto it, soon falling into a deep slumber. Edmund and Aramis exchanged glances before quietly retreating from the room. Closing the door behind them, Sherlock remained asleep until hunger roused him the following morning. Upon opening the bedroom door, he found Edmund and Aramis seated in the living room, enjoying breakfast. Despite the rift caused by Valin's death, the two appeared to have matured, their previous animosity giving way to a more amicable demeanor. Noticing him, Edmund smiled and gestured to an extra plate of breakfast on the table. "I knew you'd be hungry." After a restorative rest, Sherlock looked considerably better. He expressed his gratitude and took a seat, adding with a wry smile, "It seems I have become a wanted man. I truly have no idea where to turn. So I hope I'm not imposing." "William is already aware of your situation," Edmund replied. "He asked me to assure you that you can stay here without fear. It's quite safe." Sherlock, intrigued by the mention of William, inquired, "Where is he? I haven't seen him at all." "William is currently aboard the ship of Redbeard Barbarossa," Edmund explained. The moment these words escaped him, Sherlock's demeanor shifted. Realizing his comment had caused misunderstanding, Edmund hurriedly clarified, "He is safe. He has assumed a disguise to board." A semblance of relief washed over Sherlock, though he cautioned, "Redbeard is not to be trifled with. Such news should not be shared lightly." Aramis interjected, "William assured me that you are not an outsider." Sherlock paused mid-motion with his knife and fork, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him at such a statement. He blinked slowly and smiled at Edmund and Aramis, saying, "I apologize. It appears I have been remiss in my manners." William had been adrift with the Redbeard pirate crew for several days, and even as a novice aboard the ship, he could sense the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped them. Having once tasted the life of a pirate, he felt this burden even more acutely. The vast ocean, devoid of any semblance of companionship beyond their own vessel, instilled a profound sense of isolation. The daily toil, the briny sea breeze, and the monotonous scenery further intensified the crew's discontent, rendering the ship's ambience reminiscent of a powder keg on the verge of ignition, where the slightest spark could ignite a significant conflict. In such moments, it fell either to the captain's esteemed authority to soothe the crew or to seek an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. Barbarossa clearly understood this principle. In addition to increasing his rounds on the deck, he steered the pirate ship onto the main shipping lane, hoping to encounter some prey. One day, while William was engaged in cleaning the deck, he suddenly heard the lookout calling out excitedly. The many pirates on deck instinctively turned their gazes toward the crow's nest. William shielded his eyes from the sun and looked up, spotting a lean pirate in the lookout, who was animatedly pointing towards the side of the ship, shouting to the crew below, "There's a ship over there." The first mate, Reyes, was also on deck, and without a moment's hesitation, he scrambled up another mast. Though his physique was formidable and bear-like, he climbed with the agility of a monkey, swiftly grasping the mast and rigging, and in a matter of moments, he reached the lookout. William gazed at the gently swaying mast, genuinely concerned that Reese might inadvertently snap it. Upon reaching the crow's nest, Reese retrieved a monocular from his pocket and directed his gaze towards the horizon where the previously gaunt pirate had vanished. After a brief observation, he called down to the pirates below, urging them to inform the captain. Although he did not mention his own name, William immediately turned and dashed towards the stern upon hearing those words. Satisfied, Reese nodded approvingly from above, then grasped a rope and leaped down from the lookout. He swung gracefully through the air, his hands skillfully weaving as he landed solidly on the deck. At that moment, the navigator, Hading, who had been patrolling below deck, ascended to the deck upon receiving the news. He too carried a monocular and made his way to the side of the ship, where the pirates hastily moved aside, wary of inciting the ire of the ship's most temperamental officer. In contrast to Hading, the crew appeared to have a closer rapport with Reese. Several seasoned pirates drifted away from Hading and gathered around Reese, eagerly inquiring, "First mate, what kind of ship is it?" "A merchant vessel," Reese replied with a broad grin. A chorus of cheers erupted from the group. Meanwhile, William hurriedly approached the captain's quarters. After tapping lightly on the door twice, it creaked open, revealing Barbarossa's triangular-hatted head peering out, who looked at William and asked, "What is it?" William feigned an expression of exuberance, declaring, "Captain, someone has spotted a ship on the foredeck." At that moment, Barbarossa emerged from the cabin, acknowledging William with a nod before striding purposefully towards the foredeck. Along the way, Barbarossa unexpectedly inquired, "I heard you had a minor conflict with Cielo a few days ago?" William was not taken aback by Barbarossa's awareness of the matter. He had intentionally allowed it to be known, fully prepared for it to reach the ears of others. However, he now affected an expression of embarrassment. "You are all comrades aboard the same vessel. Do not harbor resentment towards one another," Barbarossa advised. "A naval battle may soon ensue, and you possess commendable skills. Go to the cabin and ensure his safety. Do not allow him to wander, lest he be harmed. This is also an opportunity for you both to strengthen your bond." William felt a stir within, yet his visage betrayed a semblance of reluctance. At that moment, Hutchison, with his ruddy, alcohol-ravaged nose, emerged from the corridor ahead. Barbarossa beckoned him, instructing him to accompany William in safeguarding Chloe. As an old pirate, Hutchison wasted no time. He seized the seemingly oblivious William, and together they set off to locate Chloe. William mumbled incoherently, seemingly lamenting the captain's refusal to allow him to partake in the naval battle, while inwardly he scoffed. The survival strategy of Redbeard Barbarossa closely resembled the system that William had originally envisioned. It relied on terrestrial trading companies to provide intelligence support, leveraging the might of pirate crews to ruthlessly strike against competitors, after which the trading companies would absorb the plunder, transforming it into logistical supplies to sustain the pirate crews in their ongoing campaigns. William's smuggling network was originally established for this very purpose. Smuggling, being an illicit trade, allows for the sale of contraband such as alcohol, and naturally, it can also facilitate the sale of goods plundered by pirate crews. However, Barbarossa's operational model is even more extensive than what William initially envisioned. The accomplices onshore not only provide intelligence, but also command official forces for support, with the Navy increasingly involved. Yet, the survival strategy of Redbeard Barbarossa possesses a critical flaw when juxtaposed with William's conception. In the system that William intends to construct, he is determined to maintain absolute control. When he initially discussed smuggling operations with Sherlock, he displayed an attitude of willingness to sever ties rather than relinquish authority. In contrast, Redbeard Barbarossa, within his own framework, evidently lacks such dominance, existing in what appears to be a mere alliance with his compatriots. This is exemplified by his relationship with Chloe. Despite Chloe's irksome nature, Barbarossa and others do not overly trouble him, which clearly reflects not on Chloe himself, but on the interests he represents. Although this collaborative alliance model may evolve more rapidly and allow for greater expansion than the centralized system favored by William, he perceives it as cumbersome. Within the same camp, individuals from differing factions harbor their own interests and considerations. The forces represented by Chloe seek to profit from the Redbeard pirate crew by selling stolen goods, providing intelligence, and logistical support, thus expecting their rightful share of the spoils. Conversely, the pirates, including Barbarossa, are keen on seizing this unexpected fortune and question the rationale behind sharing with another faction that appears to contribute nothing. Barbarossa's suggestion to foster camaraderie between William and Chloe is merely a ruse. His true intention is to monitor Chloe and restrict his movements. Once Barbarossa and his crew have cleared the battlefield, Chloe may be permitted to assess the spoils, yet the distribution will ultimately be dictated by Barbarossa. In the absence of external pressures, it is a rare phenomenon for distinct factions with divergent interests to unite with a singular purpose, selflessly advancing together. William, even in his previous life, encountered few instances of such unity, often witnessing collaborations dissolve into disputes and litigation. Engaging pirates in discussions of rules and agreements is inherently unreliable. William understands that Barbarossa's tactics are not novel. Upon finding Chloe alongside Hutchison, he noted the young man's expression of resignation, indicating familiarity with the situation. Previously, Alcacio had turned a blind eye to Barbarossa's unscrupulous methods to prevent discord among allies. Although there were occasional disagreements over the distribution of spoils, they were far from significant and had never led to a rift. Unfortunately, the Redbeard pirate crew has now welcomed an individual with ulterior motives. As the sounds of battle outside intensify, the three individuals within the cabin remain untouched by the turmoil. William leaned against the wall, arms crossed, fixated on the grim-faced Chloe. Beside him, Hutchinson, unlike his outwardly reckless demeanor, sipped his drink while attempting to engage Chloe in casual conversation. However, Chloe remained as aloof as ever, uttering scarcely a word. This was not Chloe's first experience of being controlled by the red-bearded Barbarossa under the guise of safety. In previous encounters like today, when fortune smiled upon them and prey was captured, Barbarossa had never been so forthcoming with his gains. Chloe offered Hutchinson a few perfunctory replies, but could no longer endure William's gaze and expression. Finally, with a flash of irritation, he snapped, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Alas, Captain's orders are to keep an eye on you for your protection, given your fragile appearance. I genuinely worry that a moment's inattention could lead to you being bloodied and bruised." "How would I explain that to the captain?" William retorted with a smirk, deliberately provoking Chloe. The effect was immediate. Chloe sprang to his feet and approached William, who stood tall, hand resting on the hilt of his curved blade, ready for confrontation. Yet, with Hutchinson present, it was clear he would not allow a physical altercation to unfold. He swiftly intervened between the two, employing considerable effort to calm them both. Hutchinson remained in the room, fidgeting for what felt like an eternity, until the sounds of battle outside gradually faded away. After a prolonged silence, heavy footsteps echoed from the ship's corridor, drawing nearer. Despite the formidable reputation of the Redbeard pirate crew in the East China Sea, the three men inside could not help but feel a twinge of unease. Their tension dissipated only when the menacing figure of Halidin, with his bald head, emerged from behind the door. Halidin, his curved blade dripping with blood, cast a brief glance at William and Hutchinson before directing his attention to the pallid Chloe. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "The battle is over. You may now proceed to tally the spoils." William's previous actions had successfully provoked Chloe, and at that moment, Haredin's casual demeanor was perceived by Chloe as a sign of disdain. In a fit of impulse, he sarcastically remarked, "Finally, it has come to an end. I wonder how many spoils remain this time." Haredin, oblivious to the events that had transpired in the cabin, was evidently not a magnanimous individual. He would not dismiss others' offenses lightly. On the contrary, he harbored a vengeful disposition. Although Chloe's tone was merely disrespectful, Haredin's eyes narrowed dangerously, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. "What's this? Do you have an issue?" Chloe regretted his words as soon as he spoke them. After spending some time aboard the Redbeard pirate cruise ship, one quickly learned that, among the three Redbeard brothers, despite Haredin being the weakest, he was the most formidable to contend with. Perhaps it was due to his status as the youngest and most favored among the brothers. Or perhaps the scars of his disfigurement had warped his temperament, but these factors had undoubtedly shaped his volatile and irritable nature. He frequently imposed severe punishments, even death, on adversaries and crew alike for the slightest infractions. When enraged, he cared little for Chloe's status. Chloe yearned to appease him, but he could sense the mocking gaze of the insufferable William upon him. This made it difficult for him to swallow his pride. His lips quivered, yet he refrained from responding immediately, a hesitation that Haredin interpreted in a far graver light. "Ah, so you truly do have objections." Haredin's expression shifted to one of sardonic amusement. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Chloe for a moment before abruptly turning to William and Hutchinson, commanding, "Hold him down." Without a moment's hesitation, Hutchinson seized one of Chloe's arms, while William, though a bit slower, mirrored the action and restrained Chloe's other arm from behind. Chloe instinctively struggled, and to William's surprise, the seemingly frail Chloe possessed considerable strength. When Chloe's fingers instinctively latched onto William's arm, it caused him genuine discomfort, suggesting that Chloe had indeed trained his grip. However, Chloe's resistance was short-lived, as he soon complied. In terms of raw strength and ability, Haredin was not particularly formidable. Even in the East Sea, the true terror lay in the figure of Redbeard Barbarossa, who stood behind him. Even Chloe's master, Count Arcadio, trembled in fear at the prospect of meeting Barbarossa, despite the protective presence of Seastone, let alone Chloe himself. Haredin embodied Barbarossa's will, and the Redbeard pirate crew was far from a bastion of freedom or democracy. To anger Barbarossa was to court death. Moreover, Chloe was acutely aware that escape from the clutches of William, Hutchinson, and Haredin was improbable. Thus, he refrained from further struggle, recognizing that escalating the conflict could leave him with no avenue for redemption. Under Haredin's directive, Hutchinson and William forcibly compelled Chloe to kneel on the ground. At this juncture, Chloe abandoned any pretense of dignity, raising his gaze to Haredin and attempting to maintain composure as he stated, "Mr. Haredin, you are aware of my station. You cannot kill me." "Of course I know your station," Haredin sneered, "but it seems you have forgotten your place, and it is time I remind you." With that declaration, Haredin swung his curved blade, striking Chloe across the face. The sound was a sharp crack, causing Chloe to instinctively turn his head, the force of the blow dislodging his glasses from the bridge of his nose. The area where the blade had struck began to swell visibly. "You are a pirate now. Cast aside your pretentious airs of nobility," Haredin commanded, gazing down at Chloe. "Remember your identity. Do not forget the hierarchy aboard this ship, and be mindful of your tone when addressing me." Another swift strike landed, and Chloe spat blood, mingled with several teeth. "You are the ship's quartermaster. While the captain and crew fight for their lives ahead, you linger behind, lamenting the spoils." Another blow followed, leaving Chloe with a mouth full of blood and a face marred by swelling. Only then did Haredin signal for William and Hutchinson to release him. Chloe, supporting himself on the ground, gasped for breath, unable to lift his head. Even without a mirror, he knew that his eyes were filled with visible malice. The pain of his injuries paled in comparison to the deep humiliation that seared his psyche. Despite the fury raging within, he had no choice but to endure. William and Hutchison exchanged a glance before turning their attention to Haredin. This grotesquely overweight figure appeared to still be seething with rage, casting a disdainful look at Crow. He commanded the two. Isn't he rather concerned with tallying up his spoils? You too. Carry him over to fulfill his duties. The sarcasm was unmistakable in his tone as he uttered the word duties. Hutchison shrugged at William, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his expression. Crow's humiliation was palpable this time. At this moment, William paid little heed to these matters. As he crouched down to support Crow's shoulder, he noticed the latter's tightly clenched fists, so intense that the knuckles turned pale, with nails seemingly digging into flesh. Before the entire pirate crew, Clo had lost all semblance of dignity. While Barbarossa merely offered a word of consolation regarding Hayleden's actions, without taking any measures to uphold Clo's pride, not even for appearance's sake. Although Barbarossa did not exhibit the volatile and irascible demeanor typically associated with the legendary pirate captain, he was far from being a magnanimous and humble leader. He was a pirate, a grand pirate, and nothing more, showing little interest in attending to Clo's feelings. Had Barbarossa been inclined to curb Hayleden's temper, he would have dealt with the unruly brute long ago and would not have made exceptions for Clo. Clo could only swallow his humiliation, concealing any overt resentment, lest he suffer even greater torment. After drifting on the sea for an extended period, the ship finally reached the shore, near the capital of the Navia Kingdom, Kalmar. The Redbeard pirate crew lowered their flag and cautiously navigated through the reefs under the cover of night, gradually steering towards a concealed private harbor where they dropped their heavy anchor. In the darkness, the outline of a dock became faintly visible, as Reese and several seasoned pirates adeptly disembarked. Soon after, torches were lit near the dock, piercing through the inky night. William surveyed his surroundings in the dim light. The private port appeared rather rudimentary. It was evident that this location had once been a natural haven for vessels, encircled by rugged hills, affording both concealment and protection from the winds. Its proximity to the royal city of Kalmar was advantageous, with a small hill at the entrance serving as a lookout during the mooring of ships. The sole drawback seemed to be the limited space. The port had undergone only the most basic of constructions, rendering it quite crude. The Redbeard pirate crew frequently anchored nearby Kalmar for several days at a time, allowing the men, who had been battling at sea, a chance to return to the vibrant city for respite, as well as to replenish their supplies. While provisions such as food and water could potentially be sourced from local villages, weaponry and ammunition could only be procured here. However, the royal city was not akin to rural areas. Even the formidable Redbeard pirate crew could not act with impunity, necessitating a disguise to infiltrate the city. Fortunately, they had allies within, whose influence was substantial. At the dock stood a makeshift warehouse, offering scant protection from the elements. The pirates transferred some of the plundered goods, such as tea and tobacco, items they were unable to process, into the warehouse. Only after completing their tasks did they receive permission in batches from Barbarossa to disembark and rest. Perhaps due to his status as a reserve sailor, William found himself on the list for the first group allowed ashore. To be candid, during this period at sea, apart from brief stops on uninhabited islets for fresh water, the Redbeard pirate crew had hardly set foot on land. Although William did not share the exuberance of his fellow pirates, who were elated to cheer, he felt a sense of relief and joy at the prospect of resting on solid ground. Once ashore, he did not feel isolated. Having spent a considerable amount of time on the ship, the confined space meant that the crew members encountered one another daily while washing the deck, sharing meals, and even during trips to the restroom. Living in such close quarters, it was more accurate to describe their existence as being trapped on the same vessel. With a little effort, it was quite easy to forge friendships among the crew. William possessed commendable skills and had mastered the essential art of navigation, a vital expertise aboard a vessel. His seemingly carefree and unpretentious demeanor earned him a favorable reputation among his peers, contrasting starkly with the solitary existence of CLO after disembarking. Encircled by formidable city walls, William felt a tinge of apprehension upon entering Kalma City. However, the guards at the city gates, after receiving a clinking pouch tossed by their leader, Reese, permitted these evidently unruly men to pass without hesitation. Once inside, the group of pirates swiftly dispersed, forming small clusters, some singing boisterously while others engaged in loud discussions about seeking the company of courtesans, eager to expend their surplus energy. A few seasoned pirates, deliberating on where to find such companions, beckoned William to join them, but he coyly declined their invitation. In a previous life, William was an experienced driver, well-versed in various car repair techniques. He harbored a certain envy for a group of departing pirates, yet the memories of the age of exploration, during which sailors spread various infectious diseases across the globe, sent a chill down his spine. Moreover, he had pressing matters to attend to. William wandered aimlessly through the city, appearing to lack purpose as he meandered through the streets and alleys. At times, he feigned ignorance of his surroundings, inquiring passers-by for directions while discreetly observing for any potential followers. Only after ensuring he was not being trailed did he leisurely make his way to an inconspicuous tavern. Upon entering, he scanned the main hall and, upon confirming the absence of the Red-Beard pirate crew, ascended the staircase to the second floor. The doors on the second floor were all tightly closed. Standing in the corridor, William took out the telephone bug, Watson, which he had kept hidden close to him all this time, and spoke. "I have arrived." No sooner had he spoken than a door that had been firmly shut creaked open. Without hesitation, William strode forward. Once inside, Edmund peeked out to ensure no one was around before closing the door. He then leaned against it, guarding it while preventing anyone from eavesdropping. Sherlock and Aramis, who had been seated at the table, rose almost in unison to greet him. "William," said Sherlock. William and Sherlock, two long-estranged partners, shared a brief embrace. While Aramis naturally moved a chair behind William, Edmund, Aramis, and Sherlock arrived in Kalmar, seemingly bold in their venture. However, upon closer reflection, it was not as perilous as it appeared. Despite the city being within enemy territory, the victors, having achieved their triumph so flawlessly, were likely to underestimate William and his companions. Since the initial assault on Valen and Edmund, much time had elapsed. The demeanor of the Red-Beard pirates and the attitude of the city guards indicated that their adversaries had seemingly forgotten about them. It was, in fact, quite easy for Edmund and his companions to infiltrate Kalmar. The current clandestine meeting setup was a testament to William's cautious nature. As soon as William took his seat, Sherlock eagerly remarked, "The family associated with the Red-Beard pirates must be the Benda family, along with its patriarch, Arcadio." William lit a cigarette, then gestured for Sherlock to pause, allowing him to absorb the information before continuing. Sherlock elaborated, "The Benda family is a noble lineage that has endured for centuries in the kingdom of Navia. Arcadio himself holds the position of Minister of Finance and bears the title of Count, ranking as the foremost among the four state ministers. Quite a significant figure indeed." William exhaled a smoke ring, his tone laced with irony. "When I ascended the stairs earlier, I noticed a multitude of individuals brazenly consuming alcohol in the hall. I presume those beverages are sourced from that esteemed count." A moment of realization dawned upon William. Indeed, the king holds him in high regard. It is rumored that the issuance of the prohibition on alcohol was instigated by him. Sherlock clenched his teeth. Now perceiving that he aimed to seize control of the national liquor industry following the decree, utilizing his influence to amass all profits. Our painstakingly constructed smuggling network has likely caught his eye, rendering us vulnerable to his attacks. It is no wonder we were utterly unable to penetrate the market of Kalmar. At that moment, Aramis approached with an unopened bottle of red wine. William accepted it, turning the bottle to scrutinize the label and packaging before furrowing his brow. "Is this our merchandise?" Aramis nodded grimly. Arcadio and his cohorts not only appropriated their business, but also seized the local stock they had retained, subsequently selling it with impunity. Had it not been for William's restraint, these impetuous young men would have eagerly stormed Arcadio's estate, intent on dismembering him. Sherlock's anger surpassed that of Aramis and the others. Upon arriving in Kalmar, his first task was to seek the whereabouts of his father's body, only to be informed that it had long been cast into the sea. His father, a respectable merchant, faced a humiliating demise in a foreign land, with no remains to be found. For Sherlock, the sole purpose of his existence now lay in avenging his father. It was his duty as the sole heir of Caesarion. "William, with your skills, preparing to eliminate Arcadio should pose no challenge." Sherlock, with reddened eyes, continued, "As for Redbeard, you have now infiltrated the ship and can administer poison. What of the Navy?" William retorted, querying the status of the naval conspirators, whose identities remain unconfirmed. "I have dispatched akin to investigate. Perhaps news will arrive shortly." William leaned forward, placing his hand upon Sherlock's shoulder, gazing intently into his eyes, and said, "But I must ask, is merely killing them sufficient? I believe it is not. We ought to reciprocate their actions. For every loss, we must exact double the toll. Their lives are but the interest. I demand not only their lives, but everything they possess." Sherlock's breath quickened. He yearned to rend Alcacio and his ilk into 1,000 pieces. Each day of restraint felt like an agonizing torment. Yet, he recognized that he could only rely on William and his crew to achieve the vengeance he sought. Compliance with William's strategy was imperative, especially since William would never relinquish his quest for retribution, considering that Valen had met his demise at the hands of their adversaries. After a brief silence, Sherlock inquired, "What do you intend to do? First, let them turn upon one another like dogs, then we shall eliminate Barbarossa and seize control of the Redbeard pirate crew," William replied. Though Redbeard Barbarossa appeared to be the most formidable, he was, in truth, the easiest for William and his associates to confront. This was because Barbarossa's greatest strength lay in brute force. As long as there existed a comparable might in the trust of Alcacio and the naval forces could be secured, William would be able to usurp him. During his time lurking within the Redbeard pirate crew, he had formulated a more comprehensive strategy based on his observations and insights. After William and Sherlock, along with a third companion, conferred to refine their forthcoming plan of action, they departed from the tavern and returned to the street. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, one might hardly suspect that he had just been deliberating with his associates on how to eliminate their captain. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. William turned to find the first mate, Reese, approaching him briskly, accompanied by several seasoned pirates, all esteemed members of the crew. A chill coursed through William's heart as his hand seemingly unconsciously fell upon the hilt of his curved blade. He had practiced his ayajutsu countless times, whether against bamboo mats, wooden stakes, large trees, granite, or even flesh. All were rendered powerless before the might of his swift and concealed strikes, imbued with tremendous explosive force. Should Rice encroach upon his striking range without prior defense or reaction, he was confident that a single cut would be lethal. William feigned a look of confusion. Yet his body, concealed beneath loose garments, was poised for action. Reyes, oblivious to his ulterior motives, called out from a distance, "I've been searching for you. Is something amiss?" At that moment, William relaxed. If Reyes had truly uncovered his secret, he would not have spoken from afar without exhibiting any signs of aggression. "There's a minor issue." "Follow me," he replied. As Reyes approached William, a hint of impatience flickered across his face. Without further elaboration, he gestured for William to accompany him and resumed his stride towards the intersection. An aged pirate explained to William during their journey. The Redbeard pirate crew boasted over 100 members, all of whom were disengaged from productive labor, leading to significant daily consumption of provisions. Although some supplies could be procured through plunder or extortion of villages, the acquisition of military armaments was far more challenging. After a naval battle, the expenditure of cannonballs, thrown axes, flying knives, bullets, gunpowder, and damaged weaponry amounted to a considerable sum. As pirates could not evade maritime conflicts, they required a stable supply channel. With the backing of a formidable local power, the Redbeard pirate crew primarily relied on Alcacio for military supplies. Alcacio typically facilitated the transfer of provisions from the Navia Kingdom's army. Due to a favorable relationship with Colonel Roy, he occasionally managed to procure modern naval weaponry for the Redbeard crew. However, Redbeard Barbarossa, with his cunning intellect, formed a web of alliances with two other factions, allowing them to operate freely in the East Sea. While not a genius, he was certainly no fool. He would never entrust a vital lifeline of his crew to others without ensuring a fallback plan. In Kalmar City, the Redbeard crew also had connections with arms dealers. In contrast to merely reallocating military supplies, these dealers were far more specialized, prompting Barbarossa to frequently purchase weaponry from them. Yet, as merchants, they would not limit their clientele to the Redbeard crew alone. Among these buyers were representatives of kingdoms secretly amassing military supplies to instigate war, as well as notorious pirates. The information relayed by the old pirate to William pertained to the latter group. Reyes intended to procure supplies from a familiar arms dealer, but received intelligence that a rival pirate crew, not on good terms with the Redbeard crew, was also present. With Captain Barbarossa absent and Reyes unaware of the rival crew's numbers, he considered gathering skilled allies for the venture. If they were outnumbered, they would not be at a disadvantage in potential conflict. If outnumbered, Reyes was more than willing to seize the opportunity for battle. "Who are they? Who dares oppose us?" William inquired. Redbeard Barbarossa carried a bounty of 19 million Berry, largely due to his collusion with Alcacio and the Navy, where many crimes were attributed to other pirates. In comparison, the average bounty for East Sea pirates hovered around 3 to 4 million. Exceeding 10 million Berry was a mark of considerable notoriety, piquing William's curiosity. Reyes, who had maintained a stern demeanor at the forefront, suddenly turned to William upon hearing his question and replied deliberately, "The Cook pirate crew, Redfoot, Zep." From the periphery of the city, Kalmar appeared devoid of any coherent planning during its construction, with haphazardly arranged lowly structures resembling wild weeds scattered chaotically. The residents, in their attempts to claim extra space, had erected a myriad of peculiar buildings, rendering the impoverished area akin to a bizarre labyrinth. Narrow alleys formed between houses and low buildings, where the wretched state of law allowed refuse, rogues, and scoundrels to intermingle. Pirates like the Redbeard crew elicited no alarm here, as the entire slum was a haven for filth. However, as Rays led William and the others deeper into the city, they crossed a lengthy stone staircase, which unveiled a striking contrast. Before them lay broad streets and orderly edifices, devoid of the peculiar balconies that had previously obstructed their view. As if the sunlight here shone with greater brilliance, the staircase served as a boundary between two worlds. I now understand why it was so foul down there, a pirate remarked, pointing in discontent. William followed the direction indicated by his companion and noticed a drainage outlet nearby, discharging sewage outward. It was evident that the area they occupied boasted a relatively sophisticated underground drainage system. However, due to the elevated terrain, the design had not accounted for the outskirts of the city, resulting in some wastewater inadvertently flowing into the impoverished districts. The slums, devoid of any underground drainage infrastructure, had led William and the two other pirates to previously assume that the faint odor lingering in the air was solely due to the local residents littering. It now appeared that the situation was far more dire than they had imagined. Reese waved his hand dismissively. Stop looking around. This place is not like the slums. There are many guards here. The number of patrolling sentinels and soldiers far exceeded that of the impoverished areas. A few residents, noticing the trio emerging from the stone steps, whispered and pointed from a distance. Without further delay, they followed Reese to a rather inconspicuous restaurant, keen to avoid drawing more attention. Inside the establishment, behind the reception counter of the Western-style restaurant, a man who appeared to be the manager seemed to recognize Reese. Upon seeing him, the manager remained silent, simply gesturing with his hand to lead the group of intimidating pirates toward the kitchen. William observed that, unlike in the slums, no one dared to openly indulge in drinking at the dining tables here. The restaurant manager led the guests to the entrance of a basement kitchen, where a thick iron door featured only a small window, resembling an ordinary storage room. The manager gently tapped on the iron door, and the small window was promptly opened from within, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes. The esteemed guest of the owner, the manager said, slightly stepping aside to allow Reese and the others to be seen by the person behind the door. After scanning the group, the individual finally swung open the iron door, and a cacophony of noise mixed with the rich aroma of alcohol surged forth. William paused momentarily as the robust figure behind the door, whose physique rivaled that of Reese, ushered the group into the basement. This space was evidently far more expansive than William had envisioned, artfully arranged in a bar-like fashion. The dark red wallpaper, illuminated by warm-toned lighting, infused the surroundings with an air of intimacy. Attentive waitstaff clad in vests openly carried an array of fine spirits to the tables, while several scantily dressed beauties captivated the audience with their sultry performances on stage, eliciting a chorus of whistles from below. Upon arriving at the underground bar, the restaurant manager bowed in farewell, leaving the burly man to guide the band of pirates through the raucous atmosphere to a more spacious conference room. The soundproofing of the room was remarkably effective. Once the door closed, the outside clamor faded almost entirely. The few individuals already present appeared blissfully unaware of the commotion outside, engaged in light-hearted banter, until the conference room door swung open and Reese and his companions entered, prompting an immediate hush. Upon entering the conference room, William swiftly cast his gaze around the surroundings before settling his eyes on the four men seated on the sofa opposite the entrance. He recognized at a glance that they were pirates, distinguished by their rugged demeanor and a nonchalant attitude towards their own lives, a trait only seasoned pirates, particularly those who have roamed the seas for years, would possess. The middle-aged man sitting at the center of the sofa sported disheveled short golden hair, unkempt for an unknown duration, while his upper lip was adorned with a meticulously styled pair of braided mustaches, gleaming and extending outward in a striking manner, accentuating his prominent hooked nose, an appearance that left a lasting impression. Draped in a high-collared coat, he wore a loose-fitting vest beneath, revealing a physique of well-defined muscles. Upon recognizing Rice and his companions, the three pirates who had initially lounged beside him stood up, their expression shifting to one of vigilance, yet he remained seated, unmoved. This man was Zeph, the captain of the chef pirates, famously known as Redfoot. Like the notorious red-eared Barbarossa, he was well known in the East Blue. However, unlike Barbarossa, whose fame stemmed from his devil fruit powers, Zeph's notoriety arose not only from his strength but also from his role as a captain who was a chef, a rarity even in the vast seas. To command a rowdy crew of pirates while being regarded as a mere chef speaks volumes of Zeph's exceptional capabilities and shrewdness. He mused. Having already asserted that courage is not dictated by stature, a towering man may not possess a heart braver than the average. With a casual glance at Rice and his party, he remarked audibly enough for all in the room to hear, to procure a few items. One must gather a throng of companions. I fail to comprehend why such timid souls would choose the life of a pirate. Zeph's sardonic comment reached the ears of the Redbeard pirates, prompting them to glance at their vice-captain, Rice. A few impulsive pirates were already itching for confrontation, including the ostentatious William. Although Rice felt the sting of the insult, his expression remained largely unchanged. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at Zeph while weighing the situation's pros and cons. In this world, due to the vast disparities in individual combat prowess, the leader of a pirate crew is typically the strongest among them, a rule with few exceptions. Initially, Rice had assumed that the chef pirates would send a subordinate leader, but he was taken aback to find Zeph himself in attendance. Accompanied by 7 capable crew members, Rice felt the odds were not in his favor with Zeph present, despite having a numerical advantage. Moreover, the looming presence of Alcacio, a powerful nobleman backing Redbeard Barbarossa, added another layer of caution. He would not tolerate any significant disturbances caused by pirates in the royal city. Additionally, there was the consideration of the restaurant owner's reputation. Rice pondered that if he could swiftly eliminate 1 or 2 of the chef pirate's officers, he might disregard these concerns. However, should that prove unattainable, he, being prudent, would refrain from engaging in fruitless disputes. Rice, appearing robust yet possessing a sharp intellect, assessed the situation and, maintaining his composure, smiled. "Captain Zeph, you seem rather displeased. I had thought we had reached an understanding. Why, upon our first meeting, do we create such a tense atmosphere?" As he approached Zeph, he was intercepted by 3 of Zeph's subordinates. William led the charge, followed closely by Hutchinson and another pirate from the Redbeard crew named Hardin. The 3 advanced with unwavering resolve, their bodies pressed together like roosters ready to fight, despite the absence of weapons. Zeph swayed gently, a glass filled with amber liquid in hand, casting not a glance at the tense standoff between the 2 factions. It was only when Reese furrowed his brow and called out, "Captain Zeph?" that Zeph finally set down his glass and issued a terse command to his 3 subordinates, "Return and sit down. We are here to make purchases, not to engage in combat." Upon hearing this, the 3 pirates of the chef pirate crew promptly returned to Zeph's side without a moment's hesitation. With their departure, William and his companions naturally retreated to their own ranks. Zeph shot a sidelong glance at William, the first to step forward, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "Youngster, do you realize that on the seas, it is often those like you who meet their demise first?" Upon hearing this, William halted his steps, feigning a turn as if to confront Zeph, only to be directly restrained by Reyes. Subsequently, he led the members of the Redbeard pirates to a distant corner of the meeting room, where they settled onto a sofa to rest. The 2 factions of pirates scrutinized each other from afar. William, having previously feigned indifference, now adopted an expression of indignation and inquired of Reyes, "First mate, why did you refrain from engaging just now?" Zeph had indeed spoken truthfully. "We are here to procure goods, not to engage in combat." Reyes patted William on the shoulder, adding, "Moreover, it is customary for pirate crews of our stature to adhere to a certain understanding." William inquired, "What consensus?" Reese smiled enigmatically. "First, let us feast on the small fish. If the East Sea were to be regarded as a vast savanna, then both the Redbeard pirate crew and the chef pirate crew would undoubtedly stand as the apex predators of this expanse. Each faction yearns to dominate the entire savanna, or at the very least, to secure a more substantial territory. Thus, when the opportunity arises, neither group hesitates to fiercely tear away a piece of flesh from the other, rendering their rival increasingly vulnerable. However, both parties are acutely aware that they are not the sole predators inhabiting this realm. A direct confrontation would only result in mutual destruction, and hence, caution prevails. Whether it be Barbarossa or Zeph, they both comprehend that an impulsive declaration of war would result in significant losses among their crews. Consequently, in most instances, they prefer to hunt down weaker foes or address the forces that pose a direct threat to their dominion, rather than recklessly engage in fruitless battles with formidable adversaries. William felt a chill in his heart, except for a few rare instances. The pirate community generally adhered to the Matthew effect, where the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. To think one could emerge from the seas invincible was nothing short of a dream. Those seasoned pirates who had braved the oceans for years were not merely idle bystanders, but rather, they were relentless in their pursuit of progress. For a considerable time, the meeting room was enveloped in an eerie silence, until the imposing figure who had led William and others into the room re-entered, shattering the stillness. A young man, around 25 or 26, clad in a white lab coat, strode into the room, followed by several others who carried boxes. Upon his entrance, both Reese and Zepp instinctively rose to greet him, prompting William to scrutinize this newcomer. The man was quite handsome, albeit with a slightly pallid complexion and prominent cheekbones that lent him an air of severity. Much like William and Zepp, he sported golden hair. Yet unlike the disheveled pirates, his locks were meticulously styled and slicked back. "Dampier, you are late. This is quite unusual," Zepp remarked to the young arms dealer. "Dampier." The arms merchant offered a faint smile, his gray eyes glancing at his subordinates, signaling them to place the boxes on the long table at the center of the room. "I assure you, after you see the remarkable items from the lab, you will hardly mind my tardiness today." Dampier opened a long leather case, revealing two somewhat rudimentary flintlock firearms. In a tone reminiscent of a host from a television shopping channel from William's past life, he declared, "With technology acquired from the Navy, my team and I have successfully reverse-engineered and optimized the feeding mechanism. This three-shot system boasts a reloading speed over 5 times that of the current firearms popular in the East Sea and a firing rate exceeding 3 times. He handed the firearms to Reese and Zepp. Reese fiddled with his, while Zepp passed his to a subordinate who appeared more knowledgeable about firearms. Both men, seasoned pirates and leaders of their crew, were not easily impressed by Dampier's claims. After inquiring about a few critical specifications, they shifted their focus away from the firearms. These weapons were heavier than the commonly used firearms in the East Sea, with more internal components that rendered them prone to damage. Given the high humidity at sea, maintenance would be a considerable chore. Most importantly, the cost was exorbitant, being 7 to 8 times that of single-shot firearms. With such funds, it would be wiser to equip their gunners with additional single-shot weapons, as the instantaneous firepower would scarcely differ. After all, in naval battles, long-range artillery sufficed. And in close quarters, firearms were typically discharged only once or twice before grappling ensued. Furthermore, resupplying pirates was inherently challenging. The ammunition consumption for repeated fire firearms would escalate dramatically, exacerbating logistical burdens. The bullets for these guns were specially crafted, raising suspicions as to whether Dampier had intentionally designed them to necessitate future purchases from him. Reese and Zepp unanimously deemed the cost-effectiveness of these firearms too low, with veteran pirates showing little interest. In contrast, William, intrigued, began to examine the weapon after obtaining it from Reese. Through the lens of his previous life, he regarded the gun as somewhat antiquated, relying on flint ignition, albeit with improved feeding and reloading mechanisms. His understanding was limited, as gun control in his past environment was exceedingly strict, and much of his knowledge stemmed from films and television. Nonetheless, this multi-shot firearm symbolized a certain progressive direction. Although individual combat prowess could reach extraordinary heights in this world, it did not diminish the importance of firearms and weaponry. For instance, prior to his crossing over, the indigenous owner of this body had begun studying swordsmanship, establishing a foundation from a young age. William himself had diligently trained for 2 years at a martial arts dojo, achieving a commendable level of skill. This journey demanded time, energy, finances, and talent. In comparison, firearms, while not as crucial as in his former life, remain significant due to their affordability and ease of mass production, offering superior cost-effectiveness in low-level warfare. Dampier had initially overlooked Reese and Zepp's subordinates, but now cast a few glances at William, who was engrossed in the firearm. Smiling at him while expressing disdain for the others, "In this room full of pirates, you are the only one with discernment. If you fancy this gun, consider it a gift." Zepp and Reese, well acquainted with Dampier's character, paid little heed to his sardonic remarks. The members of the Redbeard pirate crew exchanged discontented glances, yet refrained from escalating the matter. Only the 3 pirates brought by Zepp eyed Dampier and William with fierce scrutiny, surveying the 2 men. Dampier had not only brought multi-shot firearms but also introduced new weaponry like grenades, typically reserved for the Navy. His ability to reverse engineer such advanced equipment was indeed impressive. It was well known that the East Sea was regarded as the region with the weakest pirate presence, and even naval equipment often lagged behind that of other regions. Dampier's weaponry surpassed that of many Navy units in the East Sea. Once the weapons were purchased, and orders and transport arrangements were established, Reese and Zepp's groups departed simultaneously. Exiting the meeting room and traversing the underground bar, the 2 bands of pirates maintained a tenuous peace until they reached the restaurant entrance, where they were about to part ways. Suddenly, Three of Zep's subordinates stepped forward, blocking the doorway and indicating for Zep to proceed first. Initially, Reese and the red-eared pirates were indifferent about who exited first, but as seasoned pirates operating in the treacherous East Sea, they held a deep appreciation for face-saving. Having nearly clashed with the chef pirates in the meeting room, the two factions already harbored animosity. Zep's subordinates' actions acted as a catalyst, igniting a new conflict between the two groups. This time, a pirate named Hardin reacted swiftly, stepping forward to confront Zep's three subordinates. As Zep's men occupied the doorway, William narrowed his eyes, surveying the bustling scene outside, and with a quickened resolve, he surged forward, nearly in tandem with Hardin. William bore the flintlock musket gifted to him by Dampier on his back. Additionally, as the first among the Redbeard pirate crew to step forward in the conference room, he swiftly attracted the ire of the Cook pirate crew. One of the Cook pirate crew members reached out to shove William. Oblivious to the fact that William was eager for the situation to escalate, they merely sought to save face before the Redbeard pirates. While William intended to incite a commotion between the two factions right at the entrance of the dining hall, William's right hand shot out like lightning, his palm slicing through the air with precision as it struck the opponent's wrist. Seizing the moment of their pain and confusion, as they instinctively withdrew their arm, William's right hand deftly spread apart, raising his index and middle fingers to thrust toward their eyes. William's moves were exceedingly ruthless, and the previously composed Japu finally changed his demeanor. With a delicate push of his toes against the ground, his right leg swung towards William like a battle axe, producing a sharp crack as it sliced through the air. William's attention was predominantly focused on Zeph, for it is well understood that the mightiest members of any pirate crew are typically their respective captains. As he observed Zeph's high whip kick approaching, William, ever prepared, swiftly retracted his right hand. Simultaneously, his left hand, already gripping the scabbard, lifted the curved blade, raising it to his side. While his right hand deftly drew forth the scimitar, William had not the time to fully withdraw his curved blade, yet even half extracted, it sufficed. Its gleaming edge poised against the trajectory of Zeph's advancing right leg. Although Zeph's leg techniques were remarkable, he was not impervious to blades and dared not strike directly against the sharp steel. Bending his knee, Zeph retracted his calf, deftly maneuvering past the blade's edge. In a fluid motion, he twisted his right hip, shifting from a sideways stance to face William directly. With a sudden spring, his right calf shot forth, transforming from a whip-like strike to a powerful upward kick, his lower leg extending like a spring knife towards William's chin. William quickly tilted his head back. Although he managed to evade Zeph's kick, he still felt a sharp pain on his lips, having been grazed by Zeph's leg. However, such a minor injury hardly constituted a flesh wound and did not deter William. He bent his knees and lowered his body, sweeping towards Zeph's supporting left leg. Zep, with a sneer of disdain, swiftly altered his right leg's position in midair, bending his knee again and creating a whooshing sound as his heel struck William's back with considerable force. William's lips bled slightly, yet his expression remained unchanged. Harnessing Zep's power, he seamlessly executed a roll, positioning himself behind Zep with remarkable agility. Zep's countenance shifted abruptly before he could create distance. A swift sound pierced the air as William sprang from the ground, drawing his knife to strike at Zep's nape. Both William and Zep possessed strength that far surpassed the other pirates present, with the exception of Reese. It was only at this moment that a group of onlookers began to react. The sound of gunfire echoed as Zep's three subordinates simultaneously drew their firearms, aiming at William's vital points, while the other members of the Redbeard pirates also brandished their weapons, targeting Zep's trio. As the blade grazed Zep's skin, William halted his movement just in time, twisting his wrist so that the knife encircled Zep's neck, resting precariously before his throat. In mere moments, the scene at the entrance of the restaurant had escalated to a tense standoff. Underestimating the situation, Zep had not anticipated being subdued by a seemingly impetuous young pirate. Now, any misstep could lead to a bloodbath. Old ghost, tell me, who shall perish first? William licked the wound on his lip, seemingly unfazed by the weapons directed at him, and grinned at Zep. Zep turned his head slightly, the blade carving a minor incision along his neck without eliciting a blink. Youngster, you possess commendable skills, but do you hold grudges too tightly? William, eliminate him. A low command resonated from Reese, whose expression had been shifting since the onset of the confrontation. His gaze flickered between William and Zep, issuing the order without hesitation. Zep, upon hearing this, chuckled and addressed William loudly. If you make a move, my subordinates will fire. I am the old ghost, and you are but a young one. I've lived far longer than you. A trade of lives would hardly be a loss for me. This declaration was not solely directed at William. Zepp's three subordinates appeared increasingly grave. Their earlier hesitance now vanished. William cast a penetrating glance at Reyes. The three pirates brought by Zepp remained unwavering, their hands steady on their firearms, even in the face of their captain's peril. Despite being threatened at gunpoint themselves, they exhibited only a grave demeanor, devoid of any signs of panic. While their skills appeared somewhat lacking in William's eyes, their psychological resilience was undoubtedly formidable. These individuals were not akin to the lowly pirates William had dispatched when rescuing Sherlock. In such close proximity and nursing some injuries, he could not confidently assert that he could evade the fire of three elite marksmen unscathed. Reyes contemplated a trade, sacrificing the safety of William, a mere pawn. In exchange for Zepp, the captain of the culinary pirate crew, was evidently a shrewd transaction. However, William was not an unthinking loyalist to the Red-Beard pirate crew. His objectives had already been accomplished. The ensuing conflict had stirred commotion among the crowd on the street and within the restaurant. In the distance, a scream echoed. As local residents fled from the sight of the two groups of burly men, suspected pirates, engaged in a violent confrontation, William whispered softly to Zephyr, "Tell your subordinates to lower their weapons, shall we?" Zephyr let out a derisive laugh. "Do you think I am so terrified of death that I would lose my wits? You must either release me, or we shall both meet our demise together. It seems you are resolute in your intention to perish alongside this nameless pawn of fate." With a tone laced with menace, William mentally calculated the time, pondering how long it would take for the restaurant owner, Daniel, to arrive. Having embraced the life of a pirate, Zephyr understood that he forfeited the right to choose the manner of his death. His sharp gaze swept over his three subordinates. He was not only addressing William, but also imparting a message to his men. Our sole choice lies in how we face death, and whether we do so like men. William felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed Zepp's murderous intent. This man, who had assumed the role of a pirate captain while masquerading as a chef, managed to somewhat redeem William's negative perceptions of the pirate community. At least within this group, not all were mere bullies who preyed on the weak, displaying a facade of bravado concealing their cowardice. Just as Zepp and his three subordinates were poised to strike, a group hurriedly entered the restaurant. Dampier, still clad in his white lab coat, had not found the time to change since transitioning from the laboratory to the conference room, and then to the entrance of the dining hall. It was evident that he was making a considerable effort to suppress his rage. Brandishing a slender sword, he approached the tense standoff between the two factions, first glancing at the members of the Red-Beard pirate crew, then at the entangled figures of William and Zepp, along with Zepp's subordinate, who had them both at gunpoint. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Are you two truly prepared to engage in a deadly struggle here? In the royal city? Right in front of my restaurant?" He continued, "If either of you makes a move, I assure you, he will never acquire another item from me again, and his opponent will have whatever he desires." Dampier placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, while several of his followers raised their weapons towards William and his companions, adding ominously, "And you shall not leave here unscathed." As soon as Dampier finished speaking, Zepp interjected, instructing his subordinates, "You three, lower your weapons." Once the three chefs of the pirate crew complied, Zepp turned to Dampier and said, "I will grant you this favor, Dampier. If I should fall, I trust you will assist my subordinates in fulfilling their unfinished obligations." Zepp's words were eloquent. Should William or Reese dare to harm him, Dampier would undoubtedly intervene. Reese furrowed his brow, meeting Dampier's gaze. After weighing the situation, he finally relented, saying, "Let him go, William." William shrugged, withdrawing the blade from Zepp's throat, warily retreating as he made his way back toward his companions. Zepp turned around, displaying no signs of anger or embarrassment. Instead, he smiled at William and remarked, "Youngster, I shall remember you. You are in for a rough time. I, too, harbor grudges just like you do." William disregarded the threat posed by the EC pirates. As he passed by Dampier, their eyes met for a fleeting moment, revealing a shared contemplation. From a distance, a commotion could be heard at one end of the street. Dampier cast a cold glance at the two groups, remarking, "It must be the Royal Guard. I am aware that some of you have connections with the powerful in the royal city, but I do not wish for the pirates to be publicly associated with my restaurant." Reyes forced a strained smile, while the other members of the Red-Beard pirate crew jovially patted William on the shoulder. Hutchinson inquired about his injuries, as if he had just emerged victorious from battle. The two factions of pirates parted ways distinctly before the arrival of the Royal Guard. In the city of Calma, at the residence of the finance minister, Arcadio, after sending Barbarossa and CLO away, entered a small conference room. His partner, the short-statured Navy Colonel Roy, was thoughtfully examining a piece of artwork in the room. Despite the de facto alliance formed between Arcadio, Colonel Roy, and the Redbeard Barbarossa, Colonel Roy still made an effort to avoid direct contact with Barbarossa. He cultivated relationships with nobles like Arcadio, knowing that should a crisis arise, he could still discern the nuances. But colluding with a pirate like Barbarossa was a stain that would be hard to wash away. Although Arcadio took a share of the spoils from Barbarossa, it was through Roy that this was conveyed. However, Barbarossa could not explain this to his crew, leading to inevitable discontent among the sailors, who believed their leaders were excessively greedy. This bunch of dim-witted pirates, Arcadio's side, simply cannot comprehend that their freedom comes from the intelligence we provide and the protection from official channels. Yet they remained fixated on trifling gains. It was evident that CLO had previously informed Arcadio of the Redbeard pirate crew's latest misappropriation of spoils, perhaps embellishing the tale. Arcadio was also aware of CLO's beating at the hands of Helidon, but he paid it no mind. CLO's subtle hints about returning to the merchant company were likewise dismissed, leading to his departure from the mansion laden with disappointment and resentment. It is their foolishness that drives them to piracy, Colonel Roy remarked, turning around, his tone laced with a sense of superiority despite Barbarossa's notoriety in the East Sea. Arcadio chuckled lightly, ready to respond, when suddenly, the phone bug in his pocket rang. Apologizing to Roy with a smile, Arcadio took a few steps away to answer the call. Roy casually turned his attention back to the room's decor. When Arcadio finally ended the call, his expression was far from pleased, prompting Roy to inquire, "What is the matter?" The call had involved a standoff between Reyes, William, and Zephyr, all brandishing guns under the public gaze. These scoundrels are like rabid dogs, always eager to stir trouble. Arcadio sighed. They are truly a source of concern. If only I could find a suitable candidate, I would gladly kick them to the curb. There are plenty of pirates to go around, Roy remarked, puffing on his cigar nonchalantly. Meanwhile, William, supported by his fellow pirates, made his way back aboard the ship. Along the way, several seasoned pirates accompanying him vividly recounted how William had subdued Redfoot Zephyr and engaged him in light-hearted banter even while 3 guns were aimed at him. After Hutchinson and Hardin helped him settle down, they left, and once alone in the cabin, William suddenly sat up in his hammock. Although his complexion remained somewhat pale, his earlier feebleness was nowhere to be seen. Though Zephyr possessed great strength during their encounter, he had failed to regain his momentum after 3 exchanges, and his kick had not been nearly as powerful as anticipated. Since acquiring his robust specialty, William's resilience and recovery had significantly improved. His earlier need for support was merely an act. He cautiously peered outside, finding no one present, then retrieved his phone bug and dialed a number. Upon connection, he spoke in a low voice, "Prepare the bait. It is time to strip the skin." The island's climate was notoriously fickle, and after several bouts of rain, the clouds above Calma City remained heavy, resembling inky stains that refused to dissipate. As night fell, the city was cloaked in darkness, save for the flickering lights. Sherlock and Manny pretended to be ordinary patrons, sipping their drinks while their eyes occasionally flitted towards CLO, seated a few tables away. Following William's signal, Tony had personally led a group of audacious and capable men to this city, since Redleaf Village was in close proximity to the Navian Kingdom, making their arrival timely as the Redbeard pirate crew had not yet departed. Having finally set foot on land, the pirates were reluctant to leave without indulging in revelry, particularly as they needed to replenish their supplies, especially military provisions, which required ample preparation time. However, unlike the other pirates who were excited by their respite, CLO appeared deeply troubled. He consumed drink after drink, his once well-kept attire now wrinkled and his hair disheveled. CLO loathed pirates, detested the stench of drunken sailors, abhorred the foul odors permeating the shared cabin, and despised the communal use of toilets and basins. He resented the ever-present salty sea air and the festive atmosphere accompanying their sporadic shore leaves. He yearned for a life akin to that of Arcadio, residing in a spacious mansion surrounded by well-groomed servants and maids, sipping fine tea from exquisite porcelain while savoring delicate pastries and leisurely reading the newspaper. He longed for polite exchanges with the elite at grand banquets, rather than mingling with a raucous crew of foul-mouthed pirates, constantly pursued by the Navy. Yet, this idyllic dream was shattered by the harshness of reality. When Helidon had struck him, it was not merely his face that bore the scars but his psyche as well. Despite perceiving himself as better educated and more astute, CLO's unwarranted sense of superiority over the pirates was swiftly dismantled by Halidin's actions, making him realize that he was nothing more than a trivial figure before the pirate captain. Furthermore, when Arcadio learned of this incident, he remained indifferent, viewing CLO merely as a minor character, one who could not even compare to the pirate captain. CLO pondered in silence, contemplating whether, should Barbarossa ever kill him, Arcadio would sever ties with the pirate. Deep down, CLO already sensed the answer, and this knowledge gnawed him, leaving him to drown his sorrows in alcohol. A few alluring women loitering in the tavern noticed CLO's relatively upscale attire and his generous payment, approaching him eagerly, only to be dismissed by CLO's irritable wave of the hand. Get lost. The Nightingale, in a fit of indignation, tossed her handkerchief aside and departed with complaints. Manny chuckled at this and inquired of Sherlock, when will he leave? Soon, William replied, he is on guard tomorrow and must return to the ship tonight. Sherlock sipped his drink, his gaze flickering. Stay focused, we cannot afford to lose him. Given the inebriated state of the man, it seemed unlikely they would. Nevertheless, Manny steeled himself and refrained from further conversation. Harding was cursing incessantly as he navigated the uneven alley, riddled with puddles that, under the dim light, resembled hidden landmines, requiring constant vigilance to avoid stepping into them. Such alleyways were ubiquitous in the slums. Due to his peculiar disposition, the crew of pirates kept their distance from him, and Harding found himself without a constant companion, though he was indifferent to it. In the shadows of a wall, something seemed to writhe. Harding squinted to see a drunken man, seemingly from nowhere, sprawled by a puddle, mumbling incoherently. A cruel smile crept across Harding's face as he retrieved a dagger from his boot, crouched beside the drunkard, grasped his hair, and exposed the filthy neck. He then slowly dragged the sharp blade across it. Watching the man clutch his throat as blood gushed forth, Harding's eyes widened in excitement, a strange thrill flooding his mind, rendering the foul stench of the alley less unbearable. Only when the drunkard fell silent did Harding let out a sigh of unfulfilled desire and rise to his feet. However, as he turned to the alley's entrance, his movements faltered slightly. There stood a man, quietly watching from the shadows. In the obscurity of night, Harding could not discern his expression, but he could make out the man's red hair and the glint of a sword in his hand. Glancing behind him, Harding noted another man, sword in hand, blocking his retreat. It was evident to any observer that ill intentions lay ahead. These two men were none other than Edmund and Aramis. Harding carelessly wiped the bloody dagger on his clothing, contemplated briefly, and suddenly charged towards the alley's exit, towards Edmund. Edmund sneered, swinging his sword downward as he advanced towards Harding, while Aramis silently followed suit from the opposite end. Their mission was clear, to ensure Harding could not escape this alley. The sound of boots splashing through the puddles shattered the alley's stillness. Just as Harding reached Edmund, he let out a low growl and swung his curved blade down upon him. Edmund raised his sword to parry the blow, but at that moment, Harding's other hand, gripping the dagger, sought to stab secretly. Edmund merely sidestepped, evading the dagger while seizing Harding's wrist. He then tilted his sword, deflecting the curved blade aside. Following this, Edmund bent his arm slightly and delivered a sharp elbow strike to Harding's sternum. Harding staggered back involuntarily, but a series of footsteps echoed behind him, followed by a thunderous command. Kneel. Aramis had rushed up from behind, striking Harding's knee with the hilt of his sword, producing a sickening crack. Harding's knee twisted grotesquely, and he cried out, collapsing to the ground, supporting himself with his hands to avoid falling entirely. Yet, Edmund swiftly placed his foot on Harding's hand, crushing his fingers. Overwhelmed by pain, Harding wept and flailed the dagger in front of him, only to have Aramis grasp his arm from behind. Aramis straightened Harding's arm, and Edmund, targeting his elbow, delivered a knee strike. With a sharp crack, Harding's forearm fell limp, the dagger clattering to the ground. Leaning against the wall, Harding found Edmund's fierce visage looming closer. Do you remember me? Harding stared vacantly at the young face, recognizing it vaguely but unable to recall any pertinent memory. The Redbeard pirate crew had plundered countless ships at Alcasio's behest, and encounters akin to that of Edmund and Vallon were neither the first nor the last. In the months that passed, Harding had only met Edmund briefly, hardly enough to etch his features into memory. Noticing Harding's confusion, Edmund flared his nostrils and abruptly slammed Harding's head against the wall. The impact left Harding dazed, blood trickling from his nose, prompting Aramis to intervene. He cannot die yet. Aramis urged through gritted teeth. Edmund, his eyes bloodshot with fury, lingered on the unconscious Harding for a long moment before reluctantly diverting his murderous gaze and retrieving a communication device from his pocket. Clo, his face flushed and steps unsteady, stumbled into the alley. After a few paces, he stepped into a puddle, exacerbating his foul mood, and began cursing the slums, the pirates, Barbarossa, Alcacio, and even William, who was also known as Stolt. Amidst his drunken ramblings, as he leaned against the wall for support, he detected a familiar odor mingling with the stench of refuse. A shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively closed his mouth, his fingers pushing against his glasses to rub his eyes. Not far away, he noticed a figure lying by the wall. Approaching cautiously, he found the person unresponsive and gently turned them over by the shoulder. Chloe's complexion drained of color as he recognized the figure before him, a corpse, throat slit, blood seemingly drained, its death lingering for an unknown duration. Suddenly, a window in a nearby two-story building swung open, and Chloe instinctively looked up, only to be showered with a cascade of white powder. Closing his eyes reflexively and stumbling backward, Chloe found his intoxication impeded his escape from the powder's grasp. As it settled upon his skin, mixing with his sweat, a burning sensation surged through him. Lime. Chloe's mind was in disarray as the sounds of footsteps and slicing air reached his ears. He squinted slightly, the darkness and the lime dust on his face obscuring his view of the surroundings, allowing him to faintly discern a figure approaching. Instinctively, Chloe recoiled, but his shoulder was struck with a painful thud, as if a heavy iron rod had slammed against him, causing him to lose his balance and collapse onto the ground. Lying half prone, Chloe stealthily reached into his clothing, feeling for the handgun and dagger he always carried. He had once prided himself on his cunning and bravery, believing that a merchant at sea needed a certain degree of martial prowess to prevent mutinies among the crew. However, he had never felt the urgency to train rigorously, nor had he developed the habit of carrying weapons at all times. Little did he know that this very capability would attract the attention of the Binda family trading company. After the death of his predecessor as military officer, Chloe had been thrust into the role, joining the Redbeard pirate crew. From that moment on, the insecure Chloe focused more on enhancing his own strength, akin to other pirates who, even while on shore leave, carried weapons. As he turned, through the narrow slits of his squinted eyes, he vaguely saw a large, corpulent figure lunging toward him. He swiftly drew his handgun, aiming it without hesitation and pulling the trigger. The loud bang echoed as the bullet struck the figure's abdomen, and Chloe rolled over to avoid being pinned down, watching as the hefty silhouette fell heavily to the ground, followed by a blood-curdling scream. At that moment, Chloe unsheathed his dagger, which lacked a handle and was merely a finger ring. In a swift motion, he fitted the oddly shaped dagger onto his index finger, then rolled over, half-crouched on the ground, his body slightly arched, resembling a feline poised for action. Yet, as the gentle breeze blew, the only sound that pierced the silence was the anguished wailing from the fallen man. No one else emerged from the alley to attack him. Chloe, in a state of confusion, suddenly recognized the scream as familiar. Cautiously, he wiped the lime dust from the corner of his eyes and opened them, now bloodshot, to behold the face of the hefty figure on the ground. The moonlight, as if granting Chloe a moment of respite, broke through the clouds, illuminating the scene. The cold light revealed the bald head and scarred face of the man lying there. Halidin. Why is it Halidin? Chloe's mind exploded with panic, his limbs turning cold, his heart racing with a terror more profound than the initial ambush. A whirlwind of thoughts flooded his mind. Why was Halidin here? Was Barbarossa out to kill him? Had he, in a drunken stupor, inadvertently slain Halidin? Ultimately, all these doubts coalesced into a singular fear. What would happen if Barbarossa learned that he had killed Halidin? Chloe trembled violently as if he were a leaf caught in a tempest, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse onto the ground. There was no doubt he was doomed. Rice and Halidin were among the earliest comrades of Barbarossa, sharing life and death experiences and familial ties. Halidin's volatile temperament and irascible nature meant that, were it not for his deep bond with Barbarossa, he would have been cast off the ship long ago for being a troublemaker. Suddenly, Chloe heard a commotion behind him and turned dazedly to see a man in a white naval uniform, adorned with a blue scarf and dark skin, standing above him, looking down with an air of authority. A Navy officer. Chloe's pupils dilated, and he soon heard the soldier's cold command, "Get lost." The officer then delivered a swift kick to Chloe's chest, sending him rolling across the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Chloe paid no heed to the handgun he had dropped in his panic and hurriedly fled the alley. Once Chloe had escaped, the naval soldier crouched beside the increasingly weak Halidin, his expression grim. He pulled out a black bandana emblazoned with the pirate insignia, tore it slightly, and forcefully pried open Halidin's fingers, stuffing the torn cloth into his hand. After retrieving Chloe's discarded handgun, the soldier nonchalantly exited the alley. "Akin, where have you been?" A beady-eyed ensign approached, frowning. "Just using the restroom, sir." The new recruit, Akin, replied, standing at attention, his face betraying no emotion. Chloe ran aimlessly, distancing himself from the scene of chaos. Though still somewhat flustered, he managed to regain his composure enough to contemplate his predicament. He dared not return to the red-beard pirate crew. If Barbarossa discovered that he had killed Halidin, he would surely be flayed alive. In retrospect, he realized he had left too many traces at the scene, not only abandoning his handgun but also leaving witnesses. He could not trust Alcatiro either, as he was uncertain whether Alcatiro would protect him when Barbarossa demanded answers. Chloe's only thought was to escape the city, with Barbarossa and Alcatiro's influence. Finding a mere nobody like him would not pose a significant challenge. Perhaps he should leave the kingdom of Navia altogether, or even the East China Sea. As Chloe pondered these thoughts, oblivious to the fact that someone had been shadowing him, he turned into a sparsely populated alley, only to be struck on the back of his head with a blunt object, rendering him unconscious. The lurking Tony, having listened to the news via his phone, caught Chloe's limp body, grinning as he signaled to the arriving Edmund and Alamus. The three swiftly hoisted Chloe and fled the scene. When Chloe finally regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar courtyard, the faint stench in the air indicating he was still near the slums of Kalmar. He lay on the ground, a dull ache throbbing at the back of his head, but he did not rush to rise. Cautiously, he observed his surroundings. 2 oil lamps flickered in the dimness, casting a feeble light that barely penetrated the encroaching darkness. "Get up. Stop playing dead." A familiar voice pierced through the silence, causing Chloe to stiffen. Slowly, he lifted his head, first catching sight of a pair of casually crossed legs, and then the familiar face. "Estolt?" Chloe gasped, a mix of surprise, confusion, and a hint of trepidation washing over him. The Stolt, or William, before him bore an expression entirely different from Chloe's previous encounters. Gone was the impulsiveness and arrogance, replaced by an unsettling calmness that bewildered Chloe. "Welcome to our ranks, Chloe," William said, rising from his chair and spreading his arms in invitation. As he spoke, Edmund, Alamus, Tony, Sherlock, and others emerged from the shadows of the courtyard. Chloe turned to regard the varied expressions of the gathered individuals and asked, "What do you mean?" "I mean," William grinned, "now, we are a crew together. You killed Halidin." A single utterance from William caused a profound change in Crow's expression. He hastily interjected, "Do not speak such nonsense." Tony's malicious laughter rang out, and soon, Edmund, Aramis, and Sherlock were similarly infected, emitting a series of incomprehensible chuckles. Crow appeared increasingly uneasy, perplexed by why the seemingly Navi Stolt had suddenly become so enigmatic, and how he could possibly know that Crow had killed Harridan. "Why deceive me? We are now bound together in this perilous situation. Moreover, your vengeance against Harridan was aided by my intervention," William remarked. Crow's eyes widened in shock. Although his emotional resilience was somewhat lacking due to his limited experience, his mind was quite agile. Piecing together a series of clues, he had begun to form a conjecture, only to be astounded when William directly acknowledged that Harridan's death at his hands was indeed orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, someone who stood right before him. The thought that his inadvertent killing of Harridan might condemn him to a life of perpetual hiding filled Crow with a surge of rage. With a fierce growl, he sprang forth like a wounded beast, charging at the seemingly unguarded William. Smack! William, akin to a seer, instinctively raised his right arm, his hand curling into a claw, perfectly obstructing the path of Chloe's advance. It was as if Chloe willingly propelled himself into William's grasp, where he was seized by the throat. The combined force of Chloe's forward momentum and William's strength created an overwhelming pressure, leaving Chloe momentarily breathless, his throat nearly crushed. William grasped Chloe's neck with a firm grip. His robust physique, complemented by years of sword training, allowed him to effortlessly lift Chloe's feet off the ground with a single hand. The warmth that once graced William's face had vanished, replaced by a frigid gaze directed at the struggling Chloe. He spoke slowly. "You cannot afford to cross Barbarossa and Alcacio, nor can you contend with me." William cast CLO onto the ground, who clutched his throat, coughing repeatedly and glancing around, contemplating his predicament. Though he had regained some composure, the enigmatic Stolt was not the only concern. Several of the adversary's accomplices lingered in the courtyard. A confrontation would only lead to his own detriment. "I believe that aiding you in personally eliminating Halidin would reveal my goodwill." William crouched before CLO, his expression softening once more. "I did not slay Halidin. It was your treachery," CLO retorted defensively. "No," William shook his finger. "You are the one who killed Halidin. He humiliated you before the entire crew. And if I am not mistaken, you must have informed Arcadio about the incident involving Barbarossa's misappropriation of the spoils. Furthermore, shortly before the event, You departed from a nearby tavern in full view of everyone. The motive and the time of the crime are evident. You harbored resentment towards Hayden and feared that, due to your betrayal, Barbarossa might exact punishment upon you, or worse, have Hayden do so. Thus, under the influence of alcohol, you resolved to murder Hayden and flee from the Redbeard pirate crew. Perhaps you even staged some fabricated evidence at the scene to exonerate yourself. William analyzed earnestly. Cielo's face turned pale, his greatest fear being that William had yet to reveal two crucial pieces of information: a pistol left at the crime scene and a witness to the event. In truth, even without these, William's earlier assertions were sufficient. A pirate ship is no courtroom, and Barbarossa is not a fair-minded judge. The logical chain William presented would suffice for Barbarossa to consider Cielo a prime suspect, requiring no further evidence for a death sentence to be passed upon him. Cielo clung desperately to a flicker of hope, contemplating whether revealing everything to Barbarossa might expose Stolt's true nature. Yet, as this thought took form, William shattered it. You may fantasize that disclosing everything to Barbarossa will spare your life. William chuckled mirthlessly. But what will you tell him? That the Navee crew member is a schemer? Which is more credible, your tale of revenge or what I have suggested? Moreover, it is well known aboard that our relationship is fraught with discord, even more so than yours with the other crew members. Any slander from you against me will not be believed. If Barbarossa, on the basis of the slightest suspicion, decides to execute me, what basis do you have to believe he would spare the one with greater culpability? William patted Cielo's dazed face. I may possibly die, but you will certainly perish. Cielo's countenance was ashen, yet he had not entirely surrendered hope. He gazed at William, recognizing that the latter's extensive discourse hinted at motives beyond mere desire for his demise. What do you truly intend? Cielo asked with great difficulty. I have stated that we are akin to grasshoppers on the same string, William replied. Before you lie but two paths, life or death. As long as Barbarossa remains alive, he will pursue this matter relentlessly, and you will forever live in fear for your life. However, should he perish? Cielo's eyes widened in shock. You intend to kill Barbarossa? William smiled faintly, refraining from giving a direct answer. He affectionately patted Chloe's shoulder, his tone imbued with a hint of persuasion. If we content ourselves with the status quo, we shall forever remain mere pawns in the grand scheme of life. Your existence, your future, all pale in comparison to the whims of the powerful. A person of lesser capability can publicly humiliate you, and you would not dare entertain a thought of resistance. Why? Because Hayden is closer to Barbarossa, and Barbarossa, the king of the ship, regards you as less significant than Hayden. Thus, in the presence of Hayden, you are paralyzed by fear. Chloe, an astute individual, analytically understood that William's words were merely an attempt to sway him. Yet, on an emotional level, he could not help but resonate with William's sentiments. He harbored a profound disdain for pirates, but due to Arcadios' orders, he found himself compelled to join their ranks. Despite his overt and covert expressions of a desire to escape, none paid him heed. Even more distressingly, the merchants, perhaps irked by his demeanor, subtly hinted at threats. In light of this, Arcadios remained indifferent to Chloe's humiliation. As William articulated, Barbarossa and Arcadios held no regard for individuals like them. Should Chloe perish, they would simply select another unfortunate soul from the merchants, just as Chloe himself had been chosen. Perhaps sensing his own entrapment, Chloe subconsciously began to seek justifications for his potential betrayal. Under mounting pressure, solidifying his resolve against Barbarossa proved arduous. Deep within, Chloe was continually striving to persuade himself to embrace William's perspective. William remained silent, observing as Chloe slightly lowered his head, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light. Seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle, Chloe's thoughts were numerous. Aligning with William's perspective, he contemplated the implications of their potential collaboration. Aware that William must require his assistance in some capacity, he pondered proposing certain conditions, yet perhaps due to the events of the night or the surrounding atmosphere, his words emerged frail. I do not wish to be a pirate. You must continue as a pirate and return to the ship, William asserted unambiguously. A small player lacks the luxury of choice, for no one cares for your personal opinions. You currently occupy the role of a small player. But should you assist me in replacing Barbarossa, you will become a figure of significant importance in the eyes of Arcadio. At that juncture, you will possess the power of choice, whether to persist as a pirate or to cleanse your identity and step ashore. I shall extend my support to you, in time. You will comprehend that I am distinct from Barbarossa and Arcadio. I take pleasure in sharing, particularly with those of talent. But how do I return to the pirate ship? As you mentioned, I am under suspicion. As long as I provide you with an alibi, that shall suffice, William replied nonchalantly. No one aboard would believe that William would vouch for someone so deeply mired in contradictions. Chloe's face contorted with struggle, but he ultimately succumbed to William's persuasion. However, recalling the circumstances at the scene, he hesitated momentarily before confessing. When I departed, a naval soldier was present, and I fear he may divulge the truth. Do not worry, William reassured, smoothing Chloe's somewhat disheveled hair. That naval soldier is also one of my people. A night filled with unrelenting blows could fracture even the most resilient spirit. Chloe, a young man burdened with frustration, found it hard to fathom that even the Navy was a pawn in William's scheme. He lifted his gaze to William, suddenly gripped by a sense of trepidation. I understand now the chaos of the slums in Kalma City was epitomized by the incident involving Hayleden's demise. Were it not for Hayleden's absence from the ship that night and his continued disappearance the following day, Barbarossa and Reese would not have sensed the discord and dispatched men to search for him. Thus, the two lifeless bodies of Hayleden and the unfortunate drunkard in the alley might have gone undiscovered by the local residents until they began to decay. Now, the crew of the red-bearded pirates, including Captain Barbarossa, First Mate Reese, the newly appointed chief navigator known as Stolt, the quartermaster, Chloe representing the Buendia family aboard, along with the helmsman and ship's doctor, stood at the scene of Hayleden's body. The narrow alley was crowded with fierce-looking pirates, the entrance guarded by men assigned by Barbarossa, preventing anyone from entering or leaving without his permission. All eyes were fixed upon the ship's doctor, Wood, a slightly rotund and balding middle-aged man, as he examined Hayleden's corpse. His hands and head bore the marks of severe blunt force trauma, yet the fatal wound was a gunshot to the abdomen. Wood stood before Barbarossa, his countenance heavy with gravity as he reported. Upon hearing that the fatal injury was a gunshot, Chloe's expression shifted slightly, instinctively glancing at William, subconsciously binding his safety to William's fate. In contrast to the cunning William, Chloe, as a novice, was still too green, lacking in experience, psychological fortitude, and even acting prowess, all of which the latter had effortlessly overshadowed. William did not even glance at Crow, and like the crew of the Redbeard pirates surrounding him, his expression was grave, brows slightly furrowed, as he fixated on the ship's doctor, Wood. After hearing the latter's assessment, his gaze intermittently swept from the corpse of Hayleden to Captain Barbarossa, as if awaiting a command from him. Had it not been for that fateful night when William spoke directly with Crow, Crow would never have suspected that William was the architect behind Hayleden's demise. Barbarossa approached Hayleden's lifeless body, indifferent to the filth beneath him, and slowly knelt down. His rugged, hairy face was marred by an unmistakable sorrow. The bond he shared with Hayleden and the Reyes brothers was indeed profound, forged through blood ties and the trials of life and death they had faced together. Hayleden had succumbed after a harrowing struggle, leaving his eyes wide open in death. Barbarossa gently closed them, while Wood squatted beside him, offering a small bundle of black cloth. Barbarossa unfurled the crumpled, wrinkled piece of fabric, and Wood explained. I found this from Hayleden. It may belong to the murderer, a part of their headscarf that was torn off. The black scarf bore an unusual pirate emblem, a common practice among pirate crews, particularly among larger ones, who took pride in marking clothing, headscarves, and even their skin with their distinctive insignia. The scarf in Barbassa's hands displayed a rather bizarre emblem, a duck's head adorned with a chef's hat, gazing expressionlessly ahead, with a knife and a trident crossed behind it. This somewhat ludicrous pirate emblem was notorious in the East Sea, as it represented the chef pirates. Zep Barbarossa gritted his teeth as he muttered the name of this infamous pirate, nearly his equal in notoriety in the East Sea. He passed the scarf to Reyes, who examined it before relaying it to the other crew members. As the scarf circulated among the crew, Barbarossa rose, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, commanding them. Find their base. Locate the chef pirates. Logically, the chef pirates had recently clashed with the Redbeard pirates, suffering a significant loss. Their captain, Zep, had nearly been slain by a nameless crew member from the Redbeard pirates. Therefore, retaliatory action was certainly a possibility. Of course, the crew members in the alley had considered the potential for framing someone, but the expressions of Barbarossa and Reyes, the ship's leaders, indicated that what was required now was not rational analysis, but an outlet for their vengeful fury. They were pirates, not detectives. And even if it was uncertain whether the chef pirates were the culprits, they could capture them and interrogate them later. Barbassa surveyed the crew, and upon seeing William's angered visage after he examined the scarf, he contemplated directing his ire toward him due to Halidin's death. However, now that Halidin was gone, William was the sole navigator aboard, and such actions would only sow discord among the crew, as they all understood that this incident could not be attributed to William. After all, he had initially stood up for the reputation of the Redbeard pirates and Reyes himself. Meanwhile, Crow, feeling guilty and lacking William's composure, appeared somewhat anxious. Although Barbassa did not suspect any connection between him and Halidin's death, believing it was simply due to Crow overhearing the impending conflict between the Redbeard pirates and the chef pirates. Given Crow's previous alignment with Alcacio, who had always disapproved of Barbassa's troubles in Kalmar City, especially significant ones, an all-out war between two renowned pirate crews would understandably displease Alcacio. Once everyone in the alley had departed, with Reyes carrying away Halidin's corpse, Barbassa summoned Crow to stay behind. Despite William discreetly offering him a reassuring glance, Crow remained apprehensive. "I know you are aligned with Alcacio, and he does not wish for me to cause trouble in Kalmar City," Barbassa stated, his voice steady yet filled with intensity. "However, my brother lies dead in Kalmar City, and I require an explanation. You will return to your master and inform him that the one who killed Halidin must die. I will root out the chef pirates, regardless of the consequences." Did Barbassa truly say that? Alcacio inquired at the Treasury Minister's office. Crow could sense Alcacio's suppressed fury, and standing there, he obediently responded, "Indeed. What audacity! To turn the city upside down?" Alcacio could no longer contain himself and hurled his teacup across the room, scalding tea splattering onto Crow's foot, causing him to flinch. Alcacio continued, "What does he mean by sending you with a message? Does he expect me to empathize with him? Or does he wish for me to assist him in overturning the entire city? Or is he simply implying that I should clean up his mess without question?" The usually complacent Treasury Minister was now irate, pacing back and forth, cursing, "What a brainless fool." Barbassa's message was unmistakable. He sought vengeance without regard for his understanding with Alcacio. Alcacio could chastise him later, but for now, he could only provide a safety net. After a moment, Alcacio suddenly inquired of Crow, "With Halidin dead, is there still a navigator aboard?" "There is one," Crow replied nonchalantly, "a young man named Stolt, quite honest." In truth, whether in his usual guise aboard the ship or in Crow's private observations, William was far from honest. Alcacio halted, seemingly lost in thought. The Redbeard pirates mobilized their entire crew, splitting into several groups, each armed and flooding into the slums, causing even greater chaos in this already tumultuous area. However, the reputation of the Redbeard pirates and Barbassa was so formidable that, although many of the inhabitants of this area were far from virtuous, they dared not voice their grievances. After returning from Alcacio, Crow initially intended to remain on the ship, but William discreetly signaled for him to join him. Thus, Crow aligned with William and Reyes, searching for the whereabouts of the chef pirates in the slums. Meanwhile, Zep calmly prepared a meal in the kitchen, while a raucous group of his subordinates clamored for food in the adjacent room. The chef pirates remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding in the slums. The slums of Kalmar City were chaotic and teeming with a mix of individuals. Although the Redbeard pirates numbered in the hundreds, their presence was but a drop in the ocean within this vast area, especially as they were divided into smaller teams. William, along with Rice, CLO, and a cadre of 4 seasoned pirates, traversed the streets in search of their quarry. They had delved deep into the heart of the impoverished district, where narrow alleyways were flanked by a few disheveled youths clad in tattered garments, who gazed at the band of pirates with trepidation, readily divulging any information they possessed. One of the pirates, with a fierce countenance, interrogated the locals, while Rice, lost in a daze, scanned the surroundings with a vacant stare. They had been meandering through the slums for quite a while, and as dusk began to envelop the sky, fatigue was inevitably creeping upon them. Suddenly, a window of a 2-story building creaked open, and Rice's previously unfocused gaze sharpened. Almost instantaneously, the unmistakable sound of metal clashing reached his ears, a sound so familiar that Rice's body reacted before his mind could catch up. He instinctively lunged to the side, and only then did the realization of an ambush dawn upon him. He shouted a warning to his oblivious subordinates in the street, "Be careful." However, his warning came too late. As his voice echoed, flames erupted from the windows on either side of the street, and the rapid crack of gunfire rang out like fireworks. Two elder pirates collapsed to the ground as the bullets found their mark, their blood quickly soaking the earth beneath them. The remaining pirates scrambled for cover, while the timid youths who had earlier answered questions now tore away their FA-aids, revealing their true intentions. They lifted their garments and drew flintlock pistols from their waists, dual weapons in hand, and unleashed a volley of fire upon the unsuspecting pirates, who remained unaware of the peril behind them. Two fortunate pirates managed to evade the initial barrage, but as the gunfire erupted, they too were struck, their bodies shuddering violently as crimson blossoms erupted from their vital areas, following in the grim fate of their fallen comrades. A pair of young ambushers, however, refrained from targeting the pirates' minions and instead aimed their weapons toward Rice. Yet, unlike his subordinates, Rice was far from helpless. With a series of swift slashes from his curved blade, he cleaved through the wall of a nearby building, his formidable frame nimbly rolling inside to escape the gaze of the marksman. As the gentle breeze dispersed the acrid smoke of battle, the street was swiftly transformed, leaving only the young gunman and William and CLO standing amidst the chaos. The young assailants, some exhilarated, others tense, regarded William with keen interest, while the two who had previously fired at Rice cast a glance in the direction of his vanished form, their expressions eager with anticipation. William remained silent, shaking his head at the two men. Then, with a hand resembling a blade, he gently grazed his throat, signaling to a group of young marksmen from Red Leaf Village, who obediently began to deliver the final blows to the elderly pirates. These young sharpshooters, hailing from Red Leaf Village, were impetuous and eager to make their mark. Most of their family and friends worked in the village's distillery, fostering a deep connection with William, whom they both revered and feared. They served as the weavers of fate. Even after suffering losses in the smuggling network, William refrained from shutting down the distillery, partly due to their presence. Once they ensured that no survivors remained, a young marksman approached William and handed him a blade. William unfastened the curved dagger at his waist and replaced it with a machete, then gradually approached the breach in the wall created by Reese, having remained vigilant within the confines of the room. Reese was taken aback upon seeing William appear in his line of sight. Just as he intended to caution him to be wary, he sensed something amiss before he could utter a word. Reese, ever astute and possessing a meticulousness and sharpness that belied his robust physique, observed William standing at the gaping hole in the wall. The young man's demeanor was composed, devoid of the impetuousness and exuberance he had displayed earlier aboard the ship, while the gunfire outside had also ceased. Stolt? Reese narrowed his eyes, watching as William stepped through the aperture, subtly adjusting the angle of his dagger to point its tip at William. Reese, the first mate. William grinned, lowering his weapon. Considering you brought me aboard, I could grant you a swift end. William concluded his words and glanced sideways. Reese, remaining vigilant, cautiously followed his gaze, and there stood CLO, pale-faced, at the entrance of the adjacent house, having seemingly appeared there without notice. With an anxious expression, CLO stood guard at the door, motionless. If Harridan had been the hidden hand that brought him aboard William's ship, then jointly eliminating Reese now would serve as CLO's initiation into William's ranks. To kill Reese would signify that CLO was truly aligned with William in their struggle against Barbarossa. However, CLO's demeanor betrayed a hint of trepidation, clearly indicating that the formidable presence of Barbarossa and Reese still loomed over him. A traitor, Reese muttered through clenched teeth, although he could not fully decipher William's intricate schemes. The current situation was abundantly clear. CLO, representing the Benda family, had inexplicably conspired with the enigmatic William. At that moment, William had already diverted his gaze from Chloe and was approaching him with gentle steps. His left hand grasped the unsheathed blade, exuding an air of relaxation, as even the muscles of his face appeared notably at ease. Although Reese was uncertain of the trickery William was attempting, it did not deter him from resolving to eliminate William. As William drew near to the predetermined distance set by Reese, the latter suddenly lunged forward, raising his weapon high above his head, intent on delivering a decisive blow to William's skull. Both Reese and William were convinced that should the strike connect, the latter would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. As the curved blade neared William's form, the force of the impending strike swept his hair back, while Chloe, a short distance away, widened his eyes in anticipation. Yet, the horrific scene he had envisioned failed to materialize. William's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his previously slack muscles tensed with remarkable intensity. The expression on his face shifted, becoming exceptionally stern. His speed surpassed that of Reyes. Accompanied by a minimal range of motion, he merely advanced a slight diagonal step before drawing his sword with his right hand. His left hand released the scabbard, grasping the hilt firmly, executing a swift upward thrust. Although he acted second, he simultaneously evaded and counterattacked just as Reyes's curved blade descended. Although Reyes's strike missed its target, the residual force carved a long gash into the floor, and the momentum continued unabated, sending a violent shockwave that caused the already crumbling wall behind William to collapse with a thunderous crash. William did not cast a single glance at Rhys or the collapsed wall. With a flourish of his sword, he flicked off the droplets of blood that had stained the blade, then slowly sheathed it. Gung Siro believed that William was a prodigy of swordsmanship, not solely because his strength had reached a level that astonished even Gung Siro, but because, despite his brief training, he already exhibited the demeanor of a master, having developed his own insights and style in sword technique. The truth is often revealed in the minutiae. With a sharp sound, as the sword met its sheath, Rhys, who had maintained a downward strike, suddenly felt a trickle of blood emerge from his wrists. His face contorted in agony as he attempted to retract his weapon, only to be met with excruciating pain in his hands. A moment later, a loud clatter echoed as his heavy curved blade fell to the ground. Taking his hands with it, Chloe's mouth fell agape as he turned to William, who had slightly tilted his head, coldly regarding him. A shiver ran down Chloe's spine. William's recent actions were a clear demonstration of his prowess. Meanwhile, although Rhys had lost his hands, he still bore the pain and lunged toward William. Yet, having been unable to harm William even with his full complement of limbs, how could he hope to succeed now? William stumbled momentarily, then extended his leg to trip him, causing the massive form of Reyes to crash heavily to the ground. Lying prone, Reyes's face turned ashen, the wound at his wrist smooth as glass, oozing blood profusely. Yet he persisted in his arduous crawl towards the collapsed wall. Barbarossa Reyes now yearned to relay a critical message to his cousin. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed. With the loss of both him and Heredin, how could Barbarossa hope to preserve his life under William's cunning machinations? Claude drew his short dagger and approached the struggling Reyes. Casting a glance at the indifferent William, he crouched down and slit Reyes's throat. William disregarded the struggling Reyes, stepping out of the house. As he reached the street, a drop of icy rain fell upon his face, soon followed by a torrential downpour that descended as if summoned. Outside the city of Kalmar, atop a small hill overlooking the private dock, 3 men were intently observing the distant warship amidst the storm. Have the crowds dispersed? Only a few stray cats remained. William mentioned that the captain's quarters were at the stern of the ship. Tony, crouching down, crumpled his rain-soaked cigarette into a ball and discarded it on the ground. After casting a glance at Edmund and Aramis, he slowly rose, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us proceed." The mountain wind swept through, causing the trio's raincoats to flap audibly. This heavy downpour had arrived most opportunely. William gazed upward at the sky, as a group of young individuals from Red Leaf Village departed one after another. His curved blade had been returned to him, and now the street lay desolate, littered with a heap of corpses subjected to the relentless drumming of the rain. CLO approached William cautiously from behind, a hint of unease evident in his demeanor. After all, during the previous confrontation between William and Rhys, he had hesitated, never anticipating that William possessed such formidable strength that he could so swiftly incapacitate Rhys. William disregarded Chloe and stepped into the rain, approaching a curved dagger that lay discarded on the ground. With a deft flick of his foot, he seized it in his grasp. Returning to the perplexed Chloe, William offered a faint smile and asked, "Shall you take action yourself, or shall I?" Chloe opened his mouth, his mind racing. He was inherently intelligent, and despite William's vague words, he quickly comprehended the underlying meaning. Their companion, Rhys, had perished. Yet both he and Chloe remained unscathed, a predicament that seemed rather implausible. Caught off guard, Chloe took a hesitant step back as William advanced menacingly. In an instant, William quickened his pace, closing the distance and forcing Chloe against a supporting beam. One hand covered Chloe's mouth while the other plunged the knife into his abdomen. Chloe's eyes widened in shock, and William murmured softly, "Do not fret, remain still." William thrust the curved blade into Chloe's abdomen, then slowly withdrew the knife, releasing his grip. Observing Chloe's pallid complexion as he slumped against the supporting pillar and slid to the ground, William smirked and remarked, "You appear somewhat frightened, yet rest assured. No vital harm has been done. You shall be fine." William did not speak falsely, with his exceptional swordsmanship. It would be a simple task for him to wound rather than kill in such a prepared circumstance. Chloe cast a glance at William, uncertain whether this strike bore any intention of self-punishment on William's part. William crouched down and exchanged a few words with Crow, then watched as Crow staggered against the wall, leaving the street. He then reversed his curved blade, carving a ghastly wound from his left chest to his right flank, inhaling sharply. With his left hand, he awkwardly made 2 slashes on his right arm before discarding the curved dagger into the rain, allowing the downpour to wash away the blood. Eventually, Crow struggled to locate the crew led by the red-bearded Barbarossa. Upon catching sight of Barbarossa's furry head, he sighed in relief, only to roll his eyes back and faint. A few frantic crew members of the red-bearded pirate ship hurriedly carried Crow into a nearby building, while the ship's doctor, Wood, who had been closely following Barbarossa, rushed forward to assess Crow's injuries. Although William's blade did not land a fatal blow on Chloe, he had nonetheless lost a considerable amount of blood during his arduous journey, and the rain had only exacerbated his pallor, rendering his complexion ashen and his lips tinged with blue. He appeared remarkably convincing in his pretense of severe injury, as if he were on the brink of death. Barbarossa approached with a grave expression, recalling the perilous encounter with Chloe and the others. He commanded the ship's doctor, Wood, with unwavering authority, revive him. Wood, knowing well not to defy such an imperious figure, maintained a semblance of professional decorum as he pressed on several key points on Chloe's body, eliciting a muffled groan from him as he gradually opened his eyes. Barbarossa, seizing the moment, inquired, "How did you sustain your injuries?" "We were ambushed," Chloe replied with great difficulty. "Several crew members were shot dead before they even glimpsed the enemy. I was at the rear of the group, just at the street corner, when I was stealthily attacked and stabbed. Taking advantage of my assailant's momentary carelessness, I managed to slay him and escape." Upon hearing Chloe's account of his escape, Barbarossa furrowed his brow. Though he recognized that Chloe was affiliated with the Benda family and not entirely one of his crew, given the uncertain circumstances, he refrained from reproaching Chloe for not engaging the enemy recklessly. "And what of Reyes?" he pressed. "The first mate and Stolt managed to evade the initial gunfire and took refuge in a nearby house. However, I cannot ascertain what transpired afterward," Chloe responded. Barbarossa felt a chill run through him and promptly summoned the crewmen nearby, disregarding Chloe's injuries, insisting that he lead the way to the street where Reyes had been attacked. On their way, Barbarossa seized a moment to ask Chloe, was it the chef pirates who were responsible? Recalling William's earlier warning, Chloe refrained from placing direct blame. "I did not observe any distinctive markings of the chef pirates on my assailants, so I remain uncertain as to whether they were involved." Upon arriving at the street where the attack had occurred, Barbarossa chose to ignore the carnage strewn across the ground and hastily entered a building with a collapsed wall, where he was immediately met with the harrowing sight of Reyes' lifeless body. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from behind a sofa within the room. Hutchinson and Hardin, who had followed closely behind Barbarossa, heightened their vigilance and approached cautiously. Upon reaching the back of the sofa, they discovered a pale William lying there, his left hand awkwardly gripping a pistol aimed menacingly at Hutchinson, a pool of blood forming beneath him as it seeped from his chest and right arm. William let out a grim chuckle and lowered his pistol. "You have finally arrived." At that moment, Barbarossa, who had been staring vacantly at Reese's lifeless body, strode forward, forcefully overturning the sofa. His single crimson eye fixed menacingly on William as he coldly inquired, "Where have those who attacked you gone?" Hutchinson and Hardin, catching sight of Barbarossa's expression, shivered in apprehension. It was the first time they had witnessed their captain display such intense fury. William had prepared a plethora of lies and retorts, yet none were utilized. Although he felt a tinge of regret, he feigned weakness and said, "I heard them. They went east." Barbarossa disregarded William entirely, striding into the street, commanding his subordinates, Would, stay behind to look after CLO and Stolt. "The rest, follow me." Zepp, with his legs crossed on the table, reclined in his chair, contentedly observing his crew devouring the dishes he had prepared. For Zepp, who had ascended to captaincy through his culinary prowess, the most gratifying moments were not those of plundering treasures, but rather the appreciation for his culinary skills, as exemplified by the current raucous laughter and merriment echoing within the humble quarters of the slums. Suddenly, the front door burst open, and a chilling gust of wind and rain swept into the room, somewhat dissipating the lively atmosphere. The pirates near the entrance shivered, casting disgruntled glances at their drenched comrade. "Close the door." The rain-soaked pirate ignored their urgings, anxiously scanning the room. Upon spotting Zepp, he hurried over and exclaimed, "Captain, I've received word that the Redbeard pirates are searching for us throughout the slums." As the words left the pirate's lips, Zepp sprang to his feet, causing the room to tremble violently. In an instant, the ceiling shattered, and a crimson figure plummeted down. If anyone had been outside, they would have witnessed this red apparition cleave the very roof under which Zep and his crew sheltered. A few crew members were caught off guard, struck by the red figure, and instantly spat blood, rendered incapable of fighting back. Only then did the occupants realize that the crimson shadow was a mass of hair, as thick as a human waist, one end tethered to the outside. Under some unknown force, the hair had become denser and heavier than iron, creating a deep crater upon impact. The vibrant red strands writhed like a monstrous serpent, slowly retracting outside, yet not before ensnaring several crew members in its greedy embrace. They screamed as they flailed their weapons against the hair, but their efforts merely produced the sound of metal clashing, severing only a few strands without rescuing their comrades. Zep led a few officers through the gap created by the hair, emerging onto the street where Barbarossa and several red-eared pirates were watching them intently. Zep's crew continued to file out of the house. Although the chef pirates were outnumbered by the Redbeard crew, they had a significant presence in this area, bolstered by dozens of comrades. Yet, despite this disparity, Barbarossa and his men displayed no signs of fear. Hutchison took out a flask, took a swig of strong liquor, and passed it to Hardin, the fiery liquid dispelling the chill within and banishing their dread. The Redbeard pirates were among the most formidable forces in the East Sea, and Barbarossa commanded a cadre of elite fighters, faced with an enemy tenfold their number. They shared a moment of silence before charging at the chef pirates emerging from the building. The chef pirates, undeterred, rallied under their officer's guidance, countering the assault. Zep, arms crossed, observed the fray coldly. The Redbeard crew, though fewer in number, began to falter under the chef pirates' counterattack. Noticing this, Barbarossa attempted to assist, prompting Zep to finally act. With a powerful push from his feet, Zep leaped over the throng, delivering a kick like a battle axe toward the monstrous hair formed by Barbarossa's ability, known as Redfoot. Zep's reputation in the East Sea was built upon his formidable leg strength, capable of shattering bones and splattering blood. His kick struck the hair, which, though as hard as iron, was still sent flying. Redbeard, Redfoot. The two adversaries locked eyes, enmity palpable. Barbarossa blamed Zep for the deaths of his two brothers, while Zep harbored deep resentment for Barbarossa's sudden ambush that claimed several of his subordinates. Barbarossa swung his curved blade, towering over Zep at over 2 meters, his physique akin to that of a bear. The enormous blade whistled through the air, and the rain droplets that struck Zep's face stung like needles. Zep executed a nimble roll to evade the strike, but as Barbarossa's blade missed its mark, hair sprouted wildly from his head, jaw, and hands, twisting into ropes that lashed out at Zep as if imbued with life. Barbarossa's hair, animated by his ability, struck the ground with a thud, sending dirt flying and creating a pit. Zep's legs danced like shadows, yet every time his feet met Barbarossa's hair, a sound akin to solid iron colliding echoed. However, despite Zep's remarkable leg strength, he could not stem the tide of hair that continued to multiply. He could only kick them away, unable to harm Barbarossa. Ultimately, he was caught off guard and struck by a hair whip as thick as an arm, causing him to cough blood and crash into a nearby dwelling. Zep's crew gasped in horror, while the Redbeard pirates' morale soared, their cheers ringing out. Barbarossa, brandishing his curved blade, marched toward the house where Zep had fallen. Upon reaching it, a red figure suddenly burst forth from within. Instinctively, Barbarossa activated his ability, causing his hair to grow wildly and tangle into a thick mass in front of him. Simultaneously, Zep, blood trickling from his mouth, had already propelled himself forward, kicking at the hair before him. At that moment, Barbarossa could see that Zep's right foot was stained a deep crimson, the rainwater sizzling upon contact, evaporating almost instantly. Barbarossa's single eye narrowed, and he watched in disbelief as his once iron-hard hair twisted and curled beneath Zep's foot, now imbued with heat and flames. Barbarossa, this is a special treat I prepared just for you. Do savor it. Devil wind kick. With a ferocious roar, Zep's burning right leg effortlessly tore through the hair, striking Barbassa's chest. A foul scent wafted from the point of contact as Barbassa cried out in agony, propelled like a cannonball, tumbling twice on the street, seemingly devoid of life. After lying still for a while, he struggled to rise, brushing his chin, causing the singed beard ignited by Zep's infernal kick to fall away. Discarded to the side. Doused by the rain, the flames on his beard were extinguished. Half kneeling on the ground, Barbassa violently tore open his shirt, revealing a left chest marred as if seared by a branding iron, blood and flesh grotesquely intertwined. Gasping for breath, he cast a wary glance at Zep within the house, refraining from further assault. The two pirate captains, each grievously wounded, stood apart in a tense stalemate, while their respective crews began to withdraw from the fray. The crew members of the Redbeard pirates, including Hutchison and Hardin, vigilantly surrounded Barbossa as one attempted to assist him, only to be roughly shoved aside. "Why didn't you strike earlier, Zep?" Barbossa's single eye fixed intently on Zep still standing in the house. He surveyed the extinguished flames on the ground, sneering. "Are you too afraid to come out?" Zep, clutching his previously injured waist, wore a dark expression. His infernal kick, designed to enhance lethality through friction-generated heat and flames, had been specifically developed to counter Barbossa, preventing a situation like this from arising, but it was not yet perfected. His right leg throbbed with pain from the sudden surge of friction and heat, and the heavy rain hindered the execution of his technique, which fundamentally relied on high temperatures and fire. Now that Barbossa had developed a defense, landing a hit as easily as before would prove to be quite a challenge. Especially considering Barbossa's formidable strength, even without his devil fruit abilities. "You all go ahead. I will hold the rear," Zep decisively instructed his crew. The cook pirates were in a frenzy. "Captain, don't dawdle. I know what I'm doing," Zep retorted sharply, glancing at the lifeless bodies of several cook pirates on the ground. "Return to the ship. Once we're at sea, we can resume our game with this red-haired monster." At the private port outside Kalma City, the red-eared pirate ship lay in eerie silence, while the crew on the dock bore grim expressions. Zep and the cook pirates had managed to flee from Barbossa and his crew, which was unfortunate enough, but upon their return to their own ship, they were met with new calamity. Their vessel had been attacked, leaving no survivors. Barbossa, his countenance dark, ascended the gangplank to the deck, where several bodies lay, his men left behind to guard the ship. He did not spare a glance at the corpses, striding purposefully toward the captain's quarters at the stern. A few red-beard pirates following him instinctively shuddered at the sight of their captain's expression. Moments later, a furious roar erupted from the stern, akin to a beast cornered in a desperate plight, filled with frenzied madness. William staggered past a group of old pirates and found the captain's cabin door wide open. In the center of the room stood Barbarossa, panting heavily, his furry face displaying not only anger but also a hint of confusion. The captain's quarters were in disarray, evidently ransacked and maliciously vandalized. Exquisite carpets lay shredded into tattered remnants, scattered across the floor, mingling with spilled liquor and dirt, creating a filthy mess. William understood that what truly incensed Barbarossa was not merely the loss of his crew members, but rather the disappearance of crucial navigational logs, captain's diaries, and charts, information that had been orchestrated by the traitor among them. Standing in the center of the room, Barbarossa appeared both furious and bewildered. His once formidable presence as the notorious East Sea pirate diminished to a state of utter disarray. The stark contrast in his demeanor evoked a sense of pity in William, albeit a pity reminiscent of crocodile tears. In just a few days, Barbarossa had lost two of his most trusted subordinates, the navigator Halradin and the first mate Reese. Now, even the vital information marking the location of their treasure had been snatched away. If Halradin and Reese had fallen victim to the cook pirate crew, then who was responsible for the assault on the Redbeard pirate crew's vessel? Barbarossa felt ensnared in an enormous web, tightening around him with each passing moment, leaving him utterly perplexed. His formidable devil fruit powers and strength were rendered useless, akin to a beast ensnared in a hunter's cunning trap, possessing brute force yet unable to outsmart human ingenuity. One pirate, noticing Barbarossa's dazed state, tentatively approached and called out, "Captain?" This invocation seemed to snap Barbarossa back to reality, his expression shifting to one of ferocity. In a sudden, violent motion, he struck with his blade, causing the oblivious pirate to stagger back in confusion. Almost immediately, a line of blood appeared at the pirate's throat, and despite his frantic attempts to cover the wound, it proved futile. With a thud, the unfortunate pirate turned half a circle, his vacant gaze sweeping across the many crew members of the Red-Beard pirate crew before collapsing to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. The crew members, witnessing the grim scene, exhibited a range of emotions, fear, confusion, and anger, yet remained silent. Even Halradin, known for his erratic temperament, had committed acts of violence against his subordinates only a handful of times, often resorting to reprimands instead. Barbarossa, once revered by his crew as a sagacious leader capable of guiding them to successive victories, had now indiscriminately slain one of his own. The crew suddenly found the figure before them, Barbarossa, to be a stranger, yet it was clear that he was on the brink of losing his sanity, and no one dared to provoke him further. William also feigned a look of terror, slowly lowering his gaze, yet his mind was preoccupied with the burn on Barbarossa's chest. Where once there had been a lush growth of hair, now completely absent. It dawned on him that Barbarossa feared fire. After having taken a life, Barbarossa's rage somewhat abated. His immediate concern was to relocate the treasure documented in the nautical log. Zep had already fled to the sea, and if they wished to pursue him swiftly, they would undoubtedly require the assistance of Alcacio and Roy. However, Barbarossa was acutely aware that he had just stirred up considerable trouble. His adversaries were not his subordinates and would not simply comply with his commands. To secure their help, he would need to offer incentives. Should his long-accumulated treasure be plundered, leaving him destitute, he could hardly expect Alcacio and Roy, who had only recently aided him, to expend their efforts in pursuing Zep. Barbarossa did not even have the opportunity to meet with Alcacio to personally reassure his ally. He hastily ordered his crew to prepare for departure. Yet, it wasn't long before a crew member rushed to inform him that their unknown enemies had not only ransacked the captain's quarters, but had also inflicted damage on critical areas of the ship, requiring at least several days for repairs. Barbarossa's face darkened, as his earlier turmoil had led to unrest in the slums, and the royal city was now under lockdown. Vessels at the dock were departing in droves, making it impossible to seize new ships. Barbarossa could only reach out to Alcacio, hoping he might assist in procuring a merchant vessel. To this end, he brought along both Chloe and, exceptionally, William. It was evident that Barbarossa recognized the current state of dependency upon others. Chloe, being one of Alcacio's men, had been injured due to his connection to Barbarossa. By bringing along the equally wounded William, he aimed to demonstrate to Alcacio that he had not intentionally neglected or betrayed Chloe, as his sole navigator had also suffered significant harm. This act was a notable exception for Barbarossa, who had always been reluctant to engage with other crew members or Alcacio. It underscored the importance of William to the pirate crew, particularly following the deaths of Reese and Hayreddin, as he now stood as the sole navigator aboard the ship. Upon their arrival at the Chancellor's residence, the trio sat in the reception room for an extended period. Just as Barbarossa's impatience grew, Alcacio strolled into the room, accompanied by a cadre of sharp and formidable guards. After taking his seat, Alcacio cast a glance at the three pirates, all bandaged, and let out a derisive laugh. "Are you attempting to elicit sympathy through your pitiful display?" Barbarossa's expression darkened. "I require your assistance in finding a ship." Before he could finish, Alcacio brusquely interrupted. "I am not one of your pathetic slave crew who must obey your every whim. The trouble you have stirred is considerable enough. I have yet to settle the score with you. The conflict with the chef pirates is of your own making, and neither Roy nor I will intervene." With a loud crash, Barbarossa crushed the teacup in his hand, oblivious to the scalding tea that splashed onto his skin. His single eye bore down on Alcacio, the beard on his chin quivering slightly. For a fleeting moment, William feared that Barbarossa would lash out. He understood that the relentless blows to Barbarossa's pride had left him seething with anger. Yet this seemingly unhinged giant ultimately restrained his murderous intent in the presence of the seemingly fragile Alcacio. Clearly, the conversation could not continue. Barbarossa kicked over the tea table in frustration and stormed out, disregarding both William and Chloe in his fury. William was perplexed as to why Barbarossa refrained from taking action. Although Alcacio was accompanied by a retinue of guards, should a conflict ensue, even if Barbarossa sustained some injuries, it was doubtful that the fragile Alcacio could be adequately protected. William did not consciously follow Barbarossa's departure, which caught the attention of Arcadio, who cast a couple of glances his way. Arcadio turned to Chloe, who gently nodded in affirmation, and then inquired of William, "Are you stoled?" "Yes, my lord," William replied candidly. His demeanor elicited a satisfied expression from Arcadio. "You are the ship's navigator? You must have received a commendable education. On board, one finds a rabble of uncouth individuals lacking regard for hierarchy. It would serve you well to engage more frequently with individuals like Chloe, who are similarly educated, refined, and possess an understanding of social order." Upon hearing this, William cast a glance at Crow, who, seizing the opportunity while lowering his head to sip tea, discreetly smiled at him. William turned his head and earnestly reiterated, "Yes, my lord." After countless years of solitude, the deserted island finally welcomed a cargo ship today. Without waiting for the gangway to be lowered, Aramis leapt from the bow of the ship onto the shore. He surveyed his surroundings before retrieving a map from his pocket to compare with the landscape. Once the gangway was lowered, Edmund, Tony, and Sherlock joined him. Simultaneously, numerous sailors and workers disembarked from the ship, bustling about its periphery. Rather than assist, the group huddled around the map, deliberating for a brief moment before Edmund and Tony took the lead, with Aramis and Sherlock guiding them according to the map towards the heart of the island. The island was enveloped in silence, occasionally broken by the calls of birds. The choice of this remote location by Barbarossa as a treasure site was undoubtedly due to its seclusion. The terrain was rugged and overgrown, making traversal arduous. After hours of searching, the group finally stumbled upon a discreet path in a shadowy corner untouched by sunlight. As they followed it, they were met with a natural cave entrance. Except for Sherlock, who had once lived in affluence, the excitement among Edmund, Aramis, and Tony was palpable. Thus far, the discoveries they made corresponded with Barbarossa's nautical logs. Tony lit the kerosene lamp he had carried, leading the way into the narrow passage. After some time, Tony suddenly came to a halt, prompting Edmund, who was following closely, to nudge him, bringing Tony back to his senses as he quickly stepped aside. Before them lay a spacious natural cavern, but none had the heart to marvel at nature's artistry. Heavy wooden chests nearly filled the cave, some overflowing with riches, their lids unable to close, revealing gold coins and jewels that sparkled under the light, captivating their gaze. Sherlock, being the son of the former guild president, was the first to regain his composure. He nudged Aramis and urged, "Stop staring. We must move this treasure quickly." "Yes, yes," Tony responded, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "All of this now belongs to us." "No, it belongs to William," Sherlock interjected coolly, casting a glance at Tony. Taken aback, Tony forced a smile, "Of course, but William is not a miser. We've contributed significantly to this endeavor. He cannot possibly withhold benefits from us." "I understand, but until William speaks." "These treasures belong to the Morgans," Sherlock replied. At that moment, Edmund had already excitedly approached the chests, opening their lids one by one. Aramis cast a deep glance at Sherlock and Tony before joining Edmund. With both of them distracted, Tony leaned closer to Sherlock, his voice low and menacing. "What do you mean? Are you intentionally making things difficult for me?" Tony's tone lacked civility. Now that the Golden Leaf Guild's reputation had faded, Sherlock was left vulnerable. Tony no longer felt the need to defer to Sherlock's status, believing his own position had risen above that of Sherlock. In truth, if not for William's support, Tony would have already extorted the wealth from Sherlock, the easy target. Sherlock remained unfazed by Tony's brusque demeanor. Having faced numerous challenges since the upheaval, he had grown accustomed to such encounters. William's brief messages conveyed through Edmund had deeply moved him. "I am merely reminding you to recognize your place," Sherlock stated without glancing at Tony. "I do not know when you developed the illusion of being on par with William, but trust me, my warning is preferable to William personally reminding you later." "But Tony began, reluctant to concede, only to be interrupted by Sherlock. "But what?" "This plan was devised by William. The main force is Edmund and Aramis. Do not forget, the winery you pride yourself on was also proposed by William." Tony's expression fluctuated between disbelief and embarrassment, yet Sherlock continued, undeterred by his feelings. "And do you believe you still hold sway over the younger ones in Redleaf Village? They follow you because they mistakenly believe you are part of William's crew. With William's silence, they continue to follow you out of habit. After all your profiteering from smuggling. How long has it been since you visited the docks or the winery? The ones they now admire and respect are the capable, intelligent, and approachable William, not you. Moreover, with Hale Din and less dead, it now falls to Barbarossa. You and I grew up hearing tales of the Redbeard's terror. Once William defeats him and takes his place as captain of the Redbeard pirate crew, when such a William stands before the young people of Redleaf Village alongside you, to whom do you think they will pledge their loyalty? And by what right do you think you can stand on equal footing with him? William has never indicated that." Tony replied, struggling to maintain his stance. "That is because he believes it unnecessary. He habitually assumes those around him are astute enough to understand. Yet you seem to have missed the point." Sherlock patted Tony's shoulder. "I am offering this reminder out of respect for our past friendship, old friend." The term old friend dripped with sarcasm, revealing Sherlock's lingering grievances towards Tony's prior attitude. Due to William's inexperience as a newly appointed navigator and unfamiliarity with the treasure location, the Redbeard pirate crew could only rely on Barbarossa's recollections, which delayed their journey by several days. By the time they reached the island, the treasures had already been claimed by Sherlock and his companions. Confronted with the empty cavern, the pirates felt a chill run through them. The treasures inside were not only Barbarossa's but also a share of their own. These riches were the fruits of their labor, earned through years of perilous encounters at sea. Even though their alliance with the Navy and Alcacio afforded them a relatively comfortable existence compared to other pirates. Every coin bore the blood and sweat of the Redbeard pirate crew. Barbarossa stood with his hands on his hips, gazing upward, lost in thought. Despite the crew's unease, none dared to disturb him, recalling the fate of the last crew member who had made the mistake. After what felt like an eternity, Barbarossa seemed to snap back to reality and calmly said, "Stolt, come here." As William approached, Barbarossa continued, "We are heading to the doldrums." William was momentarily taken aback. To ascertain that he had not misheard, he reiterated, "Are you implying that we are to venture into the doldrums?" The nearby pirates, who had caught the command of Barbarossa, stirred restlessly, but a mere glance from Barbarossa silenced them. It is entirely normal for William to have differing opinions from other pirates. In his quest to acquire knowledge about navigation, William perused numerous texts, all of which invariably mentioned the region known as the doldrums when discussing the geographical landscape of this world. The descriptions provided in these works could be succinctly encapsulated in 4 words: exceedingly perilous. This expanse of ocean is truly a maritime graveyard. The geography of this world is remarkably peculiar. The Red Earth continent and the Grand Line divide the entirety of the globe into 4 distinct maritime regions: east, south, west, and north. The 2 routes that encircle the planet sever the connections between these 4 seas, with the Grand Line playing a significant role in this division, largely due to the presence of the doldrums. Regardless of whether in a past life or the present, William was not a scholar, nor did he harbor any interest in delving into the bizarre geography of this world. He merely understood that 2 calms enveloped the great trade route, rendering these waters perpetually windless, a fatal condition for vessels still reliant on sails. Yet, the perils extended beyond this. The unique geographical position of these waters was home to countless colossal sea creatures, which the inhabitants of this world referred to as sea kings. To these titanic beings, what appeared to humans as a vast sailing ship might merely seem like an exquisite toy. Thus, anyone who had heard descriptions of this treacherous locale could readily envision its dangers. One could imagine a sailboat, devoid of power, struggling against the vast, desolate expanse of ocean with no port or supply in sight, desperately paddling forward in a direction unknown, while beneath the surface, untold leviathans lay in wait, their keen eyes fixed on the vessel. The scarcity of food, supplies, and the looming threat of the Sea Kings could easily lead to the downfall of any pirate crew. The Redbeard pirates stood as one of the foremost pirate factions in the East Sea. Yet to recklessly venture into the calms was tantamount to suicide, a truth William was acutely aware of, and one that Barbarossa surely recognized as well. "We will approach the vicinity of the calms," Barbarossa remarked, casting a glance at William. "Our aim is to acquire the devil fruit. We shall go only there." Devil fruit. William's heartbeat quickened slightly, yet he feigned a look of perplexity. Devil fruits? Do such things truly exist? Could they possibly grow in the doldrums? "I am uncertain of their exact origin," replied Barbarossa, "but in the East Blue, the doldrums are the most likely place to encounter them." William furrowed his brow. Still somewhat perplexed, Barbarossa, feeling a tinge of irritation, acknowledged that their destination was merely near the doldrums, yet that area offered little more safety than within the doldrums themselves. The Sea Kings residing beneath the waves could wreak havoc even with the rarest of crossings over the doldrums, making the surrounding waters a perilous realm. Consequently, the vicinity of the doldrums remained largely uninhabited, save for a few wild folk, with civilization scarcely taking root. The lack of supply points posed a significant challenge for long voyages. Aware that a safe passage to the desolate doldrums required the utmost efforts of a navigator, Barbarossa, despite his impatience, felt compelled to elucidate upon sensing William's hesitation and confusion. Throughout the seas, at every moment, there are pirates dreaming of entering the Grand Line to achieve greatness. Barbarossa let out a deep, mocking chuckle, seemingly deriding the audacity of these pirates. Simultaneously, within the Grand Line, at every moment, there are also pirates yearning to escape this graveyard of pirates. The treasure of the Pirate King, Roger, beckons countless buccaneers to the Grand Line, among whom are those relentless souls who refuse to turn back until they hit a wall, as well as many who regret their impulsive decisions soon after. Not to mention, the Navy headquarters is situated within the Grand Line. With the majority of the world government's attention focused there, the naval forces of the Grand Line are far superior to those of the 4 seas combined. Moreover, pirates are not a united front. Those who venture into the Grand Line must contend not only with the Navy's relentless pursuit, but also with the threat of conflict among fellow pirates. For those frightened to their core by the terrifying environment of the Grand Line, The thought of traversing the doldrums to return to the peace and stability of the four seas is not unfathomable, especially for a crew fortunate enough to acquire valuable riches in the Grand Line. For instance, a pirate crew that has fortuitously obtained a devil fruit. A mere fruit holds a value of 100 million berries, and that is merely the base price. Few would be foolish enough to sell it at such a meager amount. In the four seas, where devil fruits are even rarer and often relegated to the realm of legend, their prices could soar to astonishing heights. This season marks the period of least activity for the Sea Kings. If any fortunate souls manage to traverse the doldrums and flee the Grand Line, it would undoubtedly be at this time. Barbarossa grinned wickedly, declaring that they would surely choose the East Blue. William nodded slowly, adding, "It is common knowledge that the East Sea is the weakest sea in terms of pirate influence. Any pirate crew that has made it to the Grand Line is formidable. Even if they escape from the Grand Line, they still possess overwhelming strength against their counterparts in the East Sea, as well as the Navy. In fact, a few years hence, a pirate crew composed of fishermen, harboring similar ambitions, will arrive in the East Sea, thereby corroborating William's assertion. Although the threat posed by Sea Kings has significantly diminished, it is not entirely absent, and traversing the calm belt still demands considerable stamina and energy. During the crossing of the calm belt, these pirates find themselves in a moment of vulnerability. Barbarossa instinctively rubbed his well-preserved palm against the hilt of his sword, a hint of pride in his demeanor, proclaiming that now is the perfect opportunity to strike, especially since they may very well be in possession of a devil fruit. Their conversation had begun to draw the attention of others, prompting Barbarossa to raise his voice, which eventually transformed into a rallying cry. When I first set sail and found myself in dire straits, it was there that I acquired a devil fruit, which led to all that I am today. That place is my land of fortune, and I firmly believe that this will not change. If we can find another devil fruit there, we shall reclaim everything lost. Our vendetta against Rees and Hayleiden shall be avenged." Barbarossa spoke truthfully. During his initial voyage alongside Rees and Hayleiden, they encountered a predicament akin to William's, being pursued by a notorious old pirate. They fled to the vicinity of the calm belt, where fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a crew that had recently escaped from the Grand Line. Exhausted from crossing the calm belt, the Redbeard brothers made some sacrifices but ultimately triumphed over their adversaries, consuming the devil fruit in the process. In the end, with the powers granted by the fruit, Barbarossa exacted his revenge and ascended to prominence, gradually becoming one of the most formidable pirates in the East Sea, forging an alliance with Arcadio. The circumstances they faced then were even more dire than those of the present, yet Barbarossa persevered, confident that fate would continue to favor him. He believed that if he could find another devil fruit and present this invaluable treasure to Arcadio and Roy, they would surely acquiesce to his request, even offering him a handsome sum in return. With the support of Arcadio and Roy, Barbarossa felt increasingly assured about pursuing Zepp and the chef pirates. Eliminating them would not only serve as retribution but also grant him access to their long-cherished treasures. Thus, the current predicament would be effortlessly resolved, provided he could locate a devil fruit. Looking upwards, as if he could see the sky through the cave's ceiling, he remained steadfast in his belief that he would find a devil fruit and continue his legendary saga in the East Sea. William gazed at Barbarossa, whose countenance radiated unwavering resolve. He was convinced that with just a little more persuasion, Barbarossa would inevitably turn against Alcacio, fostering a deep enmity between them. William now finally comprehends why Barbarossa, despite his seething rage, was able to endure the humiliation inflicted by Alcacio. Barbarossa perceived a potential escape route. The devil fruit was his ultimate bargaining chip. With the possession of such a treasure, valued at over 100 million berries, Alcacio would surely overlook their prior disagreements, mending the rift between allies. However, what if he could not locate the devil fruit? Or rather, what if Barbarossa came to realize that even upon finding it, he would still struggle to bridge the divide between them? The doldrums stretch endlessly across the East Sea, an expanse of ocean where the likelihood of encountering a fortunate band of pirates capable of traversing this windless zone, particularly those possessing a devil fruit, is quite slim. Of course, since the probability is not zero, there remains a possibility of such an encounter, all contingent upon fortune. Yet, William has always harbored a disdain for relying on the elusive nature of luck. As William sailed towards the vicinity of the doldrums alongside Barbarossa, Akin was diligently polishing weapons within the 16th Division of the Navy, following the severe interrogation of Ward to extract intelligence. William not only resolved to disguise himself for boarding, but also chose to leave Akin behind with instructions to infiltrate the Navy, which subsequently resulted in his absence during events such as the welcoming of Sherlock. In truth, prior to opposing Barbarossa, Alcacio, and others, William had contemplated deploying someone to act as a mole within the Navy. On one hand, as one of the most formidable forces at sea, the Navy's movements were of paramount importance to William. He needed to gather intelligence about their activities. On the other hand, he had also entertained the idea of pilfering certain military technologies from the Navy, including weapon specifications and even techniques. William found it hard to believe that a modest dojo run by the renowned Jian Chongsi Lang could offer exceptional and meticulous swordsmanship training, while the formidable naval force, a significant player on the seas, lacked even the fundamental technical training for its soldiers. However, at the time, William was not particularly anxious. He intended to observe the situation before making his next move. He planned to place Akin in a strategic position once his smuggling operations expanded into new territories. Yet, after the incident with Vallon, this strategy evidently fell through. Akin's placement under Roy was merely a coincidence. William remained oblivious to the true nature of the Navy's collusion with Alcacio and Barbarossa, so he could only analyze the geopolitical landscape. The waters surrounding the Kingdom of Navia coincidentally fell within the jurisdiction of the Navy's 16th Division, making it more likely for the officers of this division to be in cahoots with Alcacio. Even if his assumptions were flawed, it would not hinder William's plans. The Navy, under the auspices of the world government, maintained a status that transcended the authority of the kingdoms, and their conscription procedures appeared rather primitive to William as a time traveler. Initially, he had anticipated that the Navy and the world government would conduct thorough background checks on new recruits, akin to the practices of Earth in his previous life. However, after some time, he realized he had grossly overestimated the capabilities of both the world government and the Navy. The already outdated conscription system, combined with the semi-independent and insular management of various naval bases, resulted in a mixed pool of recruits. It was not uncommon for fugitives from various kingdoms to infiltrate the naval ranks to evade capture. Consequently, Akin seamlessly assumed the role of a new recruit in the 16th Division of the Navy, gaining the favor of Lieutenant Mouse due to his skills and bribes. However, Akin was somewhat perplexed about whether it was his wealth or ability that garnered Mouse's attention. Mouse was undoubtedly a greedy little man, a fact Akin could ascertain, and he harbored a certain distaste for this shifty superior. Yet, William found such a duplicitous character quite useful. Through financial incentives, Akin procured valuable intelligence from Mouse, which significantly aided William in refining his plans. As Akin polished his weapon, he glanced at the time, tidied his tools, and departed, making his way down the corridor to his quarters. From beneath his bed, he retrieved a box of cigars and a bottle of sherry, heading toward the duty room. Upon reaching the duty room's entrance and finding it unoccupied, he gently knocked before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Akin discreetly scanned the table cluttered with transponder snails, then smiled at a young naval soldier, Neil, who was looking at him in confusion, and said, "Neil, could you do me a favor?" In a military base where collusion with pirates was rampant, and where officers had even led troops to expel pirates from villages, it was inevitable that many were simply going through the motions. Akin effortlessly persuaded Neil to leave the duty room with a box of cigars and a bottle of alcohol. Once alone, Akin dialed a number using the transponder snail. This peculiar creature sent a series of signals into the distance, with the waves traveling swiftly through the air until they reached a nearby stretch of sea, awakening the seemingly dormant transponder snail in Aramis's possession. After a brief exchange with Akin, Aramis stowed the transponder snail, casting a glance at the group of individuals in the cabin who were fixated on him. After a moment of silence, he commanded, "Prepare to act. Remember, leave no survivors." Edmund ran a hand through his vibrant red hair, then rose silently from his seat, grasping the curved blade at his waist as he exited the cabin. The remaining young men from Honya village exhibited a spectrum of emotions, some flushed with excitement, others pale with anxiety. On the deck, Sherlock was quietly reassuring the anxious helmsman, while Tony, not far off, smoked a cigarette, his expression complex. The crew's three-masted sailing ship braved the waves, heading toward a distant bridge that seemed to divide the sky from the sea. In the duty room of the 16th Division, a uniquely designed transponder snail was suddenly stirred, emitting a series of sounds. The label in front of the snail read Tequila Wolf. Once Akin connected the call, a tense male voice quickly emerged from the other end. "This is Tequila Wolf. We are under attack by pirates while transporting supplies to the residents of the bridge. Hurry and provide assistance. Can you hold your ground? Akin responded leisurely. Damn it, we are merely a supply transport vessel. It is your Navy's responsibility to protect us from attacks and harassment. Do you have any idea how crucial our safety is to the world government and the celestial dragons? You better act quickly. The voice on the other end sounded frantic, but suddenly paused mid-sentence, before exclaiming in terror, They're coming aboard. Send help quickly. A cacophony of screams erupted from the transponder snail, culminating in a chilling scream. Akin remained on the line, and after a brief silence, a familiar voice returned. Everything is taken care of. I didn't expect to encounter only a bunch of rotund officials, which made me quite tense. Double-check to ensure there are no witnesses, then make a swift exit. Akin issued simple instructions before disconnecting the call. He then stood up, gathered his composure, and hurriedly pushed open the duty room door. Just 2 steps out, he spotted a slightly inebriated Neil emerging from a nearby dormitory, having heard the commotion. What happened, Akin? The Tequila Wolf supply ship was attacked by pirates. As Neil's inebriation faded, his complexion shifted like that of a chameleon, transitioning from crimson to pallid. If one were to enumerate the 2 most renowned figures in the East Sea, the names that would undoubtedly surface in people's minds are those of the naval hero, Garp, and the legendary pirate, Roger. Similarly, when asked to identify the most iconic landmarks, one would certainly mention the capital of the Goa Kingdom, the town of Goa, and the Bridge Kingdom, Tequila Wolf. Tequila Wolf, also referred to as the Bridge Kingdom or the Laborer's Kingdom, was commissioned for construction by the celestial dragons 7 centuries ago, with the intent to connect various islands. The laborers tasked with this monumental endeavor, or more accurately, the slaves, comprised criminals from different kingdoms and citizens of nations that refused to join the world government. The sheer expanse of the bridge and the multitude of inhabitants residing upon it are sufficient to regard it as an independent nation. Furthermore, as the bridge's length has increased, numerous migrations on a national scale have occurred. However grand the bridge may be, it is merely an edifice of steel and concrete, incapable of producing sufficient essential goods to sustain its populace. Consequently, the residents rely heavily on external supplies for their daily sustenance. Typically, pirates do not roam the vicinity, let alone raid the supply ships traversing the bridge, for Tequila Wolf is under the watchful gaze of the world government and the celestial dragons. To the pirates of the East Sea, these colossal entities are akin to giants, and as ants, the pirates would be wise to avoid provoking them. Presently, Tequila Wolf lies within the jurisdiction of the Navy's 16th Division. Without delving into the potential repercussions for the pirates who may assault the supply vessels, it is likely that the Navy's 16th Division would face penalties should the bridge experience disturbances from pirate activity, thereby affecting the construction timeline. Did they specify which pirate crew attacked? Neil inquired. Akin paused before responding. The pirate crew did not display their flag. The only detail shared over the phone was that the leader had red hair and wielded a curved sword. That gang of pirates must possess considerable strength. Our communication was abruptly cut off after only a few exchanges. In a parallel development, prior to the impending assault on Tequila Wolf, William, with ulterior motives, insidiously persuaded Barbarossa to make an appearance in a nearby village to recruit a fresh batch of crew members, citing the severe casualties aboard the ship. Barbarossa, unaware of William's true intentions, acquiesced without hesitation. Currently aboard the red-haired pirate's vessel, Barbarossa has largely relinquished his responsibilities, indulging in drink daily. The recent losses of Reese and Halidon, along with the plundering of their amassed wealth, have rendered him somewhat despondent. This despair is evident in his fixation on the elusive prospect of the devil fruit. In truth, Barbarossa's melancholia does not pose a significant threat to the pirate crew, provided he can still assert his formidable prowess and command the loyalty of his crew. Unfortunately, a scheming William now occupies a pivotal role aboard the ship. Presently, the ship's affairs are primarily managed by William and a newly appointed first mate named Felton, whom Barbarossa has promoted. Despite his despondency, Barbarossa has not entirely lost his discernment, as evidenced by Felton's appointment. Felton, an experienced old pirate, initially held a poor opinion of William, who had recently risen to his level. Aware that he lacks the navigational skills possessed by William, Felton clings to Barbarossa for support, displaying the characteristics of a sycophantic subordinate. As night descended, William patrolled the ship with a lantern in hand. He first checked the crew's quarters to ensure the candles serving as light sources had not extinguished, examined several flammable areas, and thoughtfully rearranged the blankets of the new crew members who had dozed off, tucking in their corners with care. Naturally, such benevolent gestures inevitably roused the sleeping individuals, prompting him to smile and gesture for silence, embodying the image of a selfless benefactor, much to the gratitude of the apprehensive newcomers navigating an unfamiliar environment. Upon leaving the cabin, he exchanged pleasantries with the night watch pirates, occasionally reminding the newcomers to refrain from illuminating their surroundings or tossing a cigarette to the seasoned pirates, sharing a jest or two before moving on. During William's time aboard the ship, his most significant expenditure turned out to be the purchase of cigarettes. The pirate vessel could embark on a voyage of indeterminate length before docking at any inhabited territory, and unlike the alcoholic provisions stored on board, tobacco had to be sourced by the pirates themselves. Some inexperienced newcomers, or those who spent extravagantly without adequately stocking up on tobacco, found themselves deprived of their supply before long. On occasion, when William witnessed a fellow pirate suffering from nicotine cravings due to their lack of provisions, he would toss them a pack. On the ship, the influence of cigarettes and alcohol in winning hearts and forging bonds often surpassed even the value of berries. Moreover, being in enemy territory weighed heavily on William. He dared not indulge in alcohol to alleviate his stress and instead resorted to smoking. Over time, this habit led him to develop a craving for tobacco. Some younger pirates, close to William's age, looked on with envy as he engaged in jovial conversation with the seasoned pirates. From the stern to the bow, it seemed as though he was surrounded by friends. This, of course, was a mere illusion. Although William had gradually shed his facade and regained his affable demeanor, he was not like Barry, and it was impossible for everyone to hold him in high regard. In the sheltered area at the bow, a few figures were gathered around a dimly lit lantern playing cards. One of them, upon hearing footsteps, glanced up and, upon recognizing William, quickly averted his gaze, redirecting his attention back to the cards in his hand. William furrowed his brow as he looked up at the individual before him, a short, stocky man with a face marred by excess flesh and a disheveled mane of black curls. This was Felton, the newly appointed first mate aboard the ship. The others gathered around the light were also Felton's close associates, save for one, a youthful sailor whose boyish features betrayed his inexperience. A crew comprised of seasoned pirates, well-versed in the vices of drinking, gambling, and deceit, surrounded him. Among the newcomers, besides a few sailors with some navigational experience, many were novices unfamiliar with the ship's protocols and lacking in long-distance sailing experience. The young man, still bearing traces of youthfulness, was evidently seen as an easy target for exploitation by Felton and his cohorts. Gambling, especially of the duplicitous variety, only served to exacerbate tensions among the crew and elevate management challenges. In the past, when Reyes and Haledon were aboard, Reyes acted as the ship's steward, overseeing every detail with meticulous care, while Haledon, with his irritable temperament, discouraged gambling in their presence. Any such activities were relegated to the shadows. However, with Barbarossa's diminished oversight, the ship's order had descended into slight disarray. Felton, the current first mate, was a far cry from Reyes. Lacking both his intellect and the ability to set a good example, he brazenly engaged in gambling, abusing his position. Yet Felton and his loyal subordinates paid little heed to William. The young sailor, who had recently joined the crew, was acutely aware of William's significance. As the ship's navigator, William was adept in navigating social intricacies and, notably, had previously captured the notorious Redfoot Zepp in Kalmar. On a pirate ship, prowess was paramount, and William's standing was second only to Captain Barbarossa. In terms of both strength and status, the newcomer, Nadal, paled in comparison to William. Quickly tucking away his cards, Nadal stood up, inadvertently drawing the attention of Felton and his companions back to William. William cast a fleeting glance at a few individuals and addressed the newcomer, Nadal, with a tone of indifference, urging him to return to rest. "You cannot leave," Felton admonished Nadal sternly, then turned to William with a peculiar grin, adding, "He still owes us money." Nadal looked at William with a hint of helplessness as William scanned the faces of Felton and others, raising an eyebrow before reiterating, "Return to sleep." Felton furrowed his brow and strode determinedly towards William. However, his shorter stature necessitated that he look up to meet the gaze of the tall William, rendering him somewhat lacking in presence. "Do not think that just because you are a navigator, you can meddle in affairs that do not concern you, Stolt." Felton spat vehemently. "Should I commend your intelligence or lament your foolishness, first mate?" William retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the gathering old pirates before fixing Felton with a scrutinizing gaze from his elevated position. "The captain merely seeks to balance my influence aboard the ship, a truth we both understand, yet must you be so invested in this charade? I had no idea you were such an experiential actor." Felton's animosity towards William may have partly stemmed from his own sentiments. Yet it was likely more a display for Barbarossa and the other crew members. Unlike William, who possessed navigational skills, Felton's ascent to the role of first mate was entirely due to Barbarossa's patronage, whose intentions were evidently clear. Felton did not comprehend the unfamiliar term experiential. Yet he discerned the subtle mockery in William's tone, causing him to bristle with irritation. Nonetheless, as William had alluded, his hostility was perhaps more performative than genuine. How could he truly confront William when surrounded by his loyal confidants? He was reluctant to display any sign of weakness. William discerned his thoughts at a glance and extracted his wallet from his pocket. Do you truly believe that a newcomer, who has never experienced plunder and has not yet shared in the spoils, possesses the means to pay you? He continued, how much does he owe you? I shall settle it on his behalf. Felton, hands on his hips, uttered a figure, and Nadal hesitated to respond. William was aware that Felton had quoted a sum exceeding the actual debt, yet he still handed over the money, with the funds secured. The paramount concern was to regain his dignity in front of others. Felton, in high spirits, flashed a smug smile at William before swaggering towards the cabin. His accompanying old pirates appeared equally triumphant, as if they believed William had yielded. As the last member of their group passed by William, he casually bumped shoulders with him. Neither too gentle nor too forceful. William turned slightly, his expression enigmatic as he observed the departing group. Nadal stood awkwardly, inquiring, Stolt, what is the matter? William gazed in the direction of Felton's exit, sighing, I am merely perplexed by how fools seem to be omnipresent in this world. He then turned back to Nadal. Your naivety is quite transparent. How do you dare to gamble with others? William chided Nadal. Consider that sum is a loan from me. Return it when you have spoils to share. Now, off you go to sleep. Nadal expressed his gratitude and hastily departed. On the bridge of the kingdom, aboard the supply ship that had been attacked, Colonel Roy held a cigar between his teeth, lifting an intact flag of the chef pirates with a curved sword in his right hand. He displayed it to the officers, including Rat and others, and chuckled. This is truly amusing. In an effort to leave no witnesses, they spared not a single soul aboard, yet they deliberately left behind a pristine pirate flag, as if they feared we wouldn't recognize the assailants. He furiously tossed the cigar to the ground and shouted, Barbarossa, that scoundrel, must think we are fools. In the captain's cabin, Barbarossa was seated behind his desk, which was adorned with a newly acquired nautical chart. The ship's officers were gathered around, including the stout first mate Felton, the balding medical officer Wood, navigator William, and the newly appointed second mate Hardin, a tall, robust young man in his mid-20s, bearing a horrific scar across his throat, a remnant of a past attack. He was a fierce warrior, having boldly confronted the chef pirates and Zepp on 2 occasions, making him an exemplary fit for his role. We cannot ascertain how long we will linger in the doldrums, thus we must identify a suitable refuge, William stated calmly. Food, solid ground, and most importantly, water. Barbarossa rested his chin on his hand, his single eye narrowing as he regarded the eloquent William. Having been a pirate for nearly a decade, he had encountered myriad types of pirates, reckless, cunning, ignorant, and shrewd. Since setting sail again, he had noted William's remarkable transformation from a mere novice to a shrewd operator, adept at navigating alliances aboard the ship. Before the assault in Kalmar City, when Reese and Harridan were still alive, Barbarossa would have admired William's evolution, recognizing that only the inept would remain subservient aboard another's ship, especially someone as skilled in navigation and swordsmanship as William. However, with the tragic demise of his 2 close allies, Barbarossa could no longer tolerate William's burgeoning prowess. If not for the imperative need to locate the devil fruit, he would have swiftly dealt a harsh lesson to William, but for now, he would remain vigilant in his personnel decisions. The treacherous environment of the doldrums necessitated Barbarossa's reliance on William. Thus he redirected his gaze from William, casting it upon Felton, the first mate. The crew is in high spirits, rest assured, Captain, Felton proclaimed, thumping his chest. Nearby, Hardin subtly scoffed. He knew Felton was lying. They were headed for the doldrums, a place that struck fear into ordinary sailors, and if not for their dire circumstances and Barbarossa's obstinacy, no one would willingly venture there. In Kalmar City, at the Treasury Secretary's residence, Colonel Roy disregarded the bowing butler Eaton and pushed open the door to the meeting room, ushering Rat inside. Arcatio promptly approached. But Roy, disinterested in pleasantries, directly asked, Have you come to a decision? Arcatio frowned. Is it truly Barbarossa behind this? Who else could it be? Roy gestured for Rat to close the door before furiously adding, I have confirmed sightings of the Redbeard pirates landing on nearby islands before and after the incident. And they have even recruited locals. Didn't your men aboard inform you? His treasure has likely been plundered, leaving him no choice but to resort to desperate measures. During their last meeting, CLO had informed Arcatillo of the Redbeard pirate ship being raided, along with the loss of Barbarossa's navigational journals and treasure maps. Both he and Roy understood that their ally, the notorious pirate Barbarossa, might soon find himself destitute. This led them to believe that their ally, the infamous pirate known as Redbeard, was considering a preemptive strike since he could not persuade them with riches. The animosity between the chef pirates and Barbarossa, as reported by CLO and corroborated by Akin's accounts, pointed overwhelmingly toward this possibility. Roy sucked on his cigar vigorously, the glowing ember reflecting his mounting fury. This bastard is a mad dog. He has lost his mind. Does he think he can pin this on the chef pirates and coerce us into avenging him? How naive. Arcatillo closed his eyes slightly, stroking the gemstone ring on his finger before asking, can this be suppressed? The tequila wolf was commissioned by the celestial dragons. Its attack has drawn the attention of the headquarters in the world government. This concerns the dignity of the world's nobility, not some petty merchant. How can I suppress it? Roy retorted. Arcatillo hesitated, contemplating the troubles Barbarossa had caused him lately, and with a sigh, refrained from defending the increasingly tiresome brute. Arcatillo pointedly asked, what do you intend to do? Roy smirked. The higher-ups demand accountability, and I require one as well. Those insignificant pirates cannot compensate for the chasm this incident has created. I need a head of considerable weight to cleanse my name. Roy might endure some risk by attributing the blame to other pirate crews, but he wondered why he should shoulder such a burden for Barbarossa, the mad dog. Furthermore, this would not absolve him of his incompetence during this episode. Only the head of a significant pirate could secure his safety and possibly earn him accolades. Arcatillo sighed heavily. Having not done so in many years, Barbarossa is not easily dealt with. He is a monster. Colonel Roy extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Just a user of a devil fruit, nothing more. I have encountered many like him in the Grand Line. The pirates who run rampant there and the elites of the Navy are the true monsters. What is he really? Arcatillo, observing Roy's unwavering confidence, refrained from further reminders. He was aware that Roy was an officer trained at Navy headquarters, and although he might not belong to the monsters Roy spoke of, he certainly possessed far greater strength than the native Navy of the East Blue. Moreover, users of devil fruits were particularly vulnerable to seastone, a critical resource that the Navy would never be short of. Arcatillo lamented, it seems we must seek a new partner. I've mentioned it before, they are merely pirates. Of which there are plenty, Roy replied nonchalantly. Arcatillo nodded but found his thoughts drifting back to the rather earnest William he had first encountered. In the doldrums, a battered warship struggled across the waves. Its ram was broken, and the ship's hull bore gaping holes hastily patched with mismatched planks, rendering what should have been a formidable vessel somewhat ludicrous from a distance. With no wind to fill the sails, the crew had stowed them away. Instead, 2 rows of oars extended from either side of the ship, cutting through the water in unison, propelled by the muffled shouts of the crew. Behind the ship, a pool of blood stained the azure sea, the corpse of a gigantic sea king bobbing ominously in the water. Captain Selkirk, drenched and gasping for breath, lay sprawled on the deck. He appeared to be in his 30s, his bare torso crisscrossed with countless scars. Due to the scarcity of food, his body fat had diminished, accentuating the definition of his muscles. Beside him, the first mate and navigator, Crusoe, paid no heed to the exhausted captain, his expression impassive as he instructed a crewman nearby. The blood will soon attract other sea kings. We must leave swiftly. Inform the others to exert more effort. We need to accelerate our pace. The pirate, receiving the orders, did not even glance at the captain as he hurried away. Only then did Crusoe mockingly address Selkirk. If you had consumed a devil fruit, could you have dived in to stop the sea kings from attacking our ship? We would have been finished. And if that fruit were of the Logia type, or possessed some other beneficial ability, I wouldn't have needed to dive in. Selkirk slowly sat up, retorting. If? Crusoe scoffed. In moments, the conversation fell into an uncomfortable silence, the discord between the captain and the first mate evident to any observer. The swordfish pirates, named by Captain Selkirk, had not included Crusoe in its naming or discussions, as he was not one of the original members of the crew. Navigating the Grand Line required constant vigilance against treacherous weather and various battles. Selkirk's original navigator and several officers had perished in a brutal skirmish. Crusoe and a few others had joined the crew later, lacking the bonds forged through shared hardship, which naturally precluded any camaraderie and shared fortunes. By sheer chance, the swordfish pirates had acquired a devil fruit, a stroke of luck that, combined with the crew's weariness of the harsh conditions of the Grand Line, prompted a decision to risk departing from that treacherous sea. However, while the crew shared the goal of leaving the Grand Line, their proposed routes diverged significantly. Captain Selkirk intended to consume the devil fruit himself, believing that with its powers combined with his honed skills, he would swiftly become a formidable pirate in other seas, recouping the fruit's hefty price of 100 million berries in no time. Yet this proposal was met with staunch resistance from Crusoe, who viewed the effects of the devil fruit as a gamble, with results ranging from beneficial to disastrous. In the worst-case scenario, one could end up as a landlocked sailor with little improvement in strength. Even in a neutral outcome, mastering the abilities of the fruit would require extensive trainings, a process that Crusoe and his allies believed would be detrimental as they sought to traverse the doldrums. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that there was only one devil fruit. Enhancing strength could only benefit one individual. Allowing Selkirk to monopolize the advantages left Crusoe and the dissenting crew members feeling resentful. As the old adage goes, it's not scarcity that breeds discontent, but inequality. Moreover, should Selkirk, already formidable, gain further strength from the fruit, his position would solidify, leading to questions of when he would repay the crew's debts and on whose terms. Crusoe and his supporters proposed selling the unknown devil fruit upon reaching their destination, the East Blue, the weakest of the four seas. They believed that with their capabilities, they could establish themselves as apex predators in the pirate food chain without consuming the fruit, thus ensuring they could sell it for an optimal price. Thus, the ship found itself in a peculiar stalemate, with distrust festering between the captain and his first mate, as the devil fruit, if even slightly compromised, could transform from treasure to worthless debris. Under mutual suspicion, the fruit was locked in a steel box secured by Selkirk, with the key entrusted to him. While the box resided in Crusoe's quarters, though Selkirk harbored resentment, he had little recourse, despite being the strongest on board. He recognized that navigating the doldrums and entering the unfamiliar East Blue would require Crusoe's expertise. At this juncture, Crusoe's significance arguably surpassed his own, as Selkirk's primary role was merely to dive in and combat sea kings to ensure the ship's safety. Yet, Selkirk, while regarding Crusoe as a scoundrel, could not deny his capabilities. It was Crusoe who had determined that this season was optimal for sea king activity, allowing them to navigate the doldrums without incident thus far. With a resolve firming within him, Selkirk vowed to replace Crusoe with a more reliable navigator upon reaching the East Blue, once he had familiarized himself with the environment. He shook off the seawater clinging to him, the bracing sea breeze raising goosebumps on his skin, and scanned his surroundings in search of a towel. Wait, the sea breeze. Selkirk suddenly turned around to meet Crusoe's astonished face, their expressions mirroring surprise for a fleeting moment before they both instinctively turned away. Rushing to inform the rest of the crew, they had crossed the doldrums. Finally, they could shake off that insufferable scoundrel. Two individuals found themselves thinking simultaneously. The Redbeard pirates, having journeyed thus far, approached the doldrums relatively unscathed. Upon reaching this region, the pirate ship, under William's command, navigated with heightened caution to avoid encounters with the erratic sea kings. Now, after nearly half a month of anxious sailing near the doldrums, the Redbeard pirates had not only failed to encounter other pirates, but had not even glimpsed the shadow of another human being. This absence inevitably dampened morale aboard the ship, with the crew losing faith in Barbarossa's plans. Barbarossa himself had grown increasingly agitated. Recently, he had resorted to using his devil fruit abilities to strangle several crew members over trivial matters. Their lifeless bodies now hung at the ship's bow, resembling oversized wind chimes with tongues lolling out, their eyes rolling back in death, swaying ominously in the breeze while casting terrifying glances at the working pirates on deck. The perilous nature of sailing in the doldrums was exacerbated by Barbarossa's actions, adding psychological strain to the crew. Even the faint stench emanating from the suspended corpses went unmentioned, as the crew dared not remind Barbarossa to dispose of them for fear of incurring his wrath. The once formidable pirate, who had forged alliances with kingdom ministers and naval base commanders to dominate the East Sea, had vanished, leaving in his wake a tyrant, unfamiliar to the crew, volatile, bloodthirsty, and devoid of reason, a mad beast inciting both fear and alienation among his men. In the galley of the Redbeard pirate ship, William sat at a table, engaging in light conversation with the new crew member, Nadal, who was diligently working. As he departed, William took with him a few precious fresh greens, a rarity for a vessel on a long voyage. Nadal merely glanced at him before returning to his tasks without a care. The captain, Barbarossa, had become increasingly brutal. The first mate, Felton, a scoundrel who schemed against newcomers, while the second mate, Hardin, acted with reckless impulsivity. Only William, who often looked after the newcomers, maintained the highest esteem among them. Moreover, given the kindness he had shown Nadal one night by covering his debts, Nadal held deep gratitude for William and naturally disregarded the ship's darker dynamics. William sought a secluded corner on the ship, where he discreetly retrieved a small box from within his coat. Upon opening it, he revealed a telephone bug named Watson, a creature he had carried with him at all times. Having remained in the confined space for an extended period and deprived of nourishment due to William's inability to reveal it in public, the little being now appeared somewhat listless and lacking in vitality. William harbored a profound concern for the sole means of communication, fearing its potential ailment or even demise. He retrieved a handful of vegetable leaves from the kitchen to nourish the telephone bug, Watson, watching it devour the offering voraciously while he sank into contemplation. Colonel Roy intended to demand the head of Barbarossa as retribution, necessitating a characterization of the Tequila Wolf incident to affirm Barbarossa's culpability as the mastermind. This secret could not remain concealed from Lieutenant Akin, who had gradually become a trusted confidant, nor did Roy himself wish to obscure it from others. Thus, during their periodic communications, Akin had already conveyed this information to William via telephone. For William, the stage was now set. He could eliminate Barbarossa at any moment. Subsequently, using CLO to establish connections with Alcacio and Roy, thereby forming a new maritime alliance. After all, compared to the arduous task of recruiting a new set of collaborators, the Redbeard pirate crew was far more familiar to both Roy and Alcacio. Moreover, finding pirates of equal prowess to the Redbeard crew on the seas was no simple undertaking. Eliminating Barbarossa would also serve as a testament to William's personal strength, a bargaining chip in their collaboration. Prior to the Kalmar City incident, William had felt somewhat perplexed regarding how to deal with Barbarossa. However, once Barbarossa's vulnerabilities were revealed under the demonic wind of Zepp, William devised a strategy. Barbarossa's devil fruit ability allowed him to alter the hardness and quality of his hair, rendering it as resilient as steel. Until William mastered the art of swordsmanship to the level of severing iron, inflicting harm upon him was exceedingly difficult. It was only after discovering the burn mark on Barbarossa's chest that William conducted an experiment. He had secretly collected strands of Barbarossa's hair from previous encounters, exposing them to flames and observing that what had once been as hard as iron would curl and catch fire like ordinary hair when subjected to heat. Thus, William now carried 2 flasks of highly flammable spirits and a lighter, prepared to counter Barbarossa's abilities. His hesitation to confront Barbarossa stemmed largely from a desire to witness the increasingly frantic pirate in action, hoping to sow discord among the crew, which would facilitate William's acquisition of their support after he dealt with Barbarossa. The head of Barbarossa, along with the effectively controlled pirate crew and CLO's connections, would provide William with the utmost leverage to replace Barbarossa and become a new ally to Alcacio and Roy. The battered vessel of the Swordfish pirates gradually approached the shore of a small island, with the pirates aboard erupting in jubilant cheers. Crossing the calm belt was a remarkable achievement for many pirates on the Grand Line. However, their celebration was short-lived. Their immediate concern was finding supplies, securing a moment of rest, and most crucially, locating fresh water. Thus, upon landing, the first mate and navigator, Crusoe, conferred with Captain Selkirk to dispatch several teams to explore the unfamiliar island in search of water. Captain Selkirk, not pondering deeply, acquiesced, leaving only a trusted aide aboard before leading his men ashore, unaware of the furtive glances exchanged between Crusoe and several of his favored officers. As Selkirk approached the island's center, a close subordinate rushed to find him in a state of panic. When the group hastily reached the shoreline, they beheld the Swordfish pirates' damaged ship setting sail away. Selkirk's eyes blazed with fury as he sprinted a few steps before plunging into the sea, striving desperately to catch up with the vessel. Alas, despite its damage, the ship sailed on with the aid of the wind, far beyond the reach of Selkirk's exhausted efforts. After a brief struggle, he found himself unable to close the distance, his hopes fading as he watched Crusoe and his crew depart with his ship, envisioning the smug expressions on their faces. Indeed, within the ship's hold, Crusoe was reveling in triumph, having just slain Selkirk's loyal confidant, wiping the blood from his curved blade. He eagerly approached Crusoe, inquiring about the potential value of the devil fruit in the East Blue. Crusoe tenderly caressed the solid iron chest housing the devil fruit, an artifact specially crafted by Selkirk himself, sturdy and nearly impossible to open without a key. Yet, this posed no challenge for Crusoe, who merely needed to find a locksmith, requiring only time to seek out a nearby village. With Selkirk's checks now eliminated and the power dynamic shifted, Crusoe felt he had ample time to arrange his plans. 2 days later, Selkirk and his loyal subordinates were engulfed in despair, not only abandoned by their comrades, but also unable to procure drinkable water on the island. Without a miracle, they faced certain death. Selkirk, in a moment of bitter self-reflection, mused how he had not perished in the fabled pirate graveyard of the Grand Line, yet was now on the brink of dying of thirst in the so-called weakest sea. Gazing blankly at the horizon, Selkirk's attention was suddenly caught by a three-masted sailing ship intruding upon his view. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he questioned the reality before him, only to find that his companions had also spotted the vessel, their earlier despondency giving way to renewed hope as they shouted and gestured to attract attention. Selkirk had felt the weight of worry, but in that moment, he pondered whether there could be a fate more tragic than perishing of hunger and thirst on a desolate island. A few hours later, weakened by hunger and thirst, and battered with injuries, Selkirk lay on the deck of the pirate ship, realizing his error. Indeed, he discovered that there existed a fate more wretched than dying alone on an isolated island, facing a brutal demise, bruised and parched, aboard a pirate ship. The abandoned pirates of the Swordfish crew stood no chance against the formidable Barbarossa, who swiftly subdued them using his powers, binding them with iron chains and tossing them onto the deck. Selkirk and his companions, already harboring resentment towards Crusoe, revealed the entire sequence of events after enduring a thorough interrogation. Upon hearing of the devil fruit, Barbarossa's breath quickened. Despite his long voyage, his confidence had begun to wane. Yet it appeared that fortune still favored him. Just as he was about to despair, new hope had arisen. The Redbeard pirate crew's warship immediately set sail towards the direction indicated by Selkirk and the others, with several nimble pirates climbing the mast to scan the surrounding waters with telescopes, leaving no stone unturned in their search for clues. As the ship bustled with activity, William returned to his cabin, where he unearthed a dagger from the corner. Seeing this, Chloe, who shared the same room, grew visibly tense. William offered him a reassuring smile, saying, "It is not yet time. I am merely making some necessary preparations." William, having spoken, deftly evaded the throng, making his way directly to the kitchen where Nadal had been vigilantly overseeing the supplies. Leaning in, William whispered instructions to him. After a moment of hesitation, Nadal nodded firmly, accepting the blade William offered. Removing it from its sheath, he placed the weapon into the roaring flames of the kitchen's hearth, cautiously adjusting a table to obscure it from prying eyes. Once Nadal had completed his task, William patted his shoulder in reassurance before proceeding to the deck. As the notorious Redbeard pirate crew, they were far more acquainted with the eastern seas than the likes of Crusoe and his band of outsiders. What was most crucial was that their vessel remained unscathed. After sailing for a while, the lookout atop the mast relayed news of the battered ship belonging to the Swordfish pirates coming into view. It was evident that the Swordfish crew had also spotted the Redbeard pirates, their ill intentions unmistakable. The Swordfish crew seemed eager to hasten their escape from the Redbeard vessel, but soon abandoned this futile effort upon realizing its ineffectiveness. Gradually, the damaged ship of the Swordfish pirates slowed, and as they drew nearer, the telescope revealed the chaos unfolding on their deck. They were evidently preparing for battle. In truth, the best tactic for the Redbeard pirates was to capitalize on their ship's intact condition, bombarding the Swordfish vessel to sink the already dilapidated craft, thereby securing their own victory. However, Barbarossa, anxious for the safety of the devil fruit, hastily commanded the helmsman to steer directly towards the Swordfish crew. Once within a certain distance, Barbarossa stood at the bow, his head shaking rhythmically. With each movement, his mane of crimson hair and beard transformed grotesquely into serpentine appendages, slithering towards the Swordfish vessel. The crew aboard the Swordfish ship gasped in astonishment, clearly witnessing Barbarossa's abilities for the first time. Nevertheless, hailing from the Grand Line, they quickly recognized the manifestation of a devil fruit power. Although somewhat unsettled, they were not afraid. Unfortunately, the pirates of the Swordfish had just traversed the calm belt, and in this windless expanse, their ship, reliant on sails, could only be propelled by the labor of its crew. This severely drained their stamina, and without sufficient rest, they were unable to harness their full strength. Barbarossa was well aware of this from his discussions with Selkirk. Thus, despite facing pirates who had strayed from the Grand Line, he felt no trepidation. His hair ensnared the mast of the swordfish vessel as his keen, solitary eye surveyed the surrounding crew and officers. He commanded decisively, "No one approaches without my orders." With that, Barbarossa propelled himself forward, his hair retracting like a slingshot, launching him towards the enemy ship as if he were a cannonball. He intended to confront the enemy single-handedly. However, the distance was still too great, and his reach fell short, given Barbarossa's earlier command. The crew of the Redbeard pirates could only watch helplessly as their captain charged forth. "Does he not trust us?" William mused, a sneer curling his lips. Nearby, First Mate Hardin, ship's Dr. Wood, and even the first officer Felton wore expressions of concern. It was a well-known fact that the devil fruit granted unique abilities solely to its first consumer. While Selkirk had mentioned the fruit was secured within a box and that the key had been seized by Barbarossa, the chaotic environment post-boarding could lead to unforeseen complications. What if the box had been opened? What if it was not as secure as Selkirk had claimed? Though the devil fruit served as leverage to enlist Arkady and Roy in their quest for vengeance, it was also the key to reclaiming their lost fortune. Yet, no one could guarantee that every member of the Redbeard pirates was united in purpose. Barbarossa had wielded the power of the devil fruit to dominate the eastern seas for many years. Who could assert that no one aboard harbored envy and might seize the opportunity to consume the fruit themselves? Power held unparalleled allure for pirates. It begets fame, wealth, and authority, and the devil fruit serves as a shortcut to extraordinary strength. The value of such a fruit was exemplified by Barbarossa himself. However, while the rationale was sound, Barbarossa's actions were also preventative measures. Yet, William's pointed remarks rendered Barbarossa's caution seem petty, unsettling the sentiments of the other crew members. Although they might secretly entertain thoughts of claiming the devil fruit for themselves, they resented being unjustly suspected by their captain. Aboard the swordfish vessel, Barbarossa, despite his solitary stance, began to gain the upper hand against the significantly fatigued opponents, his hair enveloping them as he advanced from the deck towards the hold. William flicked away the cigarette, and turned towards the kitchen. By the time he reached the deck, he was wielding a blade that glowed red from the heat of the flames. The first mate, Felton, and the second mate, Hardin, looked at him in astonishment, only to witness him instructing CLO, who was positioned at the side of the ship, to lower the small boat. Recalling the encounter during the attack on Reese, CLO did not hesitate and complied. However, the others present exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, for not only did William blatantly defy Barbarossa's orders, but they were also perplexed as to when William and CLO had formed such a partnership. On the deck, members of the Redbeard pirate crew, including Felton, Hardin, Hutchison, Nadal, and Wood, watched William with the glowing blade, feeling utterly baffled. Particularly perplexing was the fact that William had just directed CLO, who usually held a unique position aboard the ship. Felton approached with a furrowed brow, demanding, "What are you doing, William?" After speaking, he turned sharply to CLO, who was busy preparing to lower the boat, and exclaimed, "Are you mad? Stop this at once." CLO ignored him, as did William, who surveyed the gathering of pirates before selecting a new recruit and instructing, "There's a barrel of wine hidden in the bottom of the cabin. Go fetch it for me." The young pirate hesitated, glancing nervously at Felton's grim expression, yet ultimately nodded and hurriedly ran towards the cabin with another fellow newcomer. Disregarding Felton's authority entirely, the new recruits had joined after the Kalmar City incident. They had not witnessed Captain Redbeard at his zenith, but had instead encountered a brutal and deranged Barbarossa. During this time, William, who had previously been generous and welcoming, had gained a stature that often eclipsed even that of Barbarossa in their eyes. After all, William would not execute them without cause and display their corpses as trophies. Felton, infuriated by being consistently disregarded, attempted to intervene with CLO but was obstructed by Hardin, who pushed him back forcefully. "Hardin, have you lost your mind, disregarding the captain's orders?" Felton's face turned ashen, and his two loyal followers glared at Hardin with displeasure. Yet, the other crew members, including the seasoned pirates, did not side with Felton, even when he invoked Barbarossa's name. Barbarossa had once united the entire crew through triumph and the promise of riches. He wielded influence and forged connections with land and official powers, ensuring the pirates lived comfortably. His consistent victories bestowed upon him considerable respect, allowing the crew to tolerate his greed and the injustices inflicted by his ally, Hailing. However, following a series of misfortunes in Kalmar City, the death of Hailing, the assassination of Reese, and Barbarossa's failed attempt to capture Zephyr, the cracks in his reputation began to appear. The string of defeats and poor decisions eroded the crew's loyalty. Though some may have remained faithful due to past experiences, Barbarossa, consumed by rage, had become increasingly tyrannical. Instead of seeking to mend relationships, he descended into brutality, exhausting the last remnants of goodwill from his crew. Now, he even forbade his men from boarding enemy ships, fostering division among them. Due to his violent nature, Barbarossa's formidable strength became a source of unrest. Pirates respect strength only when it translates into shared success and victory. A powerful individual who leads his comrades to ruin, no matter how formidable, will find no willing followers. In essence, the Red-Beard pirate crew, like many others, would rally around a strong leader who could deliver triumph, not a madman wielding strength. Thus, the seasoned pirates remained silent observers of the two factions, neither openly supporting William nor aiding Felton in enforcing Barbarossa's command. They were a cowardly lot, reluctant to intervene while also fearing a confrontation between the factions. Discontent towards Barbarossa was simmering, yet they lacked the courage to confront their increasingly brutal captain openly. However, bold individuals like Hardin, who consistently led from the front in battle, stepped forward to voice their discontent. Hardin had long held disdain for Felton, viewing his rise to first mate as a product of sycophancy, and he felt no fear in challenging someone of Zephyr's caliber. Conversely, William's previous displays of generosity and his ability to stand up to Zephyr without faltering endeared him to Hardin, who admired his courage and strength. As for loyalty to Barbarossa, any crew member witnessing their comrades hanged for inexplicable reasons would find their allegiance swiftly evaporating amidst the stench of death. William patted Hardin on the shoulder, and after Hardin stepped aside, he approached the formidable Felton and his subordinates, disregarding the knives they had sheathed at their waists. William stood tall, while Felton was of shorter stature, and at this moment, their contrasting heights were even more pronounced as they faced each other. William, with a blank expression, gazed down at Felton's eyes from his elevated position. William remained silent. At times, silence embodies a profound strength, particularly for those under the scrutiny of the public eye. The suffocating quietude exerts immense psychological pressure on an individual. Felton, naturally, did not dare to take any actual action, setting aside William's formidable prowess. He was the sole navigator aboard the vessel. They were still near the doldrums, and none could guarantee a safe return without the navigator. After a few seconds, feeling pressured by William's imposing presence, Felton, somewhat guilty, averted his gaze. Meanwhile, William's eyes shifted, cold and pale blue, as he turned his attention to Felton's two loyal confidants. His gaze seemed to carry an enchanting chill, compelling the two men to shy away from direct eye contact, quickly diverting their eyes elsewhere. William, through his identity as a navigator and his experiences in conflicts with Zep, combined with the skills and cunning he has displayed, has nearly ascended to the position of the second-in-command aboard the ship following the deaths of Reese and Harridan. He no longer possesses the insignificance he once had upon his arrival. Those who initially appeared menacing, such as Felton and his associates, found themselves utterly subdued in the presence of William, who needed not utter a word to diminish their bravado. The surrounding pirates exchanged glances, each too intimidated to dare utter a sound. William waited until a bead of cold sweat began to form on Felton's brow before he spoke. In a calm and unhurried tone, he inquired, "What is it, Felton, my first mate? Do you truly believe that I cannot set a small boat adrift while aboard this vessel?" He placed particular emphasis on the words first mate, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Felton stammered. "The captain said—" "Oh, the captain said," William chuckled, his tone dripping with irony. "Did the captain mention that upon your return with the devil fruit, he would allow you a taste?" Upon hearing William's mockery, Felton clenched his jaw in embarrassment. However, William paid him no further heed, turning instead to a newcomer pirate carrying a small wooden barrel, and called out over his shoulder, "Just obediently carry out the captain's orders and stay put on the ship. I am off to have a private chat with our captain, to discuss the future of our brethren aboard this ship." William aligned himself with the other members aboard the vessel, and with his previous esteem, the surrounding pirates instinctively parted to grant him passage. He hurled a barrel filled with spirits onto the ship, then leapt nimbly after it. "Stolt, do you need me to accompany you?" Hardin shouted, leaning over the railing, undeniably a man unafraid of peril. William laughed heartily, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I must have a private conversation with our captain." After William had finished speaking, he began to row the small boat towards the dilapidated warship of the Swordfish pirates. Once William departed, Felton felt a pang of apprehension. Barbarossa was certainly not a man of generous disposition. He could only imagine the punishment they would face upon Barbarossa's return, should he discover that William had disobeyed his orders and that they had failed to intervene. In a fit of rage, Felton shouted to the crew aboard, "If you do not help me stop Stolt, how will you explain yourselves to the captain when he returns?" Consumed by anger, Felton stormed off with 2 loyal confidants. Though the sincerity of his ire was questionable, some of it may have been a fade to evade responsibility. Hardin dismissed Felton's concerns, merely furrowing his brow slightly in worry as he watched William's small boat drift away. The crowd of pirates on deck gradually dispersed, and the ship's doctor, Wood, gazed at the suddenly vacant deck with a forlorn expression, letting out a soft sigh. The old pirate Hutchinson, who had once helped William adapt to life aboard, stood beside Wood. Sharing a good rapport, he heard the sigh and took a hearty swig from his flask, offering some comfort. "No matter who returns to the ship in the end, you needn't worry about him making things difficult for you. After all, you are the only doctor aboard." "Let us hope so," Wood replied, rubbing his increasingly balding head. "Who do you think will survive?" "I do not know, but I hope it is Stolt." Hutchinson exhaled deeply. "Without the navigator, how shall we find our way home?" Wood pursed his lips, harboring similar thoughts. He believed many of the departing pirates shared this sentiment. No one wished for Barbarossa, who was becoming increasingly deranged, to return. When William finally arrived at the Swordfish Pirates' warship, the deck was entirely devoid of life. The crew was already small, and after enduring battles on the Grand Line and the unforeseen perils of the doldrums, coupled with the abandonment of Selkirk and his loyalists, only about 20 remained. With Selkirk cast aside, there was no one on board capable of matching Barbarossa. The deck was strewn with blood and corpses, for Redbeard Barbarossa had ruthlessly sought to acquire the devil fruit, leaving no survivors aboard except for William at the bow and Barbarossa in the stern's navigator's cabin. Meanwhile, Barbarossa was in disarray. His hair and beard were matted with the blood of his enemies, and without the time to clean himself, he hurried to the captain's quarters. After tossing Selkirk aside, Crusoe had taken residence in the captain's chambers, bringing with him the chest containing the devil fruit. Barbarossa had already extracted this information from the enemy. The opulence of the captain's quarters was far beneath that of Barbarossa. Although spacious, it lacked luxury, feeling somewhat barren. A large nautical map hung on one wall, and a sturdy yet rough-hewn desk stood in the corner, cluttered with various books, including logbooks. Barbarossa had no interest in such matters. His solitary eye scanned the room quickly until he spotted a small iron chest. He hastily retrieved the key he had seized from Selkirk and approached the chest to unlock it. As he pushed open the somewhat heavy lid, a fruit resembling a pineapple, adorned with strange patterns, came into view. Just as Barbarossa was about to extract the devil fruit, he heard footsteps approaching from outside, causing him to startle and swiftly close the chest. He turned to face the door. William stood at the entrance to the captain's quarters, one hand gripping a red-hot cutlass and the other holding a small barrel of strong liquor, gazing coldly at the crouched Barbarossa. "Stolt, I knew you were a restless soul." Barbarossa slowly rose, his expression revealing little surprise, his face remarkably calm, though his wild hair, thrashing as if alive, betrayed his true emotions. "Do you intend to seize this devil fruit?" William shook his head, the corners of his mouth curling up in a semblance of a smile. However, the long years of lurking and plotting had finally brought him to this moment of reckoning. The desire for vengeance twisted his smile into something more sinister. "Captain, I seek to borrow your head." Barbassa's gaze flicked over the blade in William's hand, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "So, you wish to usurp me? Is that truly your ambition?" William had already uncorked the barrel of rum, and without a word, he took 2 hearty gulps before suddenly hurling the barrel toward Barbassa. As the barrel soared through the air, William swung his blade with a fierce determination. A streak of crimson light sliced through the air, followed by a thunderous explosion as the wooden barrel shattered, releasing a burst of flames that illuminated the room. Barbassa stumbled back, his beard growing wild, instantly transforming into a furry shield that shielded him from the inferno. The flames collided with the makeshift shield, melting it away as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Barbassa hastily wiped his chin, allowing the remnants of the shield to fall away, preventing the fire from spreading further. Yet, at that moment, William surged forward like a tempest, his face aglow with the fiery reflection. He swung his blade, and the remnants of the flaming beard erupted into countless embers, igniting the wooden shelves and paper tomes in their wake. A single ember landed on William's cheek, but he appeared unfazed, striking again at Barbassa. With a swift motion, Barbassa's iron hook caught William's blade, while his other hand reached for the hilt of his curved dagger. However, William twisted his blade, slipping it through the opening of the hook and driving it toward Barbassa's shoulder. Barbassa's hair bristled with fury, attempting to ensnare the blade. But upon contact with the searing metal, it emitted a plume of black smoke. Despite the brief resistance, William's blade still pierced Barbassa's shoulder. "I will slay you." The pain and betrayal twisted Barbassa's features into a grimace. The scorching blade embedded in his flesh hissed ominously, an acrid scent wafting from the wound. "I will slay you." Barbassa snarled, undeterred by the injury as he withdrew his own weapon. Despite the pain that drenched him in sweat, Barbassa pressed forward, ensnaring William's blade with his hook and then launching an upward arc with his dagger. With a resonant clang, William's blade, compromised by the flames, snapped under the force. A red-hot fragment spinning into the air. On one end, William's expression grew grave, while on the other, Barbassa grinned menacingly. "Did you think you could defeat me without the power of a devil fruit?" As the broken blade hovered before them, William, who had kept his mouth tightly shut, suddenly expelled a mouthful of spirits he had been holding. The fiery liquid struck the searing shard, igniting into a conflagration that exploded towards Barbassa's face. Caught off guard, Barbassa let out a cry. Although the flames ignited the hairs on his beard, they were swiftly extinguished with a swift motion. The real torment arose from the searing pain inflicted upon his lone eye. Despite instinctively closing his eyes, the flames seared him, leaving him momentarily blind and racked with agony. In a panic, Barbassa swung his blade with all his might in William's direction, but William rolled away, narrowly evading the lethal arc. The cabin was filled with the glint of steel as Barbassa's blade cleaved through the wall behind William, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. With a rather ungraceful roll, William found himself at Barbarossa's feet, and without hesitation, he brought his broken blade down upon the man's ankle, severing one of his large feet with brutal precision. Barbarossa collapsed to one knee with a resounding thud, while William swiftly maneuvered to his rear. Hearing the commotion, Barbarossa swung his curved blade in a desperate arc. But William raised his arm to brace against his right elbow. With a powerful strike, the broken blade cleaved through Barbarossa's wrist, severing the hand that had so tenaciously clutched the curved dagger. "This is for Valen," William hissed softly, extending his hand to grasp the exaggeratedly curved sword that fell from Barbarossa's grasp, and with a single decisive stroke, severed Barbarossa's left hand at the shoulder. A harrowing scream escaped Barbarossa as he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing profusely from his severed limb. The sparks that flew had ignited the room, flames spreading from the books upon the shelves, consuming the curtains and even the wooden walls. William appeared utterly unfazed by the inferno surrounding him, crouching beside the gasping Barbarossa. "Heredin and Reese, both were slain by my hand," he declared, the flickering flames reflecting in his bloodshot eyes, the visage marred by streaks of crimson rendering him somewhat fearsome. "From the moment I boarded this ship, I have contemplated your demise. But fret not, you three brothers shall not face eternity alone. I shall ensure that Alcacio and Roy accompany you." Barbarossa struggled on the ground, unable to rise, his matted hair beginning to writhe once more in a desperate bid for survival. As he disregarded the dire circumstances to summon the tendrils of hair in an attempt to envelop himself, William let out a cold laugh and deftly used his blade to ensnare the burning curtain around Barbarossa. "Who on earth are you?" The fur armor, impervious to blades, ignited upon contact with the flames, transforming Barbarossa into a figure engulfed in fire, who writhed on the ground in agony. With a sudden hiss, the sound abruptly ceased. William, akin to an executioner, raised the colossal curved blade high and then struck down upon Barbarossa's neck. The ghastly head rolled upon the ground like a grotesque sphere before William firmly planted his foot upon it, uttering, "You may ponder your fate in the underworld." The mastermind, Redbeard Barbarossa. Death, a prompt from Fate Square, appeared before him as William closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to steady his breath. He then lifted the blood-soaked, contorted visage, examining it for a moment before seizing the hair and securing the head behind his waist. The flames intensified, urging William to act without delay. He opened the iron chest, carefully retrieving the devil fruit and cradling it within his embrace. Rising to his feet, he cast a glance at the writing desk, noting that the nautical journals and other tomes had already ignited. With a quiet lament for the loss, he departed hastily without a backward glance. On the ship's bow deck, William turned momentarily to observe the spreading inferno engulfing the captain's quarters before extracting the devil fruit from his bosom. His gaze fell upon the diminutive, yet peculiar fruit. An enigmatic glint in his eyes, this extraordinary specimen was valued at 100 million berries, yet remained elusive in the market, particularly rare in the East Sea, where many regarded it as the stuff of legends. William found himself utterly perplexed. Unable to fathom why consuming this particular fruit could bestow upon him powers beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Yet, he was not a scientist. He lacked both the interest and the capability to delve into its mysteries. Before him lay but two choices, to partake or to abstain. Recalling the vulnerability that Barbarossa had revealed due to the fruit's powers, William hesitated slightly. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely seized the devil fruit and took a decisive bite. Although wielders of such abilities might possess their own weaknesses, Barbarossa had undeniably achieved notoriety as a formidable pirate in the East Sea, all thanks to this singular fruit. Such temptation was nearly insurmountable for William. William indeed has the assistance of fate square, yet even to this day, he remains perplexed by its existence and origins. It is akin to receiving an inexplicable fortune from an unknown source. A normal person, when spending such an amount, would inevitably feel a sense of trepidation. Although the devil fruit possesses its drawbacks, it effectively serves as an additional layer of insurance for oneself. William took a hearty bite of the devil fruit, and immediately a wave of bitterness flooded his mouth. Uncertain of the fruit's characteristics, he hesitated to abandon it after just one taste. Although the unpleasant flavor caused his brow to furrow deeply, he cast a few glances at the devil fruit with a grim expression before resolutely consuming it in several large bites, leaving nothing behind. William consumed the devil fruit without leaving a trace, even going so far as to force the skin into his mouth. Despite his formidable strength, he found himself kneeling, pinching his nose as he ingested the fruit, desperately trying to suppress the urge to vomit. On board the Redbeard pirate ship, a few pirates who had been covertly observing William's situation noticed a sudden appearance of mist at the bow of the Swordfish pirate's vessel, which dissipated almost instantaneously, leading them to question their own perceptions. Meanwhile, on the Swordfish pirate ship, William leaned weakly against the guardrail, murmuring words of self-encouragement. Enduring hardships is the path to greatness. As William steered his small boat back to the vicinity of the Redbeard pirate crew's grand vessel, a considerable crowd had already gathered by the side of the ship. They had noticed the flames erupting from the Swordfish pirate cruise ship, and a few had even witnessed a sudden apparition of mist at the bow of the vessel. Uncertain of the unfolding events, they eagerly anticipated his return to seek clarification. William lightly pressed his feet upon the small vessel, and in an instant, he found himself upon the deck of the pirate ship. Although his visage was marred by blood and he appeared quite disheveled, two remarkably astute pirates approached him, eager to lend their assistance with an air of obsequiousness. However, the moment their hands made contact with William's body, they recoiled as if struck by an electric shock. Hastily withdrawing their hands and puffing their cheeks, blowing out cold air in bewilderment, William furrowed his brow, having recently acquired the powers of the devil fruit. Yet his control over them was evidently insufficient. The surrounding pirates remained oblivious to the peculiarities of the two lackeys. Their focus was entirely captivated by the severed head that William had lifted from his lower back. Some with keen eyes or clever minds began to speculate. Their expressions varied. Yet most bore the marks of terror and unease. William paid no heed. His gaze swept across the crowd and settled on Hardin, whom he directly inquired. "What transpired aboard the ship during my absence?" William inquired about the whereabouts of First Mate Felton, on board the ship of the Redbeard pirates. He is currently the one with both the motive and the capability to instigate trouble. However, Felton has proven to be more patient, or perhaps timid, than William had anticipated. Aside from a few initial threats, he has remained largely inactive. As for the captives, just moments ago, the hair that had ensnared them suddenly fell away. Hardin merely shrugged and mentioned another matter. "Fortunately, they are still bound by iron chains, and I have instructed the crew to reinforce their bindings further." William felt a twinge of apprehension as he contemplated the situation. He lacked knowledge regarding the abilities of those who wielded the devil fruit and was unaware that Barbarossa's powers would dissipate upon his demise. Although Selkirk and the others were famished and battered, their sudden liberation could easily incite chaos aboard the ship. After vanquishing Redbeard, William had come to regard the entire pirate crew as his own possession. Any loss was something he was loath to witness. Once he had acquainted himself with the circumstances aboard, William addressed the matter at hand. "Summoned everyone to the foredeck. I have something of significance to discuss." Hardin cast a glance at Barbarossa's severed head, his expression a tapestry of emotions, before he parted the crowd and hastened to inform the other pirates. Upon witnessing his departure, William turned to the surrounding crowd, whose expressions ranged from fear to confusion, and exclaimed, "Everyone, follow me." Within the span of a single day, an overwhelming series of events had transpired, leaving the hearts of the entire crew of the Redbeard pirates in a state of unease. Individuals possessing a strong sense of purpose and strategic foresight, like William, were a rare sight aboard the vessel, coupled with his previous stature and authority. The crowd instinctively followed him to the bow of the ship. Upon reaching the bow of the ship, William procured a cloth and settled himself upon the bulwark adjacent to the prow, meticulously wiping away the bloodstains that marred the visage of Barbarossa's severed head. He remained silent, patiently awaiting the gathering of his fellow crew members. During this interval, Chloe presented him with a pristine cutlass. When the ship's elder, Hutchison, arrived at the bow, he was greeted by the bizarre sight of William seemingly toying with a head, surrounded by a throng of intrigued pirates. In a bid to calm his nerves, he hastily took a swig from his flask, then turned to survey the scene. Realizing that apart from a few tasked with guarding the captives, nearly all the pirates had congregated at the bow. Only then did William rise. Having already cleansed the head of its blood, he gathered the long, disheveled hair of Barbarossa, revealing the contorted features of the infamous pirate. He oriented the head towards the assembly of pirates, methodically binding the hair together with a length of rope, his movements deliberate, allowing all present to discern the identity of its owner. When Hutchison recognized the head's countenance, despite having mentally braced himself, his hand trembled, causing the flask he cherished to clatter to the deck. The crowd around him stirred restlessly, gasps of astonishment and sharp intakes of breath echoed among them. Hutchison, neglecting to retrieve his fallen vessel, rubbed his eyes repeatedly, fearful of misjudgment. Only after several confirmations did he bitterly murmur to himself, "It seems the ship is about to welcome a new captain." Barbarossa, with his crimson beard, had dominated the eastern seas for nearly a decade, and many young souls in these waters had grown up hearing tales of his terror, a wielder of a devil-fruit power. He had colluded with noblemen and high-ranking naval officers, exuding an air of invincibility. The pirates aboard had long lived under his shadow, yet now, his head was claimed by a young man, though many aboard had begun to distance themselves from him. Astute observers had anticipated this moment after witnessing William's defiance in lowering the small boat. However, the reality of the scene left them in shock and disbelief. William, with a leisurely demeanor, hung the head of Barbarossa and silently gazed at the crowd until the restless murmurs gradually subsided. The pirates looked upon William, the only navigator aboard, a man of exceptional swordsmanship, who had dared to confront the legendary Redfoot Zepp of the East Sea and emerge victorious. Now, he had slain the fearsome Barbarossa, a figure that instilled dread in all crew members. Previously, this man's authority stemmed from his valor and his seasoned approach to leadership, but at this moment, his gaze bore an unprecedented, formidable intensity. "I have slain Barbarossa," William declared in a calm voice, revealing a truth that astonished all present. Regardless of how grandiose the notions of freedom, adventure, pursuit, and dreams may appear to the majority of the world, we are merely a band of thieves awaiting capture. At this point, his tranquil tone rippled with emotion as he raised his voice, stating, "We are unwelcome in this world. Everything must be earned through our own sweat and blood. We have willingly forsaken our stable lives and abandoned all for the sake of carving out our own wealth upon the sea with swords, guns, and even our lives. Yet, what have we gained during this time?" Pointing to Barbarossa's severed head, he continued, "Failure is not to be feared. A true man does not complain or concede defeat. Even in utter ruin, as long as one possesses the ambition to rise again, we shall eventually regain our footing. But this deceased man, whom we called captain, did he share this ambition? No, he did not unite with us. Instead, he became hysterical and cruel, leading us to claim meager spoils while forcing us to toil like slaves, all the while fearing not only the enemy's blades but also his unfounded wrath." With a swift motion, William drew his sword and severed the hair that bound Barbarossa's head to the ropes. The head rolled twice upon the ground before he stamped it down with his foot. His voice grew louder, transforming into a low roar, quelling the slight unrest stirred by his earlier speech. "We have not received the rewards our sacrifices deserve. He can no longer lead us to glory. Hence, he is unworthy to captain this ship. From now on, you shall no longer risk your lives for a greedy and foolish captain, but instead, you shall march forth for a noble cause," William proclaimed with fervor. "For from this day forth, I shall be your new captain. I will not only make you wealthy and strong. Together, we shall become the new legends of the East Sea." Hutchison swallowed hard, even as a seasoned veteran. He could not deny that at this moment, William, buoyed by the momentum of Barbarossa's demise and his previous renown, coupled with this impassioned speech, wielded a certain persuasive power. From now on, this ship shall have a new pirate crew and a new captain. Thus, I offer you the opportunity for freedom of choice. "A fair chance to challenge me," William said, his nostrils flaring as he pointed his blade toward the crowd. His smile, while still present, now brimmed with lethal intent, declaring, "Here and now, if anyone objects to my captaincy, step forth. I grant you the opportunity to challenge me. Should you kill me, all I have just proclaimed shall become null and void." The deck fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of the sea breeze echoing in the air above. No one spoke. More precisely, no one dared to utter a word, fearful that William might misconstrue their intentions as a challenge. William's smile broadened as he slowly surveyed the crowd, reiterating, "I have spoken my piece. From this day forth, I am your new captain. Is there anyone who dares to dissent?" Though not every soul present was entirely convinced by William, it was undeniable that none among them possessed the audacity to challenge the man who had single-handedly vanquished the devil fruit user Barbarossa, a master swordsman held in high esteem. The youthful Nadal, stirred by William's impassioned words, felt a surge of fervor coursing through him. His youthful visage, brimming with excitement, lit up as he noticed the absence of any challengers, and he could not contain his exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Captain." William exerted a profound influence over the young and novice pirates aboard the ship, his stature elevated by the presence of Nadal. Those seasoned pirates who held him in deep regard, along with the less experienced crew members, could not help but join in the chorus of admiration. In an instant, the deck resonated with the enthusiastic calls for their captain. Meanwhile, in the cabin, several captives and their pirate guards exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed by the commotion above. On the deck, William allowed the exuberant cheers to swell for a time, relishing in the adulation, before eventually raising his hand to signal for silence as the clamor subsided. William proclaimed loudly, "I have heard your cries. I have offered you a chance, yet none have dared to step forward. Thus, I shall interpret this as an absence of dissent regarding my role as captain. Henceforth, should anyone dare to defy my commands, let them not blame me for my lack of mercy." William's tone grew frigid as his gaze subtly swept over Felton and his group. Faced with William's piercing stare, they lowered their heads in reluctant submission. William spoke in a chilling tone, "I shall not, like Barbarossa, cruelly hang you alive at the bow of the ship. Instead, I shall mercifully sever the heads of those who defy my command and cast their bodies into the sea to feed the fish. We are sons of the sea and death. We should find our rest in the ocean." Upon hearing this, the ship's doctor, Wood, uncomfortably touched his thinning crown and recoiled slightly, filled with trepidation. William subsequently dismissed the diverse crowd of emotions, leaving only Chloe by his side. As Felton departed, he cast a glance at William, filled with envy and resentment. Realizing that apart from the head of Barbarossa, William had returned empty-handed, leading him to suspect that he had likely consumed the devil fruit aboard the Swordfish pirate cruise ship. To be fair, had Felton been in William's position, he too would have unhesitatingly devoured the devil fruit. The ferocity and prestige of Barbarossa, a wielder of such powers, were qualities that any pirate aboard had envied and longed to possess. Yet, this very realization stung Felton like a venomous serpent, as if that fruit was rightfully his. Nevertheless, Felton lacked the courage to confront William at this moment. He was hardly a match for him, and had no illusions about challenging someone who might have consumed the devil fruit. He sensed it was time to take his leave. His ascent to the position of first mate had been solely due to his unwavering allegiance to Barbarossa, who had intended to leverage Felton's discord with William to manipulate the ship's hierarchy. Now, with Barbarossa deceased and the rift between him and William still fresh, Felton pondered whether he could maintain his role as first mate under William's captaincy. He resolved to seize the opportunity while William's hold on the ship remained tenuous and his authority unestablished, seeking to rally a few followers. Once ashore, he planned to extricate himself from the pirate crew and pursue a different path, with sufficient strength and allies, and perhaps by enlisting some skilled officers. He believed he could thrive within another pirate crew. Furthermore, he might even raise his own flag and establish a new pirate crew to set sail, a prospect that was not entirely beyond reach. William withdrew his gaze from the retreating figure of the Felton group, calming the tumultuous emotions within him. At this moment, he finally had the time and opportunity to savor the sweetness of victory. Although in his previous life, William was considered a senior white-collar worker, overseeing a workforce not significantly smaller than his current one, the comparison between then and now is negligible. This ship represented a diminutive yet sovereign kingdom, and from this day forth, the fates and lives of those aboard were firmly in William's hands. To liken it to a vessel, the captain of the pirate crew is not merely the keel that supports the ship's structure, but also the sail that propels it forward, the helm that charts its course, and the anchor that stabilizes it. Henceforth, this would be his ship, and those aboard would be his crew. Nearly 100 fierce brigands on this vessel were under his command, and this power held significant sway throughout the East Sea. A man of substance cannot endure even a day without authority. William squinted slightly, rubbing the ship's guardrail. For a power-hungry individual, no pleasure could rival the acquisition of greater authority. Chloe, being an astute man, remained silent, allowing William to revel in this joy that was solely his. After a moment, William slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Chloe beside him. Preserve Barbarossa's head. It shall serve as a gift for Roy and Alcacio. That night, the vessel, now renamed the Morgan Pirate Crew, anchored at an unknown isle. The pirates aboard were uncertain as to why William, who had assumed the alias Stolt, had chosen such a name for the crew, but with William as their captain, they had no choice but to comply. William understood that for the uncultured and rough pirates, the name of their crew held little significance in terms of depth and style. What truly mattered was its simplicity and clarity. It was especially important to highlight the characteristics of the captain, a detail that William particularly valued, believing it to be the most effective means to subtly enhance his authority and influence over the crew. Given that he had yet to receive a bounty or establish a notable reputation, he had opted to name his pirate crew after his own surname, thus christening it the Morgan Pirates, a conventional naming practice among pirates. In a cramped cabin, a small light illuminated the space where first mate Felton and the ship's helmsman, Diego, were indulging in drink. Their eyes were glazed, faces flushed, and it was unclear how long they had been imbibing. The only accompaniment to their drinks was a meager bowl of peanuts, a rather paltry offering for the ship's second-in-command. Felton took a swig of his drink and, in a fit of frustration, hurled the peanut shell onto the table, cursing, "A bunch of rascals. Just because they recently boarded and latched onto Stolt's coattails, they dared to act with such bravado. I invited you for a drink, and when I sought to fetch some food from the kitchen, that insufferable little brat Nadal had the audacity to say, 'I need to consult the captain.'" After William assumed the role of captain, he did not immediately make sweeping changes to the crew, and Felton continued to serve as his first mate, albeit in name only. Those aboard the ship were well aware that Felton's position was precarious and could be revoked at any moment. The helmsman, Diego, in his late 20s, was considered one of the veterans of the crew. He had short brown hair, a modest stature, yet a robust build. With calloused hands, he lifted his glass and unceremoniously gulped down a generous mouthful of wine, subsequently refilling his cup from the decanter, all the while remaining indifferent to Felton's remarks. Felton silently cursed within, but displayed no outward signs of discontent, instead slurring, "In my opinion, this ship is becoming increasingly unbearable. A bunch of inexperienced youngsters who have only recently boarded are taking control, while the seasoned veterans who have risked their lives for years are being pushed aside. It's utterly unfair." Diego, munching on peanuts, responded noncommittally, "Newcomers at sea always rise to prominence by stepping on the backs of the old. Wasn't it the same for Barbarossa back in the day?" Felton, with a hint of insinuation, countered, "But why should we, the veterans, allow this to happen? He doesn't need to tread on us. He has already trampled on Barbarossa's head. What can we do? Barbarossa is dead." Diego exhaled, his tone tinged with a hint of reluctance. Felton feigned disdain, scoffing, "He merely employed a petty trick. Barbarossa was afraid of fire. Just look at how he prepared a glowing hot blade. What is so impressive about that?" Diego chuckled, and Felton's face flushed. Though the alcohol he had consumed already made his cheeks red, and the dim light in the room obscured the color, both men understood that Felton's words were a deliberate belittlement of William. Knowing Barbarossa's fear of fire was inconsequential, did Felton dare to challenge Barbarossa, who had established such a formidable reputation aboard? It had been mentioned repeatedly that the infamous Redbeard brothers were imposing figures, nearly resembling bears. Apart from the corpulent Herden, both Residential and Barbarossa possessed an intimidating presence that set them apart in this world, granting them immense strength. Even without the powers of a devil fruit, Barbarossa's prowess was beyond the reach of someone like Felton. Recognizing that Diego was not naive enough to believe his words, Felton shifted the topic, saying, "Putting that aside, the devil fruit from the swordfish pirates, he didn't even bring it back. He must have kept it for himself. 100 million berries. According to Barbarossa, that should have been shared among the entire crew. Why should he get it all to himself? If he can't handle matters fairly, how can anyone believe he will be stronger than Barbarossa in the future?" Upon hearing the mention of 100 million berries, Diego could not help but click his tongue, expressing regret. "So what are you suggesting?" he inquired. Seeing Diego's reaction, Felton felt his words were resonating and pressed on. "What I suggest is that once we reach land, we abandon this wretched ship. As the helmsman, with your exceptional knife-throwing skills and my considerable manpower, if I can recruit a few more seasoned veterans, we'll have strength, experience, and skill. There's no way we would be treated as mere guests wherever we go. Isn't that better than enduring the indignities imposed by a bunch of youngsters here? Let him remain aboard with his little gang of brats. I can't wait to see his face when he realizes he cannot even get this ship moving. Diego chuckled along, but offered no affirmation. This lack of commitment left Felton feeling dissatisfied. He attempted to extract further promises, but Diego remained tight-lipped. Frustrated, Felton departed, taking the wine and peanuts he had brought with him. After Felton left, Diego downed the remaining wine in his glass and carefully poured the last drops into his mouth, unwilling to waste a single drop. Once he could no longer extract anything from the decanter, he slammed the glass onto the table, disdainfully muttering, "Fool." 3 days ago. William's eloquence at the bow of the ship was nothing short of remarkable. His previous conflicts with Zepp now seemed trivial in comparison to the way he garnered the loyalty of the crew aboard. Diego would assert that had anyone dared to voice even the slightest dissent during William's speech, regardless of their identity or the number of individuals who might have stood up, William would have unleashed a massacre without a moment's hesitation, mercilessly slaughtering half of those on board without so much as a fleeting glance of remorse. William has eliminated Barbarossa, thereby removing the greatest obstacle aboard the ship. It is inconceivable that anyone could disrupt him at this juncture. His murderous intent is evident to all, which is why, despite his discontent, Felton dares not show his face or utter a sound. After all, from a strategic standpoint, William holds the upper hand. Clow is allied with him, as has Hardin, along with a cadre of seasoned pirates such as Hutchison, who harbor amicable ties with William, and a group of newcomers led by Nadal. The entire crew is present, and even before William had assumed the de facto role of captain, Felton refrained from stepping forward. Now, he resorts to covert schemes, which, in Diego's eyes, is nothing short of foolishness. Discussing legalities aboard a pirate ship may seem absurd, yet within the pirate crew, there exists a certain alignment of hearts and minds. When William publicly inquired who opposed him, no one challenged his authority. Thus, his position as captain is tacitly sanctioned by the crew. Given that he is the captain by collective acquiescence, Felton remains his nominal subordinate. And conspiring aboard the ship before even disembarking is tantamount to providing William with an excuse to deal with him. After all, Felton is no longer the William of yore. He is now a navigator, indispensable to the ship's voyage. Among a multitude of voices, Felton cannot solely confide in Diego, inevitably. Someone will relay this information to their new captain, William, rather than wait for others to report this to William and seize the opportunity for glory. Diego believes it is better for him to take action himself. Within the confines of the Morgan pirate crew's vessel, the hold is cluttered with various debris. The scent of sour wine mingling with the briny odor of the sea, permeating this dimly lit space. Outside, the relentless waves crash against the ship, producing a dull thudding sound. Prolonged exposure to such a confined environment can impose significant psychological strain, particularly in the context of captivity. Selkirk and his subordinates find themselves ensnared here, tightly bound by iron chains and ropes, their meager rations and dire circumstances rendering them haggard. Barbarossa had evidently imprisoned captives before, transforming the hold into a series of rudimentary cells, closely aligned in a row and separated by walls, where the inmates can only glimpse the outside world through iron-barred doors. William sat leisurely on a chair that his subordinates had brought, positioned directly in front of the cell door, in plain sight of several prisoners as he smoked his cigarette with deliberate slowness. He crossed his legs, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized the captives behind the bars through the swirling smoke, his thoughts inscrutable. 2 pirates approached the cell door, offering scant portions of food and water to the prisoners. However, to prevent them from regaining their strength, the quantities were minimal, merely a small piece of bread and half a bowl of water. Moreover, shackled by iron chains and unable to use their hands, the prisoners were forced to eat and drink while lying on the ground, and the matter of relieving themselves was unthinkable, resulting in a foul stench pervading the vicinity of the cell. One captive from the Swordfish pirate crew, in a fit of defiance, knocked over the plate and bowl containing the meager sustenance, sliding them toward the cell door as he glared fiercely at William, shouting, "If you intend to kill us, do so swiftly and do not humiliate us here." His desperate attempt to thrust his head through the bars, as if yearning to bite William, was a sight to behold. William, however, appeared oblivious to his surroundings, showing no signs of concern. After the pirates had distributed food and water to the captives, he indulged in 2 more cigarettes before finally departing the hold, having uttered not a single word to the prisoners throughout the ordeal. Upon William's ascent from the hold to the deck, Clow and Hardin approached him. Chloe inquired, "Do you intend to keep these individuals confined indefinitely? You have already secured the devil fruit." William, with a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, gestured towards his temple. "They have returned from the Grand Line, having traversed the doldrums, and the knowledge they possess is of equal significance to that of a devil fruit. They are merely a band of deserters, unworthy of the esteem you place upon them." Crow, with a dismissive curl of his lip, acknowledged the undeniable value of a devil fruit. In his view, Selkirk and his companions were nothing more than a rabble of defeated soldiers, easily duped by their subordinates into abandoning ship, nearly succumbing to starvation on a deserted island. Such folly was simply incomparable to the worth of a devil fruit. William cast a glance at him and said coolly, "This is precisely why I am the captain, and you are merely a quartermaster." Croft fell silent at once, and Hardin, witnessing Croft's humiliation, let out a raspy chuckle. He then inquired of William, "What shall we do with these prisoners next?" "Isolate them completely, confining each one separately," William instructed as he made his way to the captain's quarters. "We must deprive them of any opportunity to communicate with one another. I intend to isolate them psychologically. Furthermore, we shall reduce their food supply and continue to starve them for a few more days. They still possess the strength to shout," indicating that the deprivation has not yet been sufficiently severe. William pondered for a moment and then gestured towards the captive who had just insulted him. "After we serve them their meal tomorrow, separate them. The individual I have in mind shall be deprived of food, allowing those who are fed to witness this." The intelligence gathered from interrogations had revealed that Selkirk and his companions hailed from the North Sea and had ventured through the Grand Line, which would greatly aid William in understanding other maritime territories. Furthermore, these individuals were not natives of the East Sea, making them unfamiliar with both the region and the vessel itself. Thus, their surrender would conveniently alter the crew's composition. As the group approached the captain's quarters, they noticed the ship's helmsman, Diego, waiting there, casting furtive glances about, appearing rather secretive. William couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing this. "Why are you behaving so furtively on our own ship?" William's tone was remarkably cordial, and his choice of words displayed a certain finesse. The phrase we conveyed a sense of intimacy in their relationship. In truth, prior to William's ascension to captaincy, the bond between Diego and William was not particularly close, far overshadowed by the familiarity William had with the veteran Hitchens, who had guided him as a newcomer, and the second mate Hardin, with whom he had shared experiences of confronting the formidable Zepp. Nevertheless, William's demeanor was quite pleasing to Diego, at least more so than during their initial attempts at camaraderie, when Felton had left in a huff, taking his liquor with him after refusing to provide a definitive stance. Diego did not exhibit the same ease as William. Otherwise, it would undermine the gravity of the situation and the merit of his warning. With a serious tone, he remarked, "Captain, Felton is somewhat restless." "Oh, what seems to be the issue?" William replied with an air of calm that suggested he was unfazed by impending calamity, his smile unwavering. "Let us discuss this inside." Diego followed William silently, harboring a certain admiration for his composure. Had he been facing Barbarossa or Felton, he might have already been met with an irate interrogation regarding Felton's actions. Diego even suspected that, even upon hearing that the fleet was encircled by the Navy, William would maintain a facade of tranquility. As an experienced pirate, Diego was certainly not naive enough to believe that William's apparent ease was genuine. Yet such composure was crucial for the crew's morale. At the very least, Diego felt that having a captain like William, who exuded confidence and poise, was far preferable to the petty and often wrathful Felton, offering a greater sense of security and assurance. After William led them into the captain's cabin, he did not rush to inquire about matters. Instead, he poured wine into 4 glasses, serving Cielo, Hardin, and Diego, before finally filling one for himself. He then settled into the desk and casually asked, "What has that fool Felton done?" Initially tense due to Diego's words, Hardin and Cielo began to relax as they observed William's composed demeanor, turning their gaze towards Diego. Diego spoke up. "He has recently been attempting to win over some of the old pirates on the ship, seeking to lure them away from our crew. He just contacted me." "Mindless fool," William remarked with a sip of his wine, and in need of a good reprimand. During William's construction of Barbarossa, he did not explicitly mention the brazen act of conspiring aboard the vessel, yet William remained the sole navigator on the ship. William had initially intended to wait before addressing the Felton group, but to his surprise, they seemed almost eager to be dealt with and emerged prematurely. William, a master of undermining others and consolidating power, would allow someone to undermine him? He swirled his wine glass and smiled at Cielo and Hardin, saying, It appears that in addition to persuading those captives to join us, we must first eliminate the elements of unrest aboard the ship and then unify our crew. CLO had nearly intertwined his interests with Williams, and Hardin was similarly aligned. For the past few days, he had been diligently attending to the ship's affairs, with the members of the Morgan pirate crew largely regarding him as Williams' confidant. Both men were effectively following Williams' lead, and upon hearing his words, Hardin promptly inquired, "What shall we do?" William retorted, "What did I say on the deck?" As before, William sat on a chair brought by his subordinates, crossing his legs as he observed Selkirk. However, this time, Selkirk was held in solitary confinement, and the cabin contained no one else but the two of them. After a prolonged silence, William finally spoke. "The traitorous subordinates who betrayed you are all dead." The fate of Selkirk was already known. He had been captured and deceived by his own first mate, who had lured him off the ship only to abandon him. Even a stalwart man, enduring such prolonged hunger, would inevitably grow weak. Selkirk now appeared gaunt and fatigued. William's unwavering silence during their previous encounter had left a profound impression on the captives, including Selkirk. The fatigue tactics employed had significantly diminished their willpower, reducing their hostility and vigilance, making it increasingly difficult for them to maintain a defiant demeanor. Selkirk scrutinized William and hoarsely inquired, "So, you are the one in charge of the ship now?" "Indeed," William replied with a faint smile. Rising from his chair and crouching before the cell door, brandishing a cigarette before Selkirk. After a moment of hesitation, Selkirk leaned closer to the bars, extending his head forward. William placed the cigarette to his lips, igniting it before relighting another for himself. Selkirk, allowing the smoke to linger deeply within his lungs, slowly exhaled and rasped, "What do you intend to do with us? Will you kill us? You must have acquired the devil fruit by now. We are of no further use to you. Is that what you think?" William shook his head, replying, "You are indeed ill-suited for the role of captain." Selkirk's expression darkened, but reflecting on their current predicament, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "You speak true. I am indeed unfit to be a captain. I rallied my companions to venture into the Grand Line without any preparation, leading to the near annihilation of those who set sail with me. Subsequently, I was cast away to a desolate island, nearly succumbing to starvation. Now, I find myself a captive. In light of this, I have little dignity left to continue living." "You have failed as a captain," William acknowledged, "but fortune may yet smile upon you. Had the original captain of this vessel still been alive, he likely would have dealt with you swiftly, eliminating both you and your unfortunate crew without a second thought. He would have had no interest in keeping you imprisoned for so long, wasting his precious resources and valuable space aboard." "Yet," William said, tapping the securely locked prison door with his finger, "I have my sights set on you all." William pointed to his head and remarked, "Since my tenure as captain has been so dismal, perhaps it is time to change positions. Do you wish for me to surrender and become your subordinate? Do you truly believe that such simple words could effortlessly transform an enemy into a friend?" Selkirk quickly grasped William's intent. "Enemy? Friend?" With a dismissive gesture, William flicked his cigarette at Selkirk, urging him not to be so naive. "We are pirates, not children. When we quarrel, we do not simply vow to never speak again. The sea is not a kindergarten. Apart from the Navy, we have no eternal foes. The formation of alliances among pirates hinges on two fundamental principles: formidable strength and, most importantly, a shared objective." Selkirk, despite his confinement, could not suppress a smirk. "Formidable strength? A pirate from the East Blue dares to utter such words? What is your goal? To dominate the East Blue, the weakest of seas?" The prejudice and long-standing bias propagated by the world government had deeply rooted the maritime powers' disdain for the East Blue. Hailing from the North Blue, Selkirk recognized that while the piracy there may not rival the chaos of the Grand Line, the level of turmoil and peril far surpassed that of the East Blue. Even the execution of the pirate king, Roger, in the East Blue was regarded by many as an affront, despite it being his homeland. It is evident how the East Blue pirates are perceived with such contempt by their counterparts from other seas. William smiled faintly. "Roger and Garp. Legends among pirates and the Navy both originated from these waters." Selkirk scrutinized William. "You truly are arrogant, believing yourself to be akin to the Pirate King?" William gazed at Selkirk, who regarded his words with disdain, and instead broke into a joyful laugh, leaving Selkirk utterly perplexed. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Selkirk found himself bewildered as a blinding flash erupted before him. In an instant, a tremendous explosion resonated less than half a meter away, unleashing a searing wave of heat that struck him fiercely. Selkirk let out a cry of anguish. only to be violently thrown backward by the shockwave of the blast. Landing on the ground with his exposed skin turning crimson, the cell door rattled ominously under the force of the blast, yet remained firmly shut, while William's figure had already appeared within the confines of the cell. Amidst the waves of heat, William, enveloped in swirling steam, placed a foot upon Selkirk's chest. A pale mist continuously emanated from his body, raising the temperature within the cramped cell, causing a nearby candle to melt into liquid in the blink of an eye. The area beneath William's foot, where Selkirk lay, sizzled as if scorched by a hot iron. William gazed down upon Selkirk with an air of superiority. As he spoke, a puff of white steam escaped his lips, gently wafting around his face. Selkirk, tormented by pain, thirst, and fatigue, found his spirit greatly weakened. In that moment, he seemed to conjure a mirage, perceiving William as a deity upon a cloud. The weak have no right to choose. That afternoon, the ship's surgeon Wood, first mate Felton, helmsman Diego, and the seasoned pirate Hutchinson were summoned to the captain's quarters by William to discuss matters aboard the ship. This marked a significant departure from William's predecessor, Barbarossa, who rarely conferred with anyone beyond Reyes and Heredin regarding decisions, often issuing commands instead. Although William possessed his own firm opinions and had already devised plans for significant decisions, he remained open to the thoughts and suggestions of others, even if merely as a gesture. Ultimately, the acceptance of those suggestions rested solely with him. Such conduct conveyed a sense of recognition and value to his subordinates, reflecting their importance within the team. Moreover, decisions that might provoke animosity could easily be assigned to those involved in the deliberations, redirecting the ire of lower-ranking crew members towards the middle management. Among Wood, Hutchinson, and Felton, who comprised a doctor, a drunkard, and a brash man, there was no cunning office manager to discern the intricacies of William's mind. Nonetheless, Wood and Hutchinson held a certain admiration for William's decisions. Even Felton, who often clashed with William, secretly regarded his leadership as considerably more enlightened than that of Barbarossa. As Felton approached the captain's quarters under Diego's peculiar gaze, he found it odd upon entering the room. Apart from the recently close second mate Hardin and the quartermaster Crow, Selkirk, the captive, was also present. William gestured to a few individuals before turning to fetch a wine glass. He relished the opportunity to pour wine himself whenever he entertained guests in the captain's cabin, a practice that had become a familiar custom among the attendees in recent days. Without waiting for William's invitation, Felton found a chair and seated himself, then pointed at Selkirk, inquiring rather rudely, "Why isn't this fellow confined in his cell?" Despite having donned a fresh set of clothing, Selkirk appeared somewhat disheveled. In addition to the scar left by Barbarossa during their encounter, he bore a conspicuous burn on his face. Upon hearing Felton's impolite question, the corner of his eye twitched as he cast a glance towards William. William cast a meaningful glance, then smiled at Felton and said, "I have spoken with Selkirk. He has now agreed to join our pirate crew." Selkirk nodded subtly at Hardin, Clow, and the others, who responded politely, yet Felton paid Selkirk no heed, muttering under his breath, "Another damn newcomer." However, his voice was so low that only he could hear it. The ship's Dr. Wood, along with Hutchison and Hardin, took their cups from William and, like Felton, found a chair to sit upon. In contrast, Diego, Clow, and Selkirk remained standing a short distance behind the chairs, engaging in hushed conversation. William summoned the ship's officers to the captain's quarters not specifically to target Felton or to place blame upon them. He genuinely had serious matters to discuss. Of course, given William's character, it was more akin to a briefing, a display of authority, followed by delegating the task of fleshing out the details to his subordinates. For those who had previously endured the reign of Barbarossa, this was an enormous advancement. I believe the recent events in Kalmar City serve as a valuable lesson. Engaging in aimless and unplanned plundering, as we have in the past, offers little benefit to our progress, William remarked, reclining lazily in his spacious chair, his demeanor relaxed. Influenced by him, the officers in the room exhibited a similar ease. After taking a substantial gulp of his drink, Hutchison curiously inquired, "Have we not always had plans and definitive objectives?" Veteran pirates like Hutchison had indeed sensed certain issues within the crew, suspecting a connection between Redbeard Barbarossa and the powers on shore. Following the Kalmar City incident, when the captain's quarters were ransacked, the treasure map stolen, and the ship damaged, Barbarossa was compelled to seek assistance from Arcadio, and the situation was laid bare aboard the ship. The individuals present understood that their previous targets for plunder had typically been preordained, unlike other pirate crews that aimlessly roamed the seas in search of prey. "I mean our own plans," merely pursuing assault targets designated for our partners. While it may have made things safer and easier, it does little for our advancement, William continued. Moreover, hoarding wealth in a dilapidated location to allow it to rot is foolish, even without the experience of being robbed this time. Felton scoffed. And where would we put it? In a bank? Would they dare accept it? Even if they did, I wouldn't trust them. We are pirates. Our income is illicit. And those ravenous merchants would surely relish the opportunity to collude with the government to legally devour our riches. Storing it there would be even less secure. William shook his finger, asserting that it was not yet the time to discuss banking. What he meant was to invest a portion of the spoils acquired aboard our ship into various enterprises, engaging in commerce. I possess certain connections on land. So you need not worry about how to establish our business. Felton immediately shook his head vigorously, and the others in the room harbored doubts as well. After all, they were merely pirates. Wood, being a doctor with some education, was equally ignorant of the intricacies of commerce. This was, ultimately, an unfamiliar domain, even for so-called adventure-loving pirates. Their demeanor tended to be cautious when venturing into the unknown, especially considering they would be risking their hard-earned money. Only Crow, after a moment of surprise, brightened with intrigue and sat up straight, gazing at William in astonishment. Few aboard understood these matters. What if they were swindled? What if they suffered losses? Hardin hesitantly inquired. What if? William smiled and countered. If someone dares to deceive us, we will certainly track them down and exact our revenge. As for losses, why do you assume we would incur any? Commerce is inextricably linked to maritime trade, and we are among the largest pirate crews in the East Sea. Who could possibly compete with us? Are your weapons made of paper? For strangers, we would dare to seize ships and even plunder villages. Do you think we would shy away from taking action for our own enterprise? What advanced technology or exceptionally competitive products did the various East India companies possess? Merely spices, tea, opium, and even slaves. Their true competitive advantage lay solely in their military might, and their growth was predicated on the monopoly of trade afforded by military hegemony. William would never stoop to the disgraceful acts of drug dealing or slavery. However, he was not an exemplary student either. The accumulation of capital is a bloody affair. Even in his previous life, the notion of commercial fairness and competition was limited to mere verbal sparring and petty sabotage, a phenomenon confined to modernity and stable regimes. In more recent times, capital competition has shown no qualms about resolving disputes with bullets and bayonets. Although the Morgan pirates could never truly be compared to the state-supported East India Company, the principle of safeguarding trade with force and nurturing strength through commerce remains the same. The individuals present in the room harbored doubts, yet it was inevitable that they would support this venture once they tasted its fruits. William was acutely aware of the ferocity of this beast's momentum and its astonishing rate of development. Furthermore, this approach would allow for the arrangement of crew members. Gently swirling his glass, he addressed the group, stating that in their line of work, injury was an unavoidable reality. Death, of course, would bring closure. But what if one were to become disabled or unable to fight in the future? Moreover, what would happen when their crew members grew older? If they were to invest in some enterprises, arrangements could be made for them. Felton, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "You really think far ahead, contemplating even retirement." The others, however, did not share Felton's sardonic tone. Rather, they appeared contemplative. The ship's doctor, Wood, fell into deep thought. Recognizing that he was among the elder crew members and possessed no particularly exceptional skills, William's words resonated with him, earning his respect and admiration. Wood and the others believed that William genuinely cared for the future of his crew, which motivated him to devise such a proposal. Unconsciously, Wood adjusted his posture. Turning to William, eager to hear what further suggestions this young captain might offer, William leisurely sipped his drink before calmly stating, "There is one more matter concerning the personnel aboard the ship." William abruptly turned to Felton, who had been voicing incessant objections, and inquired with an impassive expression. "I have heard that you have been attempting to recruit followers aboard the ship. Are you defying me and plotting a rebellion?" Felton was taken aback, attempting to rise from his chair. However, at that moment, for powerful hands restrained him from behind. He turned to see that the owners of those hands were none other than Chloe and Diego. Unbeknownst to him, Selkirk had already risen and circled to Felton's rear, drawing forth a thick rope from his sleeve. After Diego and Chloe held Felton firmly in place, Selkirk deftly slipped the rope around Felton's neck from behind, gradually tightening it with increasing force. Caught off guard, Felton struggled desperately, but he was firmly pinned down by Diego and Chloe. His chair screeched against the floor as he writhed, the sensation of suffocation creeping into his consciousness, his wide eyes filled with terror. The ship's doctor, Wood, and Hutchison had both risen from their seats, their faces pale as they gazed at Felton, whose complexion had turned crimson from lack of oxygen. Wood, drenched in sweat, was bewildered. He could not fathom why, despite the calm demeanor William had maintained throughout, the atmosphere had suddenly shifted to one of palpable tension. Hutchison instinctively reached for his dagger, but hesitated as his gaze fell upon Hardin, who remained composed in his chair, though his hand rested on the hilt. He refrained from drawing it. Hutchison then looked back at William, only to find him seated behind the desk, seemingly at ease, watching the unfolding scene with keen interest. "Why are you both standing?" William remarked, addressing the pale Wood and Hutchison with a smile. "You two should sit down." Wood and Hutchison, trembling, cautiously resumed their seats. Their muscles coiled as if ready to spring into action at any moment, frequently glancing back over their shoulders. William smiled upon observing the two of them. By this time, Felton's struggles had diminished significantly. Selkirk possessed immense strength, and Felton's neck was on the verge of being crushed. Gradually, Felton became utterly still, while Hutchison and Wood's garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat. William then emerged from behind the desk. As Selkirk released the rope and stepped back a few paces alongside Diego and Cielo, the lifeless head of Felton hung limply. In a flash, William drew his blade. His mastery of swordsmanship and spatial awareness were exceptional. The tip of his sword cleanly severed Felton's head from his neck, which then rolled to the ground. The headless corpse of Felton swayed slightly in the chair before collapsing with a thud, blood rapidly pooling beneath it, filling the room with an inescapable stench of blood. A few drops splattered onto William's face, prompting CLO to swiftly produce a clean handkerchief from his pocket and offer it to him. "You two may think I am conducting a purge," William calmly remarked to Wood and Hutchison as he wiped away the blood. "Felton likely believed that I would not tolerate him, that I would eventually dispose of him. However, you underestimate me. I shall not hold past grievances against anyone. From the moment you all acknowledged me as captain on the deck, I ceased to pursue the mistakes of the past, for prior to that, I was not yet captain, and you had not yet pledged your loyalty to me." William's gaze swept over Selkirk, Cielo, Diego, and Hardin, as he intended his words for them as well. "When I issued a challenge to all crew members on the deck, Felton's failure to assert himself signified his acceptance of my authority as captain. Yet now, he engages in treachery beneath me, secretly conspiring with the crew to depart. Do you believe I would let him off the hook?" William inquired with a smile. "He thinks he can leave at will. Within a pirate crew, loyalty is paramount. If you have concerns, feel free to voice them. I am quite amenable towards my own. However, if one behaves like a fool, engaging in underhanded schemes as Felton did, I shall not be lenient. I am a man of my word." William commanded Diego, as I mentioned on the deck, to cast the body into the sea. Diego acknowledged him with a nod and departed the room, burdened with the corpse. The ship's doctor, Wood, wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the situation, to strangle a man to death and still expect civility? Yet, Wood lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. Nevertheless, he and Hutchison felt considerably more composed at that moment, having come to the realization that since William ascended to the role of captain, they had consistently behaved with integrity. Given that William was not deranged, it was unlikely he would turn against them. Dr. Wood rubbed his balding head, slick with perspiration, and forced a smile, remarking that Felton truly deserved his fate. Had there been dissent, it should have been voiced openly before all, rather than in a furtive manner that only invited contempt. William's smile broadened as he slowly nodded. Meanwhile, Hutchison took a sip of his drink, summoning his courage to cautiously inquire, "What shall be done with those who surround Felton?" Upon hearing this, William turned to Hardin and inquired, "What do you believe should be done?" Hardin grinned widely and replied, "Those are all loyal confidants of Felton, utterly untrustworthy. What I mean is," he gestured across his throat, his implication clear. "Then let them all be eliminated," William stated without hesitation. "You handle it." Cielo's eyes flickered. He understood William's intention behind ordering Selkirk to strangle Felton. Although Felton was deemed a traitor, Selkirk's method of execution would still instill fear and aversion among the indigenous people of the East Sea aboard the ship. Such outsiders from the North Sea would find it even more challenging to be genuinely accepted. However, CLO was perplexed by the significance of William's command at this moment. He was the most aware of William's cunning on the ship and knew that William was not a bloodthirsty individual. Every move he made was laden with profound meaning. William did not lead his men directly to Kalmar. Instead, he first seized the pirate flag and docked at Maple Leaf Village for a respite. Although the crew of Morgan's pirate band did not encounter any significant battles on their journey to the doldrums, they endured the hardships of life at sea, exposed to the elements, and lived in constant trepidation. The captain had even been replaced, causing unrest among the crew. William deemed it prudent to allow them to recuperate on familiar territory while he reorganized the responsibilities of his subordinates. William had just executed a decisive act aboard the ship, eliminating the former first mate Felton and his crew without a trace of hesitation. There was no need to worry about the pirates on board daring to defy his orders or causing disturbances in the village, for Tony's uncle, Omar, held the position of village chief. Concerns about attracting the attention of the Navy or other official forces were unfounded. This leg of the journey had drained much of William's energy, leaving him quite fatigued. Upon arriving at Maple Leaf Village, despite the presence of familiar faces from his old crew, he spoke little, merely issuing brief instructions regarding the tasks at hand before seeking rest. The village's largest public bathhouse had been cleared, and apart from William, not a single soul remained within. The chimney of the bathhouse no longer released smoke. As the staff had been dismissed, Aramis, Edmund, Tony, and Sherlock, the loyal members William had left in Maple Leaf Village, approached from a distance. "What brings William here?" Aramis inquired curiously. After the Morgan pirate cruise ship docked, he had been tasked by William to assist in accommodating the disembarking pirates, keeping him busy and preventing him from engaging in conversation with William. Sherlock loosened his tie and remarked, "William is simply exhausted." He expressed a desire to unwind. Given that Barbarossa was a notorious pirate of the East Sea, possessing the powers of a devil fruit, William was keen to avoid drawing the attention of the world government and navy represented by Arcati and Roy. Thus, life aboard the ship resembled a precarious tightrope walk, requiring constant vigilance. Although the situation had unfolded relatively smoothly, William bore the weight of immense pressure each day on board. From the moment he stepped onto the ship, his nerves had remained taut, never allowing a moment of relaxation until now, when he could finally lower his guard and ease the burden. He delegated several pressing matters to the ship's officers and the old crew in Maple Leaf Village, briefly communicating his instructions before sending everyone away from the bathhouse to allow him some solitude. Relaxation? Tony, the experienced hand, elongated his tone upon hearing Sherlock's words, chuckling. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have summoned some women." Sherlock ignored him, peering curiously at the chimney. "The staff has been dismissed. Without anyone to heat the water, how can we bathe?" Though puzzled, the group entered through the main door. With no staff present, they resorted to fetching supplies from the duty station. Edmund, his curiosity piqued, attempted to sneak a glance into the women's bath area but was promptly pulled back by Sherlock. Upon entering the changing room connected to the bathhouse, they immediately felt a noticeable increase in temperature. Edmund quickly changed, wrapping a towel around his waist, and boldly pulled open the door to the bathing area. As he did so, a wave of warm air rushed out, the stark contrast in temperature momentarily taking his breath away. The bathhouse was filled with steam, and once the door was ajar, he allowed some of the mist to disperse before fully grasping the scene within. William sat in the steaming pool, his back turned to the door, hands resting on the edge of the basin. His head was slightly tilted backward, and a white towel draped over his face, giving the impression that he was asleep. His bare torso revealed a tattoo of an eye design on his back. This tattoo was inked earlier this year, before Wallen and Edmund were attacked by the Redbeard gang. A decision William made on his own. Those around William remain oblivious to the significance of his tattoo, known only to him, the original bearer of the design. The Eye of Horus, rooted in Egyptian mythology, symbolizes divine protection and the supreme authority of kingship. The ancient Egyptians also believed that the Eye of Horus played a vital role in their resurrection and rebirth, as evidenced by its depiction on the mummies of certain pharaohs. The purpose of this tattoo is to conceal the mark of the dragon's claw etched upon William's back. He has enveloped the entire imprint with a larger circular brand, serving as the circular pupil of the Eye of Horus. Thus, the crimson mark intertwined with the ebony patterns outlines a simple yet eerie eye. William provided merely a design of an eye, upon which the tattoo artist elaborated with artistic enhancements, depicting a pale-hued water lily behind the eye, along with the wings of an eagle. William's back is largely adorned with tattoos, intricate black patterns, and crimson pupils. Amidst the swirling mist, the Eye of Horus etched upon his back appears almost alive, fixated intently on the individual behind him. The circular brand at the center of the pupil was imprinted by a kin, who, while unaware of the significance of the dragon's hoof, comprehends William's desire to keep this secret hidden from others. Thus, he has never divulged the nature of the concealed design to anyone. William himself harbors no concern regarding his status as a slave, even if he were to forget the adage that one is born into hardship and dies in comfort, or the tales of Shun rising from humble origins, Fusei being elevated amidst the toil of construction, Jiaogu emerging from the world of fish and salt, Guanyu being recognized among scholars, Sun Shuio from the sea, and by Li Shi from the marketplace. He would still remember the renowned assertion, "Do noble lords and generals possess any innate superiority?" A person like William, who bears a rebellious spirit, does not care about his origins. Moreover, the true owner of this body is the original master of the slave, not him, the time traveler. However, William has existed in this world for quite some time and understands that one cannot solely view matters from the perspective of a time traveler. The celestial dragons serve as the face and emblem of the world government. Even the pirates in this world, despite their rebellious nature, are reluctant to directly confront the world government, although his subordinates would not underestimate him due to his slave status. After all, his strength and cunning remain unaffected by such a title. They might harbor reservations and concerns regarding the mark that signifies his tenuous connection to the celestial dragons. Thus, even with Aramis and the deceased Valen, William refrains from revealing the existence of this mark. Only Akin, whose character he has assessed as steady and loyal through memories of his past life and personal observations in this life, is aware of the mark's existence, though Akin himself is oblivious to its significance and shows no interest in understanding it. As Aramis and the others entered the bathhouse, they discovered that the water level in the pool was not deep, allowing only their waists to be submerged while sitting on the steps. The boisterous Edmund boldly stepped into the water, only to leap out in shock, exclaiming, "It's scalding hot." Sherlock, puzzled, remarked, "I noticed there was no smoke from the chimney outside, and the staff were absent. Who heated the water?" "I, William." Removed the towel from my face and finally turned to them, revealing my devil fruit power. They were aware that the Morgan pirates, also known as the Redbeard pirates, had ventured into the calm belt and knew that William had consumed a devil fruit, but the specifics of his ability remained unknown. Aramis, filled with curiosity and anticipation, inquired, "What type of fruit did you eat?" "A Logia type," William replied, and to his astonishment, his right hand transformed into a wisp of steam, vaguely forming the outline of a hand. "As for its precise name, the fruit cannot speak. How should I know? Perhaps I will have to name it myself in due course." The origins of the devil fruit and its naming conventions were mysteries to William. He only possessed the common knowledge that the general populace holds regarding devil fruits, that their abilities are classified into 3 categories: Logia, Zoan, and Paramecia. The most notable feature of Logia-type fruits is that they allow the user to become elemental, transforming into a non-corporeal form, rendering most ordinary physical attacks ineffective. Zoan-type fruits enable the user to assume animal forms, enhancing certain physical attributes based on the characteristics of the respective animal, significantly improving bodily capabilities for close combat. Paramecia-type fruits encompass a bewildering array of powers that do not fall into the other 2 categories, while there are distinctions in strength among the various types. Logia fruits are undoubtedly the rarest and most formidable among them. Just a single Paramecia-type fruit, like Barbassa's fluffy fruit, rendered William, who had honed his swordsmanship for many years, powerless, compelling him to seek out its weaknesses, let alone contend with the extraordinary ability to become elemental. William was acutely aware of this, and the others in the bathhouse shared his understanding. Upon hearing William declare that he belonged to the natural category, aside from Tony, whose expression was a complex blend of emotions and envy, both Aramis and Edmund exhibited an unmistakable excitement. Although Sherlock did not display the same degree of abandon as the other 2, he tightened his grip on the towel he held, clearly unsettled within. "Jackpot!" Edmund exclaimed, waving his towel exuberantly. "Since we are of the natural category, should we still be concerned about those 2, Roy and Arcadios? It is unlikely anyone in the East Sea could rival you." As his excitement mounted, he paced back and forth in the pool, declaring loudly, "Let us simply eliminate those 2 scoundrels and avenge Valen, dismantling them piece by piece." Tony swiftly masked his envy, echoing Edmund's sentiments. Aramis remained silent. Yet it was evident that he, too, was somewhat intrigued. William remained seated by the pool, observing Edmund, yet he failed to inherit his optimism. Meanwhile, although Sherlock harbored a vengeance as intense as Edmund's due to his father's demise at the hands of Alcacius, his demeanor was markedly more composed. He contemplated matters deeply and did not openly endorse Edmund's sentiments. A rustle of footsteps emerged from outside the bathing area, followed by the door being forcefully pulled open, accompanied by a boisterous voice. "Who are we dismembering?" "Akin." Edmund exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing the newcomer. It was indeed Akin, whom William had dispatched as an undercover agent to the Naval Division. Unlike Edmund and the others who remained in Maple Leaf Village, Akin had to take leave from the division and discreetly return here in civilian attire, navigating through various channels with great haste to avoid attracting attention. Aramis jested. "Are you here to apprehend us?" Akin responded to Aramis with a dismissive gesture, then unceremoniously seated himself beside William. William, with a smile, patted Akin on the shoulder, conveying a sense of camaraderie that surpassed that of the others. Though this group could be considered William's loyal entourage, the seating arrangement in the pool subtly indicated their varying degrees of intimacy. Tony sat at the farthest point directly opposite William. This was not due to William's desire to distance himself from Tony, but rather Tony's internal conflict. The village chief, Omar, was his uncle, and as a local power broker, he perceived Maple Leaf Village as his territory. Despite William's base being established there, Tony felt a distinct sense of rivalry. Even though Sherlock's prior counsel had quelled his unrealistic aspirations, Sherlock occupied a corner near William's right. Having aligned himself with William after the downfall of the Golden Chamber and the assassination of local officials and Caesarian's mistress, his experiences and intellect rendered him far more astute than Tony. Although he retained some wealth, in these tumultuous times, mere riches without accompanying influence rendered one akin to a lamb for slaughter. While connections from his family's long-standing business were still intact, they were exceedingly fragile in the wake of the Chamber's collapse. His paramount objectives were to restore his family's business and reputation, and most importantly, to avenge his father, Caesarion, by eliminating Alcacius, the treasurer of the Navian kingdom. For this, he relied on William. Edmund, positioned centrally in the pool, was unambiguous in his admiration for William. He had witnessed William's exceptional swordsmanship during his training, his remarkable acumen in establishing smuggling operations, and his resilience in the face of adversity. At merely 18, William had boarded the notorious pirate Barbarossa's ship, not only avenging his comrade Veron, but also usurping the captaincy, which left Edmund utterly in awe. As for the languid Aramis, reclining in the pool to William's left, he was the most seasoned member of William's crew. Although the death of Veron had created a rift between him and Edmund, any discord was now scarcely perceptible. Akin, on the other hand, was well aware that he was the most obedient to William's commands. Formerly a pirate, Akin harbored a disdain for the Navy, yet upon receiving William's orders, he unhesitatingly abandoned everything to serve as a mere soldier at the naval base, suppressing his aversion and distaste while living under a mask. Should Aramis have been placed in such a position, he would not have defied William's orders, though he might have voiced some complaints. Likewise, while Edmund would eventually be persuaded by William, he would initially display reluctance towards such directives. Only Akin exhibited no complaints or resistance. Even if he harbored inner discontent, upon receiving William's instructions, he would merely nod impassively. His temperament was steady, and he was the most skilled among them, so Edmund, Aramis, Sherlock, and Tony bore no resentment toward William's evident trust and closeness with Akin. After Akin settled down and engaged in hushed conversation with William, he turned to Edmund and inquired, "What were you discussing? Who are we dismembering?" Edmund, still brimming with excitement, recounted the news of William acquiring the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, alongside his own thoughts. Contrary to Edmund's expectations, Akin did not express support. Instead, he shook his head disapprovingly. "Relying solely on a Logia isn't sufficient for us to disregard everything else." William's intentions in sending Akin to the Navy extended beyond merely incriminating Redbeard Barbarossa. His primary objective remained to gather intelligence about the Navy, and Akin's understanding of its intricacies far surpassed that of Edmund and his companions. Having originated from the Grand Line, Akin's lineage included officials from the world government, and due to his lack of skills, he had been dispatched to the East Sea, the weakest domain of pirate influence, to serve as a Navy officer. Through him, Akin had gleaned a wealth of intelligence about the Grand Line and the world government, including the history of Colonel Roy. Edmund was taken aback, slowly returning to his seat in the pool. "What do you mean? With our skills, combined with William's Logia abilities, who in the East Sea could possibly oppose us? What were our initial concerns?" Before Akin could respond, William interjected. Noticing Edmund's bewilderment, Sherlock elucidated, "William has never been wary of Roy or Alcacius. Rather, it is the Navy and the world government behind them that he fears. This hasn't changed. If it were merely about eliminating them, we could have acted long ago without William consuming a devil fruit." Tony scoffed. "What is so formidable about the local Navy in the East Sea? What about the Grand Line?" Akin leaned against the pool's edge, speaking matter-of-factly. The rat is but a short-sighted fool, yet Roy is no ordinary character. Akin turned to William and Aramis. Do you remember that naval ship that hunted us like rabbits back when we were with the Denton pirate crew? Aramis frowned. What a coincidence, was it him? In the increasingly warlord-like and unruly environment of the various naval divisions in the East Sea, Roy's initial tactic of utilizing fleeing pirate crews to raid villages, subsequently plundering wealth under the guise of confiscating pirate loot, was indeed shrewd. However, while Aramis and the others regarded this method as clever, William dismissed it. It merely indicated Roy's lack of foolishness. William then posed a crucial question to Akin. What is Roy's strength like? Before you consumed the devil fruit, you wouldn't have been Roy's match. Now, it's hard to say. Akin replied, pursing his lips. I need to understand your devil fruit abilities to make a proper assessment. William gestured for Akin to maintain a distance from him. Once Akin complied, he observed the water pool beside William begin to boil fervently. Strangely, the steam rising from the surface did not disperse as it typically would. Instead, it coalesced into a singular mass under William's command. Steam, inherently colorless and transparent, transforms into a mist-like white vapor when it encounters droplets formed from the cold air. Thus far, I possess the ability to manipulate and transform into steam. William briefly elucidated this, and moreover, I can generate intense heat, inducing a vigorous vaporization of liquids. The capabilities bestowed by the devil fruit, along with the methods of utilization and the development of techniques, are not simply implanted in the minds of the users. Apart from the innate abilities that can initially be wielded instinctively, akin to the progression of human locomotion from crawling to upright walking and eventually to running, even more complex maneuvers require the user to cultivate their skills gradually over time. William's devil fruit, in accordance with the prevalent nomenclature within this world, could aptly be referred to as the vapor fruit. Currently, aside from the notable ability characteristic of natural-type devil fruits that allows his body to transform into a mass of steam, he possesses additional capabilities, such as the ability to raise temperatures, enabling objects to rapidly vaporize. However, a significant issue arises, thus far. The heat generated by his temperature increase is not derived externally but is produced internally, under standard atmospheric pressure. The boiling point for water transitioning from liquid to gas is 100 degrees Celsius, and it becomes exceedingly challenging for William to elevate the temperature beyond this threshold. William was acutely aware that his potential was far from being fully realized. Though he had been academically challenged in his previous life, he retained a faint recollection that 100 degrees Celsius merely represented the boiling point of water under standard atmospheric pressure, and that altering the pressure could indeed elevate this threshold. Moreover, as the possessor of a unique ability, he understood better than anyone else that he was not merely controlling boiling water, but rather the gas it produced. The temperature limit of steam transcended mere boiling. Currently, however, he grappled with the internal pressure of the steam. Much like a pot lid that is forced open by the steam escaping during boiling, as William's own temperature increased, the steam inevitably emanated from within him, carrying with it both heat and warmth. A significant portion of the steam that enveloped the entire bathing area was, in fact, a byproduct of his own body as he heated the pool water. Ultimately, it was evident that he had acquired his abilities only recently, and there remained much to explore and develop. Nevertheless, he refrained from divulging overly detailed information. William was a keen observer, adept at drawing lessons from experiences, both his own and those of others. The infamous Redbeard Barbarossa had fallen victim to the exposure of his devil fruit's weaknesses, leading to targeted countermeasures against him. First there was Zepp, and later William himself, who had ultimately bested him. Such vivid cautionary tales only served to heighten William's vigilance. Even though he had consumed a natural-type devil fruit, aside from sea prism stone, William felt an unmistakable aversion to water since becoming a devil fruit user. Common lore often suggested that devil fruit users feared seawater. However, this apprehension extended beyond mere oceanic waters. The water level in the bathing pool was deliberately kept at waist height, as any increase would exacerbate his physical discomfort. After several individuals emerged from the now boiling pool, Akin paused momentarily upon hearing William's words before responding. If that is the case, the outcome remains uncertain. The expressions of Aramis, Edmund, and even Tony darkened. They were all too aware of William's strength. Akin's hesitance to affirm that William could surpass Roy indicated that the disparity in power between Roy and the pre-devil fruit William was substantial. Turning to William, Akin continued, your earlier speculation was indeed correct. The Navy possesses its own unique martial arts techniques, known as the Six Styles. While such techniques are seldom employed by the weaker navies like those in the East Blue, they are quite prevalent among the ranks of the Navy headquarters. William discerned the underlying implications in Akin's words. Roy would undoubtedly employ his skills. As an officer from the Navy headquarters, he was adept in the two techniques known as iron block and saru. Akin sighed, noting that Roy held considerable esteem within the division's base. This was attributable not only to his seniority, but also to the fact that he had demonstrated these two techniques to nearly every new recruit entering the base, thereby reinforcing his authority in their eyes. He had also showcased his iron block to me. It was a defensive technique that rendered his body as resilient as steel. Akin recounted how Roy had invited him to attack him head-on. Despite wielding a blade, I had refrained from unleashing my full strength and failed to injure him. Later, when Roy permitted me to use a firearm, I similarly could not harm him. The others present, apart from Akin, were hearing of these techniques for the first time. The notion that a mere human could withstand bullets with their body caused William to furrow his brow. Isn't that the power of a devil fruit? Edmund inquired incredulously. Absolutely not, Akin affirmed. However, William's current devil fruit abilities might counter his iron block. My concern lies with his saru, which is characterized by its explosive speed. I can barely perceive his form with the naked eye. Before witnessing this technique, I had never considered that anyone could move so swiftly. Those endowed with devil fruit powers fear sea stone. Should he wield it in conjunction with saru, anyone unable to match his speed could still be harmed. Damn it, Tony cursed. Why would such an incredible individual come to the East Blue? It is better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix, William murmured, contemplating Roy's mindset. In the perilous waters of the Grand Line, even possessing 2 of the 6 techniques did not elevate Roy to a formidable figure. Yet, in the East Blue, he was a guest of the kingdom's ministers, a partner relied upon, and the undisputed king of the naval base. Here, he dispatched pirate crews as one would shoo away a dog. Within the East Blue, he was a man of true significance. A member at the apex of the food chain. The news of Roy somewhat dulled the group's merriment. Unlike Edmund and the others, who openly displayed their dejection, William had not anticipated overturning his original plans simply due to consuming a Logia-type fruit. Now, having gleaned insights into Roy's capabilities, he felt better prepared than if he were to confront him as an adversary without prior knowledge. William glanced at the contemplative crowd and smiled, saying, "It appears that my move was indeed wise. At least it has revealed to us the vastness of the world, preventing us from remaining mere frogs in a well." Aramis grumbled, "I would rather continue as a frog in a well. If a single Roy is this formidable, how terrifying must the monsters at the naval headquarters be? Is it really necessary for one to be so exaggeratedly resilient to bullets?" William paid him no heed, gently clapping his hands. The crisp sound of applause reverberating throughout the bathhouse, interrupting the contemplation of those present. "How long have we been at sea? The once unattainable Barbarossa has perished. Has he not? Moreover, even the pirate crew has changed its colors. Is your resolve so fragile?" William mockingly laughed, questioning whether they lacked confidence in his leadership. Aramis scratched his head, responding, "Of course not. It's just that the thought of encountering so many formidable foes in the Navy feels rather daunting. Rising to the challenge is the essence of manhood," William replied nonchalantly. Aramis clenched his fist, and the others paused momentarily at these words, finding renewed vigor. "The purpose of gathering you here today is primarily to discuss our future divisions of labor." William observed the expressions of the group, inviting anyone with reservations to voice them. "Aramis, join me aboard the pirate ship," William directed, casting a glance at the astonished Aramis. "Currently, the first mate is an old pirate from the Barbarossa era, who I have just commanded to eliminate the former first mate's crew. The veterans from Barbarossa's time harbor some resentment towards him, while the second mate is a foreigner I enlisted, originally a captive, who strangled the former first mate, making it difficult for the old crew to accept him. Once you board, be mindful of winning over these seasoned sailors. I will arrange several battles soon. With your swordsmanship, you shall quickly rise to prominence. And I will promote you to an officer, allowing you to establish your footing on the ship swiftly." Aramis, in his habitual manner, complained. "Why not promote me directly to an officer? You have just joined the crew, and you are not yet familiar with everyone. If I were to promote you immediately, how could I command respect? How could you command respect?" William's tone turned somewhat stern. "Furthermore, once aboard the pirate ship, temper your cleverness and flattery. You are no longer the greenhorn of the Danton pirate crew, soon to become an officer. Do not allow yourself to be underestimated by the seasoned veterans." After Aramis obediently acknowledged, William continued, "Tony will be responsible for liaising with the Navy. Akin, Find an opportunity to introduce your corrupt superior, known as the Rat, to him. Tony inquired, isn't Akin already involved? Akin has other pressing matters and will not directly assist us in the Navy, William replied with a smile. Your task is both light and crucial. Indulge in leisure while ensuring that Rat is dealt with. I am about to meet Roy, and once we collaborate, it would be inappropriate for me to recruit his subordinates directly. You will effectively represent me. Sherlock pretended to wipe the sweat from his brow with a towel, concealing the smirk that threatened to surface. The village chief of Red Leaf Village, Omar, is Tony's uncle, and Tony wields significant influence there. If William intends to amplify his investments and developments in Red Leaf Village, Tony's local prominence becomes a concern. Had Tony possessed Akin's steadiness, or Edmund's loyalty and honesty, or even the clarity of vision that Sherlock himself had, Sherlock was certain that William would not be overly worried about such influence. However, considering the nature of Tony, who could be easily seen through by even Sherlock, it was evident that William would not be oblivious. Although Tony's influence might not be earth-shattering, it was certainly sufficient to cause disturbances and hinder progress. By assigning Tony to public relations to liaise with Rat, William aimed to subtly diminish Tony's local influence. Nonetheless, William managed to execute this without appearing overly harsh, as that would only alienate his subordinates. This public relations role is indeed a desirable position and holds significant importance. Thus, there was no need to worry that Tony might feel belittled or affronted. With his background as a gang leader and experience in the smuggling trade at the docks, Tony had interacted with all walks of life, making him a suitable candidate for this role. As expected, Tony readily accepted the task without any sign of discontent. Though Sherlock discerned William's tactics, he harbored no resentment. When he was very young, Caesarion had once told him that there are many ways to correct a problem, but the best solution is to prevent it from arising in the first place. Preventing issues before they occur is far superior to mending them after they have erupted. William's actions only served to elevate Sherlock's regard for him, instilling greater confidence in William's potential. After discussing Tony's arrangements, William turned his attention to Sherlock. Sherlock, remain on land to establish the business. I previously mentioned the idea of producing mead to penetrate the health and gift markets. How is the development of the brewery's formula progressing? The formulation and brewing process are manageable, Sherlock shrugged, but according to your strategy, the recipe isn't the primary concern. Marketing and promotion are paramount. With the smuggling operation temporarily halted, William needed to secure additional avenues for the brewery. Beyond the usual alcoholic beverages, he envisioned creating a premium product with an emphasis on packaging to enhance product differentiation. Additionally, he planned to promote the purported health benefits of honey and wine from his past life, preparing to enter the untapped health and gift markets in this world. However, Sherlock's concerns were valid. Previously, the brewery's beverages thrived in the Kingdom of Nevia due to the absence of competition, a result of the prohibition. Now, with access to this lucrative market restricted, the brewery would face direct competition. The wines produced by the Hongia Village Brewery lacked brand recognition and exceptional qualities, leading to unsatisfactory sales. You needn't worry about that. William proposed the notion of utilizing a portion of the pirate spoils as capital to invest in the land-based business. Sherlock's eyes widened in astonishment, and he clapped his hands in unrestrained excitement and admiration. A joint stock company? William, you are brilliant. He paced back and forth, exhibiting even more enthusiasm than when Edmund learned of William consuming the natural-type devil fruit. With your crew of pirates, do we need to fear competition? With shares in the company, we can also ensure that your crew remains committed. As the business flourishes, their stakes will increase, making the company's shares increasingly significant to them. Once they reap the benefits, they will naturally safeguard the company's interests without our prompting. This also raises their cost of betrayal. Should they dare to abandon your command, their previous investments will be lost to them. William couldn't help but sigh. When he first revealed this plan, it seemed that only Crow had grasped the underlying significance, while the other pirates remained oblivious to its deeper meaning. Sherlock was indeed a born merchant. While you are on land, remember to recruit talent, William continued after Sherlock's initial excitement had waned. On board, we need navigators, gunners, and sailors. On shore, we require teachers, media professionals, and various craftsmen. I want anyone with skill and capability. Can you truly make use of so many recruits at once? Sherlock inquired. Otherwise, why would I amass such wealth? I would rather employ them now and support them than scramble to find personnel when the need arises. William replied. I plan to establish a shipyard in Hongia Village, so prioritize recruiting the relevant talents. Sherlock nodded in agreement. At this moment, Edmund could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "William, what about my role in all this?" "You will accompany Sherlock and ensure his safety," William instructed. If it weren't for the fact that some old pirates from the Morgan pirate crew had seen Edmund, and since William was not yet ready to reveal the identity of his crew or to confront Alcacio and the others, it might have been more suitable for Edmund to take Aramis's place on the ship. However, reality rarely offers such alternatives. Sherlock had to maintain his business while also recruiting personnel, and there were many individuals he needed to meet. The seas were a chaotic mix of characters, and Sherlock himself had not studied any self-defense techniques, necessitating the need for protection. Among the crew, Edmund's skills were second only to Arkin's, making him a sufficient choice for this role. Edmund had always dreamed of venturing out to sea as a pirate, and hearing that he would not have the opportunity to board a pirate ship left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he understood the root of the problem and held no grievances. William observed his demeanor and spoke with a certain gravity. "You must ensure Sherlock's safety. Should anything happen to him, I shall not spare you." Edmund, dispelling his earlier gloom, replied earnestly, "I understand." After issuing orders to several individuals, William exhaled a deep sigh, leaned back against the edge of the pool, and gazed upwards. At the top of the bathhouse, the proprietor had ingeniously crafted a ukiyo-e painting featuring a dragon, while the steam rising from the pool enveloped the dragon like clouds, making the fierce golden dragon appear almost alive. With utmost caution, yet without trepidation, William peered through the mist into the dragon's eyes and softly declared, "Since we have embarked on this path, there is no turning back. We must forge ahead. To merely engage in trivial skirmishes and to drift aimlessly is a path to demise. Though we may currently be inconspicuous to the world, trust me, there will come a day when we shall leave the world in awe." Indeed, the others echoed in unison. Subsequently, they all departed, leaving only Akin behind. "Regarding the information on six styles, do you think we can obtain it from Roy?" William inquired. "The likelihood is slim. Roy is quite cautious. If it were a mouse, it might be different, but he may not be able to acquire the information. Moreover, such physical techniques hold value beyond mere notes. They cannot be easily mastered through mere reading," Akin contemplated before responding. After a moment of contemplation, William stated, "We should indeed give it a try. We can entrust the task to the mouse regarding Roy's proposal. If Roy agrees, it would be ideal. If he does not, it would not be detrimental either, as it would provide an opportunity to sow discord in their relationship." William inquired, "What are your thoughts on that person, Mouse?" Akin paused for a moment before disdainfully offering an 8-character appraisal. "Greedy for wealth, fearful of death." William chuckled upon hearing this remark. "I intend to assist him in becoming the highest-ranking officer of the 16th Division. What are your thoughts? Do you have any suggestions?" William's initial plan was to support Akin in ascending to the esteemed position of the commander of the 16th Division. He possessed ample financial resources and could easily facilitate Akin's promotion by taking credit after defeating rival pirate crews. However, upon hearing news about the six styles, William altered his intentions, recognizing the significance of acquiring this technique. Should obstacles arise in obtaining it from Roy, he might contemplate sending Akin to the Navy headquarters for further training. Akin pondered the matter seriously before responding affirmatively, "No problem." Yet, he soon inquired, "What about Roy?" "Roy must die," William replied coolly. "Hearing your assessment of him has only intensified my desire for his demise. However, I prefer to wait until Mouse ascends to a position of senior leadership, perhaps even as the second in command, to facilitate this transition with minimal resistance or unforeseen complications. At that time, I shall also involve Mouse and require him to submit a letter of intent. When it comes to eliminating Roy, one must proceed with utmost caution. He is not merely an officer from the Navy headquarters. He is also trained under the renowned Black Arm Zephyr." Akin spoke solemnly, revealing this information only in private with William, fearing it might dishearten Aramis and the others. "Zephyr?" William mused, the name unfamiliar to him. "I gathered some information about him from Mouse," Akin continued. "Over 20 years ago, during the heyday of legendary pirates like the Pirate King, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, he served as a vice admiral in the Navy. But he resigned voluntarily after only a few years. According to encyclopedic definitions, steam is a general term that requires a specific context, such as water vapor or mercury vapor, referring to gases formed from the evaporation, boiling, or sublimation of liquids or solids. In contrast, steam specifically denotes water vapor. William possesses the abilities of the steam fruit, but for now, he can only influence water vapor. "William, disregarding his astonishment at the term admiral, inquired with curiosity, why would he tender his resignation? Akin smirked, a hint of cold amusement gracing his lips. He harbors a vengeful pirate enemy who has slain his wife and children. An admiral who cannot safeguard his own family may have succumbed to despair. William remained silent for a while, until Akin continued, after Zephyr submitted his resignation. He was persuaded by the higher-ups to remain as an instructor for the Navy. He has mentored numerous renowned naval officers. Although Roy, under his tutelage, was not particularly distinguished and had not studied for long, he might still be acquainted with a few classmates who hold significant positions. Upon hearing this, William furrowed his brow and fell into deep contemplation. After resting in Maple Leaf Village, he led his crew in a few business ventures. Having pilfered several ships based on intelligence about competitors provided by Sherlock, thus refining the skills of his crew. Only after this did he set sail for Kalmar City to meet Alcacio and Roy. In the Treasury Minister's office, the atmosphere had transformed. What once was familiar was now utterly changed. The venue for Alcacio's meetings remained unchanged, yet the presence of individuals had shifted. Barbarossa had once again arrived in this meeting room, though this time his head was confined within a box, brought by William. Alcacio opened the lid of the wooden box just a crack, glanced inside, and with a face of disgust, promptly closed it and pushed it away. He then retrieved a handkerchief and began to wipe his hands incessantly, as if the very box bore a contagion. Seated beside him, Colonel Roy exhibited none of Alcacio's delicacy. He brought the box closer, opened it, and directly extracted Barbarossa's head. Despite the days of tumult endured and some preservation measures taken, the head still emanated a foul odor. And through its somewhat distorted features, one could barely recognize its owner. Roy, seemingly unaffected by the stench of decay, examined Barbarossa's face with keen interest, as if studying the expression he wore at the moment of his demise. "Is it you who killed Barbarossa?" Roy's gaze remained fixed on the severed head, not sparing a glance at William, as he posed the question softly. No, William shook his head, eliciting a frown from Alcacio. Yet his expression soon relaxed again as William continued. It was the officers of the Navy's 16th Division who brought about his end. Roy chuckled softly, finally directing his attention to William. "You are a clever man, unlike the fools I have at my disposal." With a casual motion, he tossed Barbarossa's head back into the wooden box without concern for the mess, lighting a cigar and placing it between his lips. Through the smoke, he regarded William and remarked, "It appears that the Redbeard pirates have now fallen under your command?" "Indeed," William replied with a subtle smile. Alcacio, upon hearing this, turned to his side, looking at Chloe, who discreetly nodded in affirmation. "Then you have come here specifically to maintain our previous alliance with Barbarossa?" Alcacio, having received confirmation from his own, finally accepted William's claim of dominion over the entire crew and inquired. William deliberately lowered his head, emitting a bitter laugh. "When I eliminated Barbarossa, I took advantage of the situation. Now, with Barbarossa, Reyes, and Hayreddin all deceased, the pirate crew has significantly diminished in strength. Given our current capabilities, it is quite challenging to maintain our former status and momentum. However, although the crew's power is considerably weaker than before, there is one aspect in which we have grown stronger. I, as the new captain, am able to remain unperturbed by circumstances. Unlike Barbarossa, who often acted on his own accord, trampling on agreements and causing chaos for our allies, I will not." William raised his head once more, gazing at the two individuals who were scrutinizing him. "You are well acquainted with my pirate crew, and unlike Barbarossa, I shall not act recklessly. As your ally, you need not worry," he assured them. Alcacio and Captain Roy exchanged a glance, and after a moment's contemplation, Alcacio stirred his coffee and inquired leisurely, "What cargo have you brought ashore this time?" "Wine, a substantial quantity of it." "I am aware that this is precisely what you require," William replied with a smile. Alcacio had nearly monopolized the underground smuggling market for alcoholic beverages within the Kingdom of Navia and was in dire need of an array of wines to satiate market demand. Meanwhile, William had eliminated competitors for the winery in Maple Leaf Village, consequently acquiring a significant stock of wine, which he now offered as a gesture of goodwill. Alcacio nodded in satisfaction. "I shall send my associates to procure the goods. Should you have any supply needs aboard your vessel, do not hesitate to inform them." Roy, who had remained silent until now, feigned casualness as he addressed William. "I have heard that you ventured near the doldrums." He had previously investigated the Redbeard pirate crew's whereabouts during the Tekalaver incident and was privy to their movements. William was originally holding a cup of coffee, and upon hearing this, he paused momentarily, but soon regained his composure, using the act of lowering his head to sip the coffee to organize his thoughts. He then remarked, "Barbarossa wishes to venture into the doldrums. hoping to stumble upon a devil fruit. Did he find one? Colonel Roy interjected, his focus solely on this inquiry. Indeed, he did. William replied, a look of delight illuminating his face, betraying a hint of barely contained pride. However, he did not manage to claim it. Alcatiro scrutinized William for a moment before frowning and asking, "Did you consume it?" Seeing William nod generously, Alcatiro expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "If you had entrusted it to my auction house for sale, I could have inflated its price to 400 million berries or even more. I do not trust my crew. The return journey would take far too long and is too uncertain," William grinned. Alcatiro chose not to respond further. While Roy leaned in closer to William, seemingly intrigued, and inquired, "You are indeed fortunate. I am curious, what is the nature of your fruit's power?" "Paramecia," William replied, somewhat boastfully lifting the cup containing his coffee. He gestured toward the two, and soon the coffee within began to bubble vigorously. "My body can generate heat." Roy's gaze remained fixed on William's expression, and upon hearing the term paramecia, his attention finally shifted to the boiling coffee in his hand, and he remarked with feigned indifference, "A commendable ability, indeed, with considerable potential." William lingered in the reception room for a while before rising to depart. However, Chloe did not accompany him. Remaining behind at the behest of Arcadio, Arcadio inquired of Chloe, "Has this lad truly taken command of the entire pirate crew?" Barbassa, along with the first mate he later promoted, were both slain by him. "Indeed, aboard the ship, his word is law," Chloe replied. Nearby, Roy, deep in thought, gazed at the steaming cup of coffee without raising his head and asked, "Has he truly consumed a paramecia-type devil fruit?" Chloe hesitated. "I am uncertain. He has yet to reveal his abilities in front of the crew, and today was the first time I heard him mention it." Captain Roy, unconcerned with Chloe's technical allegiance to Arcadio, commanded in a firm tone, "Observe him closely aboard the ship. Determine whether he genuinely possesses a paramecia-type ability, and if heat emission is his sole power. Should you discover he wields a logia-type devil fruit, you must inform me immediately." Regarding Zifa's experiences, there exists a compilation titled Volume 1000, seemingly distributed as a physical book with theatrical releases, and a scanned version is available online. I shall share images on the official WeChat account shortly. Chloe glanced at Arcadio, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to respectfully respond to Captain Roy. Understood. Once Chloe had departed, Arcadio turned to Roy and asked, "Do you suspect Stolt was lying just now? If he had indeed consumed a logia-type devil fruit, would he have been so forthright?" Captain Roy replied gravely, "He is merely in his teens yet has slain Barbassa. This could be attributed to cleverness, as he claims. However, controlling the crew of a ship in such a brief span is no simple feat at his age. Possessing such cunning while remaining so straightforward is indeed peculiar." Arcadio frowned at this observation. Perhaps he is simply wise enough to fear the power we wield. As for the devil fruit matter, I believe you may be overthinking it. He is merely a somewhat clever pirate. Roy smirked cynically. There is no avoiding reality. If you, like me, have spent time at the Navy headquarters and in the Grand Line, you would recognize an undeniable truth. This world is inherently unfair. Some are destined to be the prey of others, and no amount of effort or reckless pursuit can rival those monsters born for battle. At this juncture, Roy failed to notice how jealousy twisted his expression, his tone turning acerbic. "Since we cannot match those monsters in brute strength, we must employ our intellect, leveraging the advantages of our humanity, and refrain from emulating the mindless beasts." Seeing Roy's agitation, Arcadio quickly redirected the conversation. "What would you propose if we indeed discover Stolt has consumed a logia-type devil fruit?" Captain Roy took a couple of deep puffs from his cigar to steady his emotions before responding. Dealing with logia-type users presents the greatest challenge due to their elemental transformation. Frankly, I cannot claim absolute certainty of victory against such adversaries. Thus, the most prudent course of action remains to notify the Navy headquarters. Arcadio's hand trembled, nearly spilling his coffee, as he interjected, "Notify the Navy headquarters? Are you mad? Do you not fear they might uncover our collusion?" Roy brushed off the ash from his cigar nonchalantly. "Is there anything between us that warrants secrecy? Setting aside whether they will notice our connection. As the highest commander of the base, is it wrong for me to befriend the minister overseeing this maritime region to gain insights into pirate activities? Only pirates should be our concern." Arcadio, unlike Roy, remained unconvinced. "That is far too risky. You call this the most prudent method?" Roy studied Arcadio intensely, extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. He opened his palm towards him. "Let me elucidate what prudence entails. The authority of the world government and the Navy is a distant notion. What we wield here and now is our own might. With a superior force at our disposal, We can dictate the situation. They must heed our commands, and that is what true prudence looks like. As Roy spoke, his hand clenched into a fist, the joints cracking under the pressure. However, should our advantage and strength dissipate, all will slip from our grasp, leaving us reliant solely on the authority of the world government and the Navy. At that juncture, we would be at their mercy. A Logia-type devil fruit user poses a potential threat beyond our control. The arrival of the Navy headquarters personnel will ultimately be fleeting. I harbor no concerns regarding them. Roy remarked coldly. Yet if Stolt is indeed lying, having consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, he must harbor grand ambitions. I shall surely report to the headquarters. Perhaps even enlist classmates to apprehend him. He will either perish in the East Blue or languish for eternity and impel down. In the East Blue, only we, the Navy, can maintain authority over the situation. After William departed from the residence of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, he did not return to the ship. Instead, he ventured to the restaurant belonging to the underground arms dealer, Dan Peel, a place that Rees had previously escorted him to. Following the directions provided by the reception, he made his way to the subterranean bar. Within the establishment, members of the Morgan pirate crew, first mate Harden, second mate Selkirk, along with Aramis and Hutchinson, occupied a table, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance. Upon catching sight of William's figure, they simultaneously rose from their seats. The formidable presence of these four men, some with fierce expressions and others towering in stature, drew the attention of nearby patrons. However, the group paid no heed to the curious glances cast their way. Noticing William's acknowledgement, they promptly approached him, subsequently falling into step half a pace behind him. William led the four individuals along the corridor towards the conference room they had previously visited. The patrons and waitstaff, intimidated by the group's demeanor and presence, instinctively parted ways. Have they arrived? William inquired without turning his head. They just arrived 10 minutes ago, Harden replied in a low voice. How many are there? There are a total of 6 individuals. William nodded, and as the group conversed, they soon arrived at the entrance of the conference room. William pushed open the door with determination, and as it swung wide, a multitude of gazes converged upon him. A swift glance allowed William to grasp the situation within the room. At one end of the long table in the center of the conference room sat Zepp, known as the Redfoot, who had previously clashed with the Redbeard pirates and was renowned alongside Barbarossa in the East Sea. He lounged with an air of nonchalance, while behind him, 5 crew members of the chef pirates occupied a nearby sofa. Seated beside Zepp was Dan Bill, the proprietor of the restaurant and underground bar, and a notorious arms dealer, who appeared to have been engaged in conversation with him prior to William's entrance. Upon noticing William, Dan Bill merely offered a smile. But Zepp abruptly uncrossed his legs, and his subordinates rose in unison, their eyes blazing with intensity as they fixated on William and his companions. William chuckled dismissively, maintaining his composure as he approached the other end of the conference table and took a seat in the chair pulled out by Hutchison. The rumors, it seemed, were indeed true. Zepp scrutinized William, realizing that Barbarossa had met his downfall, devoured by a mere child, leaving not even a bone behind. Not only had he lost his life, but his entire fortune had vanished, a truly unexpected turn of events. Old ghost, you are becoming increasingly muddled, Williamson remarked with a hint of malice. The law of survival at sea is that of the fittest. If you are afraid, you might as well find a way to clear your name and settle ashore as a humble cook. With a sharp tongue, Zepp suppressed his furious urge to charge at William's subordinates, smirking ominously as he retorted, "The reason I am here this time is to pay respect to Dampiel. Did you summon me through Dampiel merely to issue a challenge? If that is the case, let me assure you, it is unnecessary. Regardless of how many captains you replace aboard your ship, the war between our factions has never ceased." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew tense as Aramis, Harden, Hutchison, and Selkirk all tightened their nerves, ready to draw weapons and engage the chef pirate crew at William's signal. Zepp's followers mirrored this readiness. Dampiel, who had intended to remain uninvolved, found it necessary to rap his knuckles on the table to signal his presence. He cast a penetrating gaze at William. "You summoned me to assist you by bringing Captain Zepp here. And it cannot be merely to instigate a full-scale battle on my territory, can it?" Without waiting for William's response, he turned to Zepp. "Captain Zepp, you are my guest. Should he dare to strike, rest assured, I will not stand idly by. However, if your subordinates fail to show me respect and initiate hostilities against Captain Stewart and his crew, I too will not extend you any courtesy." Harden from the Morgan pirate crew and several pirates from the chef pirate crew glared furiously at Dampiel. After William finished listening to Dampierre, he replied, "Of course not. I have asked Captain Zepp to come over to discuss the matter of a ceasefire. Is it as simple as you say, just stopping?" A golden-haired man with a lip piercing suddenly interjected, interrupting William. "Such a lack of decorum," William remarked, pausing momentarily. Noticing that Zepp remained motionless and showed no intention of intervening, he continued leisurely, "Captain Zepp, is this also your sentiment?" The pierced-lip man seemed poised to advance, but Zepp raised a hand to restrain him. He replied calmly, "This is precisely my sentiment. You launched a surprise attack and killed my subordinates. And now you suddenly propose a ceasefire. It cannot be that simple." William smiled, observing the man with the lip piercing with keen interest, and inquired, "Pray tell. Who is this hero?" "I am Charles, the first mate aboard my vessel," Zepp replied. "Nothing of consequence," William continued to smile, "Captain Zepp. The infamous Barbarossa who once attacked you has met his demise, and his red-beard pirates have vanished into oblivion. Before you now stands a new captain and a new crew of pirates. We merely lack the inclination to settle debts for a deceased man. It would be most agreeable if you were to consent to a truce. But should you insist on war, we shall be compelled to engage." William's smile broadened, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "However, allow me to remind you, if this continues, it will lead to a situation of mutual destruction. The two factions can only persist in fighting until one side is left with but a solitary survivor, compelled to continue the struggle until the other side is entirely vanquished. You do possess quite the confidence," Zepp sneered, curling his lip. "Do you truly believe your crew will stand by you until the bitter end? Captain Zepp, would you care to test that theory?" William shook his head, glancing at his subordinates behind him, and casually suggested, "It appears we have all brought our men today. Let us stage a rehearsal. One side shall send forth a combatant to engage in a duel. When one falls, the other shall send in another challenger, until one side is utterly decimated. Then, we shall personally enter the fray and determine if our crews can indeed endure until the final moment." After William finished speaking, Hutchison, standing behind him, twitched at the corner of his eye. The other three remained largely unresponsive. The current first mate, Hardin, was a quintessential warrior, brash, combative, and unafraid of death. Selkirk, with his experience in the great voyage battles, was no coward either. Moreover, aside from Aramis, he was the only one on board aware of William's mastery over the natural fruit abilities, which instilled in him a profound confidence in William. As for Aramis, being a veteran under William's command, he was accustomed to complaints yet knew how to discern the appropriateness of the moment. Ensuring that no unusual demeanor would surface at this time, William cast a glance at the increasingly displeased Dampierre and remarked with a smile, "This hardly qualifies as a declaration of war. It is merely a trivial game. To avoid disrupting your business, shall we agree to refrain from using firearms and to remain within this conference room? Can this modest chamber withstand the aftermath of a duel between the two of you captains?" Dampierre regarded William with an unfriendly expression. William chuckled reassuringly, "Rest assured. If it comes to a confrontation with Captain Zepp, I shall retreat from your territory and seek another venue." Daniel fell silent. Many present presumed he would decline. Yet to their surprise, he responded with indifference, "You shall bear the cost of the destruction." William smiled at Dampierre and then turned his gaze towards the visibly troubled Zepp. "The master has already given his nod. What say you, Captain Zepp?" Zepp surveyed the space between Dampierre and William, remaining silent. Upon witnessing this, William raised his arm and beckoned to Aramis behind him, saying, "Aramis, why don't you step forward and engage in a contest with the individuals Captain Zepp will soon send forth?" As Aramis confidently emerged from behind William, a wry smile played upon William's lips as he addressed Captain Zepp. "Captain Zepp, you aren't feeling intimidated, are you? Your entourage certainly outnumbers mine." Without awaiting a response from Zepp, he pointed at Charles, the boisterous first mate of the culinary pirate crew, who had just interrupted him, and remarked with a grin, "In our impending duel, a formidable warrior must lead the charge. How about he steps forward first to showcase his skills?" Upon hearing William's taunt directed at Zepp, Charles felt a surge of eagerness. Glancing at Zepp for approval and finding none, he boldly stepped out from behind Zepp, circumnavigated the conference table, and approached Aramis with an air of defiance. William addressed Dampierre, stating, "You are the master, hence it is your prerogative to command and adjudicate, is it not?" Dampierre, with a stoic expression, merely nodded. In the vacant space beside the long table, Aramis did not exhibit the brazen demeanor of Charles. Instead, he offered a friendly smile towards him. Possessing an innocuous doll-like visage and prominent canines, Aramis's grin was endearing, completely devoid of any association with malice or threat. which inevitably led Charles to underestimate him. Let the contest begin. As soon as Dampier's words fell, a swift sound echoed as Aramis's blade was unsheathed in a flash, and his previously benign demeanor vanished, replaced by an expression of determination. Though Aramis possessed notable combat prowess, his previous tendency towards laziness and training, owing to his character, had somewhat hindered his development. Nonetheless, the recent tragedy of Valin had instigated a renewed diligence in his training, leading to significant progress. Caught unawares, Charles hurriedly raised his twin swords in defense. Although he successfully parried Aramis's initial strike, the overwhelming force still pushed his weapons aside. With a determined furrow of his brow, Aramis twisted and retracted his blade, striking like a serpent from its lair. Charles barely managed to shift his body to avoid a fatal blow, yet still suffered a piercing wound to his shoulder. In this world, there are skilled fighters who can engage in prolonged battles without a clear victor. However, such circumstances arise only when both parties are evenly matched and fully alert. In a confrontation between warriors of Charles and Aramis's caliber, a moment's carelessness could swiftly tilt the balance and yield decisive outcomes. Charles's overconfidence had led to his injury, and Aramis, relentless, advanced. With his shoulder wounded, Charles struggled to maintain his grip on his swords. As Aramis charged, Charles attempted to strike, but the lack of strength from wielding a single sword rendered his attack ineffective. Aramis deftly dodged and exploited the opening, inflicting another wound upon Charles's arm. Zeph's expression shifted, and he made to rise in an attempt to halt the conflict. However, William, who had been observing intently, leaned back slightly, propelling one foot against the heavy wooden conference table. The robust table moved with surprising ease, colliding with Zeph, hindering his movement momentarily. In that brief interlude, Aramis subdued the injured and pallid Charles, grasping his golden hair and placing his blade gently against Charles's neck. He then glanced at the now standing Zeph, offering a subtle smile, revealing his small canines once more. Yet this time, his smile bore no semblance of innocence. In Zeph's eyes, it was devoid of any gentleness, replaced entirely by contempt. Zeph remained rooted in place, while Charles appeared ghostly pale. Aramis did not strike despite the blade resting against Charles's throat. Instead, he turned his gaze towards William. William remained seated, a cold smirk adorning his face as he gazed at Zep. "Captain Zep, do you still intend to continue this conflict with us?" Zep's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. He knew that should he acquiesce, William would undoubtedly command Aramis to sever Charles's throat without hesitation. Zep could not bear to watch his subordinate face death without intervening. After a moment of silence, and just as Aramis pressed his blade against Charles's neck, drawing forth a line of crimson, Zep finally conceded, "Very well. I agree to a truce between our two factions." William rose and approached Zep, disregarding the furious gazes of the crew from the chef pirate gang. He raised his left palm and spoke, "Shall we pledge with a handshake?" Zep, with an expressionless face, lightly slapped William's left palm before rubbing his hand on his clothing, as if to rid himself of the perceived filth. "Aramis," William chuckled nonchalantly, calling out without turning back. Aramis, having observed everything, shifted his blade aside upon William's signal and nudged Charles, sending him stumbling back to his companions. "Captain, Charles, filled with shame, attempted to apologize, but Zep raised a hand to silence him. Several crew members from the chef pirate gang hurriedly assisted him, trying to staunch his bleeding wounds. Zep turned to William and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you afraid I might have a change of heart?" "A change of heart would merely mean continuing the battle." "Do you think I would fear that?" William scoffed, adding, "In the end, it is only you who will be embarrassed." William merely wished to avoid further conflict with Zeph, as it might jeopardize his forthcoming plans. Moreover, there was a possibility that his next steps were related to a scheme that he was preparing. In truth, he held no fear of Zeph and his crew of culinary pirates. Should Zeph choose to renege on their understanding, it would only serve to humiliate himself. With a disdainful snort, Zeph casually acknowledged Danbiel before departing the conference room with his entourage. Danbiel, observing the furious departure of the pirates, turned to William with a grim expression and remarked, "It seems I have lost a significant client because of you. I had thought you came to negotiate a truce with Zeph, rather than to insult him. I brought a considerable amount of wine with me this time. You may send someone to my ship shortly to procure some for your bar." William waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I seek peace through struggle. Retreat and weakness will not yield tranquility, but rather an endless encroachment." What he did not articulate was that, as a newly appointed captain, he could not afford to display any semblance of weakness, lest he diminish his standing in the eyes of his crew. Danbiel scoffed, A mere bottle of wine. Do you believe that could compensate for my loss? Surely my design blueprints would suffice? William reclined in his chair, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Dambiel produced a sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolding it to reveal a series of peculiar diagrams. A closer inspection revealed that these sketches depicted the construction of firearms and their components. If there existed another traveler akin to William, they would recognize the designs as those of a revolver and a bolt-action rifle. This design blueprint was pivotal in persuading Dambiel, who had only met William once before, to act as an intermediary in inviting Zeph. While it was labeled a design blueprint, William's prior knowledge of firearms was limited, mostly gleaned from online sources or films. Consequently, the drawing was replete with hasty scrawls, omitting many inconspicuous structures. However, critical components, such as the revolver's drum magazine, bullet, propellant, casing, and primer, were clearly delineated. From a professional standpoint, the quality of this blueprint was hardly commendable. Artistically, it resembled the work of a kindergarten student. Many travelers with thinner skins would likely feel too embarrassed to present such a drawing, and even if they did, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of shame. Yet, William's confidence was as robust as a fortress wall, and his retorts indicated that he felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, he exuded an inexplicable self-assurance. Dambiel had already perused the design, yet he found himself involuntarily drawn to the hasty sketches once more. He remarked coolly, "This blueprint possesses little value. It is the author's creativity that is truly remarkable. In the annals of history, it would not be until over a decade later that Luffy and his crew would encounter the newfangled revolver, a product of the South Sea, when they met the Baroque Works elite agent, Mr. Five. Thus, such a weapon's conception was rather avant-garde for the East Sea." "Too kind," William replied, devoid of any embarrassment as he accepted Dambiel's praise. However, Dambiel shifted the conversation, shaking the blueprint at William. "What you have here can only be described as a concept, merely an idea. To bring this to fruition will require extensive experimentation and research. And only through creating a tangible product can one ascertain its efficacy." William suppressed his smile, leaning forward over the conference table, locking eyes with Dambier. "I refuse to believe that you cannot discern the value of this blueprint and the efficacy of the new weapon before its physical manifestation. I am a researcher, but also a businessman," Dambier replied calmly. Having eliminated Redbeard and assumed command of his pirate crew, William had become a formidable figure in the East Sea. He was not foolish enough to seize the blueprint's concept and then deny its worth. Rather, he was simply pragmatic. As the former, I am unequivocally aware of the blueprint's value, but as the latter, I must take into account the funding required for research and experimentation, as well as the potential market impact on the final product. You might recall the multi-shot musket I previously developed. Its sales were rather lackluster. Given this, I have a more advantageous proposal. William reclined back in his chair, a smile returning to his face. "What if I invest capital along with this?" He pointed to his own head. "Into your arms business?" Months later, as autumn approached, the weather began to cool. Yet the hearts of the East Sea pirates burned with fervor. It was the season of harvest. Farmers reaped the fruits of their labor, while pirates turned their eyes toward the newly prosperous common folk who had toiled tirelessly to rebuild their lives. The hard-working citizens, akin to crops harvested in successive waves, were once again vulnerable to the predation of those who produced nothing. In Black Reef Town, the only tavern's proprietress, Mary, was grasping her daughter Isla's hand as they fled the town amidst the throngs of panicked townsfolk. Their faces were pallid, both from the exertion of running and the dreadful news of the pirates' arrival. Black Reef had faced a pirate raid 2 years prior and had since gained some experience in dealing with such threats. Under the mayor's directive, women and children were evacuated, while the men armed themselves with rudimentary tools to protect their loved ones when necessary. Indeed, it was only in dire circumstances that they would defend their kin, not their homes. The town's able-bodied men had suffered heavy casualties in the previous attack, and many young men had left, unable to endure the hardships of rebuilding. Now, even boys of 13 or 14 were tasked with the duty of safeguarding the women and children, their youthful faces taut with tension, clutching swords and knives fashioned by the blacksmith, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Everyone knew they could not defend their hard-won homes against the pirates' blades and firearms. Yet they must make sacrifices. The dawn of the great pirate era influenced not just pirates and navies, but the entire world. At the southern dock of Black Reef Town, smoke filled the air, and collapsed structures littered the area. In a small building that had served as a lookout, several pirates lounged on chairs and sofas of unknown origin, gathered around a campfire, ravenously eyeing a roasted sheep. A group of pirates entered, dragging two men bound with ropes, and unceremoniously threw them to the ground. "Captain Guy," one of the newly arrived pirates called out to the one seated by the entrance. "The town's resistance has been obliterated, but the women and children are nearly all missing, and there is hardly anything of value left." Captain Guy, a towering figure with a face marred by a prominent scar stretching from his cheek to his ear, wore an unsettling grin. He poked at the fire with a long wooden staff, displaying a certain experience. He deduced, without surprise, that this town had likely faced other pirates in the past, leaving its able-bodied men decimated, yet also imparting some knowledge. The women, children, and valuables must have been hidden away outside the town. After sharing his hypothesis, Guy turned his attention to the two bound townsmen, who gazed at him in terror. "Did you hear what I said? We traveled a long way for more than just a few bags of flour and some fat sheep. Tell me, where have the townspeople fled?" Though fear was etched on their faces, the two townsmen remained silent. Guy chuckled, withdrawing the burning end of his staff from the fire and slowly advancing it toward the face of one young townsman, who appeared no older than a boy. The young man attempted to evade the searing heat, but tightly bound, could only squirm on the ground, desperately arching his neck backward in a futile attempt to distance himself from the fiery stick. The firebrand met the young man's face, emitting a hissing sound, soon drowned out by his agonizing screams, his body convulsing like a fish out of water. Guy swiftly retracted the stick. "Even if you don't speak, this island is small, and we will find the others eventually. But if you do cooperate, you might suffer less, and I could allow you aboard my ship. Once we find treasures and women, you would also be entitled to a share." The young townsman, drenched in sweat and drooling uncontrollably, seemed oblivious to the pirate captain's words. Observing this, Guy thrust the stick toward the young man's eyes. Sensing the encroaching heat, the boy jolted back to reality, crying out, "I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Yet before he could finish, another bound man, a middle-aged townsman who had remained silent, shouted angrily, "Shut up." Guy glanced at the defiant middle-aged man and commanded one of his subordinates, "Take him outside and execute him." As the older townsman was dragged away, he shouted back at his companion, "Don't believe them. Don't say a word." But outside, a gunshot rang out, abruptly silencing him. The young townsman trembled, and Guy squatted before him, his voice dripping with temptation. "You're still so young. Do you truly wish to die here? Just tell me, and you could join my ship. Once aboard, you'll discover what real freedom is, with feasts, fine food, wine, and lovely women. Once you become a pirate, you'll find you'll lack for nothing." The boy's face flushed with a mix of fear and uncertainty, caught between the threat and allure of the pirate's words. Finally, he stammered, "East of the town, there's a small hill with a cave behind it. Those who escaped must be hiding there." As the young man spoke, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, yet Guy paid him no mind, kicking one of his pirates, still fixated on the roasted sheep. "Did you hear that? Take a group and bring everyone back." "Bring them back?" the pirate asked, somewhat slow to comprehend. Guy chuckled sinisterly, "I don't care about the men. Just ensure that no harm comes to the women. Bring them all to the town square. I wish to select them at my leisure." As the crowd surrounded by pirates brandishing knives and guns cast malevolent glances at the young women of the town, Mary, the tavern owner, was overwhelmed with despair. She clutched her daughter, Isla, tightly, her only hope resting on the safety of her child. The group, primarily composed of the elderly, women, and children, was escorted to the town square by the pirates, where nearly the entire crew had gathered. Upon spotting the women among the crowd and the bundles they carried, the pirates could not help but whistle lewdly. The pirate captain, Guy, amiably draped his arm around the shoulder of a young informant from the town, standing at one end of the square. Only once the crowd was brought to the center did he release the timid young man and step forward. The mayor, frail and white-haired, trembled as he approached Guy under the captain's keen gaze. Bowing slightly, he forced a smile despite his age and said in a hushed tone, "My lord, all the valuables in the town are here. We offer them to you. Please spare us, for we have nothing left to give. Having found you, everything is naturally mine. Do you expect to appease me with my own possessions?" Guy scoffed, gesturing dismissively at the crowd. "Who says you have nothing left to offer me and my men?" The mayor's face turned pale as Guy, having lost interest in the charade, barked, "If you wish to live, then step aside," with a careless shove. He knocked the mayor to the ground, ignoring him as he began to stroll around the crowd, surveying the terrified women with the scrutiny of a predator choosing its prey. Guy reveled in this aspect of plunder, finding pleasure in the sight of helpless townsfolk trembling before him, awaiting the fate he would bestow upon them. His gaze eventually settled on Mary, who was protectively shielding her daughter, Isla. He took a moment to appraise Mary's delicate features and the alluring silhouette of her youthful figure before pushing through the crowd to seize her by the hair, yanking her outward. The previously silent crowd erupted into chaos as Mary screamed, while Isla cried out, desperately clinging to her mother. Some townsfolk recoiled in fear, while others rushed forward in a futile attempt to rescue Mary, creating a scene of utter turmoil. A gunshot rang out, silencing the crowd immediately. Guy, unfazed, lowered his pistol and tightened his grip on Mary's hair. Now, apart from Mary's screams and Isla's wails, no one dared to move. The mayor lay crumpled on the ground, eyes shut tightly, as though bracing himself for the impending tragedy. Just as Guy was about to pry Isla's small hands from her mother's grasp, a distant shout caught his attention. He turned to see a crew member, left to guard the ship at the docks, sprinting towards him, breathless. "Captain, 2 pirate ships are approaching." Guy's mind raced, and he decisively exclaimed, "We cannot allow them to block our ship at the dock." Releasing Mary, she quickly retreated into the crowd with Isla. Ignoring them, Guy scanned his crew and commanded, "Everyone, return to the ship at once." Although the pirates shared a common enemy in the Navy, they were not at peace among themselves. They were competitors in the same trade, and the more astute pirates remained wary of one another. Guy was evidently one such clever individual. "What about the goods and people?" a trusted associate inquired. "Once we repel those pirates, we can return." "Can they really escape across the sea from this island?" Guy replied coldly. The attention of the pirates in the square shifted towards the approaching, enigmatic pirate crew. At that moment, on the periphery of the crowd, a woman seized the opportunity and bolted towards the street, unnoticed by the pirates due to Guy's earlier command. The closest pirates hesitated, glancing towards their captain, but seeing someone running away emboldened a few others, who dashed towards the nearby streets. 2 were swiftly knocked to the ground by alert pirates. "Run!" someone suddenly shouted, and chaos ensued as the crowd scattered, driven by a fear of the incoming pirate crew. In desperation, they chose to flee rather than face the unknown. Guy, witnessing the tumult, cursed under his breath, realizing he had no time to restore order. He ordered his men not to waste time and to hurry back to the ship. Most obeyed him, but some, eyes gleaming with greed, pursued the fleeing townsfolk laden with valuables. Should William have been present, he would have derisively dismissed them as a rabble. Guy, though furious, had long understood the nature of his men and chose to ignore those who ran amok, hastening towards the docks with the obedient portion of his crew. Not far from Black Reef Town, 2 warships cut through the waves, advancing towards the harbor. Each ship bore a pirate flag displaying a grinning skull adorned with a tricorn hat, and the letter symbolizing Morgan, elegantly scripted in cursive above it, with a feather curving skyward beside it. The skull was crossed by 2 curved swords, and the flag's design, crafted with a touch of artistry, lent the skull an ominous perspective, rendering its smile unnerving. These 2 vessels belonged to William, and the flag had been designed with the help of Sherlock. Satisfied with the design, William had ordered it hoisted on the mast. At this moment, clad in a gray long coat and black trousers, with a black trench coat to ward off the dampness, William stood at the bow, his hair and coat flapping in the wind. He merely brushed aside the strands blowing into his face, maintaining his intense gaze on the distant town, lost in thought. Behind him, Selkirk softly called, "Captain, let Hardin and Aramis head straight for the dock and immediately eliminate any remaining pirates on shore." William replied without turning. "We will focus on confronting the enemy pirate ships and boarding them." In recent months, William has traversed the seas with a band of pirates, striving to eliminate competition for his distillery while occasionally confronting rival pirate crews within his jurisdiction. His second warship was seized from one of these defeated factions. He has absorbed a number of skilled and capable pirates from the vanquished crews, and coupled with the new recruits he has enlisted during this period, the Morgan pirate crew boasts a total of over 160 members, with more than half being seasoned pirates. Even without considering William himself, the strength of the Morgan pirate crew has become quite formidable within the EC region. CLO, ever attentive, presented William with a monocular, which he raised to his eyes. Through the lens, he observed the bustling activity at the distant dock, where a group of pirates was boarding their ship in a rather disordered manner. William scoffed disdainfully, tossing the telescope back to crow before turning away, no longer gazing towards the town. Meanwhile, Selkirk stood at the bow of the ship, cupping his hands into a trumpet, and bellowed, "All hands prepare for battle." On another vessel of the Morgan pirate crew, Hardin and Aramis were also peering through their telescopes in the direction of the town. Since acquiring the 2 ships, William had appointed Hardin and Aramis to command the other warship, simultaneously dispersing Selkirk's original crew along with the veterans from Barbarossa's era. assigning them as the backbone of both ships. After observing the town for a moment, Hardin withdrew his gaze, noticing Aramis still holding the telescope with a peculiar expression. He inquired, "What? Does this town hold some significance for you?" Aramis lowered the telescope, biting his lower lip. "Of course, our captain and I have been here before. This place was the last town the Dinton pirate crew had pillaged under the relentless pursuit of Colonel Roy." Aramis recalled that it was here. Due to that foolish lad Vallon, he and William, along with a kin, had clashed with the ship's second mate, Bammond. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. William and he now found themselves in roles akin to those of Colonel Roy, while the essence of Black Reef Town remained unchanged. The pirate ship at the Black Reef dock, after a flurry of chaotic preparations, finally set sail towards William's flagship. However, Guy's vessel had just departed. Its speed insufficient to match William's ship, which swiftly maneuvered to seize a favorable position at the T-head, allowing William to observe the enemy ship in disarray through the telescope. Guy cursed loudly from the deck. The cannons of the contemporary sailing warships were primarily mounted on the sides, maximizing firepower only when broadside, the so-called T-position. As anticipated, once William's flagship approached the enemy's flank, a plume of smoke erupted violently as two iron balls connected by a sturdy chain, known as chain shot, whirled through the air, hurtling towards Guy's vessel. Two of the chain shot struck the enemy ship's deck, sending shrapnel flying among the pirates scrambling to manage the sails. Visible even from a distance were the severed limbs and blood. Yet, more chain shot battered against the ship's mast and sails, causing the mast to sway precariously and tearing numerous gashes into the sails, further impeding the vessel's speed. William refrained from commanding his gunners to switch to solid shot. Instead, he directed them to maneuver the ship alongside for boarding. Meanwhile, the pirate vessel, where Guy was stationed, commenced a relentless barrage, with howling cannonballs occasionally soaring above William's deck. The newly inducted crew members, pallid with fear, contrasted sharply with the seasoned pirates, who, though somewhat anxious, continued their tasks with unwavering composure. The seemingly robust bulwarks of the ship proved utterly ineffectual against the onslaught of solid cannonballs. A spherical projectile collided violently with the wooden barrier, splintering it into fragments as wooden shards shot outward. The pirates positioned behind the bulwark, lacking in fortitude, were instantly incapacitated as the cannonball struck them with lethal force. Nearby, several pirates, caught off guard, sustained injuries from the flying splinters. An experienced pirate muttered a curse under his breath, gritting his teeth as he silently extracted the wooden shard from his flesh, while the inexperienced newcomer succumbed to panic. One unfortunate soul had a splinter pierce his eye, causing him to drop his weapon and writhe on the ground in agonized screams. In a flash of steel, the cries were abruptly silenced. William stood resolutely on the deck, bloody knife in hand, amidst the chaos of flying cannonballs, showing no inclination to evade the onslaught. The head of the recently fallen recruit lay severed at his feet, and his icy gaze swept over the trembling newcomers who recoiled at the recent cries of despair. Several of them swallowed hard, choosing to avert their eyes from the lifeless body on the ground and redirect their focus towards the enemy ship. Though William uttered no words, his intent was unmistakably grasped by them. William typically treats his crew with a remarkable degree of humility. As a pirate captain, he is almost benevolent. However, when the time comes to take a life, he shows no mercy whatsoever. Amidst the cannon fire, the Morgan pirate cruise ship steadily approaches the local vessels. When the two ships are still at a considerable distance, William steps onto the deck and leaps into the air, his cloak billowing upwards, resembling a great bird soaring towards the enemy ship. On the surface, William appeared unremarkable, yet within him, a tempest of heat swirled, rendering him almost weightless, imbued with an ethereal upward thrust. This phenomenon was not solely attributable to the principle of hot air rising. The very density of water vapor is inherently less than that of air. Guy, staring vacantly at William suspended in the air, took a moment to regain his senses before commanding his subordinates to aim their firearms at the seemingly unassailable figure. As William approached the vessel occupied by Guy and his band of pirates, Guy bellowed an order, "Fire." The sharp crack of gunfire erupted like popping beans, yet simultaneously, a jet of steam erupted from William's side, propelling him laterally through the air, causing the bullets aimed at him to miss their mark. Almost immediately, two explosive sounds resonated from beneath William's feet as steam erupted violently, the force of the expanding gas thrusting him forward with remarkable speed, landing on the enemy ship before the pirates had the chance to reload their weapons. Bang! As William touched down, his knees slightly bent, dissipating the force of his landing. He gazed at the panicked adversaries beside him, a faint cold smile gracing his lips, as William confronted the enemy pirate ship. Hardin and Aramis piloted another vessel that had already docked. Leaving a portion of their crew to guard the ships, they each led a group into the town. Although the East Sea is often deemed the weakest maritime region, it is not devoid of pirates. William had a clear vision for future development. And if his plans progressed smoothly, he would inevitably have to eradicate pirates. In fact, the larger and more notorious pirates were easier to deal with. The real challenge lay in the lesser thugs. Once scattered, they could easily hide and evade capture, consuming valuable resources. Thus, William had been diligently training his crew and dismantling the pirate factions brought by Selkirk, utilizing the seasoned veterans from the Barbarossa era as the backbone for smaller operational teams, thereby mitigating conflicts arising from disparate backgrounds and experiences among the crew. Simultaneously, he sought to devise a tactical response mechanism capable of both disbanding small targets and coordinating effectively against formidable foes, allowing his crew to act autonomously in his absence, tackling only those challenges he deemed insurmountable. Disrupting established norms is invariably fraught with difficulty. However, the current tribulations serve the greater goal of long-term strategy, a burden William was willing to bear. Although he could manage everything himself, he was the captain, not a caretaker. If he were to handle every task, it would surely lead to exhaustion. Aramis's current team configuration reflected William's intentions well. The team consisted of 4 individuals: Aramis, the veteran Hutchinson, and 2 foreign pirates brought by Selkirk from the Grand Line. They stealthily approached a house from which commotion emanated. Upon reaching the door, they observed that it had been violently forced open, the broken lock dangling forlornly. Through the doorway, they glimpsed part of the living room's disarray: overturned chairs, shards of ceramic strewn across the floor, and signs of a flower vase that once stood there. Hutchinson noted the wet footprints scattered throughout the room and whispered to his companions, "There are only tracks leading in, none leading out. The person must still be inside." After a brief exchange of hushed words with Hutchinson, Aramis led a tall, lanky pirate to circle around to the back of the house, while Hutchinson, confirming the living room was unoccupied, cautiously entered with another stout pirate. Upon reaching a door, Hutchinson paused to listen intently. He discerned a woman's muffled sobs emanating from the other side. He gestured to Aramis, who was positioned outside the window, signaling him to move to a vantage point. After ensuring Aramis was in place, Hutchinson called out, "Listen, those inside. We are members of the Morgan pirate crew. Our captain commands that if you cease your resistance and surrender, we shall not harm you." As Hutchinson's voice faded, Aramis seized the opportunity, crashing through the window and rolling into the room. Hearing the shattering glass, Hutchinson kicked open the door, brandishing a knife in one hand and a pistol in the other, followed closely by his fellow pirate. Inside the room, which turned out to be a bedroom, Hutchinson immediately spotted an enemy crouched against the wall, clearly intending to ambush them. However, the distraction caused by Aramis's entrance had diverted their attention. Without hesitation, Hutchinson fired, striking the enemy, who fell to the ground with a cry. The stout pirate followed Hutchinson into the room, scanning for more adversaries. His gaze fell upon a large bed facing the door, and he was momentarily captivated. An enemy pirate, hiding behind the door, suddenly lunged out, swinging a knife at the unsuspecting stout pirate. Quick as a flash, Aramis intervened, severing the enemy's wrist along with the pistol, which discharged upon hitting the ground, startling the stout pirate, who then turned to attack the injured foe. "What are you doing?" Hutchinson snapped at the dazed pirate, only to find his own attention drawn to the bed. There lay a young girl, her clothing tattered and bound by ropes, half reclining on the mattress. Her mouth was gagged, and the sobs they had heard earlier were clearly hers. Though her face was obscured by disheveled hair, her figure was unmistakably curvaceous. The girl looked up in fear at the group of Morgan pirates, desperately trying to curl her body into a protective ball. Hutchinson's gaze lingered on her for a moment, not out of noble intent but rather a fear of William. Under Redbeard's command, the former Captain Barbarossa had imposed strict regulations on the distribution of spoils but had imposed no constraints on the actions of pirates during plundering. Now, however, with a new regime aboard, William's ambitions far surpassed those of Barbarossa. He could no longer tolerate the pirates' indiscretions, asserting his authority over the crew and dictating the terms of their plunder. Many crew members harbored resentment toward this new order, particularly the seasoned pirates who relished the thrill of piracy. They believed that the essence of being a pirate lay in freedom, and William's stringent oversight was seen as overreach. Hutchinson himself felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but he had witnessed firsthand William's ruthlessness, as demonstrated in the incident involving Felton, which had left him too fearful to defy the captain's orders. Shifting his focus, Hutchinson noticed that, apart from the 2 deceased enemy pirates, there lay another corpse on the floor, a middle-aged man whose attire suggested he was not a sailor, but rather a local resident. His distorted face, eyes wide open in death, seemed to accuse the heavens of injustice, a short dagger clutched tightly in his hand, though it bore no traces of blood, while Hutchinson managed to avert his gaze. The stout pirate accompanying him was less discreet, leering at the girl before slowly approaching the bed. Hutchinson, caught off guard, was alerted by Aramis, who asked warily, "What are you doing?" The stout pirate lifted the girl's chin, attempting to part her hair. In response to the question, he brazenly replied, "I just saved her life. Is it too much to ask for a little gratitude?" Aramis, his demeanor darkening, seized the stout pirate by the neck and forcefully slammed him against the wall, rebuking, "If you wish to meet your end, just say so. Our captain has rules. Do you not remember the first of the 10 sins?" William recognized the eclectic nature of the pirates aboard the ship, and it was evidently unrealistic to expect them to adhere to military discipline in a short span of time. For these simple-minded marauders, memorizing lengthy rules of conduct was a fanciful aspiration. Thus, drawing upon his experiences under Barbarossa and discussions with seasoned pirates like Hardin and Selkirk, William devised 10 essential rules of discipline for the crew to internalize. He also intended to display these rules publicly or engrave them around the ship in due time, to reinforce their significance among the crew. Although these 10 rules were rudimentary, they were intricately connected to life aboard and to combat. William understood the pirate's nature and moral compass. Hence he established severe penalties for transgressions. Some members of Morgan's pirate crew referred to it as the Morgan Code, within which the ultimate penalty for errors was death, with 5 prohibitions leading to capital punishment and 5 resulting in flogging. At the top was the unforgivable offense of disobeying the captain's orders. Despite the brevity of these rules, instilling them deeply within the pirates' minds and ensuring strict compliance within such a short time frame proved to be a formidable challenge. Some pirates, like Hutchinson, spoke of the code with reverence, while others expressed mockery and disdain. The notion of a pirate establishing a so-called code seemed ludicrous to some. For those who had reveled in the pleasures of plunder, no matter how they feigned compliance, when faced with glimmering treasures and the allure of stripped women, it was challenging to restrain their desires. Damn the 10 sins. After drifting at sea with a bunch of men for nearly half a month, now that we're ashore, you and T let me find a woman? The stout pirate shoved Aramis' hand away, his face flushed. Whether from anger or from the recent choking he endured was unclear. He cursed, "What Morgan Code? Has he lost his mind? Thinking he has the world government or the navy? What business does a pirate have with righteousness? Who does he think he is, meddling in our affairs? A worthless eastern sea scoundrel." Before the stout pirate could finish his tirade, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Aramis, expressionless, held the pistol steadily. "Repeat that." A metallic scraping sound echoed beside Aramis as the long-faced pirate, who had come from the Grand Line with the stout pirate, instinctively aimed his gun at Aramis upon seeing his companion's peril. This action triggered a chain reaction. Hutchinson reflexively drew his pistol, directing it at the long-faced pirate. The atmosphere in the room, which had just calmed, instantly grew tense again. The long-faced pirate, regretting his impulsive draw, hastily attempted to defuse the situation. Why escalate it to this extent? Besides, it's just the 4 of us here. If we don't speak, who will know what we've done? Hearing this, Aramis turned to the long-faced pirate, and his previously grim visage broke into a smile, revealing his canines. The long-faced pirate, believing Aramis had relented, felt a sense of relief, yet a disdainful sentiment bubbled within him. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Aramis had pulled the trigger, and the stout pirate's expression froze as the bullet shattered the back of his skull, blood and brain matter splattering against the wall behind him. The long-faced pirate's countenance shifted. His finger twitched on the trigger, but he hesitated to shoot. Aramis, having wiped the smile from his face, approached the fallen stout pirate's lifeless body, and then confronted the long-faced pirate directly, pressing the gun against his chest. He raised a finger to gently push the gun aside and leaned in close, scrutinizing the other man's face. Their faces nearly touched. Aramis observed the long-faced pirate's pallor and cold sweat before disdainfully asking, "A bunch of defeated hounds returning from the Grand Line. Who gave you the audacity to defy the captain's orders?" Aramis snatched the pistol from the long-faced pirate's grasp and knocked him down with a punch. Storming out of the cabin, leaving behind the command, "Bind him up and deliver him to the captain for judgment." Hutchinson, upon hearing this, hastily fetched a rope and bound the compliant long-faced pirate, harboring newfound admiration for Aramis' bravery, thus diminishing his earlier objections regarding William's swift promotion of Aramis. Meanwhile, as Aramis exited the room and found himself alone, his expression abruptly shifted. Leaning against the wall, he patted his chest, feeling a twinge of fear. Damn it. Thank goodness he was a coward. Once Hutchison finished binding the long-faced pirate, he surveyed the room, yanked down the curtains, and draped them over the girl. He then produced a dagger and cut her bindings. Upon being freed, the girl exhibited no signs of gratitude. Instead, she warily clutched the curtain and distanced herself from Hutchison. Her eyes filled with apprehension and fear. Suddenly, she recalled something and hurriedly searched the room. It was too long before she discovered the lifeless body of the stout pirate on the floor. Trembling, she knelt and, disregarding the blood, embraced her father's cold form. Weeping uncontrollably. "Let South leave this place," Aramis remarked upon re-entering the room, discomforted by the scene. He kicked the bound long-faced pirate on the ground and said to Hutchison, "Take this fellow to the captain for handling." Meanwhile, William and his crew had effortlessly dealt with Guy and his band of pirates and had docked at the harbor. After disembarking, Selkirk was making his way into the depths of the town for reinforcements when he happened upon Hutchison and Aramis escorting the long-faced pirate out of the street. Seeing this, Selkirk's expression shifted dramatically. The long-faced pirate's face lit up with recognition, exclaiming, "Captain!" "Silence!" Selkirk harshly interrupted. "How many times have I said it? There is only one captain aboard. Refer to me as first mate." He then turned to Aramis and Hutchison. "What has he done?" Aramis narrowed his eyes at Selkirk but remained silent, prompting Hutchison to respond. "He disobeyed the captain's orders." Selkirk exhaled sharply and inquired further. "Sunter is with you." "Isn't he? Where is he?" Sunter was the stout pirate. Upon hearing Selkirk's question, Aramis replied directly, "That fellow insulted the captain and I executed him." Selkirk abruptly turned to face Aramis, who met his gaze fearlessly. After a moment, Selkirk gritted his teeth. "Well done. If he had insulted the captain in my presence, I would have executed him as well." After Selkirk finished speaking, he turned away with a grim expression. The long-faced pirate, his visage ashen, called out to him twice, but received no response. Following the elimination of the remaining foes onshore, the Morgan pirate crew gradually withdrew from the town, converging at the dock to assess their injuries and losses. Furthermore, within the brief time spent in the quaint settlement, several incidents had already transpired that violated the strict regulations laid down by William. He was certain that if a band of pirates lingered in the town for an extended period, the likelihood of transgressions would only increase. The townsfolk, having been rescued, felt a profound confusion regarding this situation. The members of the Morgan pirate crew were unmistakably pirates, yet after vanquishing their adversaries, they departed in an orderly fashion without plundering valuables or oppressing civilians, an unprecedented sight for them. The mayor of Black Reef Town, Dahl, was considerably perturbed by this development. While other townspeople could choose to bury their heads in the sand, pretending the pirates had never been there, Dahl, as the mayor, could not afford such a luxury. He organized the townsfolk once more, preparing to flee to the outskirts for safety. However, he was acutely aware that such a tactic would prove largely ineffective. The Morgan pirate crew had captured numerous enemies, and the hiding spots outside the town would not remain concealed for long. Thus, despite his trepidation, Dahl summoned his courage and made his way to the dock, intent on conversing with the captain of this unusually benevolent pirate crew, more precisely, to set aside his pride and plead for the safety of the town's residents. Some of the bolder townsfolk wished to accompany the elderly, silver-haired Dahl, but he declined their offers. After all, the individuals they faced were ruthless pirates, and the outcome of such an endeavor was uncertain. He did not wish to lead others to their doom alongside his frail self. Upon Dahl's arrival at the dock area, he happened upon William administering punishment to those who had defied his orders. For crew members, including the long-faced pirate, were bound and kneeling on the dock's vacant ground. William approached the first in line, the long-faced pirate, with Clove following closely behind, clutching a stack of drinking bowls and a cask of strong liquor. William slowly crouched down and then half-kneeled before the long-faced pirate. He accepted the strong liquor and the bowl from Crow, filled it to the brim, and with both hands, solemnly presented it before the long-faced pirate's lips, urging him to drink. The long-faced pirate gulped too hastily, coughed a couple of times, and then, with reddened eyes, declared, "Captain, I acknowledge my defiance of your orders, but I fail to comprehend why, as pirates, we should impose such constraints upon ourselves. I refuse to accept this." William picked up the wine jug once more and softly inquired, "Have you never contemplated how you would feel if one day your siblings, your family, were to endure such a fate?" "I am an orphan. I have no family," replied the long-faced pirate bluntly. "But have you ever considered why you became an orphan?" William filled the wine bowl recently used by the long-faced man and raised it in a toast, then tilted his head back and downed the contents in one swift motion. With a resounding crash, The empty bowl was hurled to the ground by William. At the sound of that sharp clatter, the long-faced man's emotional defenses crumbled, and he broke into uncontrollable sobs. Perhaps it was a moment of conscience as he faced his impending demise, though it is far more likely that it was sheer terror. Yet, William preferred to believe that the man was experiencing a pang of conscience. William patted the shoulder of the long-faced man, then rose to his feet. Drawing the dagger from his waist, with the tip of the blade raised high, he proclaimed loudly, "Farewell, brother, safe travels." No sooner had his words echoed in the air than a flash of steel glimmered, and the head of the long-faced man was severed. Rolling a few times on the ground before coming to a halt, William handed the blood-dripping sword to CLO behind him, while he carried a wine jug and cup towards the next kneeling pirate. The dock lay in eerie silence as the members of the Morgan pirate crew silently observed William executing his familial justice. What William enacted was a quintessential form of enforcement characteristic of clan traditions, imbued with profound human sentiment. He had invested considerable thought into this approach, compelled by necessity. After all, his crew consisted entirely of pirates, and his code of conduct comprised merely 10 rules. To a modern traveler like him, such laxity was almost unfathomable. Yet for the pirates of this realm, it was nearly unforgivingly stringent. The atmosphere aboard the ship was laden with tension, and William recognized the need to soothe the pirates' spirits. A sudden execution would only sow discord among the crew, resulting in disloyalty akin to that experienced by Barbarossa, where the underlings harbored their own agendas, ultimately leading to betrayal. Selkirk stood among the crowd, his teeth clenched, remaining motionless as he silently observed. In the distance, Mayor Darwell of Black Reef Town watched William with a mix of dread and fascination. Noting how William shared a cup of wine and exchanged a few words with each kneeling pirate before severing their heads. Unlike Selkirk, Darwell's emotions were not convoluted. He felt an overwhelming sense of fear and an urge to flee. However, 2 pirates stood watch beside him, in his own timid nature. Compounded by the day's harrowing events and the shocking spectacle before him, rendered him too paralyzed to escape. After William dealt with several convicted crew members, he turned his attention to Mayor Darwell of Black Reef. Upon meeting William's gaze, Darwell was so frightened that his legs nearly gave way. Fortunately, 2 pirates beside him steadied him and brought him before William. "Are you a resident of this town? What brings you here?" William inquired, taking the cloth from CLO and wiping the blood from his knife. "My lord," Darwell stammered, forcing himself to remain composed and avoiding the sight of the corpse on the ground, though his voice trembled uncontrollably. "I am the mayor of the small town." "The mayor?" William interrupted, questioning Darwell's statement. William lifted his head once more, diverting his attention from the knife, and surveyed the gaunt figure of the elderly man before him. The frail body trembled in the cold wind, his garments encrusted with dust, and his face bore the ravages of time with deep-set wrinkles. On his balding crown, sparse strands of white hair tousled wildly in the sea breeze. Such a disheveled appearance could easily lead one to believe he was a beggar. William noticed the elderly man, who claimed to be the mayor, was visibly terrified and spoke with a stutter, revealing the profound fear that gripped his heart. Upon observing the dock strewn with corpses and drenched in blood, he extended an invitation for the man to board his ship, as he intended to discuss certain matters with the mayor. On the main vessel of the Morgan pirates, a modest round table was set up on the foredeck, adorned with peanuts and fruits, along with the ever-essential rum that characterized a pirate ship. William, Hardin, CLO, Aramis, and Selkirk, 5 significant officers aboard the ship, along with the pitiable elderly mayor, Dahl, were gathered around the table. William, with a benevolent expression, poured wine for the timid Mayor Dahl. His gentle invitation at the dock and the care he took for the elderly mayor as he boarded the ship indeed conveyed a sense of springtime warmth. However, the moment Dahl recalled that this smiling young man had just coldly severed several heads at the dock without a flicker of hesitation, he dismissed his fantasies. Pirates are nothing but ruthless brigands, devoid of any mercy. William's series of actions did not exhibit any overtly pretentious tendencies. Dyer, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, found it difficult to respond harshly when such an elderly gentleman approached him, humbly pleading for mercy. After all, in his past life, William lived as an ordinary person, just like Dyer. Upon his arrival in this tumultuous world dominated by formidable figures, he too felt a sense of helplessness, allowing him to empathize deeply with the ordinary people's fears, such as those experienced by Dyer. As the group engaged in conversation while partaking in drinks, Dyer remained somewhat cautious, surrounded by a band of pirates. Upon hearing William explain that he had punished the pirates on shore for disobeying his orders and harming the townsfolk, A look of astonishment briefly crossed his face, only to be quickly masked. He then flatteringly remarked, "My lord, you and your subordinates are indeed remarkable heroes. It is truly fortunate that the East Sea can boast of such valiant figures as yourselves." William immediately discerned Darwell's intention to manipulate him with his words and, with a smile, remarked, "I cannot claim to be a hero or a righteous man. However, the East Sea is the homeland of Pirate King Roger. Regardless of the figures that may arise, they should not provoke such astonishment from the mayor." Darwell offered an awkward smile, refraining from responding. Seated across from William was Hardin, an ardent admirer of the Pirate King Roger. Upon the mention of this topic, his spirits soared, for he was a straightforward and valiant warrior. Wholly convinced of William's prowess and skills, he believed William would undoubtedly become the next renowned pirate of the East Sea, following in Roger's formidable footsteps. Thus, upon hearing William's modesty, Hardin boldly declared, "Captain, why must you be so humble? The Pirate King Roger is a source of pride for the East Sea, both past and present. Yet we too can aspire to become the next Pirate King, the new pride of the East Sea." Aramis, with an exaggerated expression, gasped in amusement and pointed at Hardin, exclaiming, "Who would have thought this seemingly earnest fellow could be so flattering?" The other pirates erupted into laughter, and even William managed a faint smile. However, just at that moment, a voice murmured, "What is the Pirate King in terms of pride for the East Sea?" The table was not large, and the pirates were astute, so though the voice was soft, it did not escape their notice. William suppressed his smile and cast a glance at Dall, who was staring intently at the glass before him like an elementary school student, gradually furrowing his brow. In contrast to William's good-natured demeanor, Hardin glared fiercely at Dall and demanded, "What did you just say?" Observing the tension, Aramis chuckled softly, endeavoring to ease the atmosphere. "Let it go. Perhaps he merely misspoke, lacking intent." "I did not misspeak," Dall interjected, lifting his head defiantly and proclaiming, "What right does the Pirate King have to be called the pride of the East Blue?" Hardin slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, which startled Dall into retreating a few steps from his chair. "How dare you judge the Pirate King?" Hardin exclaimed in anger. "Roger, who escaped the clutches of the world government time and again, conquered the Grand Line, and instigated the great pirate era, is unworthy of being called the pride of the East Blue. Who else could lay claim to that title? You?" As Hardin's voice grew louder, Dall trembled slightly. Initially, it was fear that gripped him, but as Hardin spoke, that fear transmuted into anger. "The great pirate era," Dall repeated in a daze, recalling the lives lost at the hands of pirates, children, family, and the humiliation of bowing before various factions. His hatred for Roger and his fury at Hardin's remarks overwhelmed his fear, prompting him to meet Hardin's gaze without flinching. "Look behind me. Gaze upon my hometown," Dall urged, gesturing toward Black Reef Town over the railing. "There is hardly a single intact building near the docks, all destroyed by cannon fire when pirates landed. The remnants of flames linger in the air, a testament to the devastation."